Traversing the Dolawa continent, I inexplicably awakened a myriad of world sign and system. Through this system, one can acquire any entity from the myriad realms simply by signing in, which will automatically transform into attributes of the Dolawa universe. Tang San, what kind of martial soul is this? How can it affect my purple extreme magic eye, spirit eye of the celestial, illusion shattering? Do you dare to call that a true martial soul? Heaven and earth manifest. The sea god's trident? Merely a toy, unworthy of leaving a mark upon my ancestral divine body. The sea god? Let me show you what divinity truly means. Dare to imprison the golden dragon king? You would lay a hand on my people? Who exactly are you? I am the Taoist, known as Qing Yuan Miao Dao Jinjuan. Chapter 1. The Crossing. Within a luxurious chamber, the golden embellishments glimmered softly under the gentle light. Ling Fong sat at the edge of a bed draped in cloud-patterned silks, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the smooth fabric, while his gaze wandered through the intricately carved window, resting upon the ever-shifting clouds in the sky, his expression somewhat vacant. Ding. Today's sign-in has refreshed. The familiar electronic notification abruptly interrupted his reverie. Ling Feng's eyes flickered, and he silently intoned, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward spirit eye of the celestial. Divine effect. Perceive the illusory, obliterate all things. In an instant, as the mechanical voice faded, Ling Fong was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting slightly. Spirit eye of the celestial? He sprang from the bed almost instantly, his heart racing fiercely in his chest, a wave of uncontainable excitement coursing through his veins. After 6 long years, he had finally signed in to receive something truly remarkable. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back 6 years. At that time, he was an ordinary person who stayed up late, indulging in thrilling novels. As weariness enveloped him, he opened his eyes once more, only to find himself immobilized as an abandoned infant in a damp, eerie forest. Not far away, a ravenous wolf, drooling, was advancing towards him, and a chilling terror swept over him, causing him to faint. Upon awakening again, he was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful visage. The woman, adorned in splendid attire, exuded an air of elegance. Her formerly icy demeanor softened upon seeing him. In that moment, lacking control over his body, he could only instinctively suckle gently on her tender fingers as an infant. It was then that the voice of the system echoed in his mind for the first time. Ding. The temporal turbulence has subsided. Detecting host's successful traversal, the myriad world sign-in system is activated, sincerely at your service. However, after the initial exhilaration, Ling Fong found himself bewildered. This system was entirely different from what he had read in novels. Upon opening the system interface, it was starkly empty, save for a solitary user manual lying desolately within the system space. Patiently, he perused the manual and discovered that the system allowed for a daily sign-in, with rewards contingent upon luck, ranging from the blood of Pangu to worn out. Sandal San absurdly vast spectrum. Each Sunday, the sign-in would yield double rewards, and daily sign-ins would accumulate sign-in points, though the manual provided no elucidation regarding their purpose. Beyond that, there was merely a system backpack. Even the most rudimentary novice gift pack was absent. Ling Fong was almost amused by this excessively streamlined system, cursing the pitiful system 1,000 times in his heart. Regaining his composure, a wave of warmth and tingling sensation emanated from his forehead. Ling Fong hastily approached the brass mirror, where he beheld a polished forehead adorned with a shimmering golden mark. In the next moment, a vertical golden eye slowly opened at the center of the mark. The gaze flickered. His original pair of eyes were also imbued with a faint golden glow, emanating an air of mystery and formidable power. Ling Fong gazed at the extraordinary reflection in the mirror, inhaling deeply to suppress the surging emotions within him. 6 years of waiting had finally borne fruit. The overwhelming power emanating from the celestial eye at his forehead surged through his limbs like a tidal wave. Ling Fong clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, while an uncontrollable excitement ignited in his eyes. He desperately needed such strength that it was crucial to understand that he was currently situated in the Dolawa continent, a realm where the law of the jungle was taken to its utmost extremes. In the original narrative, even when the protagonist transformed into a villain and ultimately reached the pinnacle, he was still depicted as part of the so-called justice, while those truly deserving of sympathy often met with tragic fates. Ling Fong vividly recalled the perilous situation he faced 6 years ago in the Stardow Forest. Had it not been for the elegantly dressed woman who appeared out of thin air, rescuing him from a dire fate, he would have long since become a mere skeleton among the trees. That woman was none other than the character he found most unjust in the original narrative, Bibi Dong. From that moment, he resolved not to allow Bibi Dong to repeat the tragic path laid out for her in the original story, nor could he bear the thought of her ultimately being slain by the so-called Three Thieves. Since fate had granted him the chance to traverse this world with the system, he intended to upend the narrative with his own hands. In order to remain in the spirit hall, close to Bibi Dong, Ling Fong had no intention of concealing his talents from the outset. He presented himself as a prodigy, speaking clearly at 1 month old and walking steadily at 6 months, demonstrating an extraordinary growth rate that left an indelible mark of unparalleled genius in the minds of the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall. Over the course of 6 years, he had checked in more than 2,000 times, experiencing fluctuations in luck, yet he consistently managed to convert those rare treasures into displays of talent. Under careful control, his unawakened body occasionally overflowed with abundant soul power, astonishing the elders who marveled at his potential. With the martial arts techniques acquired through check-ins, his combat instincts in practice far surpassed those of his peers, leading the Spirit Hall to place great expectations upon him. With a mere thought, the virtual interface of the system backpack unfolded before him. IT had already been meticulously organized. Useless items like broken flip-flops and old fishing rods had long been disposed of with a single command. What remained in the backpack were practical items refined by the passage of time. Ordinary white-grade shurikens, a short sword, and DNF experience capsules capable of rapidly enhancing strength. Additionally, there were green high-quality explosive talismans, spirit summoning scrolls, and life-saving body enhancement potions that could prove crucial in dire moments. The blue, exceptional quality of the Fongtian painted halberd gleamed brilliantly, while the left paw bone of the dark gold 10th Sand-Rolled Terror Bear radiated a rich aura of soul-powered AT. The very depths of his backpack, 2 purple extraordinary items stood out prominently. 5 divine beings from the Dragon Ball world, and a 3-minute experience card that allowed for a fleeting mastery of the Rinnegan. Gazing upon these treasures amassed over 6 years, and feeling the formidable strength of the heavenly eye on his forehead, Ling Feng's lips curled into a determined smile. Apart from these, there were no other noteworthy possessions. However, Ling Fong found solace in the fact that, in addition to physical rewards, he had also acquired numerous practical skills through his sign-ins over the years. Now, in the skills section of his system panel, skills such as the divine culinary arts of the Chinese little chef, the unfettered ascension step, the 9 manual, and the spirit eye were neatly arranged, each emanating a unique wave of energy. Unlike items, these skills were imparted directly by the system through a process akin to enlightenment. The moment he successfully signed in, all the techniques and insights were imprinted deep within his soul, leaving no room for the notion of being unable to learn. The potency and finesse of their application, however, depended on his own soul power and mastery. Take the 9 manual, for instance, as the comprehensive guide to martial arts. His understanding of its essence had reached an extraordinary level. No one comprehended the intricacies of operating its mental methods and executing its moves better than he did. Yet, no matter how profound the mental methods were, consistent and methodical practice was essential to accumulate strength. Possessing abundant soul power without the enhancement of soul rings ultimately rendered him a ringless soul master, incapable of fully unleashing the might of his soul techniques. Observing the accumulation on the system panel, Ling Feng's mood brightened. In truth, even prior to today's sign-in, his strength was formidable. Leveraging the mystique of the 9 manual, he had quietly surpassed the 20th level of soul power, with a refinement far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, achieving levels 10 to 20 times greater than that of typical soul masters. This realization further clarified the significance of martial arts methodologies. In the original narrative, Tang San, with merely the rudimentary techniques of the Tang sect, could stir the winds and clouds, illustrating the rudimentary nature of the soul power. Guidance methods in the continent. In comparison to the systematized martial arts framework, they were utterly insignificant, not even worth a single hair's breadth, let alone the 9 manual, which is regarded as the source of martial arts. The Tang sect techniques were trivial in contrast. Now, with his vast reservoir of soul power and exceptional quality, combined with supreme mobility techniques like the unfettered ascension step, he, at the tender age of 6, possessed the capability to confront soul sects heathen. Yet, he could not easily display this prowess. After all, this was a world where martial souls held paramount importance. Even with unparalleled strength, lacking a formidable martial soul to serve as a face, he would inevitably struggle against the murmurs of doubt from the masses. Even if Bibi Dong, disregarding the opinions of others, chose to keep him by her side, the hidden skepticism and gossip would eventually become daggers aimed at both him and Bibi Dong. That he needed a powerful martial soul to validate his worthiness for the vast resources of the Spirit Hall's cultivation. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ling Feng's face. Even if one's innate talent is somewhat lackluster, the awakening of the extraordinary martial soul, the spirit eye, tomorrow would undoubtedly bring honor to Bibi Dong. This golden eye, imbued with a sacred aura and enigmatic essence, is clearly not of ordinary quality after all. Its origin lies with the divine eye of Erlang Shun, which upon being systematized into the Dolawa realm, has transformed directly into a true martial salon, undeniable embodiment of exceptional potential. With the foundation of this spirit eye, establishing oneself in the Dolawa continent would be more than sufficient. Should fate allow the acquisition of other divine powers from Erlang Shun in the future, not only the continent, but even the divine realm would be at his mercy. Feeling thoroughly relaxed, Ling Fong enjoyed a restful night. As dawn broke the next day, before he had fully emerged from slumber, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by an urgent shaking. Brother Ling Fong, wake up quickly. The sun is nearly shining on your backside. The golden-haired little girl clung to the headboard, tugging at his sleeve with a lively enthusiasm. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ling Fong sat up and gazed at the tiny figure with twin ponytails before him. Swear, what's the matter so early in the morning? Upon seeing him awake, Qian Renshua immediately revealed her sweet dimples, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Brother Ling Fong, hurry up. Today is the day you awaken your martial soul, and Shuer wants to witness what powerful martial soul you can awaken. With Ling Feng's companionship over the years, Qian Renshua's childhood had been devoid of much solitude. Her demeanor was no longer as cold and distant as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, it bore the vivacity appropriate for a child. Ling Fong chuckled helplessly, reaching out to tousle her soft golden hair. I understand. They'll get up right away. After a brief wash, he was eagerly tugged along by Qian Renshua toward the grand hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, Ling Fong paused momentarily, taken aback to find the hall already filled with people. Bibi Dong occupied the main seat, flanked by the elders and offerings of the spirit hall, including the often reclusive Qian Daolu, who was evidently present specifically for his martial soul awakening. After all, the talent he had displayed over the years had been nothing short of astonishing, and no one could believe that such a child would be mediocre. Even the occasional fluctuations of his soul power were sufficient to demonstrate that he was at least a promising candidate with innate full soul power. For Qian Daolu, Qian Renshua still needed to mature, and with a talent like Ling Fong by her side, he was naturally particularly attentive. Bibi Dong's gaze upon him was gentle, her lips curving into a smile. Finger has arrived? Since you are prepared, let us commence. Ling Fong nodded, inhaling deeply, and stepped slowly into the center of the formation crafted from awakening stones. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and when he reopened them, his consciousness plunged into a realm of peculiar chaos. Surrounding him was a thick, inky mist of profound yellow, boundless and silent, where even the concepts of time and space seemed to dissolve. Deep within the chaos, an awe-inspiring figure lay in tranquil slumber. Its form towered like a mountain, limbs as robust as colossal pillars, and its dense fur spread out freely like an ancient forest, each strand as resilient as millennia-old vines. His breath was steady and powerful, reminiscent of an ancient bell resonating slowly within the chaos, each exhalation stirring the surrounding currents restlessly. A profound shock surged through Ling Feng's heart as a name, deeply rooted in primordial legends, suddenly emerged Pangu, the creator deity who split heaven and earth. Ding! An unknown presence detected, unable to analyze current status, is abnormal. The system is undergoing correction. Correction complete. Current space. Hongmeng chaos. Detecting which clan bloodline, awakening bloodline power for the host. The mechanical voice resonated with an unprecedented tremor, leaving Ling Fong utterly bewildered. What kind of situation is this, where even the system cannot decipher the existence? Before the thought could fully materialize, 12 brilliant streams of light abruptly illuminated the system's space, intertwining in a mystical totem of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, gold, silver, gray, and brown hues. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Bloodline Fusion Awakening. Current bloodline. Ancestral. Which bloodline? Reward. The technique. 9 turns mysterious art. Before the ecstasy could fade, the system's alert resounded once more. Ding. Due to the host's uniqueness, a hidden mechanism has been triggered. The system has fused with the powers of the 12 ancestral witches. Reward. Divine artifact 3-pronged, 2-bladed knife, now stored in the form of a martial soul. In an instant, a surge of primordial energy erupted from the awakening formation in the real world, sweeping through the entire hall like a tidal wave. The tidal Doluos present were all taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from this 6-year-old child, as if confronting an ancient behemoth. Amidst their astonished gazes, a vague shadow gradually materialized behind Ling Fong. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, hands steadily holding a gleaming 3-pronged, 2-bladed knife, its blade shimmering with a divine light of golden red. The visage of a shadow was obscured within the halo, yet its formidable aura, which seemed to look down upon the heavens and earth, rendered all within the hall breathless. Ling Fong slowly opened his eyes, both his third eye and ordinary eyes erupting with radiant golden brilliance, 3 beams of golden light shooting towards the ceiling. Illuminating the entire hall, he gazed at the 12 runic shadows in the system space, akin to colossal pillars reaching the heavens, and a profound shock lingered in his heart. Those were the 12 ancestral witches, existences perched atop the pinnacle of the primordial world, and just the aura exuded from the swirling runes made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. He could not comprehend why such an extraordinary encounter had occurred. After dispensing the rewards, the system fell silent again, offering no response to his inquiries, merely leaving a prompt stating gradually unravel the seal of the 12 ancestral witches. Ling Fong couldn't help but smile, wryly given the strength of this seal. It seemed unlikely he would witness its full unsealing in his lifetime. Among those present in the hall, the most astonished was undoubtedly Qian Daolu. His angelic martial soul trembled subtly under the influence of that primordial aura, and for the first time, the superiority brought by a divine martial soul was suppressed, filling his gaze towards Ling Fong with incredulity. What on earth is this child's origin? And without a doubt, the one most delighted was Bibi Dong. As she gazed upon the remarkable talents of the child she had raised, a rare warmth flickered in her cold, piercing eyes. However, when her gaze fell upon the vertical pupils on Ling Feng's forehead, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Your eyes. Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of confusion, as an unbelievable thought emerged in her mind. Ling Fong reigned in his aura, the golden glow gradually receding. He lifted his gaze to meet Bibi Dong's, speaking calmly. Your Holiness, you have not misjudged this as my third martial soul, and also my innate martial soul. A collective gasp resonated through the hall, with even the most composed elders unable to contain themselves. That is it possible? He has awakened such a formidable martial soul, and yet there is a third? The snake spear Dolawa was the first to exclaim in disbelief, only to suddenly pause. Wait, a third martial soul? Ling Fong, facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, what I mean to convey is that I possess 3 martial souls. Boom! These words struck like thunder, and Bibi Dong, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. While she herself was unique in possessing twin martial souls, Ling Fong astonishingly held 3. Such a talent utterly reshaped her understanding of soul masters. The hall fell into a profound silence, with every gaze fixated on the youth standing at the center of the formation shock, elation and reverence intermingling in the air, making even the act of breathing seem cautious. Bibi Dong suppressed the tumult in her heart, striving to maintain a steady tone. Feng, what are the names of these 3 martial souls? Ling Fong responded clearly, which the 3-edged blade and the spiritual eye. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. The divine artifact held by the ethereal figure was indeed a distinct martial soul. Though it bore some resemblance to the weapon forms of angelic martial souls, its essence was fundamentally different. Ling Feng's weapon martial soul existed independently, akin to a rare accompanying martial soul. Bibi Dong softly echoed, which? What a peculiar name. Fenger, let us assess your innate soul power. Following her instruction, Ling Fong pressed his palm against the testing crystal. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, and the scale at the crystal's apex soared, ultimately stabilizing at the remarkable mark of 20. Another wave of gasps filled the hall, as the gazes directed at Ling Fong were now suffused with awe. Not only did his martial soul possess the strength to suppress divine-level martial souls, but his innate soul power was an astonishing 20, defying all norms. No wonder this child often exuded bursts of soul power. His foundation was simply too profound. Bibi Dong could hardly conceal her joy and declared, from this day forth, Ling Fong shall be the holy son of our spirit hall. Qian Daolu, seated in the foremost position, stroked his long beard, nodding slightly, offering no dissent. With Qian Renshua destined to tread the path of divinity, a powerful ally like Ling Fong as holy son was most fitting. Moreover, in his eyes, an entity capable of instilling fear in an angelic martial soul was certainly no ordinary being. Perhaps he was even chosen by a deity. Upon observing the intimate interaction between the 2 children, he could not help but envision a future where they might remain companions. A truly beautiful prospect. With this thought, his gaze towards Bibi Dong softened considerably. As he departed from the grand hall, his spirits soared like the radiant sun overhead. Qian Renshua flitted around him like a joyful bird, chattering incessantly, her golden ponytail tracing lively arcs through the air. Brother Ling Feng, your martial spirit is truly remarkable. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can you take Schwerer along to practice in the future? Ling Feng smiled and gently ruffled her soft hair. Of course. Receiving his affirmative response, Qian Renshua immediately burst into cheers, her bright laughter filling the corridor, a stark contrast to the cold and solitary persona depicted. In the original narrative, Ling Feng, watching her exuberant figure, could not help but reflect. Perhaps this was the true essence of Qian Renshua. In the original tale, the ire and neglect from Bibi Dong had burdened her with an undeserved solitude during her formative years, shaping her into a character so frigid. Now, with his presence by her side, she could finally experience a genuine and joyful childhood. As night deepened, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the bedside, outlining the silhouette of the young boy engaged in meditation. Ling Fong was immersed in the workings of the 9 transformations of profound skill when the door creaked open and a resplendent figure entered gracefully. He opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the visitor, smiled warmly. "Your Holiness, what brings you here at such a late hour, still calling me Your Holiness in private?" Bibi Dong approached the bedside, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger, her tone laced with playful reproach. "You are becoming increasingly distant." Ling Fong scratched his head and chuckled. Bibi Dong shook her head in exasperation, though warmth lingered in her eyes. "You, my dear child, I've watched you grow up. In terms of affection, I share a bond with you akin to that of your mother. Why won't you call me mother?" Ling Fong stuck out his tongue, pretending not to hear, and deftly changed the subject. "Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Bibi Dong did not press him, nodding instead. "Yes, let me see your 3 martial spirits again." There were too many people during the day to examine them closely. Ling Fong complied without hesitation. With a thought, the ethereal figure of the ancestral shaman and the sharp gleam of the tri-pronged double-edged blade materialized behind him, while his spiritual eye slowly opened, golden radiance flowing, even his eyes imbued with divine brilliance. Bibi Dong extended her delicate fingers, gently brushing over the spectral forms of the martial spirits with her soft soul power, feeling the strength they contained, nodding in approval. "All are top-tier martial spirits, especially this one called Shaman. Its aura is unfathomable, and its potential is likely extraordinary." After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze to Ling Fong, her expression now solemn. "Fonger, promise me that you will primarily cultivate the spiritual eye and the tri-pronged double-edged blade.as for the Shaman martial spirit. Wait until you break through to the title Dolawa level before adding a soul ring to it." Ling Fong nodded resolutely. "Understood." Bibi Dong smiled, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. "Do you know why I have arranged things this way? You wish for the witch martial soul to accumulate its foundation from the very beginning, ensuring that each spirit ring is at least 10,000 years old, thereby crafting a truly formidable force. Am I correct?" Ling Fong replied, blinking with certainty. "Indeed, you are astute." Bibi Dong chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Your extraordinary talent marks you as a rare genius in a millennium. Yet it is precisely because of this that you must not grow complacent. Do you understand? Talent is merely the starting point. How far one can go ultimately depends on one's perseverance." Ling Fong met her earnest gaze and nodded solemnly. "I understand, teacher." They conversed extensively, ranging from insights on cultivation to future aspirations, until the night deepened and Bibi Dong finally rose to depart. As she stood at the threshold, she cast a final glance at the youth seated in quiet contemplation beneath the soft glow of the lamp. A gentle warmth flickered in her eyes as she softly closed the door behind her. Chapter 2. The Soul Ring. "Uncle Ghost, have your skills in locating soul beasts diminished?" Ling Fong inquired, kicking aside a pebble at his feet while casting a teasing glance at the enigmatic figure cloaked in black beside him. The ghostly figure, clearly irritated, lightly tapped his forehead. The voice from beneath the hood tinged with exasperation. "Do you dare to complain? It is your lofty demands that have caused us to linger here for so long. Not only do you seek a pure mental-type soul beast, but it must also be over 1,000 years old. I truly wonder how the esteemed Pope entrusted you with such an advanced soul ring." Ling Fong rubbed his forehead, chuckling softly, and refrained from retorting. Indeed, his expectations were somewhat unreasonable. The two traversed the winding paths of the soul-hunting forest. Logically, a 1,000-year soul ring was not uncommon in this forest. The choice to remain here rather than venture further to the Stardoe forest was purely for convenience. However, mental-type soul beasts were notoriously elusive, and those meeting the age requirement were exceedingly rare. Over the past few days, they had not encountered even a shadow of one. The rewards from their sign-in remained consistently underwhelming, mostly consisting of useless trinkets. Fortunately, the guaranteed reward every 7 days was reliable, providing him with an experience capsule, which equated to a week of arduous training without any side effects, a treasure Ling Fong greatly cherished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting twilight shadows across the forest, Ling Fong halted. "Uncle Ghost, let us call it a day. It will be difficult to search in the dark." Although he had no safety concerns with the ghostly figure by his side, he did not wish to compromise his daily training for the sake of haste. A balance between effort and rest was essential for lasting progress. The ghost nodded, gesturing to conjure 2 simple tents, slipping into one while extending his mental energy. Ever vigilant of their surroundings, Ling Fong settled beside the campfire, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, allowing his soul power to flow gently in accordance with the method of the 9 turns mysterious technique. Each cycle fortified both his physique and soul power, rendering them increasingly solid. Due to the peculiarities of his system, he could bypass the soul ring and directly advance in level, yet he deliberately restrained his progress. He wished to avoid attracting undue attention with his extraordinary talent, and such a meticulously compressed breakthrough would lay a more solid foundation for his future cultivation, offering boundless benefits in the long run. Ling Fong was in no rush. He was nearly a decade older than the destined child of fate, Tang San, and this 10-year gap alone afforded him ample time for steady growth, even at the most conservative pace. Achieving the rank of Soul Sage within a decade was hardly a daunting task. He had time to carefully orchestrate his plans without the need for haste. The crackling of the campfire illuminated the tranquil profile of the youth, while the evening breeze carried the fragrant essence of the flora, gently caressing the surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, akin to the sensation of inebriation, causing the world to spin. Reacting swiftly, Ling Feng's eyes erupted with brilliant golden light, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened in response, instantly dispelling the disorienting sensation. Through the clarity granted by his heavenly eye, he discerned countless tiny red particles suspended in the air, gradually dispersing with the evening wind. Gazing towards the nearby thicket, one could discern an unusual plant growing behind several ancient trees. Its twisted vines were adorned with sharp thorns, while at the apex, dark purple blossoms unfurled, releasing clouds of pollen that cascaded from their stamens. Embedded among the petals was a peculiar, wide-open eye, intermittently emitting beams of dark crimson light. On the ground nearby, several feeble spirit beasts lay sprawled, rendered unconscious, either succumbing to the toxic pollen or struck by the crimson rays. Soon, the thorns of the plant coiled around them, dragging them towards its core, where they were gradually absorbed, creating a scene steeped in an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The specter had long sensed the anomaly but chose to remain a passive observer, refraining from intervening. He intended to seize this opportunity to hone Ling Feng's combat prowess, confident in his ability to provide covert protection. After all, it was merely a 1,000-year-old ghost vine flower, an ideal chance for the young one to sharpen his skills. With a focused gaze, Ling Fong rose, and with a mere thought, the three-pronged double-edged knife materialized in his grasp. The moment the weapon touched his hand, a weighty aura emanated from him. How formidable! This was his immediate impression of the divine weapon. Just a short while ago, when his martial soul had awakened, he could barely wield it with both hands. Fortunately, after training in the Witch Clan's technique, the Nine Turns mysterious art, combined with the strength bestowed by his ancestral bloodline, he could now effortlessly hold the knife with one hand. With golden eyes fixed on the ghost vine flower, Ling Fong shifted his stance and closed the distance with remarkable swiftness. With a flick of his wrist, the knife traced a sharp arc in the air, propelled by the force of his intent towards the menacing plant. The ghost vine flower sensed the impending threat. The singular eye embedded within the blossoms suddenly glowed ominously, and several thorn-laden vines lashed out wildly, enveloping the surrounding space in a haze of pink toxic pollen, creating a disorienting barrier. Ling Fong let out a cold chuckle and waved his arm lightly, the gust generated by the knife acting as an invisible shield, dispersing the oncoming pollen instantaneously. Realizing its tactic had failed, the ghost vine flower's solitary eye erupted with a crimson brilliance, unleashing a bizarre beam that hurtled towards Ling Fong. Just in time, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with golden light, and his celestial eye activated simultaneously, releasing a concentrated golden ray that shattered the red light with precision, cutting through the layers of vines and striking fiercely at the spirit beast's main stem. With a sharp cry, the ghost vine flower writhed in pain and fury, its multitude of thorny vines dancing like enraged serpents, their dark, venomous tips slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as they lunged at Ling Fong. He deftly tapped his foot, evading the onslaught with the grace of willow fluff caught in the wind, his three-pronged double-edged knife flashing in the light as he severed each approaching vine. Yet, this plant spirit beast possessed remarkable vitality. From the severed ends, new vines sprouted rapidly, resembling octopus tentacles as they reached for him, an unending mass of tendrils. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, seizing the fleeting opportunity amid the chaotic flurry of vines. He executed the heavenly ascension step, transforming into a fleeting shadow, narrowly dodging the dense barrage, and swiftly closed in on the spirit beast's core. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, he channeled every ounce of his condensed soul power into the three-pronged, double-edged sword, which erupted in a dazzling golden light. Now, Ling Fong uttered a low growl as the blade, imbued with immense force, struck fiercely towards the incessantly blinking red eye of the one-eyed demon. The sharp sound of the blade piercing was accompanied by a piercing sonic wave, causing the demon flower's eye to dim instantly, while the speed of its vine-like appendages dramatically slowed, their strength severely diminished. Seizing the moment, Ling Fong relentlessly pursued, his blade descending like a tempest, severing every writhing vine in his path. In mere moments, this troublesome Millennium Soul beast was rendered lifeless. Sheathing his three-pronged, double-edged sword, Ling Fong exhaled deeply. Although devoid of the enhancement provided by a soul ring, his formidable physique, refined through the Nine Turns profound art, combined with his extraordinary soul power and exquisite martial techniques, made defeating this soul beast an effortless endeavor. Moreover, as a spirit-type soul beast, it relied heavily on mental assaults. Once restrained by the heavenly eye of spirit, its combat effectiveness diminished significantly, rendering it incapable of resisting his onslaught. Not far away in a tent, the enigmatic figure gradually retracted his outward mental energy, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had intended to utilize this Millennium Demon Flower to provide Ling Fong with more practical combat experience. Despite the boy's impressive innate abilities, having grown up in the Spirit Hall, he had seldom faced true combat, inevitably lacking in practical experience. Yet, the recent skirmish had revealed Ling Feng's remarkable timing, seamless execution of techniques, and his calm demeanor in the face of counterattacks. all of which exceeded his expectations, rivaling even seasoned soul saints. This innate talent for battle was truly astonishing. Stepping out of the tent, the enigmatic figure regarded the young man standing with his sword sheathed, a rare look of approval on his face. Well done. After this battle, your practical skills have indeed improved significantly. Now, prepare to absorb the soul ring. Ling Fong took a deep breath and settled onto a flat patch of ground, sitting cross-legged. This Millennium Spirit-type soul ring had not come easily. He had searched for several days before encountering it, and he certainly would not squander the opportunity. As his soul power surged, the soul ring of the demon flower transformed into a violet radiance, slowly coiling around his form. To his astonishment, the absorption process was remarkably smooth. With the dual enhancement of his formidable mental power and the 9 turns profound art-refined physique, the Millennium Soul Ring, which would typically cause considerable difficulty for an ordinary soul master, was completely absorbed in mere moments without any turbulence in the waves of soul power. The enigmatic figure watched, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. This was a Millennium Soul Ring. Even a soul master would expend considerable mental energy to absorb it. Yet this boy accomplished it with such nonchalance. Ling Fong gradually rose, a radiant purple soul ring shimmering beneath his feet, pulsating with a solid halo of light. The enigmatic figure could only marvel silently, left with a single thought: abnormal. He believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, having attained the title of Dolawa at a young age, a rarity on the continent. However, compared to the youth before him, his own talents seemed insignificant. This speed of absorption and adaptability shattered his preconceived notions about soul master cultivation. The specter shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He stepped forward and patted Ling Feng's shoulder. "You rascal, absorbing a 1,000-year-old soul ring with such ease. Pray tell, what new soul skill have you acquired?" Ling Fong broke into a grin, and as a subtle glimmer flickered from the celestial eye on his forehead, a concentrated beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, precisely striking a century-old wind monkey darting through the forest. An uncanny scene unfolded. The wind monkey froze in place, a glint of confusion flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, Ling Feng's figure vanished into thin air, reappearing directly in front of the wind monkey, where he swiftly drew his 3-edged blade, dispatching the creature with a clean and decisive stroke. The specter's pupils constricted. As a titled Dolawa, he perceived the situation clearly. The instant the light struck the wind monkey, a faint golden mark materialized on its skin, and it was through this mark that Ling Fong executed his teleportation. As Ling Fong sheathed his weapon, he noticed the astonishment etched on the specter's face and chuckled. "Uncle Gui, my first soul skill is called Reversal of Heaven and Earth. By shooting a beam from my celestial eye to mark a target, the marked individual or soul beast becomes ensnared in a daze, the duration of which depends on my strength. Furthermore, I can instantly teleport to the marked location, and this mark cannot be erased unless the marked part is physically removed. Forced disorientation? Teleportation to the marked location? Irremovable?" The specter inhaled sharply, utterly incredulous at the outrageous nature of this skill. Setting aside the aspect of forced control, the mere ability to teleport directly in front of a target implied that, barring a significant disparity in strength, being marked effectively sealed one's fate. As he marveled internally, he suddenly caught a glint of mischief in Ling Feng's eyes. The youth casually picked up a stone, marked it, and hurled it into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Ling Fong appeared beside the stone, effortlessly grasping it. The specter was rendered utterly speechless. It could be utilized in such a manner? If one were to suddenly mark an opponent's weapon or clothing during combat, and then teleport for a surprise assault, who could possibly defend against it? Having lived for over half a lifetime and witnessed countless soul skills, the specter felt a shiver run down his spine. This skill was tailor-made for ambushes, absurdly powerful beyond reason. Ling Fong chuckled as he playfully patted the specter's arm. "Uncle Gui, it's getting late. We ought to rest." With that, he turned and strode into the tent, collapsing into sleep almost immediately. The specter watched him retreat into slumber, shaking his head in resignation. The lad had fought and absorbed a soul ring today. Indeed, he deserved a good rest. Yet, the thought of that extraordinary soul skill made him unable to suppress his astonishment. Truly, the spirit hall had struck gold this time. In the following month, the specter guided Ling Fong deeper into the soul hunting forest in search of suitable soul rings. Bibi Dong had already discerned that the celestial eye and the 3-edged blade were complementary soul manifestations, and thus instructed Ling Fong to conceal his third martial soul, the witch, while presenting this pair of twin martial souls as his primary abilities. After all, as the holy son of the spirit hall, the more prodigious his talents, the greater the legacy he would exhibit. Ling Feng's soul power steadily ascended, breaking through from level 20 to 24. The 4 soul rings, absorbed in succession, increased in age. The first was a 1,200-year-old ghost vine flower, the second, a 2,900-year-old diamond monkey for the 3-edged blade. The third was a 5,100-year-old pink scorpion queen paired with the spiritual eye, and the fourth was the 7,000-year ant king, serving as the second soul ring for the 3-edged blade. Throughout this journey, Gui Mei had transformed from initial astonishment to sheer numbness. Having lived for so long, he had never witnessed such an outrageous pace of cultivation. With a dual martial soul, each absorbed soul ring propelled him up a level. And every breakthrough was a seamless result of maximized soul power compression with an unassailable foundation. What puzzled him further was that this young man was absorbing genuine thousand-year soul rings. The first and second soul rings dared to utilize such longevity. Any other soul master would have been devoured by the soul ring's backlash. Although the spiritual eye's mental strength could withstand the haunting impact, the physical strength displayed was utterly extraordinary. Absorbing thousand-year soul rings was effortless, as if drinking water, with not a ripple of disturbance. Gue Mei found himself questioning life more than once. Indeed, the disparity among individuals could be infuriating. Observing the uncontainable pride in the boy's eyes, Gue Mei raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead, admonishing, "You impudent child, temper your pride and be cautious." Ling Fong merely smirked and obediently replied, "Understood." He recognized that he had indeed become a bit overconfident lately, for such an exhilarating experience of rapid advancement was undeniably intoxicating. Satisfied with Ling Feng's subdued demeanor, Gue Mei nodded approvingly. With curiosity glimmering in his eyes, Gue Mei inquired, "Boy, do you not intend to showcase your newly acquired soul skill?" Over the past month, Ling Fong had absorbed 4 soul rings. Aside from the first soul skill demonstrated on the spot, the subsequent 3 remained concealed, shrouded in mystery, making it tempting to want to punch him. Ling Fong chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. "I just wanted to save a surprise for you." He had always enjoyed teasing those close to him, relishing their expressions of astonishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng's third eye gradually opened, and 2 soul rings glowing with purple light rose beneath his feet. Watch closely, second soul skill, 9 luminaries eye prison. A golden radiance flashed from his third eye, and Gue Mei felt the scenery around him shift dramatically. The surrounding soul-hunting forest vanished, replaced by an extraordinary space. 9 stars hovered above, flickering with alternating brightness, while Ling Fong stood opposite him. This soul skill could ensnare enemies within an illusionary realm, and Ling Feng's voice echoed within this space. The realm was composed of 9 layers of illusionary mirrors, each building upon the last, concealing truth within illusion and vice versa, allowing enemies to gradually become lost amid the intertwining realities. The rules of this space were under my control, of course. The effectiveness depended on the disparity in strength between both parties. The more layers, the greater the consumption. With my current soul power, I could only manage to release the full 9 layers a maximum of 2 times. Gue Mei felt a jolt of surprise. 9 layers of illusionary mirrors? He endeavored to harness his mental prowess to probe the surroundings. With his cultivation as a conferred Dolawa, dispelling the illusion before him should have been a trivial task. However, the crux of the matter lay in his inability to discern whether he had truly broken free from the mirage, or how many layers of deception he had been ensnared in. This uncertainty, not knowing whether he had fallen victim or if he had entirely escaped the illusion, proved far more troublesome than simply being trapped within it. The quality of this martial soul was utterly outrageous. Even he, a seasoned conferred Dolawa, could be effortlessly drawn into an illusion. Although dispelling it was not particularly challenging, the consequences of being caught off guard in an actual battle were dire. The corners of Gue Mei's mouth twitched. Merely imagining the expressions of his old friends and the Pope upon witnessing this soul skill made him want to laugh. This young man's soul skills were increasingly monstrous. Soon, no one would dare to engage him lightly in combat. With that thought, Gue Mei dismissed the remnants of the illusion. His gaze towards Ling Fong filled with complexity. This soul skill was indeed insidious. Ling Fong, smiling, sheathed his celestial eye and, with a flicker of thought, grasped the 3-pronged double-edged blade. "Uncle Gue, now allow me to demonstrate the soul skill of the 3-pronged double-edged blade." Golden radiance erupted around him as he tightened his grip on the hilt, the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminating. First soul skill, manifestation. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him, his muscles taut and his gaze sharpened. This soul skill comprehensively enhanced my attributes. Attack power, speed, and defense would all surge, with the specific amplification correlating to one's strength. During its duration, there was also a chance to trigger critical hits, inflicting double damage. As Ling Fong reveled in the surging power within him, he explained, "However, there will be a brief period of weakness afterward. Currently, it can enhance my attributes by approximately 50 for 10 minutes, and with the additional consumption of double soul power, the duration can be extended." Gue Mei's eyelids twitched. A 50-point enhancement across all attributes? This was more extravagant than the boosts provided by many top-tier auxiliary martial souls, not to mention the critical hit effect. This young man's soul skill was truly tailored for combat. Before he could fully absorb this information, the second soul ring beneath Ling Feng's feet began to spin and glow. Second soul skill, 1000 Gene Edge. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ling Feng's figure abruptly vanished, moving with such swiftness that even Gue Mei needed to concentrate to catch a glimpse of his trajectory. A golden light shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, imbued with unmatched sharpness, piercing towards a distant giant tree. Boom! In a violent explosion, the tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, shattered beneath the tip of the blade as if made of paper, the lower portion reduced to ash, and the entire tree came crashing down. Ling Fong stood still, sheathing his blade and brushing off the wood shavings. 1000 Gene Edge can condense soul power to a high degree at the blade's tip, launching a piercing attack at explosive speed. Inflicting immense damage on a single target, with a chance to render the target immobilized. He paused to add, the probability of immobilization depends on the strength disparity between the two parties. Against an opponent of equal rank, the chance is approximately 20. Gue Mei gazed at the fallen giant tree, his expression growing increasingly grave. This soul skill, seemingly conventional, combined with the enhancement from manifestation, wielded unimaginable power. With the formidable physical strength of Ling Fong and the exceptional quality of his martial soul, it is safe to say that no soul master, even those 10 levels higher in soul power, could withstand his strike head-on. Even defensive-type soul masters would find it exceedingly challenging. Even more alarming is the fact that these two soul skills, when combined, result in an explosive enhancement of all attributes, augmented further by a penetrating burst, making it likely that a single attack in actual combat could obliterate an opponent. Gue Mei inhaled deeply, his gaze toward Ling Fong now tinged with resignation. Is this combination of soul skills truly intended to leave no means of survival for soul masters of equal rank? Gathering his thoughts, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He could already envision Ling Feng's future achievements, as long as he did not meet an untimely end. This child was destined to reach heights surpassing even that of the Pope. As for an untimely demise, that was utterly impossible. With the protection of the martial soul hall and such extraordinary talent, who would dare to harm him? The two quickly tidied their belongings and soon returned to the martial soul hall. Upon stepping through the gates, the waiting attendants promptly went to relay their arrival, and it was not long before a summons from Bibi Dong was conveyed. Standing respectfully in the center of the Pope's chamber, Ling Fong recounted his experiences in the soul-hunting forest, detailing the challenges of seeking soul rings and the effects of his new soul skills, even demonstrating the prowess of the 9 Sunai prison and the 1,000 June edge. Zhu Yueguan, standing nearby, was left speechless, while Gue Mei found amusement in observing his old friend's astonishment, as he himself had been equally taken aback moments before. Seated in the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong watched the youth confidently exhibit his strength, her eyes reflecting unmasked surprise and satisfaction. Xiao Feng, your performance far exceeds my expectations. Maintain this mindset. Yes, Your Holiness. Ling Fong replied earnestly, nodding his head. I will not disappoint your expectations. Still referring to her as Your Holiness? Bibi Dong shot him a playful glare, her tone imbued with a hint of affection, before waving her hand dismissively. Now go, and solidify your cultivation. Ling Fong bowed and took his leave, leaving only Bibi Dong and the two titled Doluos in the hall. Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan lowered their heads, observing with utmost discretion, not daring to breathe. They could easily discern the Pope's unique regard for Ling Fong. Such care that transcended the typical teacher-student relationship was not something they could comment on, so they remained silent, pretending to have seen nothing. As Bibi Dong gazed at the retreating figure of the young man, her fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, the tenderness in her eyes lingering long after he had departed. Chapter 3, Confrontation. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Fong collapsed onto his bed, staring at the intricately carved ceiling, still feeling that this all seemed somewhat surreal. Were it not for the distinct sensations at his fingertips and the lingering scent of the soul-hunting forest upon his skin, he might almost believe that his 6-year journey through time was merely an extended dream. In total, he had not yet reached 30 years of age. In his previous life, while asleep on a dormitory bed, he had been an inexperienced student untouched by the trials of society. Waking up, he found himself transformed into a helpless infant. To say he was entirely mature and composed would be misleading. The essence of youth still resided within him. Ling Fong raised his hand to touch his forehead, the skin beneath his fingertips smooth and warm, showing no signs of anomaly. As he turned to gaze into the bronze mirror, he clearly discerned a faint golden seal shimmering on his forehead, radiating a soft glow. With a subtle shift in thought, his celestial eye gradually opened, revealing a golden vertical pupil that projected a mysterious halo within the mirror. The sensation of possessing an additional eye was exquisite, akin to suddenly gaining an extra dimension in his vision, allowing him to perceive the intricate currents beneath the surface, yet it eluded description in words. Upon closing his celestial eye, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Despite his remarkable prowess surpassing that of his peers, his body remained that of a 6-year-old child. The relentless days of travel, compounded by the exhaustion from absorbing soul rings, had rendered him utterly fatigued. Before long, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. Moonlight streamed through the window curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the serene visage of the young lad, accentuating the lingering golden radiance upon his forehead. Ling Gij, wake up quickly. The sun is already shining on your backside. A crisp, childish voice echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a slight tugging sound. A petite girl with orange hair stood on tiptoe, straining to push open Ling Feng's door. Ling Fong, seated on his bed, rubbed his eyes and smiled helplessly at the fluffy golden head in the doorway. He truly hadn't anticipated that in this lifetime he would be so favored by a golden-haired little girl. First, there was the clingy Qian Renxue, and now, he had an equally tenacious Hulaina. Qian Renxue was one thing, being merely a year younger than him, but Hulaina's age gap was considerably larger, yet she clung even tighter. Before he could rise, a small figure, imbued with a sweet scent, leaped into his embrace, her soft little body radiating warmth. Instinctively, Ling Fong gently wrapped his arms around the little girl, and a sweet voice chimed in his ear. Ling Gij, it's time to teach Liena how to cultivate. Ling Fong chuckled as he playfully pinched her pert little nose. Alright, be a good girl and let your brother wash up first, okay? Liena blinked her big, watery eyes, obediently climbing down from his embrace. Yet she firmly grasped his hand. Then Ling Gij, be quick. Liena will wait for you. Ling Fong turned to glance at the figure standing in the doorway, Xiaoyu, who wore a look of exasperation while observing his younger sister. He gently addressed Liena. Liena, darling, go wait for me in the courtyard with your brother. I'll be there shortly. Liena surveyed Ling Fong, then glanced at Xiaoyu at the door, tilting her little head in contemplation before nodding earnestly. All right. But Ling Gij must hurry. With that, she took Xiaoyu's hand and flitted toward the courtyard like a joyous little butterfly. Ling Fong watched the siblings' retreating figures. Shaking his head in resignation, her energy truly surpassed that of soul beasts. Standing before the bronze mirror, Ling Fong contemplated his reflection, marveling at the extraordinary constitution of the denizens of Dolawa continent. The inhabitants of this world matured at an astonishing rate by the age of 12 or 13. They already bore an adult semblance, while those slightly delayed at 14 or 15 stood tall and robust. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Ma Hongjun could indulge in the pleasures of life at such a tender age, and even the youths depicted in the anime, at 12 or 13, appeared comparable to 20-year-olds from the outside world. 9 years had quietly slipped away, and the once child had fully blossomed into maturity. In the mirror, the youthful visage appeared strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a gem meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. The contours were distinctly defined, yet retained a gentle softness. The fair complexion exuding a subtle luster, inherently noble. His eyes, akin to a profound galaxy, shone with brilliance, concealing a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. The wisdom and tenacity reflected in his gaze far surpassed the composure of his peers. His ink-black eyebrows arched like a crescent moon, embodying both elegance and a hint of softness, enhancing his commanding presence. The high-bridged nose rose majestically, accentuating the three-dimensionality of his facial features. The corners of his lips held a natural smile, suggesting unspoken confidence and a touch of rebelliousness. His physique stood tall like a pine tree, with a broad shoulder and a narrow waist creating a striking inverted triangle, limbs long yet powerful. The musculature flowing gracefully without being overly pronounced, each movement radiating a latent vigor. The inadvertent air of authority and serenity he exuded, intertwined with an extraordinary charisma, suggested he belonged not to the earthly realm but rather descended from the celestial heavens, a transcendent being who evoked admiration at first glance. For 9 years, perhaps due to the main narrative yet to unfold, the 12 ancestors' shrine in the system's space remained utterly still, devoid of any activity. However, the daily sign-ins had never ceased, accumulating a plethora of practical consumables. Perhaps influenced by the divine insight of the spirit eye, Ling Fong increasingly felt that he was gradually imbued with the essence of the legendary heir Lang Shun, the god of manifestation. After completing his morning rituals, Ling Fong ventured into the courtyard to instruct the Hu siblings in their training. He patiently corrected their postures, adjusted their breathing rhythms, and elucidated the intricacies of soul power circulation. Liena, particularly earnest in her studies, exhibited a focused expression, and her occasional innocent inquiries never failed to elicit a chuckle from Ling Fong. As they spoke, a colorful butterfly flitted gracefully into view, settling on a branch before Liena. Her eyes sparkled with delight, instantly captivated, and she abandoned her training to chase after the butterfly. Ling Fong shook his head in mild exasperation, amused by the childlike spirit she could not conceal, and followed her with a smile. Deep in the garden, engrossed in watching the butterfly, Liena failed to notice the pebbles beneath her feet, teetering dangerously off balance. Sensing her impending fall, Ling Fong swiftly moved beside her, catching her securely. Startled, Liena looked up into Ling Feng's smiling eyes, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Ling." Ling Fong gazed down at the soft girl in his arms, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart, and gently admonished, "Nana, be careful next time. Don't be so reckless." Obediently, Liena nodded, abandoning her pursuit of the butterfly, and returned to sit beside Yu, resuming her training posture. Yet, her ears remained flushed, and her gaze was now even more focused than before. Seeing that the two little ones were settling into their practice, Ling Fong seated himself nearby, perusing the system panel. With the system's golden fingertip in hand, his training speed could indeed be astonishingly swift. Yet he has never been hasty to transcend the thresholds of rank like an ordinary soul master. Indeed, while a breakthrough in soul power can rapidly enhance combat strength, such a hasty approach may quietly diminish one's potential for growth. Over the past 9 years, Ling Fong has meticulously suppressed each level of his soul power to its utmost limit before advancing, solidifying his foundation to a degree akin to tempered steel. This almost stringent method of cultivation has rendered his actual combat prowess far superior to that of his peers. Now, after 9 years, Ling Fong has officially stepped into the realm of Soul Sage, with his soul power resting at level 74. Despite merely being a Soul Sage, he possesses ample confidence. For in the absence of titled Dolawa, none on this continent can rival him. For a decade, Ling Feng's rewards from signing in have never ceased. with an accumulation of items that have long since filled the system space. However, the quality of these rewards is distinctly tiered. White quality experience capsules are the most common, plentiful enough to fill his hands, and consuming them can offset several days of arduous training, serving as an excellent aid in compressing his soul power. Numerous green quality explosive talismans also abound. While their power is limited, they excel in portability and can serve as smoke bombs or distractions in critical moments. Blue quality items, though somewhat rare, include weapons and equipment such as short blades with armor-piercing effects and lightweight boots that temporarily enhance speed. He has gathered a few of these, which occasionally prove useful. Purple quality rewards are considerably more scarce. He recalls only a handful, such as the heart-purifying dew, which can slightly cleanse the resentment of soul rings, and the focus incense, which temporarily boosts mental acuity. Each appearance of these treasures is met with his utmost appreciation. As for red, pink, and orange high-tier rewards, he has not encountered a single trace over the past decade, nor has there been any related notifications on the system panel. The sole unexpected delight has been a golden soul ring duration enhancement voucher, which he promptly applied to his 7th soul rings of the spirit eye and the twin-edged blade, allowing both to surpass the 100,000-year mark. Presently, the remaining items in the system space are predominantly consumables of purple quality or lower. Ling Fong has a general understanding of this situation, attributing it to the fact that the main storyline of Dolawa continent has yet to unfold in earnest. Hence, the quality of system rewards remains rather restrained. He anticipates that as the narrative progresses, he may eventually sign in for even more exquisite treasures. In the afternoon, after escorting the Hulaina siblings back to their residence, Ling Fong made his way directly to the Hall of the Pope. Upon pushing open the hall's doors, he found Bibi Dong seated in the Pope's chair, eyes closed in a meditative state, surrounded by a faint aura of soul power. Ling Fong treaded lightly to her side and gently began to massage her shoulders. A soft smile unconsciously graced Bibi Dong's lips. It has been over a decade since she found this child. Teacher, I wish to venture out for a period of training. Ling Feng's voice, gentle yet resolute, resonated within the tranquil hall. Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes and turned to regard the youth behind her, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance passing through her gaze. Yet she nodded in acquiescence. Go ahead. The world outside is vast and will allow you to learn much more. Just remember, act within your means, and do not forcefully endure in the face of danger. Rest assured, dear teacher, Ling Fong smiled and nodded. I have acquired the strength to protect myself and will not easily fall into peril. Rising from her seat, Bibi Dong approached him, gently smoothing the creases of his collar with her fingers, a subtle warmth radiating from her touch. Remember to stay in contact while you are away, otherwise, I shall personally bring you back. Ling Fong chuckled at her feigned seriousness, promptly assuring her, I will send letters each month to report my safety. With a satisfied nod, Bibi Dong replied, that is more like it. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Ling Fong turned to leave the papal hall, preparing his belongings for the journey ahead. As he watched the young man's upright figure fade beyond the ornate doors, Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh, her reluctance gradually giving way to anticipation. A fledgling eagle must soar high. His domain should not be confined to the halls of the spirit hall. On the other side, Ling Fong hastily packed his belongings and made his way to the entrance of the spirit hall. Just as he was about to step through the intricately carved door, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Hulaina rushed over, breathless and visibly anxious. Brotherling, are you truly leaving? She asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ling Fong paused, bending down to gently ruffle her hair, his voice imbued with tenderness. Nana, dear, I'm merely going out for some training. I will return. When I do, I shall bring you many delightful things. Hulaina sniffled, valiantly stifling her tears, and nodded like a little adult. Then you must come back soon, Brotherling. I will miss you. With that, she stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked his cheek, the soft sensation fleeting. Ling Fong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, tousling her fluffy golden hair. I promise to send you letters every month, but you must diligently train. Upon my return, I shall check your progress. Yes. Hulaina nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. I will train hard, and when I become stronger, I will protect Brotherling. Ling Fong was further amused by her earnestness, taking her small hand to escort her back to her room, softly humming a lullaby until she fell asleep before quietly slipping away. Moonlight bathed the departing figure of the young man, tinged with reluctance, yet harboring hopes for the future. Beneath the starry night, the spirit city was ablaze with lights, and Ling Fong strolled leisurely along the cobblestone path, the patrolling soldiers respectfully saluting his presence. As the most illustrious son of the spirit hall, a twin martial soul prodigy who had already entered the soul sage realm at the tender age of 15. He was a well-known figure throughout the city, thus avoiding the absurd conflicts often depicted in novels. The evening breeze caressed his garments as Ling Fong gazed at the distant lights atop the city walls, his thoughts drifting towards the future. According to his calculations, the main storyline would unfold in a year, while his destined rival, Tang San, was merely 5 years old at present. There remained ample time for him to strategize ahead. To be fair, Ling Feng's perception of Tang San was rather unfavorable. Undeniably, he is deeply loyal to those around him. However, from the perspective of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Tang San's presence undoubtedly disrupts the equilibrium. His rise has indirectly severed the hopes of countless commoners aspiring to become spirit masters through the spirit hall system. Divergent stances render them irreconcilable. Ling Fong gently shook his head. Having already taken a stand on the opposing side, there was no reason for leniency. To sever Tang San's opportunities, the first step perhaps should commence with the soon-to-transform softbone rabbit. With a resolute decision in mind, he summoned the carriage that had long awaited him at the street corner. The coachman respectfully lifted the carriage curtain, and Ling Fong bent down to enter. The wheels of the carriage began to turn, gradually departing from Spirit City, heading towards the Stardow Forest. As night deepened, the lights outside the window faded into the distance, while his intricate plans were only just beginning. The dusk tinted the edges of the Stardow Forest, and Ling Fong stood in a clearing, the golden emblem on his dark robe swaying gently in the evening breeze, with the exclusive moonblade mark of the holy sun of the Spirit Hall flickering in the twilight. Behind him, 7 spirit rings illuminated sequentially, their purple, black, and red auras swirling, casting alternating shadows across his handsome visage. His objective was clear: to locate the recently transformed Xiao Wu. With his current strength, he could contend with ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts, while he still needed to exercise caution around the formidable sky blue bull python and other mightier creatures. As for the Titan giant ape, he felt somewhat emboldened to engage. Ling Fong strolled leisurely through the forest, his pace unhurried. The surrounding spirit beasts posed no threat to him. With his spirit saint prowess, as long as he did not provoke the 10,000-year ferocious beasts in the core area, he could traverse this forest with ease. Days slipped by unnoticed as he adeptly dealt with numerous obstructive spirit beasts and ill-intentioned individuals, his figure gradually delving deeper into the heart of the Stardow Forest. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from the treetops, prompting a slight smile from Ling Fong as he paused momentarily. A petite figure leaped down from the branches, her brown hair styled into a scorpion tail braid, and her lively, large eyes were filled with vigilance. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, keenly identifying the scarcely noticeable rabbit ears atop the girl's head. It was indeed the Xiao Wu he sought. Upon landing, her pink skirt fluttered gently, and she tilted her head, scrutinizing the young man before her, her clear eyes brimming with caution. "Human, you have ventured deep into the Stardow Forest. Are you not afraid of never returning?" she challenged, hands on her hips, striving to appear fierce, though her voice betrayed a hint of tremor. The intangible pressure emanating from the young man instinctively instilled a sense of danger within her. Ling Fong softened his tone, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward, deliberately restraining his aura to appear harmless. "I am Ling Fong, merely here to hone my skills in the forest, with no intention of causing offense. Yet, dear little one, do you not feel the peril of being alone in such a deep forest?" Xiao Wu blinked, somewhat flustered by his amiable demeanor, her prepared retort caught in her throat. With a slight huff, she feigned composure, declaring, "This girl is not afraid. I am well acquainted with this forest. However, you should hasten your departure." As I spoke, my feet subtly retreated a half-step, ever ready to flee. Ling Fong observed her subtle movements with keen interest and paused, his tone earnest. "I bear no ill intent. Have you become separated from your family? If it is not too much trouble, I would be willing to escort you a portion of the way." Just then, a chilling sense of oppression surged forth from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a deafening, low growl that sent tremors through the ground. Ling Feng's brows furrowed sharply. Could it be the Titan giant ape? Had it arrived so swiftly? Xiao Wu's face drained of color. She had never anticipated that Ming would appear at such a moment. As she opened her mouth to issue a warning, she beheld a golden pattern abruptly illuminate on Ling Feng's forehead, a singular golden eye with a vertical pupil gradually unfurling. The divine light shimmered in his originally dark eyes. Behind him, 7 soul rings of violet, black, and red ascended in sequence. As the ethereal shadows of his twin martial souls, the spiritual eye and the tri-pronged double blade, materialized simultaneously. The 14 radiant halos of the soul rings intermingled, and he gripped tightly the cold, glimmering tri-pronged double blade. Xiao Wu was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, and unable to utter a word. Though young, she understood the arduous journey of a human soul master. This boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, had already attained the rank of soul sage. Even more astonishing, he possessed twin martial souls, with his first soul ring beginning at a millennium, and even boasting 200,000-year soul rings. Such talent utterly shattered her perception of soul masters, momentarily causing her to forget the impending crisis posed by the Titan giant ape. Ling Fong raised his hand to firmly grasp the hilt of his blade, and the first black soul ring behind him suddenly blazed with light. 6th soul skill, law of heaven and earth. An immense surge of soul power flooded into his limbs, and a colossal avatar materialized behind him, his form swelling several times over, drastically enhancing his strength, speed, and defense. The tri-pronged double blade in his hand also expanded, its blade shimmering with a faint golden glow, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. Immediately after, the striking red soul ring beneath his feet erupted with radiance. True martial soul. Thousand-arm Shura Calamity. The avatar behind him transformed into the visage of a Shura war god with 3 heads and 6 arms. each arm wielding a distinct tri-pronged double blade. The glimmering blades intertwined, forming an impenetrable web of lethal light, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Ling Fong lifted his gaze towards the depths of the forest, his eyes sharp as an eagle, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, a thunderous sound of trampling echoed from the forest's depths, as a colossal lava giant ape roared forth. Its crimson eyes fixated on Ling Fong, and its fist, as large as a small hill, bore down with immense force. Accompanied by a fierce wind that tore through the air, aimed directly at his avatar. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing a flurry of thousands of blade shadows from the tri-pronged double blade in his avatar's hand. As the blade light passed, the space around it subtly distorted, infused with a fierce edge capable of tearing souls apart. Clang! The colossal blade and the ape's fist collided with a thunderous crash, and Ling Fong felt an overwhelming force surge toward him. The ground beneath the law manifestation shattered instantly, carving deep ravines as he was forced back several steps. In this contest of strength, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. However, Ling Feng's reflexes were remarkably swift. The three-pronged dual-edged blade in his other arm sliced through the air, empowered by the spatial force that intertwined with the law manifestation, striking precisely at the old wound on the Titan giant ape's fist. With a sharp sound, the keen blade breached its defenses, leaving a trail of blood. Roaring in pain, the Titan giant ape's assault faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Fong unleashed a third blade, its unmatched brilliance aimed directly at the creature's head. The blade's wind as fierce as lightning. The Titan giant ape's pupils constricted in alarm, hastily raising its other fist to block while leaping back 100 meters, narrowly evading the lethal blow and creating distance between them, watching Ling Fong warily. A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips as the golden light around his law manifestation surged. First soul skill, manifestation of glory, amplification. All attributes soared once more, the radiance of the three-pronged dual-edged blade growing ever more intense. With his gaze locked onto the giant ape, two black soul rings glimmered beneath his feet. Fourth soul skill, fiery inferno ignition. In an instant, crimson golden flames engulfed the blade, the raging fire exuding a terrifying aura capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, distorting the very air around them. Third soul skill, blade radiant slash. Ling Fong shouted once more, the law manifestation wielding three blades ignited with crimson golden flames. Three immense flaming blade arcs streaked toward the Titan giant ape, like meteors piercing the sky, accompanied by a howling wave of heat. The Titan giant ape's pupils constricted again as it beat its chest with a thunderous roar, its body swelling rapidly in response, muscles bulging like stacked rocks. Its defenses doubling in an instant, able to withstand most physical attacks while numbing its pain. At the same time, a flowing lava shield emerged around its exterior, glowing with a searing red light. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming blade arcs struck the shield repeatedly, the tremendous impact causing the Titan giant ape, renowned for its strength, to stagger back a half step, the lava shield dimming slightly as a result. Before the giant ape could catch its breath, Ling Feng's law manifestation spun around, sending three more blade arcs slicing through the air. This time, the arcs struck the vulnerable points of the shield with precision, a cracking sound echoing as the lava shield shattered inch by inch. The crimson golden flames carved three deep gashes into the Titan giant ape's thick skin, igniting upon contact and emitting a pungent scent of charred flesh. Uttering a pained roar, the Titan giant ape, though somewhat resistant to flames, found itself tormented by the spatial power entwined within Ling Feng's blade arcs. The spatial fluctuations that tore at its wounds felt like countless needles piercing its flesh, causing it to tremble in agony. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, the law manifestation spinning rapidly once more, ultimately merging the three blade arcs into one, exponentially amplifying their might, transforming into a crimson golden torrent that surged through the heavens and earth, aimed directly at the Titan giant ape with an unstoppable momentum. No! Xiao Wu's pupils dilated in horror as she recklessly charged toward the giant ape, her voice filled with panic. The Titan great ape, filled with both surprise and fury, found itself with no avenue for escape. Resolutely, it gathered its strength and swung its colossal fist, intending to withstand the impending blow. Yet, at the very moment its fist was unleashed, it missed entirely. The devastating blade of light grazed past its head and soared into the heavens, forcefully cleaving through the dense layers of clouds, revealing a pristine night sky. Stunned, the Titan great ape froze in mid-motion, its fist suspended in the air, casting a perplexed glance at Ling Fong, unable to comprehend why this lethal strike had suddenly veered off course. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Ancestral Witch. Ling Fong dissipated his martial soul's true form and descended to the ground, a faint sense of weakness coursing through him. However, for one who bore the essence of the Ancestral Witch, this minor depletion was nearly negligible. Not far away, the Titan great ape and Xiao Wu remained on high alert, their expressions taut with vigilance, creating a palpable tension in the air. Ling Fong, with an air of resignation, directed his gaze towards the Titan great ape, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you calmed down now? Can we converse civilly? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the Titan great ape's dark visage, acknowledging that it had indeed acted first, and it was all the more awkward to realize it had gained no advantage. Yet, its coal-like skin could not conceal its emotions, resulting in a deep grunt of acquiescence. Xiao Wu, however, continued to glare at Ling Fong indignantly. You are a villain. Why did you attack Erming? Ling Fong sighed softly, exercising patience in his explanation. Little one, I am not a villain. It was your Erming who initiated the confrontation, and my actions were purely in self-defense. Then why are you here? Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, remained obstinate, asserting, you might be here to harm us. Ling Fong raised his hands in a gesture of openness, his tone calm. The Star Doe forest is vast. How could I possibly know I would encounter you here? I merely came to train in the forest, and just as I paused to rest, your Erming charged at me with great ferocity. Listening to their exchange, the Titan Great Ape scratched its head, letting out a muffled grunt, refraining from further argument. Xiao Wu's expression softened somewhat. After a moment's contemplation, she said, fine. Since you are not a bad person, you may rest here for a while. But you must promise me not to harm the soul beasts in the forest. Noticing the atmosphere had eased, Ling Fong got straight to the point. Are you the transformed form of the soft-bone charm rabbit that has lived for 100,000 years? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape tensed instinctively, with Erming gathering its strength, muscles coiled and ready, prepared for any sudden aggression from Ling Fong. Ling Fong gestured towards his dark robe. Do you recognize the origin of my attire? Xiao Wu shook her head. She had never encountered such garments before. The fabric, adorned with intricate dark patterns, emanated an inexplicable aura of grandeur and sanctity, unlike any human clothing she had ever seen. It was then that Ling Fong remembered he had changed out of the standard robe of the spirit hall, shaking his head in resignation as he turned to venture deeper into the Star Doe forest. Come, I know about your mother's situation. Perhaps there is a way to save her. Mother? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with hope, instinctively wanting to follow, but was halted by the Titan Great Ape. Erming scrutinized Ling Fong with increasing suspicion. This human not only discerned Xiao Wu's identity at a glance, but also seemed to possess knowledge of the soft-bone rabbit's past. Despite appearing weaker, he had managed to overpower a Titan in their earlier encounter, which was undeniably perplexing. Ling Fong did not turn back, resolutely advancing in the direction from which the Titan Giant Ape had come, as if assured they would follow. The Titan Giant Ape hesitated for a moment, and ultimately placed Xiao Wu carefully upon its broad shoulder, trailing steadily behind Ling Fong. This arrangement allowed it to observe the movements of the others while ensuring Xiao Wu's safety in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The only sound that remained in the forest was the thunderous rhythm of the Titan Giant Ape's footsteps, echoing through the tranquil night as it gradually ventured deeper into the woods. Ling Feng's original plan was rather simple, to first become familiar with Xiao Wu and later seek opportunities for deeper interaction. However, just moments ago, during his encounter with the Titan Giant Ape, the long-dormant ancestral shrine of the shaman in his spiritual realm stirred with unexpected activity. A faint green light emanated from the shaman's pillar, which symbolized vitality and the laws of nature. As the green light swirled, a message flooded into his mind. The key to awakening the shaman was to gather the scattered essence of spring and bring it to the altar, requiring the collection of the life force from all living things, so that the shaman's spirit might awaken from the radiant light. Ling Fong quickly grasped the implication. In essence, it was about stirring the vitality of all living beings. Whether it was the exuberance of life at its inception or the revival of desiccated bones, both were fundamentally manifestations of the flow of life. The problem, however, was that he currently lacked the ability to invoke this vitality. He needed to first master a portion of the shaman's divine power to do so. Yet obtaining such power required him to complete the trial of awakening life. This was, quite frankly, a deadlock. The only solution seemed to lie in personally achieving a resurrection of desiccated bones, using tangible actions to infuse life into the altar. Surely, he could not rely solely on nurturing plants to complete the trial, could he? Destined to revive a living being, Ling Fong decided to seize this opportunity with Xiao Wu. Coincidentally, the system had once provided him with a 3-minute experience card for the reincarnation eye, known for its unparalleled efficacy. The ocular power contained within this Dojutsu, at the level of the Otsutsuki, should be more than sufficient to resurrect a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. In this way, he could both fulfill the trial of awakening the shaman and cultivate a bond with Xiao Wu, truly a twofold gain. With his steps unwavering, Ling Feng's mind was already calculating the possibilities. As he walked through the forest, fine rain began to fall from the sky, yet not a single drop touched him. An invisible soul power barrier discreetly shielded him from the rain. Upon entering the core region of the Star Doe Great Forest, the surrounding air suddenly thickened, and even the sound of the wind ceased abruptly. A colossal figure, obscuring the sky, slowly rose from the heart of the lake. Its azure scales shimmered in the dim light. It was none other than the current visible king of the Star Doe, the sky blue bull python. Its vertical pupils glimmered like jade, coldly fixing their gaze upon Ling Fong, while a deep voice resonated with overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Human, this is not a place for you to tread. Ling Fong remained composed, fully prepared. If he could not contend, he could certainly retreat. I wish to propose a trade. I can revive this soft-bone rabbit, that little creature's mother. As the words left his lips, the azure bull python erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying aura, causing the tranquil surface of the lake to surge into colossal waves. Dark clouds swiftly gathered above its head, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously within the depths of the cloud. Absurd. The voice of the azure bull python resonated with indignation and skepticism. Once a soul beast perished, its spirit dissipated. How could one speak of resurrection? Ling Fong stood with crossed arms, his tone casual. Believe it or not, I possess my own methods. If you are unwilling to trust, I shall take my leave. The azure bull python remained silent for a long moment, its massive form trembling slightly from emotional turmoil, before finally speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Should you dare to deceive us, you shall endure the most excruciating punishments this world has to offer. Meanwhile, the Titan great ape subtly shifted its stance, silently blocking Ling Feng's retreat, fully prepared for any eventuality. Xiao Wu, perched anxiously on the shoulders of Ming, stamped her feet in distress. Had she not been firmly restrained by the Titan great ape, she might have rushed forward to agree. In her heart, even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of reuniting with her mother was worth risking everything. However, the considerations of the azure bull python and the Titan great ape were evidently far more profound. Having failed to protect Xiao Wu's mother, they could not afford to gamble with anything that might threaten her safety. Yet, witnessing the redness in Xiao Wu's eyes as she grew increasingly anxious, the two formidable beasts ultimately sighed in resignation. The azure bull python's jade-green vertical pupils fixated on Ling Fong, its voice deep and thunderous. We shall grant you our trust this once. But should you harbor any ill intentions towards Xiao Wu, we will ensure you pay the price, even at the cost of our lives. The Titan great ape thumped its chest heavily, emitting a low growl of threat, tacitly affirming this decision. Seeing the two beasts acquiesce, Ling Fong no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, he activated the long-sealed reincarnation eye experience card. In an instant, a pair of profound reincarnation eyes ignited in the night, emanating an aura of terrifying power comparable to that of a minor deity, radiating outwards from him as if the very air was frozen by this force. Although this power still fell short of the Divine King's realm, it was sufficient to shake the very foundations of the forest. Fortunately, the system had securely locked the fluctuations within the core area of the Stardow Forest, ensuring not a trace escaped to the Divine Realm, thus evading the awareness of any deities. Almost the moment the reincarnation eyes opened, a dull roar resonated from the heart of the Stardow Forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and even the waters of the lake's center rippled with bizarre undulations. A stream of black and gold light pierced through the air, crackling with furious lightning. It was the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Detion, suspended in midair, its golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Ling Fong. The dragon's might radiated as if it were a tangible force. Following closely behind, Bai Ji lightly tapped her toes in the void. An aura of life more robust than ever enveloped her, resembling a moving realm of secretive forests. Typically gentle, her eyes were now filled with vigilance. As an emerald glow swirled in her palms, the overwhelming soul power of 10,000 years of soul beasts poised and ready to unleash. A deafening roar erupted from the clouds, as the imposing figure of the king of all beasts descended, shattering the mist. Its limbs stood erect like steel needles, surrounded by thorns that exuded a noxious miasma. It stood shoulder to shoulder with the emperor, its massive form trembling slightly with an acute sense of vigilance. Instinctively unsettled by the unfamiliar pressure emanating from Ling Fong, two figures subsequently burst forth from the forest. One was engulfed in roaring flames, its black-red body adorned with 3 heads radiating fierce light. Indeed, it was the hellhound, Qi Wang. Without uttering a sound, it fixed its burning gaze upon Ling Fong. The other figure, the dark golden claw bear, revealed its gleaming claws, the sharp sound of its talons slicing through the air creating subtle fissures in the surrounding space. Each breath it took exuding a mountain-like oppressive force. Lastly, there arrived the Hell Dragon King, Ji, who hovered nearby, gathering a sphere of solid purple flames in her mouth, the destructive aura within distorting the air, as if at the slightest provocation, she would unleash flames capable of turning her adversary to ashes. The ferocious beasts suspended in a horned formation above the core of the stars presented a sight unseen in millennia, though they maintained a certain distance from one another. At this moment, they formed an unspoken barrier, fiercely guarding the life lake behind them, a cradle of countless lives, creating an atmosphere so dense it felt as if it could ignite at any moment. Ling Fong regarded the encroaching beasts, a serene smile gracing his lips. It appeared that all had gathered. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Fong, also known as the true monarch of the clear source and profound path. He hovered in midair, the divine pressure enveloping him rendering the beasts momentarily hesitant to act. The essence emanating from him far surpassed that of soul beasts over 100,000 years old, an invisible shackle weighing upon their hearts, invoking an instinctive reverence. Not far off, the Titan giant ape had already taken refuge behind the azure bull python, with Xiao Wu retreating to a safe distance. They dared not intervene in a confrontation of such magnitude, instead watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. Ling Fong disregarded the wary gazes of the beasts, continuing with a calm voice that resonated clearly in each of their ears. There is no need for alarm. I am aware that the Silver Dragon King is present. However, I am not here for her, nor do I harbor any hostility. The mere mention of the Silver Dragon King sent shockwaves through the hearts of the beasts. While they had anticipated the extraordinary capabilities of the divine being, they had not expected him to possess such intimate knowledge of the Silver Dragon King's existence, which elevated Ling Feng's perceived threat to unprecedented heights. Yet, Ling Fong paid no heed to their reactions, proceeding directly toward the life lake. Block his path. The emperor called out sharply. The beast's expressions shifted dramatically, poised to thwart him with all their might when a voice, cool and crystalline like the sound of jade striking stone, reverberated from the depths of the life lake. Stand down. Though soft, the voice carried an undeniable authority. The forms of the emperor and the other beasts momentarily froze. Despite their unwillingness, they could only suppress their agitation and reluctantly step aside, their eyes fixed intently on Ling Feng's retreating figure, diving into the depths of the life lake. Passing through a barrier imperceptible to the ordinary, Ling Fong landed steadily on the ground of a unique space. Before him stood a graceful figure with waist-length silver hair, a gentle smile illuminating her face. Greetings, Silver Dragon King. Or perhaps I should call you Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna turned around, her exquisite visage devoid of expression. Her voice as cold as ice. How much do you know? Almost everything. Ling Fong replied with calm assurance. Are you here to kill me? She inquired again, her tone betraying no hint of emotion. Not at all, came Ling Feng's equally succinct response. Why? Their dialogue unfolded with an eerie tranquility, lacking any palpable tension. Ling Fong refrained from a direct answer, instead bringing his hands together to harness the power of the reincarnation eye. A gentle white light illuminated his palms, within which a familiar figure gradually took form. It was the ethereal rabbit dance, Wu Mei. She lay weakly on the ground, her eyes closed, breathing shallowly yet steadily, clearly in a state of resurrection. At this sight, Gu Yuna could no longer maintain her composure. Shock flickered in her beautiful eyes. Resurrection, a supreme divine ability possessed solely by the goddess of life. Could this human boy before her be connected to that goddess of the divine realm? Observing her deep in thought, Ling Fong surmised her concerns and spoke up. There is no need for speculation. I have no ties to the 5 divine kings of the celestial realm. This statement did not dispel her confusion. Rather, it deepened the perplexity reflected in Gu Yuna's gaze. How could one wield such extraordinary life-giving powers without being associated with the divine kings? As Wu Mei was revived, an invisible thread of pure vitality quietly surged into Ling Feng's body. In his spiritual sea, the ancestral witch's temple suddenly glimmered with faint light. His fingertips still tingling with the warm touch of the life principle, the pale green halo in his palms yet to dissipate completely. Ling Fong held his breath, fixated on the ancient statue of Zhu Meng atop the stone platform, his heart thundering within his chest. Just moments ago, that vitality had precisely flowed into the divine pillar representing Zhu Meng, causing the previously cracked blue stone statue to shimmer with a hazy jade-like luster. Green tendrils seeping through the fissures, reminiscent of the first sprout emerging from parched earth. The statue's closed eyelids trembled ever so slightly. A movement so minute it was nearly imperceptible, yet Ling Fong caught it clearly. Those eyes held the legendary power of the ancient deity who presided over the growth of flora. What shook him even more was the sudden illumination of the once dim jade orb atop the bronze staff in the statue's hand, a tiny point of light sparking to life, accompanied by an almost inaudible hum emanating from within the statue, as if the heart that had slumbered for eons had stirred gently in that moment. The air around them thickened with the essence of vegetation, and the withered leaves scattered across the stone platform began to unfurl their curled veins at a visibly rapid pace, as if yearning to be rejuvenated. It moved, it truly moved. Ling Fong instinctively stepped forward, excitement igniting in his eyes. Yet, this exhilaration quickly solidified into a stillness on his face. That jade-like radiance lasted barely 3 breaths before swiftly fading. The green vitality within the fissures extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a tempest. The point of light atop the bronze staff flickered twice, ultimately failing to break through the thick layer of dust, sinking back into profound silence. The statue's eyelids remained firmly shut, and the faint hum abruptly ceased, as if everything that transpired moments ago was merely an illusion. Ling Fong gazed at the statue, now returned to its silent state, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimming. Yet, within his heart, he understood that the vitality brought forth by reviving a soul beast that had slumbered for 100,000 years was but a mere flicker, far from the true awakening of the ancestral shaman, Zhu Meng. The stone pedestal once again fell into a profound silence, save for the lingering warmth of the vitality rule that still faintly radiated from his palm. He extended his hand to lightly touch the frigid fingertips of the statue, sensing a trace of feeble vitality. Insufficient, still inadequate, he murmured to himself, tracing the deepest crack at the corner of the statue's eye with his fingertip. This thread of rule power could at most rouse Zhu Meng from his slumber for a fleeting moment, yet it was woefully inadequate to shatter the seal of millennia. Ling Fong observed the statue's tightly closed eyes, silently feeling the ripples of that brief moment. The might of Zhu Meng was indisputable. Even the faintest glimmer of awakening exhibited a power comparable to an ordinary reincarnation eye, though not as domineering as the Otsutsuka-level reincarnation eyes. It firmly reached the caliber of a secondary deity. More importantly, the thread of vitality rule power bestowed upon him by awakening Zhu Meng was precisely what he needed at this moment. With this power as a testament, perhaps he could alleviate some of Gu Yuna's wariness. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Ling Fong lifted his gaze towards the ever-silent Gu Yuna, softly stating, "I know you harbor many questions." Gu Yuna did not respond but quietly regarded him, her silver hair flowing in the gentle light of the lake. Her gaze profound as the abyss, neither urging nor inquiring, seemingly waiting for him to unveil the answers voluntarily. Ling Feng's voice echoed in the tranquil depths of the lake, carrying a timeless resonance. The 12 ancestral shamans, they are beings that truly wield the rules of heaven and earth in another realm. He paused, allowing his words to ripple through the water. They are neither soul masters nor soul beasts, nor do they strictly qualify as deities. Yet they are closer to the essence of the world than any deity. Gu Yuna lightly tapped her bare feet on the warm lake bed, her silvery tresses swaying gently with the water flow. Having witnessed the pinnacle of power on the Dolawa continent and felt the supreme pressure of the divine realm, she was intrigued by Ling Feng's mention of the ancestral shamans, the moonlight coiling around her fingertips solidifying quietly. Stronger than the Shura god and the others? Much stronger. Ling Fong affirmed with a nod, his eyes seemingly alight with starlight. The method I employed to revive the creature earlier originated from the ancestral shaman Zhu Mang. He commands the vitality of flora. With a mere thought, he can transform a barren wasteland into a lush forest, and with anger, he can make vast expanses of vegetation with her. Should he step into this realm, the life force of the goddess of life would pale in comparison to him, akin to a candle's flame encountering the blazing sun. His voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. And then there is Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman who governs the ultimate flames. These are not martial souls nor soul skills, but the very essence of the flame rules. Ordinary fire would not even qualify to approach him. Gu Yuna's delicate brow furrowed slightly, the moonlight at her fingertips gently swaying. She could sense the palpable strength in Ling Feng's words, a power that transcended the mere illusion of existence, a direct dominion over the very fabric of rules. Indeed surpassing the comprehension of Dolawa continent. To wield the rules, what difference is there from divinity? Deities draw upon the power of rules, while the ancestral witches embody the essence of those rules. Ling Fong casually picked up a fallen water plant, tracing an invisible outline upon the ground. The Earth Mother Ancestral, which governs the cycle of life and death, her thoughts alone commanding the reincarnation of all beings. The Xianming Ancestral, which controls frost, rain, and snow, with a mere wave freezing vast expanses. Such is the true power that can shake the very foundations of the world. He lifted his gaze to Gu Yuna, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. The 12 of them each preside over a facet of rules: wind, thunder, water, fire, life, death, space, together forming a complete world. Not even a god king, nor the supreme deities of the divine realm, could withstand the entirety of ancestral witch power. They would likely retreat in trepidation. Gu Yuna's pupils constricted slightly, and after a moment of silence, her gaze drifted into the depths of the lake of life, where the darkness was most profound. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and witnessed the rise and fall of countless strong beings, she had never conceived that rules could be wielded with such exquisite mastery. The 12 ancestral witches spoken of by Ling Fong seemed to exist in another dimension. Their might surpassing the realm of mere combat, reaching an absolute domain of rules. Truly, an existence that defies belief. Gu Yuna murmured softly, the moonlight that danced at her fingertips quietly dissipating into the waters. Such power was likely unparalleled throughout the entire divine realm, let alone the coexistence of 12 such beings. Seeing her moved, Ling Fong understood. Even if she did not fully believe, the seed of conviction had already been planted within her heart. In the days to come, as he awakened more ancestral witches, even if only one were to truly revive, it would be sufficient to earn Gu Yuna's complete trust, even if their full might could not yet be displayed. Now, it was time to stoke the flames further. Ling Fong slowly approached Gu Yuna, gently grasping her hand. Gu Yuna hesitated, intending to withdraw her hand, when a warm surge of vitality flowed into her body through his palm. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a gentle force akin to a tender sprout, coursing through her meridians. Where it passed, the dark injuries wrought by years of power depletion began to heal quietly, as if a trickle of life had been infused into the nearly exhausted ocean of soul power, alleviating the sharp pain that had lingered deep within her bones. Most astonishing was the source injury within her, corroded by the Shura laws, a mark that seemed all but irreparable. Now, encased in green light, it trembled slightly, its edges even emanating a faint vitality, like an icebound river beginning to thaw. Gu Yuna abruptly opened her eyes, her silver-purple pupils filled with disbelief. She could distinctly perceive the changes within herself. This was no ordinary healing soul technique, nor could it be compared to the life energy of a 100,000-year soul beast or the divine power of the goddess of life. This force, devoid of violent impact, was like the most delicate thread, precisely mending every damaged foundation within her, even smoothing the fatigue that had burdened her soul for millennia. Ling Fong withdrew his hand, observing as her pallid complexion gradually blossomed with a hint of color. The divine power of Jumong governs life and revival, proving most effective against such primal wounds. However, the forces at my disposal are currently limited, allowing me only to achieve this modest outcome. Gu Yuna raised her hand to touch the wrist that had just been grasped, where a faint warmth still lingered. Having lived for countless millennia, She had encountered innumerable extraordinary abilities, even experiencing the healing divine power of the divine realm, yet she had never witnessed such a pure and overwhelming force of life rules. Merely a trace of it equated to what she could restore after a century of arduous cultivation. Is this indeed the divine power of the ancestor witch? Gu Yuna inquired softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Although she had been moved by Ling Feng's earlier description of the 12 ancestor witches, it paled in comparison to the profound shock she felt now, having experienced it firsthand. This transcended the mere dichotomy of strength. It was a crushing dominance at the level of fundamental rules. This healing ability, which pierced straight to the essence, served as both a nemesis and a boon to all living beings. Ling Fong nodded, observing her visibly improved complexion, and remarked with a smile, "It is but the most insignificant fragment. If I were to obtain the complete divine power of Jumong, not only would this injury be trivial, but even a soul scattered to the winds might have a chance at reversal." Gu Yuna fell silent, her silver-purple eyes gazing deeply into Ling Feng's. She finally comprehended that the ancestor witch, as referred to by this human, might indeed be in existence far beyond the understanding of Dolawa continent. The divine power bestowed by Jumong had allowed her, teetering on the brink of collapse, to feel a long-lost vitality. She noted that the purple reincarnation eye in Ling Feng's gaze had vanished, and his aura had returned to the ordinary level of a soul sage. Yet the trepidation in her heart had not diminished in the slightest. After a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke. "Why?" This was the second time she had posed this question today. "I wish to revive Jumong, and I require your assistance," Ling Fong replied with candor. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna nodded, her tone calm. "I have conditions, but I will not fully align with you," Ling Fong interjected, preempting her words. Gu Yuna was momentarily taken aback, still processing her thoughts, when he continued, "My goal is symbiosis. I intend to create an entirely new system for acquiring soul rings, known as soul spirits." The waters of the lake of life rippled gently, and the moonlight coalescing at Gu Yuna's fingertips swayed softly with her emotions. She lifted her gaze to Ling Fong, her voice carrying a hint of subtle probing. "Are you suggesting that in the future, soul masters need not hunt soul beasts to obtain their soul rings?" This question had been buried in her heart for so long that she had almost come to believe it was an unattainable luxury. Ling Fong replied, "Not only that. The soul spirits I speak of represent a wholly new form of coexistence." He brought his two fingers together gently. The soul master provides a nurturing environment and opportunities for growth, while the soul beasts, in their soul spirit form, accompany them, sharing strength and striving for greatness together. No hunting, no animosity, but rather a true partnership. Gu Yuna's silver-purple eyes suddenly narrowed, her voice imbued with a chilling coldness. "Partnership? Do you not realize the blood feud that runs deep between soul beasts and humans, etched into the very marrow of our beings? How many soul beasts have perished beneath the rings of the title Dolawa, and how many soul masters have fallen to the claws and fangs of these creatures? Such is the accumulated pain of countless ages, the unwavering obsession she has harbored for millennia in the Star Do forest." "I understand." Ling Feng's voice was deep yet resolute. "Yet hatred ought not to be the eternal theme. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong prey upon the weak, a truth immutable. Whether it be humans hunting feeble soul beasts or formidable soul beasts devouring humanity, this is the very cycle of nature." He gazed at Gu Yuna, his eyes as clear as polished jade. "Yet, this cycle should not be an inextricable knot. The strong can safeguard the weak, and the weak can gather strength, rather than resorting to relentless slaughter and destruction. In the future, soul masters shall no longer massacre the innocent for soul rings, and soul beasts shall no longer cower in fear. Mighty soul beasts may choose to forge contracts with compatible soul masters, pursuing higher realms together, while the weaker ones can flourish freely under the protection of rules until they are worthy to choose their own paths." "Rules?" Gu Yuna keenly seized upon this term, her tone laced with scrutiny. "Who shall establish these rules? And by what right shall both parties adhere to them? Through strength, and, more importantly, through consensus." Ling Fong rose, casting his gaze toward the brilliant expanse deep within the Star Do forest, pulsating with the essence of soul beasts. "When I can muster sufficient strength to shatter the old equilibrium, when both soul masters and soul beasts can glimpse hope within the new rules, just as the divine power of the sun god can heal your wounds, so too can this new order mend the scars of this continent." He turned, his gaze fervent as it met Gu Yuna's. "Gu Yuna, I assure you, one day, I shall enable humanity and soul beasts to truly coexist. The strong shall possess their own glory, and the weak, their vitality. The law of the jungle shall still prevail, yet it shall no longer be a justification for mutual destruction. In that time, beneath the moonlight of the Star Do, perhaps humanity and soul beasts will stand side by side in true solidarity." Gu Yuna regarded Ling Feng's sharply defined profile, the unwavering conviction within him stirring the first subtle ripples in her silver-purple eyes. She had witnessed the avarice and hypocrisy of countless humans, yet never had anyone dared to make such a groundbreaking promise, nor had anyone exuded a determination capable of shaking the heavens as Ling Fong did through mere words. Perhaps this human, endowed with the power of the ancestral witch, could indeed bring about a different kind of change. She delicately raised her hand, her fingertips entwined with the lingering vitality, sensing a faint thaw in the long-frozen corners of her heart. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yuna slowly nodded. Her voice soft as a breeze caressing willow leaves, yet imbued with undeniable authority. From this day forth, all soul beasts of the Star Dove Forest shall regard you as they would me. No sooner had her words been uttered than this directive transformed into an imperceptible sound wave, precisely reaching the consciousness of every soul beast over 100,000 years old. In the skies above the Lake of Life, the ferocious beasts led by Di Tian trembled in unison. They heard it clearly. This was the edict of the sovereign of soul beasts, signifying that this was not a matter for negotiation, but an ironclad law that must be obeyed, leaving no room for defiance. The consequences of disobedience sent a chill down Di Tian's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily, too fearful to contemplate further. He gazed at the shimmering Lake of Life, his eyes seemingly piercing through the layers of barriers to rest upon the figure that had altered the very fabric of the spirit beast realm. In that moment, Emperor Tian clearly comprehended that henceforth, the Star Dove Forest and indeed the entire spirit beast world was poised to welcome a new master. His name was Ling Fong. Acknowledging the sentiment, Ling Fong nodded, having accomplished his purpose for this journey. He cradled the slumbering Wu Mei in his arms and turned to step into the light beyond the barrier. Gu Yuna watched the direction of his departure, her silver-purple eyes swirling with emotions, the rhythm of her heart, tumultuous and unsteady, resonating distinctly in the silence of the barrier. As Ling Fong leaped beyond the confines of the Lake of Life, he beheld Emperor Tian leading a multitude of fierce beasts, all kneeling in unison, their deep and respectful voices echoing around the lakeside. We greet our master. Ling Fong did not refuse them. Some customs must be established from this very moment. Although Emperor Tian and the others perceived Ling Fong suppressing his aura, none dared to show even a hint of disdain. The palpable divine pressure still reverberated in their minds. And moreover, the figure he held, the long-lost 10,000-year-old soft-bone charm rabbit, Wu Mei, was an astounding sight. The miracle of her revival transcended their comprehension of power. Not far away, the Tianqing bull python stared in astonishment at this scene, the vast golden vertical pupil swirling with shock and peculiarity. Only after Emperor Tian and the others respectfully withdrew did he, alongside Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape, step forward, his gaze complex as it fell upon Ling Fong and Wu Mei in his embrace. Xiao Wu caught sight of her mother's familiar silhouette, and her pent-up emotions burst forth, rushing towards her with tears streaming down her face. Ling Fong raised a hand to gently pat her back, then called out, Bai Ji. Bai Ji lightly tapped the surface of the lake, drifting towards him like a willow leaf, her voice still as soft as water. What are your commands, my master? Ling Fong passed her the still sleeping Wu Mei. Please take care of her until she awakens. I have urgent matters to attend to and will not linger in the forest. Bai Ji nodded in acknowledgement, accepting Wu Mei while instinctively reaching out to gently pat Xiao Wu's back, offering her comfort. Ling Fong turned to the lakeside, his voice resonating with authority as he called, Emperor Tian. Upon hearing his name, Emperor Tian immediately approached, bowing and clasping his hands in anticipation of orders. Please instruct us. My master. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the assembled fierce beasts, his tone calm, yet imbued with immense gravity. You may begin preparations. Inform all clans to select a spirit beast of at least 100 years of cultivation to stand by. In a span as short as 20 years or as long as 50 years, I shall create a new form of life, known as the soul spirit. He paused, enunciating each word with clarity. From now on, soul spirits will replace spirit rings, becoming the means through which soul masters acquire power. In due time, true coexistence shall be achieved, and the spirit beast clan will possess a genuine foothold in this world. As his words concluded, Emperor Tian trembled violently, and the fierce beasts nearby widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. If this could truly be realized, would the spirit beast clan finally escape the fate of being hunted for their rings? This was, indeed, a hope that could overturn the entire spirit beast realm. Even though the rule of the survival of the fittest remains unchanged, it is still infinitely preferable to exist under the shadow of the human soul master's blades. In an instant, a fervent light ignited in the eyes of the ferocious beasts, their gazes directed at Ling Fong, filled not only with awe, but also an almost frenzied anticipation. Chapter 5, Star Luo. The morning mist had yet to disperse, but the edge of the Star Dove Forest was already bathed in a delicate golden glow. Ling Fong cast a final glance at the vast green ocean that loomed behind him. Be cautious on your journey to Star Luo. Came the voice of Gu Yuna from behind, her silver-purple figure perched upon the branches of an ancient tree, her silvery hair rustling in the morning breeze. She did not approach but regarded him from afar, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Ling Fong turned and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, once I have resolved all matters, I will return with a more complete understanding of the laws of vitality. I will heal your wounds. The revival of Zhu Meng and the path of symbiosis we agreed upon both require time. Gu Yuna nodded slightly, the moonlight that had gathered at her fingertips quietly dissipating. With a wave of her hand, a lustrous white scale fell into Ling Feng's palm. This is a dragon scale talisman. Should you face a life and death crisis, shatter it, and I will sense your location. Ling Fong tightened his grip around the warm talisman, a sense of warmth flooding his heart as a radiant smile spread across his face. Thank you. However, on this continent, There is currently no one who can harm me. With no further hesitation, he turned and stepped onto the narrow forest path. The morning dew dampened his garments, and the fallen leaves beneath his feet rustled softly. While behind him, the life-giving lake that had nurtured countless legends gradually receded from view. Trailing behind Ling Fong was a graceful figure clad in a purple dress. None other than the Hell Dragon King, ZG. This was an arrangement made by Di Tian, who had grandly labeled it as providing assistance to Ling Fong. Yet Ling Fong was well aware of the underlying motives. Di Tian lacked the courage to overtly monitor him, likely intending to use ZG's beauty to win him over. Dragons inherently possessed a certain allure, and with Di Tian's calculating mind, it was instinctive to consider such strategies. This inclination was woven into his very being. Even after living for thousands of years, he could not alter the instincts of his draconic nature, let alone the habits deeply rooted in his bloodline. Nevertheless, one must concede that Di Tian's gamble this time was astute. Ling Fong never prided himself on being a paragon of virtue. If he desired something, he would pursue it without concern for others' opinions. ZG, the Hell Dragon King, was a rare beauty in the world. Even if she did nothing while remaining by his side, she was a delight to behold. Moreover, purple is a color of great elegance. Returning to ZG, it is worth noting that Di Tian could not command her. As a fellow Dragon King, her nature was inherently rebellious, and she had long been aware of Di Tian's intentions, thus would not easily acquiesce. Her following Ling Fong was purely out of curiosity and admiration. ZG had always been drawn to strength. Although Di Tian was powerful, he had yet to reach the standards she held in her heart. In contrast, Ling Feng's enigmatic prowess, striking appearance, and transcendent demeanor perfectly matched her vision of an ideal companion. As she gazed at Ling Feng's retreating figure, ZG found herself lost in thought, a soft blush subtly gracing her cheeks, even tinting her ears with a delicate hue of pink. Meanwhile, Ling Fong, oblivious to her reaction, continued his stride towards the edge of the forest. Upon traversing the miasma that surrounded the Star Doe forest, Ling Fong deliberately slowed his pace. The area was noticeably sparse of soul beasts, with a few low-tier creatures occasionally peeking out, only to hastily retreat upon sensing ZG's aura. A reaction born from reverence for the stronger beings. Upon stepping out of the final dense thicket, sunlight suddenly poured down, causing Ling Fong to squint slightly. The vista before him opened up dramatically. The undulating sea of trees abruptly ceased, giving way to an expansive plain that stretched endlessly. On the distant horizon, the meandering outline of a main road became vaguely visible, accompanied by the distant chime of copper bells from trading caravans, bringing with it a hint of earthly warmth. This marked the boundary between the Star Doe forest and the outside world, a mere step away from two entirely different realms. Numerous teams of soul masters had already gathered by the roadside. Some called out loudly in search of teammates, while others energetically promoted the prowess of their respective groups, creating a cacophony of voices. Ling Fong raised a hand to adjust his attire, carefully concealing the jade pendant gifted by Guyu Na close to his person, his fingertips still able to feel the stone's smooth warmth. Star Luo Empire, he murmured to himself, a spark of eager anticipation flickering in his eyes. As one of the most powerful empires on Dolawa continent, its royal lineage had deep ties to beast martial souls. He was already well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the Tiendo royal family, yet the Star Luo Empire remained a mystery to him. After taking a moment to orient himself and confirming the vague outline of a town at the end of the main road, he stepped forward, seamlessly merging into the flow of people heading towards the outside world. The sunlight elongated his shadow, while the Star Doe forest gradually faded into the morning mist behind him. Walking alongside ZG on the main road, no one dared to approach them, let alone attempt to flirt with her. Indeed, though this enchanting lady in purple did not deliberately exude an aura of pressure, she possessed an inherent air of aloofness that clearly signaled her unapproachability. Even the most stunning beauty must be able to safeguard her life. No one was foolish enough to gamble with their existence. As they arrived at the outpost established by the Spirit Hall, the soldiers stationed at the entrance immediately recognized Ling Feng's identity, straightening their backs and saluting in unison, their voices resonating like bells. "We greet the Holy Sun." Ling Fong nodded slightly and cut to the chase. "Prepare a carriage. I wish to travel to Star Luo City." The leading squad captain promptly acknowledged the command and swiftly set about making the necessary arrangements. In just a moment, an ornate four-wheeled carriage, pulled by two magnificent steeds, came to a steady halt before Ling Fong, its exterior adorned with golden patterns symbolizing the Spirit Hall. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon the cobbled path of the starry forest's outpost. Ling Fong lightly tapped the side of the carriage, his tone casual as he beckoned, "ZG, please enter." ZG's fingers, resting at her side, curled slightly, and a trace of unease flickered in her beautiful eyes. Once a dominant force within the starry forest, she could face a titled Dolawa with composure. Yet, at this moment, a simple invitation from him tightened her heart. In her mind, Ling Fong stood on equal footing with the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, and the respect she held for the Silver Dragon King, along with the boundaries of their master-servant relationship, had long been ingrained. This perception instinctively cast a similar aura of distance between her and Ling Fong. "After you, my lord," she instinctively replied. There need not be so many formalities. However, Ling Fong interrupted her directly, stepping aside to lift the carriage curtain. revealing a seat adorned with soft brocade cushions inside. The golden sunlight illuminated the slight lift of his lips, softening his usual aloof demeanor. The journey is long, and it can be quite stifling to sit alone. His tone was so natural. It felt less like a command to a subordinate and more like a casual invitation between friends. As ZG gazed into his eyes, devoid of any oppressive weight, her taut nerves inexplicably relaxed. After a moment's hesitation, she softly acquiesced, adjusted her attire, and gracefully entered the carriage. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, producing a rhythmic sound. And within the carriage, silence enveloped them, allowing them to hear each other's gentle breaths. ZG sat demurely in the corner, her gaze fixed on the swiftly retreating shadows of trees and fields outside, while her ears, betraying her control, picked up on the movements of the person beside her. Ling Fong was meticulously unfolding a map of the Star Luo Empire, occasionally noting details with a pen, the soft rustle of his fingertips across the paper surprisingly comforting. The Soul Arena of Star Luo is quite intriguing, he suddenly remarked, lifting his gaze from the map. I've heard their royal martial spirit is the evil-eyed white tiger, known for its immense explosive power. Would you be interested in witnessing it? ZG was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to initiate such a conversation. Being a naturally fierce creature drawn to strength, her instinctive curiosity about powerful beings swiftly overshadowed her initial reticence. Indeed, the bloodline of the White Tiger clan is formidable. However, I have heard that the royal family of Star Luo has been rather average in combat prowess in recent years, lacking even a titled Dolawa. Ling Fong raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. Oh, shall we make a wager? Upon our arrival in Star Luo City, we can suppress our powers to the same level, and you can test your skills in the Soul Arena against their royal descendants. Let us wager, ZG blurted out. And only after the words escaped her lips did she realize the casual tone she had used with her lord, causing her to bow her head in sudden embarrassment. I misspoke. No matter, Ling Feng's laughter came, warm as the afternoon sun. This is not a formal occasion. There is no need for such restraint. He paused, his gaze resting on her tense shoulders, his tone growing more earnest. You are not one to be dependent on others. These words fell like a stone into the serene lake of ZG's heart, sending ripples of realization through her. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, accustomed to the reverence or fear that her power evoked, yet few had ever acknowledged her strength so candidly, especially coming from Ling Fong, who stood on equal footing with the Silver Dragon King. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and met his smiling eyes. Within those profound depths, there was no trace of condescension, only mutual admiration and candor, which warmed her heart inexplicably, dissipating much of her earlier reticence. As night fell, their carriage arrived at a roadside inn, where Ling Fong instructed the coachman to rest. During dinner, he ordered an array of dishes, deliberately placing a platter of perfectly roasted spirit rabbit meat before ZG, casually suggesting, try this. It may differ from the wild delicacies you enjoyed in the forest. ZG gazed at the sizzling, oily meat, the aroma mingling with the sweetness of the sauce wafting towards her, and upon observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, she silently picked up her chopsticks. The warm juices of the meat melted on her tongue, a comforting warmth spreading from her stomach to her heart, alleviating some of the fatigue from their journey. In the following days, their interactions gradually shed the initial awkwardness. ZG discovered that Ling Fong was not only unfathomably powerful, but also possessed an astonishing breadth of knowledge. He could engage her in discussions about the obscure secrets of the starry forest's depths, accurately critique the strengths and weaknesses of various soul beasts, and even elaborate on the intricate origins of a long-forgotten soul beast legend she mentioned. With each revelation, her admiration for him deepened. Her innate admiration for strength had initially stemmed from his status, but she found herself increasingly drawn to his wisdom and demeanor, especially when witnessing his occasional casualness, pausing to admire a delicate trinket by the roadside or displaying a serious expression when discussing the future of soul beasts. She began to realize that this master was vastly different from the imposing figure she had first imagined. Ahead lay the border of Xinglua City. Ling Fong lifted the curtain, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, his fingers lightly tapping the window frame. Beyond this threshold, the walls of Xinglua City would come into view. ZG leaned closer to the window, following his gaze. The setting sun gilded the layered mountains, their majestic silhouettes in twilight resembling slumbering giants, silently guarding their territory. She could distinctly sense the subtle majesty radiating from Ling Fong, not intentionally displayed, yet forming an invisible barrier that caused nearby soul beasts to keep their distance. This pressure was not overwhelming but carried a weight that instinctively inspired awe. Has the master been to Xinglua before? She inquired softly, her gaze lingering on the distant mountain shadows. I have been here a few times, Ling Fong replied, turning his head to meet her expectant, shimmering eyes. A faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. But this time, with your company, it should be even more interesting. ZG's heart skipped a beat, as if gently nudged by something, and she instinctively turned her gaze to the window. Yet, a subtle blush crept into her ears, causing them to warm slightly. The carriage glided smoothly over the cobbled road at the border checkpoint, gradually making its way towards the city of Xingtian. Within the confines of the carriage, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The initial reserve dissipated, replaced by an indescribable softness and tacit understanding. As Ziji gazed out at the fleeting scenery, a thought unexpectedly blossomed in her mind. This companionship seemed rather delightful. The spirit hall of Xingtian loomed majestically at the city's heart, its white marble edifice emanating a gentle luminosity in the twilight, resembling a slumbering giant. Ling Fong followed the guiding attendant through the intricately carved corridor, with Ziji maintaining a half-step distance behind him. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she cautiously surveyed the passing soul masters, only relaxing her taut shoulders upon entering the designated courtyard. Tonight, they would rest here. Ling Fong pushed open the wooden door of their chamber. A subtle waft of incense mingling with the evening breeze greeted him. Ziji nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping over the meticulously trimmed shrubs in the courtyard. I shall first inspect the surroundings. Before she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a faint purple shadow, darting through the courtyard, her garments fluttering like a butterfly in flight. Moments later, the shadow solidified, and she lowered her gaze to report, no ambush detected. But there are two presences of soul Dolawa level to the west, likely belonging to the temple's guardians. Ling Fong approached the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of Xingtian that sketched a hazy silhouette. The relationship between the Xingtian royal family and the spirit hall has always been delicate. This branch may not be entirely trustworthy. You must be weary from your journey. After dinner, why not take a stroll in the city and procure some cherished items? Upon hearing this, Ziji immediately furrowed her brow. Does the master intend to act alone? Indeed, Ling Fong replied, lightly tapping the window ledge with his fingertips. His gaze growing somber. The Xingtian royal family had been unusually active of late, especially the first prince, Davis, who was far from benign. The royal family seldom engaged with the outside world, and bringing Ziji along would only risk exposure. I shall accompany you, Ziji declared without a moment's hesitation, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination. With the malevolent white tiger of the Xingtian royal family and the titled Dolawa as guardians, it is far too perilous for you to venture alone. Ling Fong turned to face her, noting her tightly pressed lips and rigid jawline, clearly indicating her seriousness. He knew Ziji's nature all too well. Though she appeared aloof and proud, she was fiercely protective of those she cared for, and once she made up her mind, she would not easily relent. This infiltration necessitates the concealment of our presence. Too many people would only complicate matters, Ling Fong explained, softening his tone. That is not the same. Ziji stepped forward, urgency lacing her voice. I am not a defenseless weakling. In terms of stealth and speed, few in the entire Xingtian Great Forest could rival me. Should anything happen to you, she paused, ultimately swallowing the latter part of her sentence. But the worry in her eyes spread like ripples in water. She had already come to deeply respect Ling Feng's formidable strength, and after traveling together these past few days, his safety had become her utmost priority. Moreover, the depths of the Xingtian royal family were fraught with hidden currents, and she could not bear to watch him face danger alone. Ling Fong regarded the redness at the corners of her eyes and suddenly chuckled softly. What is this? Are you afraid I cannot handle myself? Ziji felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Yet she held her head high. I merely wish to prevent my lord from taking unnecessary risks. Very well. Ling Feng shook his head in resignation, a flicker of warmth blooming in his eyes. You may accompany me, but you must heed my commands and refrain from acting independently. He understood that Ziji's prowess could indeed be of great assistance, but more importantly, he could not disregard the pure concern reflected in her eyes. Instantly, Ziji straightened her back, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. I shall obey. The tension in her profile softened, and her entire demeanor lightened considerably. Ling Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, the gesture so natural it seemed as though he had performed it countless times before. First, let us dine. We shall commence our endeavors once night falls. Ziji's body stiffened slightly, a faint blush creeping to her ears, yet she did not shy away. Moonlight flowed into the courtyard, elongating their shadows upon the azure bricks, while an unspoken understanding quietly rippled through the air. The night enveloped them like ink, and the streets of Xingdo City shed the clamor of day, leaving only the soft whispers of the evening breeze rustling through the treetops. Ling Feng's fingertips were enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of soul force, weaving a delicate veil that seamlessly blended their presence into the surrounding shadows. Like wisps of smoke, they glided silently over the high walls of the Zhu residence, landing without disturbing even a blade of grass. This way, Ling Feng murmured, his voice low as he swiftly surveyed the layout of the estate. Relying on the map he had previously memorized, he led Ziji stealthily towards the inner courtyard. As a vassal family of the Xinglua royal lineage, the Zhu residence was heavily guarded, with patrolling sentinels wielding soul-guided lamps passing by at intervals, yet none could detect the two figures so close at hand. Ziji followed closely behind Ling Feng, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a vigilant light in the darkness, absorbing the subtle fluctuations of soul power around them. She could distinctly sense the illusionary waves emanating from Ling Feng, as if he had cast an invisible net of perception that not only perfectly concealed their forms, but also artfully distorted the surrounding soul energy, rendering them merely a fleeting breeze to the patrolling guards. Such exquisite control astonished her, and as she gazed at Ling Feng's silhouette, her admiration deepened with an unspoken conviction. The two deftly evaded several hidden soul-guiding surveillance devices and eventually halted outside two adjacent courtyards. The plaques above the doors were inscribed with Zhuluan Courtyard and Zhuqing Courtyard, the residences of the two current young mistresses of the Zhu family. There is something amiss with the soul energy fluctuations here. Ziji quietly approached the window, her nose twitching slightly as she whispered, "There is a faint scent of bewitching grass, masked by other fragrances." As a fearsome beast that had lived for tens of thousands of years, her sensitivity to the essence of soul plants far surpassed that of ordinary soul masters. Bewitching grass was an exceedingly rare herb, thriving under conditions so stringent they bordered on the impossible. It could only grow in the habitats of the spirit beast clan and required specific soul energy environments and climates to flourish. Yet, this harsh limitation endowed it with unparalleled potency. Once crafted into an enchanting aroma, it could silently infiltrate the sea of consciousness, subtly influence thoughts, and even manipulate the mind without the individual's awareness. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Ling Fong silently unfurled an almost imperceptible illusory barrier, completely isolating the internal and external auras. He gently pushed open the slightly ajar window, allowing his gaze to pierce through the heavy darkness and settle within the room. The chamber was elegantly adorned, with wisps of aromatic smoke rising from an incense burner, exuding a sweet and soothing fragrance that appeared to be merely a calming scent. However, through Ling Feng's spiritual vision, he discerned that the delicate aroma was intertwined with strands of gray mist, seeping into the air as if it were alive. With a deft flick of his fingers, a wisp of gray mist was drawn out through the window, coalescing into a barely tangible substance in the palm of his hand. As his fingertips brushed against the mist, a frown creased Ling Feng's brow. It was an exceedingly rare toxic fragrance. A single inhalation posed no harm and could even alleviate one's spirit, yet prolonged exposure would insidiously accumulate a soul imprint within the body. Once activated by the practitioner's specific soul force, it could influence a person's emotional judgment and even distort their memories and perceptions. Ziji's complexion shifted dramatically. How could the Zhu family use such a substance in their daughter's room? We must investigate. Ling Fong entered through the window, with Ziji shadowing him closely. The room was deserted. It seemed Zhu Zhuyun had yet to return, having been taken away by Davis to cultivate their relationship. The two meticulously searched the room and finally discovered a yellowed journal hidden beneath an old vanity box beneath Zhu Zhuyun's bed. Ling Fong opened the tome, and the graceful script revealed an undeniable sense of repression. It chronicled the experiences of the women of the Zhu family throughout the generations, since the first Zhu woman married into the Dai family hundreds of years ago. The incense in the room had never ceased. The Dai prince would always present this fragrance, which enhanced cultivation and soothed emotions, to his fiancée E. And it had been the same for me. The text resembled an ordinary young girl's diary, yet it clearly documented the evolution of her emotions, from initial skepticism and vigilance to an increasing affection and dependence on the Dai royal family, subtly influenced by the incense. Ling Feng's gaze deepened as his fingertips traced the paper's surface. What may have initially been a means to win the affection of the Zhu women had long since transformed insidiously. The journal hinted obscurely that the soul imprint would be completely activated by the Dai matriarch on the wedding night, after which, regardless of their premarital stance, the Zhu women marrying into the Dai family would become utterly devoted to the royal family, even at the cost of turning against their own kin. No wonder, Ling Fong mused, closing the journal with a contemplative expression. Throughout the generations of intermarriage with the Xingluo royal family, the women of the Zhu family would invariably side with the Dai family. Even amidst the bloody struggles for succession, they remained steadfast. It was never out of willingness, but rather due to the firm control exerted by such means. Recalling previous whispers of the strained relationship between the sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, it seemed inextricably linked to the rivalry between the two Dai princes. It now appeared that these blood-related sisters had unknowingly been ensnared by the toxic fragrance, with their fates quietly predetermined by the curling smoke. However, the influence of this toxic scent had yet to take root deeply. Thus, this presented Ling Fong with an opportunity. He closed the journal, his gaze settling on the curling azure smoke rising from the incense burner, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. In a bid to consolidate power, the Dai royal family resorts to such insidious methods to control marital alliances. Even more laughable is the Zhu family, aware of this yet complicit through generations. The waters of Xingluo run deeper than one might imagine. Ling Fong stowed the journal into the soul-guiding device, his fingertips shimmering with illusionary energy, merging their presence back into the surrounding shadows. Let us proceed. There is another place we must verify. Ziji nodded and followed. Yet her heart churned with unease from the revelation they had just uncovered. She lifted her eyes to Ling Feng's silhouette, the moonlight filtering through the window casting a cold sheen upon his shoulders. Though his expression remained obscured, the taut line of his shoulders betrayed the simmering anger hidden beneath his calm demeanor. Perhaps, by following this individual, she might indeed witness a different outcome. The two figures silently melded into the night, leaving behind only the lingering azure smoke from the incense burner, which wafted through the empty room, silently narrating the secrets obscured by power and desire. Exiting the courtyard of the Zhu sisters, Ling Fong led Ziji stealthily towards the depths of the Zhu family estate. The night grew ever denser, the patrols having changed shifts, their footsteps increasingly frequent. The guards in the core area were evidently more stringent than elsewhere. Before the Zhu family ancestral hall, Ling Fong lowered his form, the illusionary energy swirling subtly between his brows, cloaking their figures within the deep shadows cast by the pillars. Narrowly evading a passing squad of guards, ZG's gaze fell upon the tightly shut doors of the ancestral hall, where faint golden soul patterns lingered. She whispered, "There is a protective formation. It is a mother-son linked array. Once triggered, the entire estate will be immediately alerted." She could distinctly sense the soul energy flowing through the formation. Though not of the highest caliber, it was commendably discreet and intricately interlinked. Ling Fong gently tapped his brow. The domain of the 9 luminaries eye suddenly expanding to envelop the entire ancestral hall door. The swirling golden soul patterns began to distort, blurring as if disturbed ripples on water. "Follow my lead. Step precisely in my footprints," he instructed, shifting his feet so that each step landed precisely in the gaps between the energy nodes of the array. ZG closely followed, acutely aware of the soul energy beneath her feet being deftly guided and diverted by the illusion, quietly avoiding the triggering of alarms. As they crossed the threshold, the air inside the ancestral hall was thick with the rich scent of incense, intermingled with an oddly sweet fragrance that created an unsettling aroma. At the center of the hall, an altar was meticulously adorned with the tablets of the Zhu family's ancestors, and within the leftmost hidden compartment, Ling Fong discovered a zetonwood box. Opening the box revealed a rolled animal skin manuscript and a small vial of deep purple powder. The manuscript meticulously detailed the preparation methods for the peculiar incense, from material selection to precise proportions, even noting how to adjust the formula based on different martial soul characteristics to ensure the soul imprint could accurately attach to the target's body. The vial contained the core ingredient for the incense, its mouth left uncapped, emitting a scent that made ZG furrow her brow, faintly sensing a disturbance in the soul energy. "Look here." Ling Feng's fingertip traced the annotations at the end of the diagram, the handwriting starkly contrasting with the previous elegant notes, bearing a distinctly masculine flair, forceful yet devoid of warmth. The Dai lineage could invoke soul seals, and the daughters of the Zhu family were required to burn incense daily from the moment they came of age until they wed into the royal family. This was the very foundation of the Zhu family survival. ZG's gaze lingered on the phrase "the foundation of the Zhu family survival." A chilling sensation unfurling from the depths of her heart, her fingertips trembling slightly, to attach themselves to the royal family. They would reduce their own daughters to mere tools for maintaining connections, willingly subjected to such control for centuries. Though she had lived for tens of thousands of years and was accustomed to the brutal survival of the fittest in the world of soul beasts, she had never fathomed that human families would resort to such self-destructive means to cling to existence, even their bloodline inheritance becoming a bargaining chip. Ling Feng meticulously stowed away the beast skin diagram and incense powder, his gaze sweeping over the rows of memorial tablets within the ancestral hall. In the flickering candlelight, those frigid wooden plaques seemed to weep silently, recounting the fates of countless Zhu women ensnared by the incense. The Dai royal family wielded clandestine methods to control their subordinate clans, while the Zhu family traded their daughters for protection. His voice was low and tinged with a hint of coldness. The power balance of the Xinghua Empire was indeed founded upon such sordid transactions. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside the ancestral hall, accompanied by hushed conversations drifting in. "The incense has been freshly prepared tonight. The lady specifically instructed that the second miss must use it on time. Rest assured, by the time it was delivered, the second miss was already fast asleep. I lit it myself." As the footsteps faded, ZG's hand instinctively clenched into a fist, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. Her voice laced with suppressed fury. They were all too aware of the incense's nature. This was the price beneath the weight of power. Ling Feng's voice carried a trace of chill as he raised his hand to dispel the illusions surrounding them. They had seen all that needed to be seen. It was time to depart. The two figures melded once more into the night, leaving the Zhu family residence, where the moonlight of Starry City continued to cast a cold glow. ZG glanced back at the silently brooding estate cloaked in shadows, her tumultuous emotions difficult to quell. She turned to Ling Feng, observing his calm demeanor, yet beneath it lay a profound awareness of the gravity of their situation. "My lord, what shall we do next?" The night breeze swept through, carrying the scent of grass and trees as Ling Feng and ZG quietly descended outside Zhu Zhuqing's courtyard. "Take these two little ones away." ZG nodded in agreement, a gentle wave of soul energy enveloping Zhu Zhuqing on the bed. Simultaneously, a wisp of soul energy escaped Ling Feng's brow, silently probing Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, deepening her slumber. In a flash, the two figures vanished with the girl from the courtyard. Later, when Zhu Zhuyan returned to her own quarters, Ling Feng employed the same method to render her unconscious, while also sending forth a faint soul energy to infuse into both her and Zhu Zhuqing, temporarily suppressing the quietly burgeoning soul seal. "We must stabilize them for now. We need to find the antidote swiftly to eradicate it completely," Ling Feng murmured, gesturing for ZG to carry Zhu Zhuqing while he carefully assisted Zhu Zhuyan. Two young maidens, enshrouded in an illusion, lay in a deep slumber, their long eyelashes gently resting, blissfully unaware that they had been whisked away from the silent prison that had held the fates of generations. Princess ZG cradled Zhu Zhuqing tenderly, gazing upon the girl's pallid visage, her heart swelling with indignation. These yet-to-bloom lives were to be exploited by their family as mere pawns in the game of power, ensnared in invisible shackles to be manipulated at will. Following closely behind Ling Fong, they maneuvered through the realm of illusion, their forms gliding like fleeting lights past the layers of guardians at the Zhu family estate, unimpeded in their escape. Just as they were about to leap over the high walls of the estate, a violent surge of soul power erupted from the direction of the ancestral hall, signaling that the theft of the rosewood box had been discovered, along with the anomaly in the hall's protective formation. Stop them! There are intruders! A piercing cry shattered the night, illuminating the Zhu estate in a sudden blaze. Countless guards brandished weapons, rushing toward the inner courtyard, while two concealed soul Dolawa guardians soared into the air, their formidable soul power unfurling like a tide over the estate, searching for the trace of the intruders. Go! Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as the realm of illusion around him expanded abruptly, distorting the probing soul power that pursued them. With a deft leap, he and Ziji transformed into fleeting shadows, barely escaping the impending onslaught as they burst forth from the Zhu family estate. Do not let them escape. The wrathful roar of the Zhu family patriarch echoed behind them, a formidable wave of soul power lashing out like a whip, only to bizarrely veer away upon contact with the illusionary barrier, crashing heavily to the ground and erupting in a cloud of dust. By the time the Zhu family members emerged with soul-guided lanterns, the streets above lay desolate, the only sound being the night wind stirring a few disturbed leaves. As if the heart-stopping chase had been nothing more than a fleeting mirage. Chase them. Conduct a citywide search. The patriarch trembled with fury. The theft of the ancestral treasure and the disappearance of the two young ladies was a grave affront to the Zhu family. Despite their mobilization of all forces to seal the city gates, meticulously scrutinizing inns, and even summoning patrols dispatched by the Star Luo royal family, not a trace of suspicious activity could be found. Ling Feng's 9 solar eye illusion, a 9-layered realm, not only concealed their forms perfectly, but also distorted their aura and traces. They had evaded detection and returned to the Spirit Hall's branch long before the Zhu family could fully react. When the news reached the Star Luo Imperial Palace, Dai Hao shattered the table before him in a fit of rage, splinters flying. The Star Luo Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, wore a grim countenance, his soul power nearly coalescing into substance, fury threatening to shatter the palace's dome. Incompetence. A pack of imbeciles. The emperor's roar reverberated through the grand hall, his frustration palpable as he lamented the Zhu family's inability to safeguard 2 daughters, let alone protect their ancestral treasure. Immediately issue orders to seal all entrances and exits of Stardo City. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth, I want them found. Standing in the hall, Davis's expression was as dark as ink, his fists clenched tightly. Zhu Zhuyun is not only destined to be his future princess, but also a crucial pawn in solidifying the position of the crown prince. Her abduction is undeniably a blatant provocation to the dignity of the royal family. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Father, please quell your anger. I suspect that it was the people from the Wuhuan Temple's branch who acted. Their movements have always been shrouded in secrecy. No, the emperor's furious exclamation interrupted him. Yet he ultimately restrained his impulse to confront the Wuhuan Temple directly. The influence of the Wuhuan Temple on the continent is intricately woven. And although the Xinglua royal family is powerful, they are reluctant to tear apart their facade so easily. Moreover, the fact that the adversary could abduct someone right under the noses of 2 soul Dolawa from the Zhu family indicates their unfathomable strength. Acting rashly at this moment would only lead to disgrace. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew increasingly tense due to the emperor's restraint. Even the candle flames seemed to tremble in fear. The Zhu family was in utter disarray. The elderly patriarch knelt on the cold ground of the ancestral hall, gazing at the empty space in the dark corner, trembling with rage, his bony fingers tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Yet he could grasp not even a shadow of the intruder. The elders of the clan were in a flurry, sending wave after wave of scouts to investigate. But the only news they received was that no suspicious traces had been found. The guards responsible for patrolling that night were all subjected to punishment. Yet none could explain what had transpired, only vaguely recalling that the wind that night felt unusually chilly, and during their patrols, they constantly felt their eyelids growing heavy, as if they had unknowingly missed something crucial. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Wuhuan Temple's branch, Ling Fong had thoroughly eradicated the hidden soul marks within Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing using celestial beams. Ziji stood by the window, listening to the distant sounds of the search and the faint shouts, a cold smirk playing on her lips. The Xinglua royal family and the Zhu family are in a frenzy, but alas, even if they turn the entire Stardo City upside down, they will not find anyone. Ling Fong gazed out at the night sky over Stardo City, a faint smile gracing his lips upon hearing her words. He turned to look at the 2 young women sleeping in the adjoining room, the moonlight spilling through the window onto their serene faces. The palace in the distance remained brightly lit, and the search of the Zhu family estate was still in full swing, yet all of it was no longer of concern to them. Ling Fong and Ziji stood side by side under the moonlight, listening to the faint commotion coming from the city, their eyes betraying no sign of disturbance. This unvoiced confrontation was already in their favor. Chapter 6, Awakening from a Dream. The morning light filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows in the guest room of the Wuhuan Temple's branch. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to awaken, the unfamiliar, intricately carved wooden beams tightening her heart, instantly bringing her to full consciousness. She sat up abruptly, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. This was an elegant guest room, the air filled with a faint calming fragrance, while Zhu Zhuyun was still fast asleep beside her. "Sister," Zhu Zhuqing called softly, gently nudging the person next to her. Zhu Zhuyun stirred awake, rubbing her bleary eyes. The moment she comprehended her surroundings, her expression shifted dramatically. "Where is this? How do we end up here?" Both women instinctively reached for their waists, only to discover that aside from their clothing, all their soul weapons and personal belongings had mysteriously vanished. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, instantly tightening Zhu Zhuyun's nerves. The two sisters stood back to back in the center of the room, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance, their spiritual energy coiling in anticipation. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and Ling Fong entered alongside Ziji. Upon seeing the unfamiliar pair, Zhu Zhuyun immediately unleashed her spiritual energy, the ethereal shadow of the nether spirit cat manifesting faintly behind her. With a voice laced with caution, she inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" Though Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her icy gaze was firmly locked on Ling Fong, her chin slightly raised, eyes brimming with vigilance and scrutiny. The two young women stood as if facing a formidable adversary, their taut figures radiating an unyielding defiance. "There's no need to be anxious. We harbor no ill intentions," Ling Fong said, raising a hand to signal Ziji to step back. His tone was calm and gentle. "You may first observe this." A faint golden aura of illusionary spiritual energy swirled between his brows, and suddenly, moving light and shadow manifested in the air at the center of the room. It depicted the events from the previous night, the empty rosewood box in the ancestral hall's hidden compartment, the chilling script on the beast skin map, the fragrant incense curling upwards, and the guards discussing the incense exchange, all vividly presented within the luminous display. Even the purple sheen of the incense powder was distinctly visible. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted in shock, especially when the image froze on the line of text regarding the Dai family's bloodline activating the soul imprint. Both sisters' faces drained of color, their fingertips trembling uncontrollably. What is this?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice quivered imperceptibly. Although it was her first encounter with this map, she was all too familiar with the incense depicted in the image, which had been a constant presence since childhood, the sweet aroma woven into the fabric of her life. Ling Fong did not pause. The imagery abruptly shifted, flowing into snippets of the sisters' years together, the playful camaraderie while practicing their martial spirits in the courtyard during childhood, the growing silence between them due to the power struggle between Dai Mubai and Davis, and finally, the deliberate antagonism displayed during their last meeting. The scene culminated in their respective rooms, where, amidst the swirling incense smoke, they practiced their indifferent expressions before the mirror, oblivious to the fleeting weariness that flickered in their eyes. "Did you truly believe that your animosity towards one another stemmed from the heart?" Ling Feng's voice resonated at the right moment, tinged with a hint of sigh. He retrieved the beast skin map from his soul guide and gently placed it on the table. "The incense has long eroded your consciousness, subtly distorting your emotions and perceptions. The power struggle between the Dai and Zhu families should never have driven you sisters to enmity." Zhu Zhuyun picked up the beast skin scroll from the table, trembling as she opened it. Upon seeing the records of control through the ages, her fingers abruptly froze, her complexion as pale as parchment. Zhu Zhuqing leaned in to examine it as well, her heart racing with increasing alarm. Fragments of vague memories surged forth in her mind. Her mother always urged her to stay in the room longer, the scent of incense seemingly eternal. After every quarrel with her sister over the Dai brothers, an inexplicable anxiety would envelop her. "Impossible. How could our family do this to us?" Zhu Zhuyun's voice trembled with disbelief. She had always assumed that the rift between her and her sister stemmed from differing perspectives, never realizing the sinister conspiracy lurking behind it. "Why?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice was low and hoarse, her large, expressive eyes slowly replacing their icy glare with confusion. "We are clearly sisters." She recalled her conflicting emotions of disdain and an inexplicable ache every time she encountered Zhu Zhuyun. It dawned on her that the barriers she had perceived as betrayal were, in fact, deliberately induced by external forces. Ziji observed the despondence etched across their faces and gently remarked, "The incense in your room adjusts its effects according to the soul power fluctuations of the Dai family's various factions, naturally positioning you against each other and even fostering hostility towards your blood-related sister. This is the truth behind why the women of the Zhu family, upon marrying into the Dai family, invariably align with the royal family." Ling Fong dispelled his illusion, restoring silence to the room, leaving only the sisters' hurried breaths. Zhu Zhuyun set down the animal skin scroll, covering her face with her hands as her shoulders trembled slightly. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. And when she opened them again, they brimmed with tears. Ultimately, they were but children, Zhu Zhuqing not yet 5, and Zhu Zhuyun merely 7. They had believed they were fighting against fate, unaware that they had long been pawns in the power struggles of their family and the royal court, with their most cherished sisterly bond manipulated as a tool. "Was it you who saved us?" Zhu Zhuyun raised her tear-streaked face, her gaze towards Ling Fong filled with complexity. Ling Fong nodded, The soul imprint can only be completely eradicated with a specially formulated antidote. Remaining in the Zhu family would only lead you to repeat the tragic fate of your ancestors. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and moved beside Zhu Zhuyun, gently grasping her sister's hand. Years of estrangement crumbled in the face of the truth, and the warmth radiating from their palms brought tears to both their eyes. They finally comprehended the sordid machinations hidden behind their inexplicable animosity and quarrels. The morning light in the room was soft and warm, illuminating their intertwined hands and rekindling the hope that belonged to them. Silence lingered in the room for a considerable time before Zhu Zhuyun slowly released her grip. Her tear-streaked face now marked by a newfound resolve. She looked at Ling Fong, her voice still somewhat hoarse but imbued with unprecedented determination. Is what you said true? If we leave Xinglua, can we escape all of this? Ling Fong nodded, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Zhu Zhuqing clutched Zhu Zhuyun's hand tightly, her once confused gaze gradually transforming into clarity. Were it not for the intervention of this individual, she and her sister would have ultimately become mere sacrifices in the Dai family's power struggles. We will follow you. Zhu Zhuqing spoke first, her voice cool, yet remarkably resolute. Since the Zhu family and the Xinglua royal court have resorted to such methods against us, they no longer deserve our loyalty. Zhu Zhuyun inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Rather than return to being pawns at their mercy, it is far better to leave with you. But, where can we go? Upon departing from Xinglua, they became traitors to their family and fugitives sought by the imperial court. In this vast world, they found themselves at a loss for where to go. Ling Fong chuckled softly. Do you know who I am that you wish to follow me? Zhu Zhuyun scrutinized Ling Fong from head to toe, and after a moment, she slowly shook her head. Ling Fong produced the token of the spirit hall. Zhu Zhuyun's pupils constricted, being 2 years older than Zhu Zhuqing. She possessed greater knowledge of many matters. The token before her symbolized an unparalleled status across the continent, that of the holy son of the spirit hall. Beside them, ZG interjected, the Xinglua royal family and the Zhu clan are undoubtedly searching the entire city for you. It would be exceedingly perilous to depart alone. By accompanying us, your safety is at least assured. Gazing upon the sisters, she recalled how they had nearly become victims of power's machinations, and her tone softened involuntarily. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, each seeing resolve reflected in the other's eyes. The anguish of their estrangement over the years, and the suppression they endured under their family's control, transformed into a courage to break free from their confinement at this moment of truth. Zhu Zhuyun wiped away her tears and straightened her back, declaring, very well, we shall follow you. Ling Fong nodded, conjuring 2 wisps of pale green soul power that floated towards them. This is a restorative powder, keep it close to you. We shall depart from Stardust City today, taking a detour along the back roads while they are still searching within the city. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the powder, and as her fingers brushed against the cool soul power, the last remnants of her hesitation dissipated. She looked at her sister beside her. The long-standing barriers melted away overnight, and the tightly clasped hands conveyed a silent understanding. Though they had lost their family's protection, they had regained each other and the chance to control their own destinies. What must we do? Zhu Zhuyun inquired, her rationality honed over years within the family, allowing her to swiftly regain composure and contemplate their next steps. Prepare yourselves. We depart in half an hour. Ling Fong instructed as he rose. ZG will teach you the basics of concealing your presence. Try to avoid using soul power on the road to prevent being tracked. ZG turned to Ling Fong, a hint of approval in her eyes. They are stronger than I anticipated. Ling Fong gazed at the window framed by morning light and remarked softly, the longer one is suppressed, the more resolute the determination to break free becomes. The Zhu clan sought to make them mere pawns, forgetting that even pawns possess their own will. Half an hour later, the 4 evaded the guards of the Spirit Hall's branch and, under the cover of Ling Feng's illusions, quietly departed from Xinglua City. Meanwhile, the Xinglua Royal Palace remained in a state of fury, issuing commands for a citywide search, while the Zhu clan dispatched all their adept warriors in pursuit of leads. Yet, no one anticipated that the individuals they sought had already embarked on a path away from Xinglua in the dawn light. As the carriage traversed the countryside paths, Zhu Zhuqing lifted the curtain to gaze at the distant mountains. Zhu Zhuyun leaned against her shoulder and whispered, from now on, we will no longer fight for the Dai family. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a soft affirmation, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the restorative powder given by Ling Fong, her heart clear. The road ahead might be uncertain, but this time, they were finally walking on a path of their own. The carriage ahead glided smoothly, with Ling Fong and ZG seated side by side within. Master, what shall we do next? ZG inquired, her gaze fixed on Ling Fong, her face radiating admiration. Nodding city, Ling Fong replied. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone road, carrying with it a faint whiff of dust as it approached Nodding City. In contrast to the grandeur of Xingluo City, this small town within the Heaven Do Empire exuded a sense of simplicity. The streets were lined with shops, bustling with pedestrians, all brimming with the essence of everyday life. Is this Nodding City? Zhu Zhuqing lifted the curtain of the carriage. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the scene outside. After their arduous journey since leaving Xingluo, this was their first venture into such a tranquil human settlement. Free from the weight of family oppression and the shadows of royalty, even the air felt lighter. Zhu Zhuyun joined her at the window. Observing the laughter of children and the calls of street vendors, her previously tense demeanor softening. It is much quieter than Xingluo City. In recent days, as the soul mark faded, the lingering sense of stagnation within them gradually dissipated, and their mental state had expanded significantly. Ling Fong, seated opposite them, smiled subtly at the newfound ease reflected in their eyes. Though Notting City is small, it boasts a commendable junior soul master academy. We shall linger here for a while. Leaning against the wall of the carriage, ZG toyed with a strand of her hair, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd. Does master intend to settle here? She vaguely sensed Ling Feng's purpose, recalling how he had occasionally mentioned the state of the Heaven Do Empire, seemingly waiting for something. Yes, to await two individuals. Ling Fong replied cryptically, casting his gaze towards the academy standing at the edge of the town. Notting Academy would soon welcome a particularly special student, and their presence was required to ensure his enrollment. The carriage halted before an inn in the city, where Ling Fong secured 2 adjacent rooms. Once settled, ZG expressed her eagerness to explore the surroundings, while the Zhu sisters remained behind to organize their belongings. Ling Fong stood by the window, watching as ZG blended into the throng, his eyes shifting towards the direction of Notting Academy, a flicker of understanding passing through his gaze. By evening, the 4 gathered in the inn's dining hall for a meal. Zhu Zhuqing cradled a warm bowl of soup and quietly asked, Brother Ling Fong, who is this special student you mentioned? Through their time together, they had long since laid aside their initial reservations, placing their trust in the powerful figure who had rescued them. Ling Fong set down his chopsticks and explained, a boy with dual martial souls, along with a little one under my command. Dual martial souls? Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The talent of a martial soul is vital for a soul master, and dual martial souls are an exceedingly rare phenomenon. She exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, both reflecting mutual shock. ZG let out a soft hum, a little one from Stardo. Finally someone is set to enter the human world. As a fierce beast from Stardo, she possessed an innate sensitivity to the aura of her kind. Yet she had not anticipated Ling Fong would specifically wait for that little one, Xiao Wu. Ling Fong nodded. Their arrival will not be tranquil. Our presence here serves 2 purposes, to ensure their smooth enrollment and to evade any pursuit from Xingluo. The bounty on the Zhu family and the Xingluo royal family has likely spread throughout the neighboring provinces. Choosing to seek refuge in a small town like Notting City proves to be the safest option. Moreover, the unfolding events here are a crucial part of his grand design. After dinner, Ling Fong took 3 companions for a leisurely stroll through Notting City. The setting sun gilded the city walls, lanterns along the streets flickered to life, and the evening breeze carried the delightful aroma of food, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun walked behind, admiring the trinkets sold by vendors and occasionally whispering to each other, their sisterly bond growing ever closer during this journey. ZG walked alongside Ling Fong when she suddenly paused, softly stating, there is news from the starry constellation. Tian mentioned that the outskirts of the forest have been rather tumultuous lately, with human soul masters frequently on the move. Ling Fong momentarily halted his steps and inquired, is it the people from the Wuhuan temple? Most likely, ZG nodded, her gaze darkening. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, as if they are searching for something. A trace of helplessness flickered in Ling Feng's eyes before he solemnly declared, regardless of what they seek, I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on them. I will not allow them to cause chaos. He lifted his gaze towards the nodding academy in the distance, where moonlight bathed the ancient walls. Once Tang San and Xiao Wu enroll, we shall reside near the academy, ensuring that Xiao Wu can smoothly navigate her time at the junior academy. As for Tang San, within controllable limits, he needs to be appropriately suppressed. ZG instantly grasped his intentions. This not only paved the way for the future, but also subtly laid the groundwork for potential confrontations with those sections. She glanced at Ling Fong beside her, the moonlight outlining his serene profile, and the determination etched between his brows instilled an inexplicable sense of peace within her. The night breeze rustled their garments, carrying the slight chill of early autumn, yet it could not disperse the clarity of their plans. A soft call from Zhu Zhuqing echoed from behind, Brother Ling Fong. Sister ZG, look at that sugar painting. It's so fascinating. Turning around, they saw the sisters standing before a sugar painting stall, watching as the master craftsman skillfully shaped syrup into lifelike rabbit figures. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity, while Zhu Zhuyun, though silent, wore a gentle smile. Ling Fong and ZG exchanged a knowing smile and quickened their pace toward the stall. As the night deepened, the lights of Notting City glowed warmly and brightly. Ling Fong chuckled as he ruffled the hair of both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, asking, would you like one? The 2 sisters, slightly bashful, nodded enthusiastically. Ling Fong purchased 2 sugar figurines, and the sisters joyfully accepted them, playing with their newfound treasures. Ling Feng's lips curved into a smile, for this was the essence of childhood joy. ZG's eyes sparkled with delight as well, for the innocence of children often proves to be the most infectious. Chapter 7, The Interception. Time flew by, and the seasons of Notting City transitioned quietly through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Ling Fong and his companions settled into the city. Having acquired a residence with a courtyard near the academy, he often guided the Zhu sisters in their cultivation, collaborated with ZG to explore the surrounding powers. and occasionally strolled near Nodding Academy, patiently awaiting Tang San's arrival. Over the past year, Ling Fong has gathered numerous pieces of information, and upon confirming that Yu Xiaojiang is at Nodding Academy, he became increasingly certain that he could await the arrival of Tang San here. The progress of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun is visibly remarkable. Having freed themselves from the shackles of their soul marks, their soul power bottlenecks have consecutively shattered. Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat spirit has grown swifter and more formidable, while Zhu Zhuyun's nethercat martial soul, under the guidance of Ziji, has achieved greater mastery over speed and agility. The two sisters are no longer the noble ladies overshadowed by their family's burdens. Their countenances now radiate a youthful vitality and resilience. On this particular afternoon, a communication jade talisman placed upon the table suddenly emitted a faint glow. Ling Fong picked it up and infused it with his soul power, and a deep voice resonated from within. Your Highness, today Nodding Academy welcomes new students. The target, Tang San, has successfully passed the assessment, and his martial soul is indeed blue silvergrass. A flicker of understanding crossed Ling Feng's eyes as he stowed the talisman away. He has arrived. Ziji, seated in the corridor polishing a dagger, lifted her gaze upon hearing this. That little one with the twin martial souls. Indeed, Ling Fong replied, rising, there is another. By the timeline, they should also be here. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a subtle aura of a rabbit martial soul. Ziji's eyes flickered with interest, and just as she was about to rise, Ling Fong gently pressed his hand on her shoulder. I shall take a look. He pushed open the courtyard door and beheld a girl with a scorpion tail braid standing at the mouth of an alley not far away, clad in a pink dress and clutching an old cloth bag. Her lively, bright eyes curiously surveyed Nodding Academy. It was none other than the recently arrived Xiao Wu. The girl lingered outside the academy, seemingly grappling with the decision to approach, when suddenly her nose twitched, and she pivoted towards Ling Fong. Furrowing her brow in cautious inquiry, who is there? Ling Fong, gazing at this still innocent child, recalled her future identity within the Star Doe forest, and his tone unconsciously softened. Little one, do you not remember me? In an instant, delight sparkled in Xiao Wu's eyes. The cloth bag she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground as she bounded towards him like a little rabbit, embracing him tightly. It's you, big brother. Ling Fong gently caught her and ruffled her hair with his fingers. What brings you to the human realm? Xiao Wu pouted, her face a picture of grievance as she nuzzled against his garment. It's all because of you. You left quietly that day, and I searched for you for ages. It was only when Sister Bai Ji told me you had returned to the human world that I sneaked away to find you. Ling Fong chuckled and nodded, deftly retrieving the fallen cloth bag with a flick of his fingers. He took Xiao Wu by the hand and led her toward the courtyard. Nodding Academy is not quite suitable for you to enter directly at this moment. Come with me first, for I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, gazing into Ling Feng's gentle eyes and recalling her mother's admonitions before her departure. Ultimately, she obediently nodded, her little hand tightly clutching the hem of his garment as they stepped into the courtyard together. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately spotted Ziji seated in the corridor, and the Zhu sisters, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, emerging from within the house. Instinctively, she darted behind Ling Fong, clutching his leg tightly with her small hand, revealing only her round, timid eyes as they cautiously assessed the strangers. This is Ziji, and these are Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. They are all allies, Ling Fong explained. Xiao Wu, you will reside here for the time being. Ziji observed the little girl hiding behind Ling Fong, a faint smile flickering in her beautiful eyes, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. The little one from the Star Doe forest is quite audacious, venturing so far on her own. As she spoke, a subtle aura, reminiscent of a fierce beast, emanated from her. Xiao Wu stiffened, her face paling further as she realized that this sister in purple was far from ordinary. Her presence bore a striking resemblance to that of Sister Bai Ji. The Zhu sisters stood in the corridor, intrigued by the unexpected appearance of this young girl. Yet they refrained from speaking out of turn, their curiosity evident. Ling Fong gently pulled Xiao Wu forward, crouching to meet her gaze. His voice was soft yet earnest. You have just arrived in the human world, and there is much you do not understand. There is a child in Nodding Academy whose father is a titled Dolawa. It is not safe for you to enter directly. For now, stay here, and I will teach you how to conceal your identity. Xiao Wu blinked her round eyes, looking into Ling Feng's sincere gaze, then glancing at the quietly standing Ziji and the Zhu sisters. Gradually, her taut nerves began to relax. She whispered, Can I stay with you, big brother? Of course, Ling Fong replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Here, no one will bully you. The setting sun streamed through the courtyard gate, casting elongated shadows on the blue brick ground. Xiao Wu, clutching her cloth bundle, stood amidst these unfamiliar yet gentle faces, her fatigue and anxiety from the long journey dissipating like a warm breeze. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, Tang San had just received his school uniform and was curiously examining the institution that would soon embark him on his path as a soul master. His fingers caressing the fabric, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, in the tranquil courtyard at the alley's end, someone had already intercepted the little girl who would be bound to him for a lifetime. In the courtyard, Ling Fong sat upon a stone bench, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. After more than a year of dedicated cultivation, his soul power had successfully surpassed level 80. marking a crucial moment for absorbing his 8th spirit ring. However, he was still deliberating on which spirit ring to choose. Unlike ordinary soul masters, the 9-turn divine skill endowed him with a unique trait, allowing him to elevate his soul power without being constrained by the conventional rhythm of spirit rings. This composure afforded him ample time for careful consideration, free from the urgency of the moment. He had already made up his mind regarding the subsequent spirit ring selection for the 3-edged double blade. Yet the pairing of the 8th spirit ring for the spirit eye still required meticulous contemplation. He raised his gaze toward the direction of Nodding Academy, where the setting sun gilded the rooftops with a golden hue. It is time to depart with Ziji and the others. In this seemingly tranquil academy, the hidden threat of Tang Hao remains. Clearly, this is not the opportune moment for a direct confrontation with the titled Dolawa. The evening breeze caresses the courtyard, stirring a few fallen leaves and solidifying his resolve. The carriage passes through the resplendent white jade gates of the Soul City, a familiar air of majesty enveloping him. After nearly a year, Ling Fong once again treads upon this land, accompanied by the aloof Ziji, the serene Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun's sisters, and the lively little Wu, who bounces around, her eyes darting with curiosity. The crimson palace walls gleam under the sunlight, and the patrolling attendants of the spirit hall, upon catching sight of Ling Fong, halt their steps to bow respectfully. Is this really the spirit hall? It is far more imposing than Nodding City. Little Wu, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, tilts her face upward, curiously surveying the towering edifices, her rabbit ears hidden within her hair twitching with excitement. Since Ling Fong had resurrected her mother, her aversion to the spirit hall has considerably diminished. Moreover, with Ling Fong being the holy son of the spirit hall, she finds it easy to forgive its past transgressions. Ziji discreetly pulls her back, softly admonishing her to behave, for they are amidst a congregation of formidable beings, and frivolity is ill-advised. Navigating through the intricate corridors adorned with carvings, they arrive at the entrance of the papal hall. The heavy golden doors slowly swing open, revealing Bibi Dong already seated upon the papal throne, her long black gown trailing like ink, her violet golden eyes calmly surveying the newcomers. Her gaze lingers momentarily on Ziji and little Wu, imbued with scrutiny and curiosity. You have returned. Bibi Dong's voice is cool as if stones were striking against each other. Yet it conceals a subtle warmth. And who might these be? Your Holiness, Ling Fong bows respectfully, then gestures to introduce. This is Ziji, a ferocious beast from the Star Doe Forest, who has reached an accord with me and is willing to lend her strength to the spirit hall. Ziji slightly nods, her aura, though unasserted, radiating an ancient and formidable presence that quietly envelopes the hall, leaving the soul masters standing within to hold their breath in awe. A flicker of surprise crosses Bibi Dong's eyes. The reclusive, ferocious beasts of the Star Doe have seldom been known to follow anyone. These two are Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, former members of the Zhu family from Xinghua. They have left their family due to certain secrets and have come to seek refuge. Ling Fong continues the introductions, finally indicating little Wu beside him. This child is named Little Wu. Her background is unique, and I shall look after her for the time being. He refrains from revealing little Wu's identity as a spirit beast, merely alluding to her special circumstances. Bibi Dong, astute as ever, comprehends the underlying implications in an instant. She lightly taps the armrest of her throne. Once you enter the spirit hall, you are one of our own. Yu Guan, please escort the 2 young ladies and this young friend to their quarters. After the palace maid leads Zhu Zhiyun and the others away, only Ling Fong, Bibi Dong, and the hidden ghost Dolawa remain in the papal hall. It seems your journey has borne significant fruit, Bibi Dong states directly. You mentioned the Zhu family's affairs in your message. Does the incense conceal deeper secrets? The imperial family's controlling tendencies far exceed expectations. The Zhu family is merely the tip of the iceberg. Ling Fong succinctly recounted the contents of the Zhu family's secret record, then shifted the conversation, stating that upon his return, he had 2 matters to discuss with his esteemed teacher and the honored offerings. Bibi Dong nodded, summoned the 7 offerings. Moments later, 7 individuals clad in crimson robes entered in an orderly fashion. Although Qian Dao Lu, the leader, did not make his presence known, the overwhelming soul power radiating from figures like Jin Edo Luo instantly thickened the air within the grand hall. Upon noticing the presence of Ziji behind Ling Fong, several of the offerings were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flashing with surprise. Little Fong, who is this? Jin Edo Luo inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Ling Fong gestured for Ziji to briefly explain her identity. As the word Star Doe fierce beast fell from her lips, an ancient and formidable pressure that had settled for hundreds of thousands of years quietly unfurled, causing even the offerings who had lived for centuries to stiffen, instinctively on guard. Once the tension subsided, Ling Fong began. I have summoned you all today for 2 reasons. To introduce Ziji and to discuss a future pathway to power. He conjured a wisp of soul power with his fingertips, sketching a nebulous totemic silhouette in the air, its patterns ancient and enigmatic. Are you all familiar with the ancestral witch? It is a being older than the deities, possessing the ability to manipulate the elemental laws of the universe. Capable of moving mountains and filling seas, with a level of power that far exceeds that of ordinary gods. The offerings were visibly moved, having never encountered such a being. Jin Edo Luo furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that such a formidable entity exists in the world? Do you remember my third martial soul? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The offerings nodded in unison. They certainly recalled that extraordinarily powerful martial soul, an embodiment of void that exuded an aura more domineering than that of the angel martial soul, which had left them utterly astonished at the time. Ling Fong smiled, his tone grave. That is the ancestral witch's legacy that I have inherited. At this declaration, the expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically. There was no need for Ling Fong to fabricate such a tale to deceive them, especially given the myriad of miraculous aspects that had already been observed in him. With a slight movement of his fingertips, a faint yet pure essence of life began to permeate the air. Merely this whisper of vitality tightened the hearts of the offerings, as if they were being scrutinized by a supreme entity, causing their soul powers to nearly stagnate. At this moment, they had come to believe 7 or 8 parts of Ling Feng's words, their gazes now imbued with respect and curiosity. This is but a trivial fragment of the ancestral witch's power that I have acquired. As he spoke, Ling Fong retracted the essence of life from his fingertips, and the stagnant air within the hall began to ease. Leveraging this power, I have developed an entirely new system of strength, soul spirits. His voice rang clear, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Unlike soul rings that necessitate the hunting of soul beasts, soul spirits involve forging a covenant with mighty beings, enabling the sharing of strength while allowing the soul beasts to continue their existence and achieve mutual growth. He turned to ZG, for instance. If we could combine with soul spirits, not only would we harness greater power, but we could also transcend the constraints of soul beast cultivation, embarking on a novel path. This proclamation reverberated through the hall like thunder, leaving the offerings exchanging glances filled with shock and incredulity. Judo Luo could not restrain himself. A covenant with fierce beasts? That is far too perilous. The soul beasts are inherently proud. How could they willingly become the spirits that depend on soul masters? Thus, it is essential to seek out beings like ZG, who are willing to collaborate, or to actively cultivate compatible spirits. Ling Feng's tone was composed. The soul ring system has constrained the continent for far too long, with countless soul beasts perishing due to relentless hunting, exacerbating the conflict between humans and beasts. The method of soul spirits not only allows for the transcendence of power bottlenecks, but also serves to resolve generational hatred, paving the way for a brighter future. ZG spoke at the opportune moment, her voice cool, yet imbued with strength. The soul beasts of the Star Doe Forest have long grown weary of endless slaughter. If there truly exists a path to coexistence, I am willing to take the lead in facilitating this matter. Her identity as a fierce beast lent considerable weight to her words. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong's violet golden eyes shimmered with contemplation. And she finally spoke. If the method of soul spirits can truly be realized, it could indeed alter the landscape of the continent. However, this matter is complex and far-reaching. It requires careful deliberation. She turned to Ling Fong and inquired, "What specific actions do you intend to take?" "I require the full support of the Spirit Hall to concentrate our efforts on researching the specific runes of the soul spirit contract." Ling Fong bowed respectfully, his tone earnest. Should this endeavor succeed, the Spirit Hall would have no rivals, and the continent could finally usher in genuine peace. The golden crocodile Dolawa and the other elders whispered among themselves for a moment before nodding in agreement with Ling Fong. "Since your holiness acknowledges this, we shall seek the counsel of the Grand Elder." "No need for that." An aged yet authoritative voice emanated from the hall's entrance as Qian Daolu entered, his white robes billowing in the light and shadow. "I support this initiative." He had observed all of Ling Feng's display of ancestral power and the vision of soul spirits, and as a divine examiner, he possessed a vast perspective, understanding better than anyone the implications of such a future. The setting sun filtered through the stained glass of the Pope's hall, casting colorful shadows upon everyone present. A discussion regarding the concepts of soul spirits and ancestral beings quietly unfolded within the core of the Spirit Hall, all stemming from Ling Feng's vision to overturn the old era. ZG stood beside him, gazing at the fluttering Spirit Hall banner outside, a flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes. Perhaps this human truly could achieve coexistence between man and beast. After the elders departed, Qian Daolu chose to remain behind with Ling Feng, his gaze scrutinizing as it drifted to ZG. Ling Feng smiled, his demeanor relaxed. "We are all on the same side." Upon hearing this, ZG felt an unexplainable warmth envelop her heart, unconsciously stepping half a pace closer to Ling Feng, her posture radiating a newfound intimacy. Qian Daolu slowly nodded, his expression turning serious. "Xiao Feng, you are quite astute. Your plans elude my understanding. However, I have but one question for you. Can you ensure the well-being of Xiao Shui?" At this, Ling Feng's smile faded, his gaze firm as he nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, should Xiao Shui suffer even the slightest grievance, I shall present myself before you with her." Only then did Qian Daolu relax, patting his shoulder before departing without uttering another word, his white robes trailing behind him, stirring a gentle breeze. Once Qian Daolu had left, ZG noticed Bibi Dong on the throne, hesitating to speak, and with a nod to Ling Feng, she discreetly exited the grand hall, leaving the space to the two of them. As ZG walked away, only Ling Feng and Bibi Dong remained in the hall. As the clamor of the Pope's palace faded, the night gently enveloped the city of Wuhuan. Ling Feng pushed open the door to the side hall, and the evening breeze, fragrant with the scent of flowers, greeted him. Standing on the terrace, he held Bibi Dong's hand, gazing at the distant, brilliantly illuminated urban landscape. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, illuminated by the moonlight that cast a soft silver glow upon her. Not resting yet, Ling Fong naturally draped a cloak over her shoulders. Bibi Dong's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed, allowing him to fasten the ties of the cloak for her. I am contemplating the soul spirit method you mentioned. Her voice, softer than in the daylight, lacked the authority of a pope and carried a hint of delicate femininity. Is it truly possible for humans and soul beasts to coexist? Nothing is impossible if the correct path is found. Ling Fong stood beside her, both of them gazing at the moonlight. Bibi Dong turned her head to look at him, her violet gold eyes glimmering in the moon's embrace, a hint of reproach in her gaze. Are you teasing me again? Yet, despite her words, a faint smile graced her lips, reminiscent of snow melting under the sun, softening her usual aloof demeanor. Ling Fong chuckled lightly, retrieving a small wooden box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a delicate purple hairpin lay inside, its head intricately carved into a lifelike purple rose, crafted from the deep-sea amethyst he had brought back from Xingluo. I saw this in Xingluo and thought it would suit you. Bibi Dong gazed at the hairpin, her fingertips gently brushing against the cool crystal. A flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She had not received such a gift in a long time, having long been bound by her identity as Pope, accustomed to solitude. Ling Feng's presence felt like a warm ray of sunshine piercing through her lonely world. You've put thought into this. She did not decline but accepted the hairpin, raising her hand to insert it into her hair. Under the moonlight, the amethyst shimmered alongside her flowing locks, creating a beauty that momentarily captivated Ling Fong. It looked stunning, he praised sincerely, reaching out to help her tidy the wind-tousled strands. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch her hair, Bibi Dong gently restrained his wrist. Her fingers were cool, and the delicate texture of her skin was exquisite. They exchanged a glance, and in the air, it felt as though tiny sparks danced between them. The distant sounds of patrolling footsteps faded away, leaving only the tranquility of the terrace and the gentle warmth of the moonlight. You should rest early, Bibi Dong said, withdrawing her gaze first, her tone regaining some calmness, yet she did not release her grip on his wrist. Ling Fong clasped her hand in return, feeling the coolness of her palm. Let us stay here a little longer. It's been a while since we enjoyed such quietude together. He understood that although Bibi Dong appeared strong, she harbored unspoken weariness within. With me here, you need not bear everything alone. His words resonated like a stone cast into the still waters of her heart, creating ripples of understanding. As she gazed into Ling Feng's sincere warmth, the tension she had held for so long began to ease. She softly replied with an realizing that this little one he had brought back had indeed grown, becoming increasingly captivating. The thought made her cheeks flush, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the notion lingering in her mind. Yet, the more it unfolds, the clearer the thoughts in one's mind become. The evening breeze gently caresses, bringing with it the fragrant scent of blossoms from a distant garden. Two figures on the terrace lean quietly against each other, exchanging few words, yet embodying an unspoken understanding. The moonlight stretches their shadows long, intertwining upon the white jade floor of the papal hall, as if even the night has softened its demeanor. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong softly remarked, next time, do not bring unfamiliar soul beasts back to the spirit hall. That little one, Xiao Wu, must be the daughter of the soft bone charm rabbit I once slain. Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements, Ling Fong promised with a smile, adding, and she is quite adorable, is she not? Bibi Dong shot him a playful glare, finally releasing her hold, and turned towards the inner hall, saying, it is getting late. We should return. Ling Fong watched her retreating figure, the amethyst in her hair shimmering under the light, the smile on his lips growing ever softer. The 100,000-year soul beast has been revived by me. I will not put you in a difficult position, he stated. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his words, then composed herself, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, do rest early. She then hurriedly departed, as if fleeing. Chapter 8. Harmony. 6 years passed like a fleeting shadow. The leaves of the phoenix trees in Spirit City turned from green to yellow. The young girls who once surrounded Ling Fong had long shed their childishness, blossoming into their own brilliance under the nurturing of time. Ling Fong, too, had matured from a 16-year-old youth into a 22-year-old man, his demeanor imbued with a hint of gravity, yet still the reassuring presence everyone relied upon. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the Holy Sun Hall, casting dappled shadows upon the bluestone floor, perfectly illuminating the figure practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Qian Rinxue, clad in a silvery ensemble, wielded her holy sword, radiating a brilliant arc of light. Each strike was fierce yet graceful, imbued with the sacred aura of her angel spirit. Ling Fong stood quietly in the corridor, observing her, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, a soft soul force brushed away the beads of sweat from her brow. Your swordsmanship has improved, yet your breath must remain steadier. Do not rush in pursuit of speed, he advised. Qian Rinxue sheathed her sword and turned, her golden hair dancing in the sunlight, sparkling with fragmented brilliance, her eyes revealing a softness that only appeared in his presence. Is it not you who often says I am too eager for success? She replied. She stepped closer, naturally taking the water pouch Ling Fong offered, their fingers accidentally brushing against one another. The morning lessons have concluded. Shall we go see Nana? I've heard her new soul technique combination has made significant breakthroughs. Ling Fong nodded with a smile. Over the years, Qianren Xue had long since cast aside her disguise. As the heir of the Angel clan and the future of the Spirit Hall, her childhood bond with Ling Fong had become woven into the very fabric of her being. That unspoken affection was concealed in every shared glance of understanding. She comprehended his ambitions, supported all his decisions, and had never wavered in the face of others' scrutiny. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Hulaina was seated in meditation, cultivating her energy. At 18, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, her fox-like eyes shimmering with intelligence and vivacity. Upon seeing Ling Fong and Qianren Xue approaching, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she promptly rose to greet them. Brother Ling Fong, Sister Xue, you arrive at the perfect moment. Come, witness the fusion of my charm domain and group control technique. Ling Fong scrutinized her performance attentively, patiently pointing out several details. The soul power connection could be more fluid. Attention should be paid to the precision of the domain's range, and the control duration could be compressed by an additional half-second to enhance its explosive power. Hulaina earnestly noted his suggestions, her gaze brimming with unabashed admiration. From the tender age of 12 to 18, under Ling Fong's guidance, she had evolved from an innocent girl into a capable saintess, and their relationship, once merely that of teacher and friend, had subtly transformed. Her affection was concealed within every inquisitive glance, hidden in the quickened heartbeat at the mere mention of his name, pure and fervent, yet never vocalized. The afternoon garden buzzed with life. 12-year-old Zhu Zhuqing nestled in a pavilion, engrossed in a soul beast compendium. 14-year-old Zhu Zhuyan practiced her throwing techniques nearby, occasionally glancing over to see her sister, a gentle smile gracing her lips upon sighting her. The two young girls who had once escaped from Xing Luo had blossomed into striking young women. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her cool demeanor but lowered her guard solely in Ling Feng's presence, while Zhu Zhuyan had matured considerably, transforming her gratitude towards Ling Fong into a silent yet steadfast protection. The sisters had long since dispelled the barriers of their past. Ling Feng's existence illuminated the truth that they were the closest of kin, their affection imbued with reliance and solace. Sister Nana, look what I brought back. A bright voice chimed, as 13-year-old Xiao Wu dashed in, a basket of fresh fruits in hand, her rabbit ears playfully bouncing atop her head. She leapt into Hulaina's embrace, proudly presenting the largest strawberry. This was just picked from the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, and it's so sweet. Hulaina chuckled as she accepted it, affectionately tousling Xiao Wu's hair. The act of resurrecting Xiao Wu's mother had inextricably bonded the little one to Ling Fong. From the age of 6 to 13, her affection was refreshingly direct and fervent, radiant like the summer sun. Over the years spent in the Spirit Hall, she had become thoroughly attached to this place. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. There was no rivalry, no suspicion, only an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. Throughout these 6 years, Ling Fong had not been oblivious to their sentiments. He neither intentionally avoided them nor spoke in vague terms. Instead, he treated each individual with the utmost sincerity. He would accompany Qianren Xue to watch the sunset after her sword practice, spend sleepless nights explaining concepts to Hulaina when she faced obstacles, take the Zhu sisters to stargazing to ease their homesickness, and patiently comfort Xiao Wu during her temperamental moments. He imparted to them that affection is not a constraint, but a force that propels them forward together. We are family, companions, and together we shall face the storms of the future. Gradually, the young women began to grasp his meaning. They found joy in each other's progress, extended hands in times of difficulty, and prepared meals together when Ling Fong was busy, transforming their innocent affections into deeper bonds. The forbearance of Qianren Xue, the wisdom of Hulaina, the composure of Zhu Zhuqing, the meticulousness of Zhu Zhuyun, and the vivacity of Xiao Wu, all harmoniously converge under the auspices of Ling Fong, creating a marvelous equilibrium. As twilight descends, a gentle floral fragrance wafts through the garden of the Holy Sun's palace. Zhu Zhuqing is nestled on a stone bench, perusing the Soul Master Compendium, while Xiao Wu eagerly entreats Hulaina to teach her newly acquired enchanting techniques. Zhu Zhuyun attentively assists Qianren Xue in polishing the sacred sword, their laughter filling the air and rendering the scene as warm as a painted tableau. Sister ZG, how does my soul skill transition look? Xiao Wu bounces over to ZG, demonstrating the newly learned footwork, her rabbit ears playfully bobbing with each motion. Seated beneath the wisteria trellis, ZG twirls a strand of hair around her fingertip, her gaze softening as she observes the spirited young woman before her. Tread a bit lighter, and keep your soul power contained. Your inherent speed advantage should be concealed for a more unexpected strike. As she speaks, she lightly gestures towards Xiao Wu's ankle, a gentle stream of soul power flowing to the contact point, assisting her in refining the details of her technique. In an instant, Xiao Wu comprehends the guidance, and upon trying again, her movements flow much more smoothly. Elated, she hugs ZG's arm and exclaims, Sister ZG, you are amazing. You're far more patient than Brother Ling Fong. Flattery will get you nowhere, ZG replies, playfully tapping her nose, though the affection in her eyes is undeniable. Over the past 6 years, witnessing these young girls blossom from timid beings into graceful figures, she has come to regard them as cherished younger sisters in need of her nurturing. Zhu Zhuqing, being reticent, often finds herself engaged in discussions about soul beasts with Ziji. When Zhu Zhuyun, burdened with heavier thoughts, seeks solace, Ziji teaches her how to channel her emotions through soul power. As Hulaina encounters obstacles in her study of soul skills, Ziji offers insights drawn from her experiences in fierce battles. When Xianren Shui tires from sword practice, Ziji discreetly presents her with a calming tea. If Xiao Wu longs for home, Ziji accompanies her for a leisurely stroll around the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Sister Ziji, try this. Zhu Zhuqing quietly presents a plate of freshly made osmanthus cake, softly stating, Brother Ling Fong mentioned you enjoy this flavor. Ziji accepts the plate, heart warmed by the sight of the girl's slightly flushed ears. Reflecting on the time when they were first rescued from the Star Luo Empire, both sisters had been guarded around everyone. Now, they engage with her so naturally, even recalling her favorite tastes. She takes a bite of the osmanthus cake, the sweet flavor melting on her tongue, reminiscent of the years spent together. Simple, yet heartwarming. Qianren Shui approaches, draping a light cloak over Ziji's shoulders. It gets chilly at night. Don't catch a cold. Brother Ling Fong is attending to matters in the offering hall and will likely return late. Ziji's steadiness and strength provide her with a sense of assurance amidst the complexities of life. She adjusts the cloak and gazes towards the direction of the spirit hall, where lights blaze brightly. This is where Ling Fong currently resides. 6 years have passed, enough time for many things to transform. When she first arrived at the spirit hall, her presence was solely due to Ling Fong. She felt estranged from this human-dominated entity, holding only a sense of respect for him. For 6 years, she has observed him tirelessly toiling for the soul-spirit method, patiently mediating the relationships of those around him. The initial approval she once felt has, unbeknownst to her, quietly transformed over time. She has witnessed his unwavering focus while handling official duties, his gentle guidance during the training of young maidens, his composure in the face of formidable adversaries, and the occasional glimpse of fatigue and vulnerability he reveals. This young human has gradually entered her heart, which had remained frozen for millennia. What are you pondering? Hulaina inquired with a smile, bringing forth a pot of hot tea. Are you waiting for Brother Ling Feng? Ziji accepted the teacup, her fingertips brushing against its warm surface, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. It's nothing, she replied, avoiding Hulaina's teasing gaze and turning her attention to the garden where Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were frolicking. When Brother Ling Feng returns, I suspect he will be besieged by Xiao Wu's storytelling requests. Just as she spoke, familiar footsteps echoed from outside the garden, and Ling Feng's figure emerged beneath the moonlight. What mischief are you discussing about me? Brother Ling Feng. Xiao Wu was the first to rush forward, while Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun swiftly joined, chattering excitedly about the day's amusing events. Qianren Shui and Hulaina exchanged knowing smiles, following closely behind. Ling Feng responded to each of them, his gaze ultimately settling on Ziji, who was draped in the cloak he had gifted her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Why didn't you practice today? I waited for your return. Ziji's voice was soft yet clear, resonating in every ear present. She stood and walked to Ling Feng's side, naturally accepting the scroll from his hands. Have you completed the matters at the offering hall? Yes. Ling Feng nodded, warmed by the concern evident in her eyes. Thanks to the regional distribution map you provided earlier, much trouble was averted. Moonlight bathed the two of them, and the fragrance of wisteria lingered in the air. The young maidens observed the pair standing side by side, their eyes reflecting knowing smiles. Over the past 6 years, they had long discerned Ziji's affections for Ling Feng, a tenderness that only surfaced unreservedly in his presence. Hidden beneath her composed facade, Ziji met Ling Feng's gaze, no longer shying away as she once did. Her beautiful eyes mirrored his figure, clear and resolute. She understood that after countless years, she had finally found the harbor willing to embrace her. The lively chatter of her younger sisters had transformed into the family she yearned to protect. The night breeze gently caressed, carrying the sweet scent of wisteria, subtly weaving the laughter and warmth of the garden into the night of Wuhan City. 6 years had not only helped the young maidens discover a balance in their interactions, but had also stirred a long-dormant heart to beat for a singular individual. Ling Feng and Ziji sat side by side in the pavilion at the lake center, the cool evening breeze brushing against the eaves, infused with a delicate floral aroma. Several girls gathered around the stone table, chattering animatedly, occasionally erupting into laughter over a jest, and at other times huddling together to share secrets in hushed tones, their bright voices echoing like wind chimes in the pavilion. Ling Feng looked upon the lively scene before him, a gentle smile unconsciously curving his lips. He relished the ambience, warm and serene. Over the years, the various young girls, each with their distinct temperaments, inevitably experienced their share of friction and playful bickering. At times, they even encountered minor disagreements. Yet, he consistently soothed them with his patience. Now, witnessing their close-knit camaraderie, Ling Fong felt a profound contentment within. This was the scenario he cherished most, the warmth he yearned to protect throughout his journey. As night deepened, the lanterns in the courtyard where Ziji resided swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting their shadows in an ever-changing dance. The soft breaths of the other little ones could be faintly heard from the adjacent room, as the day's tumult finally settled into the tranquility of night, leaving only the chirping of insects and the occasional caress of the night wind. ZG sat on the stone steps, hugging her knees, as the moonlight trickled through her gently lowered eyelashes, casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. Despite having stifled several yawns, she stubbornly resisted sleep until Ling Fong approached with a light blanket, draping it softly over her shoulders. Only then did she lean closer to him, as if shedding her defenses. Still pondering the events of the day, Ling Fong took a seat beside her, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the coolness of her hand. ZG shook her head, her gaze drifting toward the full moon on the horizon, the moonlight bathing her face in a gentle glow reminiscent of a spring's embrace. "I simply cannot sleep," she murmured softly, her voice laced with the languor of the night. "It feels as though it has been an eternity since I last beheld such moonlight." Ling Fong followed her gaze. The moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, weaving a mottled silver net upon the ground. In his solitary training days, he often gazed at the moon. He chuckled softly, recalling how he once found the moonlight too cold, leaving his heart feeling hollow. And now, ZG turned her head, her eyes reflecting the moonlight and his form. Ling Fong's heart skipped a beat. He beheld the delicate features of her face, the subtle smile that graced her lips, and suddenly comprehended that it was not the moonlight that was cold, but rather the absence of someone who could render even its glow warm. "Now," he spoke with a gentler tone, sensing that this was just right. The evening breeze swept through, carrying with it a faint floral fragrance. Suddenly, ZG extended her hand, gently grasping Ling Fong's wrist. His palm was warm, the reassuring heat palpable even through the fabric. She remained silent, merely resting her head gently upon his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, leaving behind a sweet scent. "Ling Fong," she spoke softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I used to be afraid. Afraid that getting too close would cost me everything I cherish now. Yet, when I am with you, I seem to fear nothing at all." Ling Fong paused momentarily, then reciprocated by holding her hand, enveloping her fingers within his grasp. "You shall not lose anything," he reassured, gazing down at the soft whirl of her hair. "As long as I am here, you are safe." ZG lifted her gaze, meeting his deep, penetrating eyes. Within them danced moonlight, starlight, and a tenderness she had never encountered before, one that belonged solely to her. Suddenly, she tilted her head slightly, pressing a gentle kiss to the corner of his lips. This kiss was light, like a feather brushing against the heart, yet it instantly ignited the deep-seated emotions within both of them. Ling Fong was momentarily taken aback, but he soon deepened the kiss tenderly, holding her tightly in his embrace. The moonlight flowed gently, filtering through the gaps in the pavilion's eaves, enveloping the two in a soft, silvery glow. ZG closed her eyes, surrendering herself completely to his arms. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, her heart resonating with tranquility. "I trust you," she whispered softly in his embrace, her voice imbued with conviction. Ling Fong tightened his arms, resting his chin atop her head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As the night deepened, ZG, her cheeks flushed, gently nudged him, saying, "It's getting late. We should return to rest." Ling Fong acknowledged her with a smile, effortlessly lifting her in his arms as they made their way to the room. A sudden cry of pain echoed through the night. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn streamed through the window, Ling Fong gazed at the lovely figure nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. He could not bear to wake her, tenderly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. He had not anticipated that the usually cool and composed ZG would exhibit such fervor the previous night. However, after a night of revelry, it was clear that she was exhausted, her long eyelashes gently resting, her face still adorned with a lingering blush. A fragment of his soul power stirred slightly, and a clone quietly emerged, tiptoeing out of the room to prepare breakfast. Ling Fong remained on the bed, his fingertips tracing the delicate contours of her features, his eyes filled with tenderness. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its warm light filtered through the windows of the Holy Sun's palace, casting soft patches of light upon the floor. Several young women, rubbing their sleepy eyes, gradually entered the dining hall, where steaming bowls of porridge awaited them. "Where's brother Ling Fong? I haven't seen him," Xiao Wu inquired, lifting her bowl absent-mindedly. In the corner, Qian Renxue, leisurely sipping her porridge, lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Ling Fong, who was serving porridge to everyone. His demeanor and actions were as usual, even the smile accompanying the offering of chopsticks was unchanged. Yet, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly. Although the aura surrounding him was strikingly similar, it lacked the unique warmth that stirred her heart, resembling more a fleeting shadow than a genuine presence. It was a clone. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze flicked to the empty seat, and she suddenly recalled that ZG was also absent. The collision of these two thoughts illuminated her understanding, and her cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Feeling a wave of discomfort, she lowered her head, stirring the spoon gently in her bowl, a hint of grievance creeping into her eyes. Clearly, they were all together. Clearly, she had arrived first. Why then, did he choose to accompany ZG? Just as she was brooding, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dining hall. Ling Fong entered, holding ZG's hand. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the corners of her eyes and brows radiated an undeniable warmth. As she walked, she unconsciously leaned closer to Ling Fong, a gentle morning chill still lingering in her hair. you're awake? Ling Fong greeted with a smile, guiding ZG to sit in an empty spot. Entirely oblivious to the glances directed at them from the corner, Qian Renshua let out a soft huff, placing the spoon delicately against the edge of the bowl. The sound imbued with a barely perceptible, sweet nasal tone. Rising to her feet, she took a few steps towards Ling Fong, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the other women, and directly tugged at his sleeve, gently shaking it. Ling Fong gidge, she elongated her tone, her chin slightly lifted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Your doppelganger is utterly inadequate, even failing to serve the porridge properly. Ling Fong paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that this girl had discerned his true identity. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Qian Renshua leaned closer, lowering her voice further. Tinged with a hint of affection, you didn't keep me company. I woke up this morning and didn't see you. Her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze remained fixed upon him. A mixture of grievance and unmistakable jealousy clawing gently at his heart like a kitten's paw. ZG, observing the scene with amusement, subtly nudged Ling Feng's arm, signaling him to placate this jealous little one. With a blend of exasperation and tenderness, Ling Fong reached out, ruffling Qian Renshua's golden hair, his tone softening. It is my fault. I promise to let you see the real me first next time, alright? Only then did Qian Renshua press her lips together, a sly smile creeping onto her face, yet she feigned persistence, inching closer to him, her arms gently encircling his. With an upturned face, her expression a picture of feigned sorrow, she murmured softly, I wanted to. Ling Fong was momentarily taken aback, noticing the blush creeping up her ears, and he instantly grasped her meaning, a mix of amusement and helplessness bubbling within him. Before he could respond, Qian Renshua muttered softly, clearly, I was the first, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible note of teasing. Amused by her demeanor, Ling Fong leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. All right. Come find me tonight, is that acceptable? Qian Renshua's cheeks instantly flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Though shy, she nodded vigorously, her earlier grievances evaporating, replaced by an unmistakable glimmer of joy. In the courtyard after breakfast, the morning mist had dissipated, sunlight cascading through the branches, casting dappled shadows, while the air was imbued with the fresh scent of grass and foliage. Ling Fong instructed ZG to meditate and stabilize her mind while he approached the group of young women, his gaze sweeping over their youthful and focused faces, his tone clear and steady. Now, each of you, channel your soul power. Let me observe your current state. The women complied, spreading out to sit cross-legged in the courtyard. Qian Renshua was the first to emanate a faint golden wave of soul power. Although the pressure of her 79th level soul power was not fully unleashed, it radiated a solemn sense of sanctity, with fine points of light swirling in her palms, evidencing an exceptionally solid foundation. Stealing a glance at Ling Fong, who was observing her intently, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze, focusing more intently on channeling her soul power. Meanwhile, Hulaina emitted a gentle red glow of foxfire. Her 57th level soul power, though not as robust as Qian Renshua's, flowed with an enchanting fluidity, exuding a seductive grace. Her breathing was steady, brows slightly furrowed, clearly intent on controlling every nuance of her soul power's flow, not daring to relax for even a moment. On the other side, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuyun huddled together. Three young companions of similar age, already close, now gathered even nearer. Xiao Wu was enveloped in a gentle hue of pink spirit power. Though her level 35 spirit energy appeared somewhat nascent, it brimmed with vibrant vitality, flowing with the unique lightness characteristic of her rabbit spirit. Zhu Zhuqing was surrounded by a shadowy, deep purple spirit power. Her level 31 energy was tightly condensed, exuding a sharp and icy intensity. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power, while similarly dark, was more stable at level 42, yet it subtly bore a hint of stagnation, indicating her adjustment to the state following the previous soul imprint's removal. Ling Fong strolled past the trio, occasionally tapping the air with his fingertips to correct the subtle trajectories of their spirit energy. When he reached Qian Renshua, he paused. Schwerer, your spirit power is overly aggressive. Try to leave some leeway in your dantian. It is the harmony of strength and gentleness that will carry you further. With a gentle gesture towards her abdomen, he instructed her to let the spirit power flow like water over stone, rather than relying solely on brute force. Following his advice, Qian Renshua adjusted her breathing, and her golden spirit power indeed softened, eliminating the previous sensation of stagnation. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, it truly feels much easier. Approaching Hulaina, Ling Fong raised an eyebrow. Laina, your spirit power is agile but lacks refinement. When your martial spirit manifests, try to concentrate the energy at your fingertips. Though the foxfire is gentle, it can still conceal its edge. With a flick of his finger, a faint energy landed on her fingertips, allowing her to experience this artful concentration. Hulaina's fingers trembled, and a vibrant red light suddenly gathered in her palm, the temperature of the foxfire noticeably rising. Her eyes lit up as she focused intently, savoring this newfound power of gathering and dispersing. Finally, it was the turn of the three little ones. Ling Fong first turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, your spirit energy flows with a sense of stagnation. Have you been too eager in your cultivation? He placed his hand over her wrist, a gentle spirit power entering her body, slowing her pace to ensure each meridian was thoroughly unblocked. With a solid foundation, breakthroughs would come naturally. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "Yes, I understand." Ling Fong then faced Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, your spirit power is quite pure, yet overly tense. Try to relax your shoulders and back, allowing the energy to flow along your bones." The phantom spirit cat must not only be swift, but also learn to harness strength. He demonstrated a stretching cat-like motion, saying, like this, "Poised like a cat on a shallow bank, and when you strike, like an arrow released from its bow." Zhu Zhuqing silently followed suit, her energy indeed softening as her tense shoulders relaxed. Lastly, it was Xiao Wu's turn, and Ling Feng's tone unconsciously softened. "Xiao Wu, your spirit power is vibrant with life, yet it lacks defensive resilience. Try attaching your spirit energy to your joints and engage in weight training. This will not only refine your energy, but also enhance your endurance in close combat." He retrieved several small silver-weighted rings from his storage bag. "Here, try wearing this. The weight is adjustable." Xiao Wu accepted the weight rings, her fingers gently caressing the cool metal surface as she looked up with sparkling eyes. "Thank you, brother Ling Fong." As Ji quietly observed from the side, she noted how Ling Feng's guidance was both precise and appropriate. At times, he sternly corrected the trajectories of soul power, while at other moments, he patiently demonstrated actions, his serious profile softly illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the leaves, outlining a gentle contour. A warm feeling surged within her heart, and she found her gaze lingering on him for a moment longer. Suddenly recalling the warmth and absurdity of the previous night, a blush crept onto Ji's cheeks. She hastily shook her head to dispel distracting thoughts, closed her eyes once more, and focused on stabilizing her mind, though the faint redness in her ears lingered. Chapter 9. The Reckless Digging at Shrek's Foundations. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Inside the tent, the flickering candlelight cast Ling Feng's focused silhouette upon the sand table. He held a lustrous jade token between his fingers, tracing the preordained path as it descended. The moment the token made contact with the sand table, a subtle ripple of soul power emanated from it, marking a pivotal node. Just as his fingertips were about to retract completely, a fleeting shadow swept past the window, merging almost seamlessly with the deepening night, causing even the candlelight to flicker imperceptibly. Ling Fong paused, raising his gaze to find a sealed letter lying quietly on the windowsill, its edges still moist with the night dew. He retrieved the letter and opened it. The yellowed paper bore only a few hastily written words, yet the strokes were forceful enough that the ink seemed to bleed through. "Shrek is recruiting new members. Ning Rongrong has entered Soto City and will attend the Academy's assessment tomorrow." This was information relayed by his informant positioned near Shrek. Ling Fong gently traced the edge of the letter with his fingertips, his expression gradually sharpening. It had finally arrived. Over the past 6 years, he had remained in seclusion, refraining from recklessly roaming the continent, all in anticipation of this favorable wind from Shrek Academy. Tang San was the destined child, his every move subtly safeguarded by the will of the world. To strike against him recklessly would only invite unimaginable backlash in the end. It was far better to let nature take its course, allowing him to grow steadily along the trajectory of the original narrative. After all, he was merely a budding divine king. In terms of true strength, even a single ancestor could easily suppress him. Not repressing him did not mean allowing him to monopolize fortune. The opportunities surrounding Tang San were ones he must share, particularly the proximity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary martial soul, and this was no empty accolade. Such support was indispensable, whether for future battles or for solidifying his foundation. Ling Feng's fingers lightly tapped the letter, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. He must bring the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School under his command. It seemed the time had come for him to personally visit Soto City. He brought the letter close to the candlelight, igniting it and watching as the paper turned to ash and drifted away. As he turned, the jade token on the sand table had already been collected, and the candlelight within the room gently swayed. Just as he rose to prepare his belongings, the door was gently pushed open, ushering in a cool night breeze. Qian Renshua leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her light golden eyes shimmering in the candlelight, imbued with a hint of playful inquiry. "Packing in the middle of the night. Are you planning to go somewhere?" Ling Fong halted his movements, raising his gaze to see Hyena, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuyuan entering in unison, their bright eyes fixed upon him, evidently having eavesdropped for a while outside. Even at the end of the corridor, Ziji leaned against a pillar, resting her chin on one hand, a playful smile glimmering in her eyes as she watched him with keen interest. "I have a matter to attend to in Soto City," Ling Fong said with a hint of resignation, placing down the burden he carried, aware that such a commotion could hardly escape their notice. "Soto City?" Hyena blinked, her tone laced with curiosity. "That place is quite remote. What could possibly warrant a visit? Is it related to that peculiar academy named Shrek?" Qian Rengshu, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the crux of the matter as she approached, her gaze sweeping over the corner of the letter Ling Fong had yet to conceal. "I've heard they are currently enrolling new students. Are you planning to intercept new recruits?" She paused, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Is it for the little princess of the seven treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong? Seeing his intentions laid bare, Ling Fong decided to be forthright and nodded. Her talent is indeed worthy of pursuit. It would be a pity to let her slip away. We shall accompany you. Xiao Wu immediately raised her hand. Her fluffy ears perked up in excitement. The more, the merrier. We might even help you devise a strategy. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded slightly. Soto City is not far from here. It is a perfect opportunity for some practical experience. Qian Rengshu crossed her arms, a glint of mischief in her eyes. We cannot allow you to go alone. Besides, she drawled, her gaze sweeping over the group, we cannot let you meet a beautiful young lady by yourself. What if someone were to whisk you away? Ling Fong was amused by their banter, recognizing that once these young women made a decision, it was unlikely to be altered. He sighed in resignation. Very well, let us go together. But once we arrive, you must adhere to my instructions. No acting independently. Not a problem. They chimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, traveling with Ling Fong always promised delightful encounters, and more importantly, they could not allow him the chance to attract new companions. The number and quality of their sisterhood must be stringently monitored. They prepared a carriage overnight and set off. The sound of hooves shattered the night, and they took a brief respite only when dawn began to break. Within a few afternoons, they had arrived at Soto City. At the city gates, the air was filled with lively chatter, and shops lined the streets in an orderly fashion, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Among the throng of passers-by, soul masters could be seen carrying awakening stones on their backs, weapons hanging at their waists, and occasionally, the shimmering fluctuations of soul rings could be glimpsed on their bodies, casting the entire city in an atmosphere of vibrant energy and bustling activity unique to the realm of soul masters. Ling Fong chosen and situated near the outskirts, in the direction of Shrek Academy, securing several adjacent rooms. Once settled, he ascended to the second floor alone, leaning against the window, his gaze directed toward the hazy outlines of the city outskirts. His fingertips unconsciously tapped a rhythmic pattern on the window frame, while his mind surged with memories of another world. The threads of Dolawa continent, the growth trajectory of the Shrek 7 monsters, were as vivid as if they had transpired yesterday, each pivotal moment etched in his mind like an indelible brand, calculating by the passage of time. It is nearly a month away, Ling Fong murmured softly, his gaze piercing through the deepening twilight outside the window, as if he could transcend time and space to witness the unfolding events that would soon transpire at Shrek Academy. His impression of Ning Rongrong was particularly vivid. The little princess of the seven treasure glazed tile school possessed extraordinary talent, yet was indulged by her sect to the point of becoming willful and headstrong. Upon her entrance to Shrek, she almost became the target of collective disdain, constantly clashing with her peers. Approaching her directly to forge a connection was evidently futile. With Ning Rongrong's mindset as a new student, the radiance of her sect elevated her to a lofty perch, rendering ordinary gestures of goodwill as suspect, and potentially inciting her disdain and wariness. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School held a unique status on the continent. Prematurely revealing any intentions of engagement would inevitably attract unwarranted attention. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until her temperament had tempered somewhat? Ling Fong gently shook his head. By the time she matured through interactions with her companions and developed a sense of belonging to Shrek, any attempts to engage her would likely be too late, significantly diminishing their impact. His fingertips rested upon the cool window frame as he gazed toward the distant direction of Shrek Academy, a glimmer of contemplation emerging in his eyes. The timing was delicate. It seemed necessary to devise a thoughtful strategy. Amidst the swirling thoughts, a vivid scene suddenly crystallized in his mind. In the original narrative, after Dai Mubai's defeat in the Soul Arena, his spirits were low, yet Ning Rongrong, with her unfiltered tongue, mockingly provoked him, instantly igniting his pent-up fury. At that moment, Dai Mubai's soul power far surpassed that of a newcomer, and as his momentum erupted, Ning Rongrong was sent staggering backward, crashing to the ground, with no one stepping forward to assist her. It was her first experience of isolation, her haughty demeanor publicly crushed. Perhaps this was the opportune moment. Ling Feng's gaze suddenly brightened, the tapping of his fingers upon the window frame ceasing quietly. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were absent in this life, according to the trajectory of the story, Ning Rongrong and her companions would eventually enter the Soul Arena. At that point, he merely needed to subtly guide the situation with the Nine Suns Eye prison, allowing Dai Mubai's anger to erupt naturally. This would be one of the rare moments of adversity in Ning Rongrong's life, the first instance where her arrogant facade would begin to show cracks. By appearing when she was at her most vulnerable, yearning for a lifeline yet unable to humble herself, he could avoid direct confrontation while offering a discreet gesture of kindness. More importantly, he could seize this opportunity to impart a valuable lesson. Being willful was not inherently wrong, but displaying such demeanor in inappropriate contexts was foolish. A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips. His intention was not to admonish but to enlighten. With a calm tone, he would convey to her that true strength transcends mere talent and background. It lies in the ability to integrate into one's surroundings and respect the capabilities of one's companions. This approach would not only clearly establish his own position, but also enable her to genuinely recognize the root of her issues, potentially fostering a sense of resonance within her. For in the moments when all others regarded her with scorn, he would be the sole individual devoid of hostility, willing to engage her in reason. Despite appearing to stand on opposing sides, having successfully extricated himself from a predicament while simultaneously crafting a persona and subtly addressing her temperament, he was pleased to have achieved 3 objectives with a single action. Ling Fong nodded in satisfaction, his fingertips lightly tapping against the window frame. The strategy that had been shrouded in uncertainty began to crystallize in his mind, revealing a clear path ahead. As the wind outside gradually ceased, the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow. There was no need for haste in enacting change. He merely needed to provide a gentle push at the opportune moment. Subsequently, Ling Fong closed his eyes, his fingers delicately tracing the windowsill as he silently organized his forthcoming preparations. Although the timing for his intervention was already determined, essential groundwork remained imperative. He must first leave a vague impression in Ning Rongrong's mind to prevent his future appearance from being overly abrupt. The following morning, the town outside Shrek Academy was still enveloped in a hazy mist, and the corner grocery store had just propped open its first door panel. Ling Fong, adorned with half a dark mask, casually tossed a few copper soul coins between his fingers, leisurely squatting on the stone steps outside the shop as if awaiting entry like any ordinary customer. As the shopkeeper secured the door panel, he rose and sauntered inside. His gaze swept over the myriad of small goods on the shelves, finally resting on a delicate bracelet adorned with dried flowers entwined with crystal. The fine gold wire wrapping around the petals glimmering softly in the sunlight, though not extravagant, it exuded a unique charm befitting a young lady's taste, making it the perfect prop he had specifically chosen. Just as his fingertips brushed against the bracelet, a crisp yet somewhat haughty footfall echoed from behind him. "Shopkeeper, let me see that." A slender, fair hand reached over his shoulder, her fingertip landing precisely on the bracelet he had just picked up, her nails impeccably rounded and refined, betraying an air of pampered delicacy. Ling Fong appropriately furrowed his brow and turned slightly, meeting a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with a hint of arrogance. Ning Rongrong was clad in a light blue dress, intricately embroidered at the collar, with a translucent jade pendant hanging at her waist, the emblem of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Despite her attempts to appear modest, the innate nobility in her demeanor was unmistakable. "This bracelet was taken by me first," Ling Fong stated with an even tone, exuding just the right amount of detachment, neither overly familiar nor submissive. Ning Rongrong, clearly unaccustomed to being challenged, raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with the usual authority she wielded. "I have taken a liking to it. You should relinquish it to me." In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there was no one who dared to contest her desires. "Oh, on what grounds?" Ling Fong feigned surprise, his fingertips lightly caressing the dried flowers on the bracelet. "In a shop, business must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, does it not? Do you know who I am?" Ning Rongrong's voice grew colder, the pitch of her final syllable rising slightly, hinting at the weight of her sect's background, anticipating a display of shock or deference from him. Yet, Ling Fong appeared oblivious to the underlying implications, merely shrugging nonchalantly before placing the bracelet back on the counter. "I do not know, nor do I wish to. However, seeing how much you desire it, I shall let you have it." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned in his wake. She had long prepared a plethora of arguments to suppress her identity, even rehearsing the sycophantic expressions the other party might display. However, she was utterly taken aback when he casually conceded. As she watched Ling Feng's figure vanish into the mist around the street corner, Ning Rongrong clutched the bracelet she had just acquired, feeling inexplicably awkward. It was as if she had struck a punch against cotton, her pent-up indignation lacking an outlet. And even the exquisite bracelet now bore an inexplicable taste of something unnameable. After purchasing the bracelet, Ning Rongrong unconsciously caressed the cool, crystalline dried flowers with her fingertips, meandering towards the direction of Shrek Academy. The news of her enrollment swiftly spread throughout the diminutive academy. This year's cohort of freshmen was surprisingly scant. Counting the early arriving Tang San, there were only 2 of them who had passed the preliminary selection. The rigors of the entrance examination surpassed all expectations. The muddy playground, the pungent aroma of weeds in the air, and the intimidating proctor, whom she later learned was Vice Dean Zhao Wujin, made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Yet, the pride of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School forbade her from retreating. She gritted her teeth and endured all the assessments. However, the true ordeal began with the daily training. Each day, before dawn, she was roused by the blaring whistle, running dozens of laps around the barren hilltop. After exhausting her soul power, she was still required to laboriously toil, repairing leaky roofs and clearing overgrown backyards. With meals composed solely of the simplest coarse grains and wild vegetables, devoid of even a hint of meat, the pampered little princess was unaccustomed to such hardships. Halfway through the first day's training, she seized an opportunity to sneak out of the academy unnoticed, reveling in the freedom of Soto City for most of the day, returning only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon reaching the mountain gate, she encountered Dean Flinder, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. His words, "This is not the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Shrek does not accept waste," struck her like a resounding slap, flushing her face crimson and rendering her speechless. The pampered arrogance she had nurtured was painfully confronted by reality for the first time. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun regarded her with unabashed mockery, while even Oscar, who usually smiled and expressed his fondness for her, could only shake his head in resignation. No one was willing to team up with this princess who perpetually furrowed her brow in complaint. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She could not comprehend why. After merely speaking a few truths and expressing a slight temper, everyone seemed to conspire against her. When had the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School ever faced such cold treatment? It was not until the soul fighting class arrived, where the teacher required the new students to form teams for practical combat, that she finally awaited her chance to prove herself. Yet, as she chose her teammates, everyone conspicuously avoided her, and ultimately, it was Dai Mubai who reluctantly approached her, forming a temporary partnership, the oppressive atmosphere around him palpable. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. Harboring a fierce determination within, she aimed to demonstrate that she was not merely a pampered princess. As the heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she possessed extraordinary capabilities. However, when her opponent ascended the arena, both she and Dai Mubai were taken aback to discover that there was only one adversary. What made her heart race was the revelation that this individual was the stranger who had graciously offered her the bracelet that very morning. At this moment, he stood poised across the arena, his stature upright, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. The emotions concealed behind his mask evoked in her a faint recollection of his earlier words, "It matters not to you." Begin. With the referee's command, Dai Mubai launched the first strike. The yellow and purple soul rings flared to life, and the white tiger martial spirit enveloped him, his form expanding as he charged forward with a fierce tiger's roar aimed at his opponent. Ning Rongrong, in a flurry, focused her spirit and summoned the delicate Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, which materialized in her palm, enveloping Dai Mubai in a gentle halo that instantaneously amplified his speed and strength. Ling Fong remained motionless, merely shaking his head in mild disapproval. He could not be bothered to activate his martial spirit, had it not been for the purpose of imparting a lesson to this willful little princess. He would not have deigned to participate in such a trivial match. As Dai Mubai advanced with ferocity, Ling Fong merely sidestepped with ease, evading the attack as if taking a leisurely stroll. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing silently before Ning Rongrong. With a subtle bend of his fingers, a concentrated blast of soul power erupted forth, striking precisely at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower in her palm. With a soft thud, the tower disintegrated, and Ning Rongrong felt a gentle yet irresistible force wash over her, causing her to stagger back several steps. A sharp pain blooming in her chest as a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Useless. Dai Mubai's furious shout reverberated in her ears. Having harbored resentment from his earlier defeat, his anger surged anew. You cannot even manage a proper amplification. Is this the caliber produced by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong, already overwhelmed with grievances, was ignited further by his scorn. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she defiantly retorted, "You are the useless one. If you hadn't been so slow, I would not have been struck." It is no wonder that the star Luo Prince hides in this rural academy with such meager skills. What did you say? Dai Mubai's gaze turned icy, and his soul power erupted without reservation, a formidable presence crashing down upon Ning Rongrong. Already weakened, she found her legs buckling under the pressure, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, her skirt soiled by the dust of the arena. Ling Fong observed from the sidelines, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. It seemed there was no longer any need for him to employ illusions. The conflict between these two had reached a boiling point. The audience from Shrek Academy watched with crossed arms, their enthusiasm for intervention extinguished by Dai Mubai's wrath and Ning Rongrong's petulance. Even Oscar turned his gaze away in resignation, unwilling to come to the defense of the ever-complaining young lady. Kneeling on the cold arena floor, her palms bruised by the sharp stones, the pent-up grievances of several days finally burst forth, and tears fell uncontrollably, splattering onto the dust below and creating small, damp patches. For years, the pride that had been cradled in her hands shattered into a million pieces, leaving only the biting solitude of the present moment, with even the wind echoing its derision. Just then, a figure silently positioned itself before her. Ling Fong cast a sidelong glance at the still-fuming Dai Mubai, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. Unable to defeat your opponent, yet you possess the audacity to vent your frustration on your own teammate. Truly pathetic. You seek death. Dai Mubai, already consumed by rage, felt his eyes blaze crimson at these words. With a roar, he unleashed his soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. As his form swelled with a ferocious energy, he charged towards Ling Fong. Ling Fong merely shook his head, not even bothering to summon his soul power. As he sidestepped, he executed a swift kick, so rapid that the motion was nearly imperceptible. A dull thud resounded as Dai Mubai was sent flying, his speed multiplied several times over, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena and stirring up a cloud of dust. Having dealt with the nuisance, Ling Fong turned his gaze to the weeping Ning Rongrong, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Crying resolves nothing. Feel aggrieved? Then stand up and retaliate with your strength, rather than merely shedding tears. He crouched down, his eyes piercing through her misty tears, locking onto the stubbornness in her gaze. Given your martial spirit, you must belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The prestige of your sect has shielded you for over a decade, but it holds no value here. If you cannot withstand this minor setback, no matter how exceptional your talent, You will never become a true powerhouse. His words struck like an ice pick, piercing through her layers of arrogance, yet strangely, they quelled her tumultuous emotions somewhat. Ling Fong produced a clean handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it to her, his voice softening. Rise. Ning Rongrong, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at his outstretched hand, then swept her glance over the indifferent and mocking faces in the audience, her fingertips trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she finally bit her lip and placed her hand upon his. With a gentle tug, Ling Fong lifted her up, brushing the dust from her skirt, uttering not another word as he turned and strode towards the exit of the arena, his posture upright as though untouched by the gazes around him. Ning Rongrong stood rooted in place, clutching the warm handkerchief, watching Ling Feng's retreating figure, and the chaotic emotions within her inexplicably calmed considerably. She hurried a step forward, her voice still tinged with lingering sobs. Wait, may I know your name? Ling Fong did not pause, merely raising a hand in farewell, his silhouette swiftly disappearing through the arena's exit. Ning Rongrong's outstretched hand froze in midair, an indescribable sense of disheartenment washing over her. The tears she had just managed to suppress once again welling in her eyes. Bowing her head, she sniffed, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against her wrist, only to encounter a cool sensation. Looking down, she discovered a string of crystal dry flower bracelets adorning her wrist, identical to the ones she had seen that morning in the grocery store, the petals entwined with golden threads still exuding a faint botanical fragrance. Suddenly realizing, she disregarded the Shrek members who were assisting Dai Mubai and, clutching the bracelet, turned and dashed out of the battle arena. The clamor both inside and outside the venue had yet to dissipate, as Ning Rongrong clutched a string of bracelets, the crystal grass in her palm dampened by unshed tears. Ling Feng's earlier words echoed like a stone cast into her tumultuous heart, sending ripples of grievance, resentment, and an inexplicable curiosity coursing through her, compelling her to forge ahead. She did not return to Shrek. Instead, guided by fragmented memories, she turned into a mist-laden street at dawn. The sun had dispelled the morning fog, and the wooden door of a corner grocery store stood ajar, warm light streaming across the threshold, outlining a familiar silhouette. Ling Fong stood at the counter, holding a new string of dried crystal grass bracelets, his fingers delicately tracing the petals, seemingly engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper. His profile rendered strikingly clear in the sunlight. Ning Rongrong's heart inexplicably raced, her steps quickening uncontrollably as she nearly sprinted toward him, halting just a few paces behind. The hurried run left her breathless, her chest rising and falling gently, a flush blooming on her cheeks, her breath coming in shallow gasps. You are indeed here. Ling Fong turned to her, observing her out-of-breath state, a faint smile curving his lips. It seems you arrived sooner than I anticipated. He gently swayed the bracelet in his hand, the blue-violet dried flowers reflecting a soft luster under the sunlight. Are you still upset about the arena? I am not. Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head defiantly, though her ears betrayed her with a subtle blush. Yet, moments later, she could not help but turn back, her clear apricot eyes brimming with confusion. Who exactly are you? Why did you say those things to me? And did you already know I would come? Ling Fong did not respond directly. Instead, he extended the bracelet toward her. This is for you. Last time, I thought it unnecessary to contend with a young girl over trivial matters, but this time, I believe you might need a different kind of reminder. He paused, raising his hand to remove the dark mask from his face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, marked by a composed intensity. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ling Fong. The moment Ning Rongrong beheld his face, her pupils constricted as realization dawned upon her. This man was none other than the exceptionally gifted Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, the second known wielder of twin martial souls on the continent. A soul saint at such a young age, often mentioned in reverence by the elders of various sections. Yet, despite his formidable status, he had seen through her vulnerabilities from the outset, choosing not to ridicule or disregard her like others, but rather pulling her out of her self-pity in an awkward yet straightforward manner. Am I truly so inadequate? She murmured, her voice as soft as a feather falling, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. This place is so dilapidated and harsh, everyone despises me. Ling Fong leaned casually against the counter, his fingers lightly tapping the wooden surface. His tone calm, yet imbued with a penetrating strength. Their opinions of you stem from two sources. On one hand, you do carry an air of arrogance, having yet to learn restraint, and on the other, it is the jealousy inherent in human nature that stirs the pot. He raised his gaze to her, his eyes sincere, regardless of their acknowledgement. Individuals instinctively harbor disdain for those who possess superior circumstances yet lack the diligence to strive. They envy your prestigious background, and are further irked by your unwillingness to earn your place through genuine effort. The Seven Treasures glazed tower undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of supportive capabilities, yet, as Ling Fong shifted his tone with a weightier gravity, possessing a trump card without deploying it renders even the finest ace worthless. If you desire genuine recognition from others, you must first prove yourself worthy of the talents and heritage you possess. Ning Rongrong's fingers tightened around the bracelet on her wrist, the cool, smooth texture of the crystal flowers unexpectedly instilling a sense of reassurance. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow upon her face, as the accumulated grievances and confusion seemed to dissipate quietly amidst his words. She recalled the various humiliations she had faced since her enrollment. The relentless complaints on the muddy playground, Dai Mubai's furious outbursts, the deliberately cold gazes from her classmates. In contrast, the imposing silhouette of Ling Fong standing protectively before her and his clear, powerful words began to dissolve the spoiled arrogance she had nurtured within. An unprecedented thought began to take root. Perhaps it was indeed time for her to change. What should I do? She lifted her head. Though her eyes were still slightly reddened, the tears had dried, replaced by a hint of determination that emerged after hesitation, akin to a dusty pearl finally shining through. Ling Fong smiled, warmth flickering in his eyes. It is quite simple. Abandon your princess demeanor and train with me. I shall teach you how to maximize the potential of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, how to discern your supportive role in practical combat, and how to compel those who currently look down upon you to confront your worth in the future. He extended his hand, palm dry and warm, just as he had in the Soul Arena. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must endure hardship and refrain from contemplating withdrawal. True strength is not born of stubbornness. It is about finding the place where you can shine and then standing firm. Sunlight streamed through the wooden shop window, casting a warm beam between them, causing even the dust in the air to dance within the light. Ning Rongrong regarded his outstretched hand, then glanced at the bracelet she clutched tightly. The fragrant scent of the crystal flowers mingled with the warmth of the sun, enveloping her senses. She inhaled deeply and finally placed her cool hand gently upon his. Her voice soft yet remarkably clear. I will not run away again. The wind swept down the street, carrying the faint scent of herbs from the general store past her ears. Ling Fong grasped her hand with an undeniable conviction. Excellent. From this day forth, you need not return to Shrek. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly nodded vigorously, the last vestige of confusion evaporating, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Ling Fong led Ning Rongrong into a modest hotel nestled at the street corner. As he pushed open the wooden door to the second-floor room, a burst of cheerful laughter greeted them, instantly dispelling the clamor from outside. Oh, brother Ling Fong, you're back. Seated by the window, sipping tea, Qian Renxue was the first to speak. Today, she had donned a simple yet elegant azure robe, shedding her usual opulence, while her eyes sparkled with an enchanting clarity. Yet, a flicker of mischief in her gaze could not be concealed. Who was this lovely younger sister behind her? She appeared quite unfamiliar. Beside her, Helena, who had been fiddling with the soul guide on the table, instantly raised her head, her eyes shimmering with excitement as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Wow, is she a new acquaintance? She is so exquisitely beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually sat quietly in the corner perusing her illustrations, set aside her book, her curious gaze landing on Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuyun, nearby, nodded with a gentle smile in her eyes. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by the sudden attention, instinctively retreating slightly behind Ling Fong. When had the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ever encountered such an open and enthusiastic scene? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even the tips of her ears turned a rosy hue, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Ling Fong helplessly rubbed his temples and addressed the gathering in the room. Do not scare her. This is Ning Rongrong. He stepped aside to allow Ning Rongrong to move forward and softly introduced her. Rongrong, these are Ziji, Qian Renxue, Helena, Zhu Zhuyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. They are all friends. Friends? Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow, leisurely swirling her teacup, causing ripples to dance in the liquid. I suppose they are friends you must personally reclaim? With those red-rimmed eyes of yours, have you perhaps faced some grievances at the academy? Helena had already bounced over to Ning Rongrong, familiarly taking her hand, the warmth of her palm radiating comfort. Do not mind them, come sit with me. She beamed, her eyes twinkling, her tone both warm and sincere. Who has bullied you? Tell your sister, and I shall make them pay. This unexpected closeness allowed Ning Rongrong's taut nerves to ease somewhat. Stealing a glance around the room, she noticed that despite their differing personalities, the gazes of those present were devoid of mockery or indifference. Instead, they brimmed with genuine kindness, gradually dispelling her unease. Xiao Wu approached with a cup of warm water, softly saying, You just finished a soul battle, right? Drink some water to refresh yourself. Observing the three distinctly styled, yet equally kind-hearted girls before her, Ning Rongrong felt the grievances and embarrassment born from her defeat in the soul battle melting away like ice in warm water. She quietly murmured her gratitude. Accepting the cup and taking a sip, the soothing warmth flowed down her throat, bringing a comforting glow to her heart. They were indeed like this, lively in speech, yet possessing gentle hearts. Ling Fong smiled as he explained, casually pulling a chair for Ning Rongrong. Qian Renxue set down her teacup, casting a knowing glance at him, half smiling. If we do not express our warmth a bit more, some might just accuse us of being indifferent hosts. Ziji then gently smiled, reaching out to wrap her arm around Ning Rongrong's shoulders, her fingertips tenderly ruffling the top of her hair. Do not be afraid, Rongrong. Tell your sister. Did you face any injustice in the soul arena just now? Ning Rongrong quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. No, it's my own fault, she murmured, recounting the events in the battle arena. As she spoke of being reprimanded by Dai Mubai and falling without anyone to assist her, her voice unconsciously lowered, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. Humph, Dai Mubai is nothing but a coward who shirks responsibility. Zhu Zhuyan frowned upon hearing this, her tone laced with disdain, clearly harboring no affection for him. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in exasperation, her eyes reflecting a knowing understanding. Xiao Wu gently wrapped her arm around Ning Rongrong's, soothingly reassured her, "Don't mind him, Rongrong. Your 7-treasure glazed tile is truly remarkable." They simply fail to appreciate such a valuable support. Hulaina nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Support-type soul masters inherently require harmonious cooperation with their teammates. If he can't manage the rhythm himself, how could he dare to blame you? Qian Renxue said little, merely retrieving a delicate osmanthus cake from the food box and offering it to her. "Try this. Its sweetness might brighten your mood. From now on, no one around us will let you endure such grievances. It's merely one failure. Do not let it defeat you." Ning Rongrong held the still warm cake, watching as the girls defended her and analyzed the situation, her eyes becoming moist once more. The stark contrast between the cold reception she experienced at Shrek and the warmth enveloping her now dissipated the remnants of her unease, replaced by an unprecedented sense of belonging. At Shrek Academy, she felt like an ostracized young lady, cautious even in her breaths. Yet here, despite having just met, they welcomed her as if they were old friends, without any barriers. "Thank you," Ning Rongrong sniffled, popping the osmanthus cake into her mouth, the sweet fragrance melting on her tongue, alleviating much of the bitterness in her heart. "What are you thanking us for?" Hulaina affectionately linked her arm with Ning Rongrong's, her smile bright and cheerful. "From now on, we are sisters. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. We'll protect you." Qian Renxue cast a knowing glance at Ling Fong, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. "That said, Brother Ling Fong has brought you back, so you must not slack off in training. He may appear gentle, but he has high expectations for those close to him. So don't come crying later." Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her earlier hesitations and insecurities having vanished, replaced by a newfound determination. She looked at the girls chattering and laughing, then glanced at Ling Fong, who stood to the side shaking his head in helplessness, and suddenly felt that perhaps the days ahead would indeed be different. Outside the window, the sunset was resplendent, golden-red rays streaming through the panes, casting a warm golden hue over the girls gathered together. The air was infused with the sweet aroma of pastries and the sound of light-hearted laughter. Leaning against the doorframe, Ling Fong observed the genuine, albeit shy, smile blossoming on Ning Rongrong's face, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. It seemed that this move had indeed been the right one. In the late night, a cool breeze, tinged with moisture, swept across the balcony as Ning Rongrong sat in a wicker chair, her elbows resting on the railing, lost in thought. She gazed at the dimming lights of Ling Feng's room across the way, letting out a gentle sigh. Naturally, she was familiar with Ling Fong, the legendary son of the Spirit Hall, whose remarkable achievements she had heard of since childhood. With his dual martial souls and the prowess of a soul sage at a tender age, he was a figure often reverently mentioned by the elders of her sect. She had never imagined that one day she would intersect with him in such a manner. Yet, her family, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had deep-rooted ties with the Heaven Do Empire, while the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Empire was historically delicate. Could she truly feel at ease remaining by Ling Feng's side? Nevertheless, the atmosphere here was undeniably alluring. The warm acceptance from the elder sisters was a comfort she had never experienced in Shrek Academy. Furthermore, being near Ling Fong felt delightful and serene. As she contemplated, a soft knock sounded at the door. "May I come in?" Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, quickly leaping down from the balcony and hastening to open the door. Upon seeing Ling Feng's figure, a hint of lingering bewilderment sparkled in her eyes. "Ling Fong, brother, is there something you need at this late hour?" Ling Fong stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the open balcony, and calmly inquired, "Are you thinking about your sect?" Ning Rongrong bit her lip, honestly nodding, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. I fear that if I remain here, in the future, will my father and the others be at odds with you?" She did not finish her thought, but the worry in her eyes was palpable. She was apprehensive that one day her sect and Ling Fong would find themselves on opposing sides. How would she navigate such a predicament? Ling Fong smiled, suddenly shifting the topic. "Do you know of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda?" Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. It is a legend recorded in our sect's ancient texts, representing the ultimate form of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda." A note of wistfulness colored her tone. "Our 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is limited by the characteristics of our martial souls, allowing for the absorption of only 7 soul rings, capping our potential at the soul sage level. Yet, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda can transcend this limitation, providing soul masters the opportunity to ascend to title Dolawa. However, despite the passage of years, no one in the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school has achieved this." Ling Fong observed the yearning in her eyes, his smile deepening. "What if I told you that I could assist you in overcoming this limitation?" "What?" Ning Rongrong suddenly looked up, grasping Ling Feng's arm with astonishment, her eyes shining brilliantly, her voice trembling. "Is that true? Ling Fong, brother, do you truly have a way?" Ling Fong nodded with a smile, gently patting the back of her hand. "If I can accomplish this, do you think your father would reconsider his stance?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. This matter concerned the future of the entire sect. Her father might not be so stubborn, yet she still felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, Ling Fong revealed even more astonishing news. What if I said this is a method that can be mass-produced, allowing all soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to have the chance to surpass their limitations? At this, the doubt in Ning Rongrong's eyes was entirely replaced by overwhelming joy. She nodded vigorously, her tone unwavering. If Ling Fong, brother, can truly achieve this, my father will surely agree. Not just my father, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be grateful to you. Ling Fong gazed at her radiant face, unable to resist the urge to gently ruffle her hair, his tone warm and reassuring. Do not worry. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by his unexpected gesture, felt her cheeks flush but did not shy away. Instead, she obediently lowered her head, a subtle pink hue gracing her ears. It is getting late. Make sure to rest well. With that, Ling Fong withdrew his hand and turned to leave. I will find an opportunity to visit Master Ning soon. All will be revealed in due time. All right. Good night, brother Ling Fong. Ning Rongrong lifted her head, her earlier worries dissipated, replaced by a profound anticipation as she cheerfully waved him off. As the door softly closed, she immediately leaped onto her bed, clutching her pillow and joyfully swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The legend of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda ignited hopes for her sect's rise, and most importantly, she could remain by Ling Feng's side. Chapter 10, Xinming. The twilight cast a warm golden hue over the silhouette of Soto City, while the evening breeze carried the earthy scent of the main road. Ling Fong stood by the roadside, his fingertips lightly tapping against the metallic surface of his storage soul guide, which glinted coolly in the sunset. The sound of delicate footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning, he encountered Hulaina, who approached with a neatly folded plain cloak in her arms, her eyes betraying a hint of unspoken concern. Brother Ling Fong, it gets chilly on the road at night. Please wear this. Her voice was softer than usual, imbued with just the right amount of care. Ling Fong accepted the cloak and draped it over his shoulders, his gaze sweeping over a few individuals standing a short distance away. Qian Renxue had donned a crisp white outfit, her stature appearing even more elegant without the opulence, her silver hair gently billowing in the wind, her eyes sharp with readiness. Zhu Zhuyun held her sister's hand at a slightly farther distance, her expression bright and cheerful as she looked at him, while her younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing, shyly lowered her head, a faint blush coloring her ears, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Are we all prepared? Ling Fong inquired, his voice clear as a mountain spring, instantly calming the subtle restlessness in the air. Yes. Ning Rongrong was the first to respond, her face alight with joy. Her earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of complete trust in Ling Fong. Standing beside the carriage, ZG, draped in a black robe, her 10 fingers intertwined with a faint purple mist, nodded slightly as he glanced her way. The carriage is ready, and the soul guide array inside has been checked. It will not jolt during the night journey. Ling Fong cast one last glance toward the direction of Soto City. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the lamps within the city began to twinkle, resembling stars scattered across the earth. As he turned, he casually draped the cloak over his shoulder, his tone steady. Let us depart. With that, Ling Fong stepped onto the carriage first, closely followed by Qian Renxue, her silver hair sweeping past the carriage curtain, leaving a neat arc in its wake. Hulaina, smiling, took Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's hands as they boarded the carriage, with the Zhu sisters following suit. Lastly, ZG ascended gracefully, the hem of her black robe brushing the carriage step, leaving behind a faint trace of purple mist. The coachman cracked his whip lightly. The hooves of the horse shattered the twilight, and the sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the cobblestone road gradually faded, leaving the lights of Soto City behind. Inside the carriage, warmth enveloped the space. Zhu Zhuqing quietly lifted a corner of the curtain, gazing at the scenery outside, her fingertips unconsciously tightening. Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister gently grasped her hand, her gaze calm and resolute, seemingly offering silent comfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong huddled beside ZG, chattering eagerly about the details of their training. ZG listened patiently, occasionally interjecting with advice, and soon the carriage was filled with cheerful laughter. The wheels rolled steadily, carrying the group deeper into the night. Their destination, the towering spirit hall that loomed atop the continent. Majestic white jade columns held up the dome like colossal pillars, revealing the grandeur of the spirit hall's main edifice. Stained glass windows cast vibrant shadows across the hall, the delicate light spots swaying gently on the polished marble floor with the breeze, yet failing to dissipate the solemn dignity within. Ling Fong walked slowly through the long corridor adorned with dark red carpets, the sound of his boots echoing clearly in the emptiness. As his figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall, the previously murmured whispers abruptly ceased, and the air within seemed to solidify in an instant. At the head of the hall, Bibi Dong sat like an ice-carved deity. Her violet golden eyes were sharp as a poison blade, piercing through the air with a chilling intensity directed at Ling Fong. Her dark purple robe, edged with gold, flowed to the ground, intricately embroidered with spiderweb patterns. The papal crown upon her head glinted with a harsh light in the dim glow, and the pressure radiating from her made the air feel thick and oppressive. Ling Fong, you have brought Ning Rongrong back to the spirit hall. What is your true intention? Bibi Dong's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating coldness. akin to a chilling wind whispering past one's ear, causing the elders within the hall to instinctively hold their breath. Ling Fong chuckled inwardly at his teacher's evident jealousy in her inquiry and quickly restrained his casual demeanor, stepping forward to kneel on one knee. His posture respectful, yet not servile. "Teacher, please do not be angry. I brought her here not out of impulse." Bibi Dong frowned slightly, her slender fingers tapping gently on the armrest, and with a cold snort, she remarked, "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a close relationship with the Heaven Do Empire. The two empires have always been at odds with our spirit hall. Have you brought back a little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to act as their advocate?" "I would not dare," Ling Fong replied, lowering his head, his voice steady and powerful. "My actions are solely for the greater good of the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong is cherished in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and holds a unique status. If we can win her over to our side, it will undoubtedly lessen the obstacles when we seek to subdue the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. Moreover, her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is the foremost auxiliary spirit in the world. If it could be utilized by our spirit hall, it would undoubtedly enhance our strength significantly." Several elders clad in red robes exchanged glances upon hearing this and began to murmur among themselves, their expressions gradually reflecting deep contemplation, clearly finding merit in Ling Feng's words. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a cold, disdainful arc. "Humph, you certainly have calculated your moves well. Can this young girl truly bring such benefits to our spirit hall, as you assert?" Ling Fong raised his gaze, conviction gleaming in his eyes. "Master, please see clearly. Ning Rongrong possesses not only exceptional talent, but is also the treasured only daughter of Ning Fengji. If we guide her with the right approach and patience, we will undoubtedly unlock her utmost potential. I am wholly confident that she will sincerely pledge her allegiance to the spirit hall." Bibi Dong's fingers lingered at the edge of the armrest, and a brief silence enveloped the hall. The flickering light in her amethyst eyes seemed to weigh the pros and cons. Moments later, she spoke, her tone tempered yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you fail, do not blame me for disregarding our mentor-student bond." Ling Fong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he promptly rose and approached her, gently massaging her shoulders with a hint of intimacy. "Thank you for your support, Master." The other elders exchanged glances and hastily exited, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating. Bibi Dong, soothed by his touch, cast him a reproachful glance, the frostiness in her eyes having long since melted away. "You, after just a few days, have brought another one back." Ling Fong scratched his head with an awkward smile, inwardly musing, this is likely just the beginning. He dared not voice this thought, well aware that it would earn him a reprimand from his mentor. Instead, he obediently replied, "I merely wish to alleviate your burdens, Master." Bibi Dong, half closing her eyes in enjoyment of the massage, had long since relaxed her taut fingers. Her earlier harsh words had merely been a performance before the elders. She would never truly hold it against him. Perhaps it was the comfort of Ling Feng's touch or the inexplicable sense of security he exuded, but in a matter of moments, her breathing grew steady, and she leaned back against her chair, drifting into a deep slumber. Noticing the change, Ling Fong glanced down to find his mentor's eyelids gently closed, her long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings. The sharpness of her features softened in repose. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This seemingly stern and formidable pope resembled a sleepy child in private. With increasing gentleness, Ling Fong carefully lifted Bibi Dong into his arms. She felt remarkably light and nestled against him with surprising docility. He traversed the corridor to her inner chamber, bending down to remove her intricately embroidered soft boots and laying her gently upon the velvet-covered bed. He tucked the covers around her snugly, ensuring her comfort before quietly exiting the room. Just as the door closed with a soft click, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, the remnants of sleep vanishing from her amethyst gaze. She stared at the canopy above, her fingertips absently tracing the edge of the blanket, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the Holy Sun Palace, Ling Fong found the dormitory enveloped in tranquility, the young women already lost in dreams. He quietly closed the door behind him and sat by the window, contemplating the path ahead as he gazed at the moonlight outside. The bottleneck in his spirit power had persisted for quite some time, with the most pressing issue still revolving around the spirit rings. His subsequent soul rings must be of the 100,000-year grade, yet such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. To hunt them recklessly would be fraught with peril, and thus far, he has been unable to find a suitable target. Fortunately, by harnessing the slender thread of vitality left by the ancient deity, he has managed to tenuously comprehend and manipulate the rules of life surrounding him. Although he has gathered a considerable amount of life force during this time, it remains far from the quantity required for unsealing. The scattered essences of spring are not easily amassed. Timing, location, and human cooperation are all indispensable. Alas, he received his task in the height of summer, and he must wait until the following spring when all things awaken to seize the most opportune moment for harvesting life force. There is no immediate rush. For now, he can only strive to enhance his perception of the rules of life. Ling Feng's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the north, a direction marked by a forbidden zone of life, a place that the common folk dare not tread. Perhaps it was time to venture into that desolate land of bitter cold. There might be a chance to trigger the activation of tasks related to the revival of other ancestral beings amidst the frozen vastness. with his determination set. He hesitated no longer. Ling Fong promptly rose to pack his belongings, but midway through, he paused as he realized the harsh conditions of the extreme north were ill-suited for the company of several women. Furrowing his brow, a sense of concern washed over him. Well, for now, he could only take one step at a time, ensuring their safety first. Within the warm chamber of the Holy Sun's palace, the atmosphere had already turned heavy with a palpable tension. Ling Fong glanced at the individuals gathered around him, and with a weary sigh, he softened his tone, saying, "The extreme north is unlike ordinary hunting forests. It is perpetually encased in ice, home to apex soul beasts such as the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Snow Emperor. The relentless cold and icy mists will continuously erode a soul master's power. If you accompany me, I will only be distracted by concerns for your safety." His gaze swept over the faces marked with disapproval. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qian Renxue furrowed her brow in protest, her golden eyes brimming with defiance. "When have you ever truly brought me along on your trials since we were young? Now you wish to abandon me? No matter how perilous the extreme north may be. With our current strength, do you truly believe we would hinder you?" She had long grown accustomed to fighting alongside him and would not accept being relegated to a position of protection. Hu Laiina gently tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve, her voice tinged with familiar reliance. "Brother Ling Fong, I have trained in combat with you for so long. Perhaps I could genuinely be of assistance." As the saintess raised under his guidance, her trust in him was deeply ingrained, making it difficult for her to allow him to face such dangers alone. Xiao Wu swayed her long, dark braid, her cheeks puffed out in a display of grievance. "Brother Ling Fong, you promised to always protect me. If you don't take me along, do you think I am too weak to be of any help?" Zhu Zhuyun, with an arm around her sister Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. "We sisters owe you a life. How could we allow you to face this alone? We have already faced the conspiracies of the Xingluo royal family together. What is the extreme north in comparison?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously beside them, her cold gaze filled with concern, yet she remained silent, her attitude unmistakable. Ning Rongrong, rarely shedding her usual arrogance, murmured softly, I am no longer just a little princess who causes trouble. Brother Ling Feng has taught me soul skills, and I have mastered them." She furtively glanced at Ling Feng, her long eyelashes fluttering, fearful of being perceived as a burden. Suddenly, Ziji, who had been quietly standing in the corner, spoke up, her violet eyes glimmering with fierce determination. "With my strength, I can protect you completely. Allow me to accompany you." As the Hell Dragon King, she possessed absolute confidence in her power, her tone leaving no room for refusal. The warm chamber fell silent, with several pairs of eyes fixed expectantly on Ling Feng. Filled with anticipation and resolve, Ling Feng gazed at the stubborn and anxious faces before him, a wave of warmth surging within him. He extended his hand, gently ruffling their hair in turn, his voice tender yet undeniably resolute. "I know you are all strong and understand your worries for me, but this time, it truly cannot be. The core area of the extreme north requires even titled Doluos to tread carefully. I must confront the impending dangers without reservations." He half-squatted to meet Xiao Wu's gaze, lightly tapping her puffed cheek with his fingertip. "Once you break through to Soul Emperor, I will definitely take you on the next expedition. This time, stay obediently in Soul Master City and await my return. I shall bring you the extreme north specialty, the ice crystal fruit, which is said to be sweet and even glows." Turning to Qian Renxue, his tone grew more solemn with a sense of entrustment. "Schwerer, there are many matters in the spirit hall that require your vigilance. With you here, I can truly feel at ease heading north." Facing Hu Laiina's pleading gaze, he gently admonished, "Laiina, you must look after them for me. When I return, I expect to check on your progress with soul skills, no slacking off." Lastly, his gaze fell upon Ziji, his tone sincere. "The bitter cold of the extreme north will suppress your dragon power. Remaining here to protect them is the greatest assistance you can offer me." Amidst the gentle persuasion intertwined with earnest promises, the golden glow of the setting sun filtered through the intricately carved window, casting elongated shadows across the warm chamber. Eventually, they relented, though their faces still bore reluctance, the stubbornness in their eyes gradually transforming into worried admonitions. Qian Renxue, still unconvinced, insisted with a seriousness that brooked no dissent, "Maintain contact with the soul guide. You must report your safety daily. No slacking." Hu Laiina silently handed over a jade vial containing healing elixirs she had painstakingly concocted over several nights, the vial exuding a faint medicinal aroma. "Take this with you. Remember to use it promptly if you get injured." Xiao Wu clutched his hand tightly, unwilling to let go, ultimately pressing a cherished peachwood comb into his palm, an object she held dear. "Take this. Having it with you is like having me by your side." Ling Feng accepted each item with care, placing the vial and comb safely, his fingertips brushing against their cool digits. Observing the lingering concern and reluctance in their eyes, he silently vowed, "Wait for me. I shall return safely." Exiting the Hall of the Holy Sun, Ling Fong let out a gentle sigh. For what lay ahead was the most challenging task of appeasing the one he must confront. He walked directly towards the innermost sanctum of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's chamber. And as he approached the door, it swung open of its own accord. A golden halo cascaded from the dome, illuminating the throne with an air of solemnity and sanctity. Seated upon the Pope's seat was Bibi Dong, draped in an ornate robe of purple and gold that flowed to the ground like a waterfall. Intricate totems glimmering in the soft light. Despite the subtlety of her imposing presence, the atmosphere was tinged with a sense of reverence. Fong, are you planning to venture to the far north? Before Ling Fong could utter a word, Bibi Dong's voice resonated within the vast hall. Her violet golden eyes gazing at him with a calmness that suggested she had already discerned his intentions. Ling Fong bowed respectfully, his tone reverent yet unwavering. Yes, master. My soul power has stagnated for far too long. I must seek an opportunity for breakthrough. Bibi Dong's fingertips lightly tapped against the jade armrest. The crisp sound echoing through the chamber, lending gravity to the air. The icy plains of the far north conceal countless unknown ice spirit beasts. Even titled Dolawa dare not tread lightly in the core region. Do you comprehend the peril of this journey? I am aware, master. Ling Fong met her gaze, a faint golden light shimmering in his celestial eyes. However, my twin martial souls require such trials to truly metamorphose. The soul control techniques and practical skills you have imparted over the years deserve to be tested in real combat. Moreover, I have ensured their safety. Embarking on this journey alone will allow me to confront crises without distraction. He paused, adding, I will not recklessly intrude upon the core area, but will first acclimatize myself at the periphery, utilizing my celestial vision to probe the environment. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, I will retreat promptly, never daring to cause you concern. Bibi Dong gazed at him, the waves of worry within her violet irises gradually settling, ultimately transforming into a subtle acknowledgement, her fingertips tapping coming to a halt. She raised her hand, and with a graceful motion, a completely ice-blue jade pendant fell like a shooting star into Ling Feng's palm. The pendant felt warm to the touch, yet it exuded a refreshing chill. This is ice marrow jade, which will aid you in resisting the biting cold of the far north. In dire moments, it can activate a defensive ice shield. Remember, your safety is more crucial than any soul ring. The future of the spirit hall depends on you. Thank you, master. Ling Fong clenched the pendant tightly, the warmth emanating from his fingertips surpassing even the jade's own coolness. He understood this was his master's heartfelt gesture. Even though he could withstand the cold, he did not decline, solely to put her at ease. He stepped forward and gently embraced Bibi Dong. Beneath her lavish robe, her figure was more delicate than he had imagined. Bibi Dong sighed in resignation, wrapping her arm lightly around his back, her tone tinged with indulgence. You rascal. Ever since I allowed you to venture out for training, you have scarcely remained at peace for a few days. Ling Fong released her, his eyes reflecting a serious promise. When I return this time, having sorted out all that needs to be addressed, I will certainly spend quality time with you, master. Bibi Dong shot him a playful glare, lightly pinching his cheek, her earlier concern having transformed into warmth. You are quite the smooth talker. Ling Fong smiled softly and turned towards the palace door. As he reached the entrance, he glanced back at the figure seated in the main position. And in that fleeting moment of eye contact, a myriad of unspoken words lay hidden within their depths. Go, Bibi Dong waved her hand, her voice as gentle as the breeze. Her gaze followed the silhouette that gradually receded until the heavy palace doors slowly closed, severing their line of sight. Only then did she withdraw her gaze, exhaling a soft sigh. Within her amethyst eyes, shadows danced, concealing worry, anticipation, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. The following day, before dawn, while the morning dew still clung to the stone steps, Ling Fong stepped out of the Wuhuan city gates alone. Bathed in the faint morning light, he made his way step by step towards the direction of the extreme north, ultimately fading into the distant horizon. After a fortnight of enduring wind and frost, Ling Fong finally reached the border of the extreme north. Before him lay no trace of greenery, only an endless expanse of white snow stretching to the horizon. The biting cold wind whipped the snowflakes, lacerating his cheeks with an icy sting. He carefully concealed the ice-worn jade gifted by Bibi Dong, the jade emitting a soft glow that formed a thin yet resilient shield around him, appearing fragile yet steadfast against the encroaching chill. His spiritual eyes flickered to life, vigilantly scanning the icy plains for any signs of movement. The moment he stepped into the heart of the extreme north, the world seemed to be muted. Only the howling wind and snow remained, while the ice beneath his feet was several yards thick. With each step, the crunch of snow beneath his soles resonated clearly in the vastness. As he surveyed the surroundings, apart from the undulating ice hills and the occasional glimpse of ice birds soaring overhead, there was no sign of life. Even the sunlight above was filtered through heavy clouds into a dismal grayish white, lazily casting its light upon the ice surface, reflecting a blinding glare. Ling Fong did not rush deeper into the expanse. Instead, he followed his plan and proceeded cautiously along the periphery, attuning himself to the air currents and temperatures of the frozen world. He circulated his soul power, forming a protective barrier around him to fend off the increasingly biting cold. His three-edged double blade occasionally unsheathed. The gleam of the blade could shatter the sharp ice shards that lunged towards him. His spiritual eyes fully expanded, the golden light scanning the frozen wilderness in search of the elusive ice attribute soul beasts. However, the vastness of the ice plains obscured all sense. And amidst the swirling snow, even the slightest trace of the Ice Emperor Scorpion or Snow Emperor eluded him, let alone the presence of any soul beasts of considerable age. Time slipped by in aimless searching, and Ling Feng's footprints extended across the icy expanse for 100 miles. He once encountered an ambush by dozens of ice wolf soul beasts in a secluded ice valley. Their fur blended seamlessly with the snow, their fangs glinting with a ghostly blue light as they launched a coordinated attack using the terrain for cover. With a light tap of his toes against the ice surface, as his figure spun, the three-edged double blade carved a brilliant golden arc, and at the moment of collision between blade and the ice wolf's claws, a flurry of ice shards erupted, sending the pack reeling. As another day passed, while traversing a frozen lake, the ice beneath my feet suddenly shattered. A colossal ice spike serpent, extending several dozen feet in length, erupted from the depths, spewing forth a venom imbued with extreme ice attributes. My pupils constricted, and my spiritual eyes swiftly locked onto the serpent's vital spot, my body evading the noxious spray like a wraith, as I thrust my three-pronged blade, infused with immense soul power, towards it. The blade clashed with the serpent's thick icy armor, producing a sharp metallic clang, while sparks erupted upon the ice, only to freeze instantaneously. This fierce battle raged for nearly a quarter of an hour, until I finally discerned the serpent's weakness beneath its scales, allowing me to deliver the fatal blow. With the snowstorm intensifying and visibility diminishing, I was compelled to seek refuge in a sheltered ice cave to recuperate. As the cold night quietly descended, temperatures in the far north plummeted below freezing, causing even the flow of soul power through my meridians to become sluggish. Seated deep within the ice cave, I nibbled on hard rations, gazing at the swirling snow outside that swept across the ice fields, my brow furrowing slightly. This aimless search seemed interminable. When would I uncover the true opportunity? For half a month, battles on the ice fields had never ceased. Although my soul power had been significantly depleted, I managed to recuperate in time, yet my true objective remained elusive, its shadow never appearing. The presence of the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Snow Emperor dissipated like droplets of water merging into the snow, leaving no trace in the boundless ice fields. Clearly, I could not continue this blind search any longer. I murmured to myself, my spiritual eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The core region of the far north must harbor stronger soul beasts. Perhaps it was time to delve directly deeper. After my rest, I stood, brushing off the accumulated snow from my body, shouldering my three-pronged blade, and stepped once more into the howling snowstorm, resolutely advancing towards the depths of the far north. After several days of travel, the closer I drew to the core area, the more ferocious the snowstorm became. The biting cold wind threatened to tear apart my protective soul shield, compressing the range of my spiritual sight by half. One afternoon, as I labored through a steep ice cliff, I felt a subtle tremor beneath my feet. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill, far colder than the surrounding air, surged from below, accompanied by an incredibly pure wave of ice elemental energy that momentarily stilled the surrounding tempest. My heart quickened. I immediately halted, channeling my spiritual eyes to their fullest extent, allowing my golden gaze to pierce through the swirling snow towards the chasm below. Beneath the cliff lay a bottomless crevice, from which the chilling aura emanated, pure and mighty. Certainly not of ordinary soul beasts or ice layers. What a rich presence of ice elements. My gaze sharpened, realizing the energy contained within far exceeded my expectations. It might indeed be connected to the Ice Emperor Scorpion or the Snow Emperor. Rather than recklessly leaping down, I carefully explored the edge of the crevice, discovering the walls adorned with interlaced ice spikes. Though steep and slippery, they could barely serve as footholds. Taking a deep breath, I tightened my soul power around my body, brandishing my three-pronged blade in front of me, and, using the cover of the snowstorm, leaped into the crevice. With a nimble tiptoe upon the icy ridge, he maneuvered his body like a graceful ape, deftly navigating the steep canyon walls. Each descent was precisely executed, landing upon the stable ice formations below, while his vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, ever watchful for the potential threats of avalanches or hidden dangers. As he ventured deeper, the chill grew increasingly penetrating, nearly extinguishing the warmth radiated by the ice marrow jade gifted by Bibi Dong. The flow of soul power within his meridians became sluggish under the relentless cold. Ling Fong silently rejoiced. Had he not cultivated the 9 transformations divine art and forged his body into that of the witch clan, an ordinary soul master would have likely succumbed to the frigid grasp of this extreme cold. After an indeterminate descent, a faint glimmer finally emerged below. As he drew nearer, a shimmering blue light gradually expanded within his view, casting a hazy and mysterious illumination across the abyssal canyon floor. When Ling Fong landed securely at the bottom, he was momentarily rendered breathless by the breathtaking spectacle before him. Contrary to his expectations of darkness and desolation, the valley opened into a vast natural ice cave. The cavern walls were adorned with countless crystals emanating an ethereal blue glow, layered and arranged with an exquisite irregularity, reminiscent of frozen ocean waves. Indeed, it was the ice marrow, rich in the most exquisite elemental ice. Such treasures, even the spirit hall possessed, but a scant supply, reserved solely for the most gifted ice-type soul masters. Even more astonishing was the fact that these ice marrows did not lie scattered. Rather, they coalesced along the natural veins of the valley floor, forming a meandering river. The translucent ice marrow flowed languidly within, exuding a chill so piercing yet subtly infused with a hint of warm vitality, far surpassing ordinary ice. His vigilant eyes discerned the pure energy coursing through the ice marrow. This was undoubtedly an ancient ice marrow spiritual vein, its existence spanning countless millennia. No wonder the air was thick with a formidable essence of ice. Approaching the spiritual vein, Ling Fong extended a finger to gently touch its surface. And an overwhelming coldness surged along his fingertip, swiftly followed by an influx of nearly tangible ice attribute energy flooding into his being. The value of this ice marrow spiritual vein was beyond measure, enough to drive any soul master into a frenzy. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Ling Fong carefully surveyed the area once more, ensuring there were no lurking dangers before he commenced his deeper exploration. At that moment, an unusual stirring occurred within his spiritual sea, as the vast and magnificent ancestral temple stirred once again. The deep blue pillar, symbolizing the laws of ice and cold, belonging to the ancestral Xianming, began to emit a faint blue glow, particularly conspicuous in the silence of the temple. Almost simultaneously, a clear message resonated within Ling Feng's mind, revealing to him the method to awaken Xianming. Use the true ice of Xianming as a catalyst, inscribing ancestral patterns upon the heart of eternal frost, with pure yin and absolute soul as offerings. The chill within one's spirit and the silence within one's fate would be bound to this pattern. To dye the soul with Xianming, to breathe in unison with the netherworld, to slumber alongside deathly stillness. Ling Fong pondered for a moment. It seemed that the pure energy of this millennia-old ice marrow spiritual vein barely met the initial requirements to awaken Xianming. Yet, the thought of this revival method caused him to furrow his brows. Ice and cold have long been companions of death, and Xianming, the ancestral shaman, presides over the very laws of mortality. While the phrase ice as the lure, souls as the offering is easier to grasp than the conditions for awakening the divine being of Shumong, the challenges it entails are indeed formidable. To rouse an ancestral shaman who governs the principles of death likely necessitates a considerable sacrifice of life or the fall of a formidable warrior as recompense. It is a daunting prospect. Ling Fong, with a throbbing headache, closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting the situation. Though these ancestral shamans are truly unmatched in power, the conditions for their revival are excessively stringent. With a soft sigh, he momentarily set aside the complexities surrounding the resurrection of the shaman and redirected his focus to the ice marrow spiritual vein before him. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether this millennia-old ice marrow could be absorbed and utilized. As his fingertips grazed the flowing ice marrow, an intensely pure essence of ice surged into his being. Almost simultaneously, the entire frozen abyss trembled slightly, as if the slumbering ice vein was abruptly awakened. With the ice marrow crystals embedded in the cavern walls shimmering with a brighter azure glow, it was not the roar of shattering rock, but rather a low murmur of energy that had lain dormant for eons, as a spirit vein, luminous and white like a jade dragon, began to rise from the depths of the ice, each vein pulsating with an icy power potent enough to freeze souls. He had no time for contemplation. The authentic spiritual energy cultivated within his dantian, harnessed through the 9 transformations' divine skill, began to operate uncontrollably and with fervor. The millennia-old ice marrow spiritual vein seemed to have found its outlet, transforming into a bone-chilling current that surged through his fingertips into his meridians, illuminating his flesh and bones with a crystalline sheen. Ling Fong clenched his jaw, feeling as though he had been cast into a celestial ice cellar, yet simultaneously, a formidable vitality quietly flourished amidst the frigidness, spreading through his blood to his limbs. Just as the spiritual energy was on the verge of saturating his dantian, a barely audible sigh reverberated from the depths of his consciousness. The sound was faint yet imbued with an ancient resonance, as if it had existed since the dawn of chaos. Ling Feng's awareness plunged, and he found himself confronted by an endless expanse of eerie frozen earth. At the center of this frost-laden terrain, a figure shrouded in layers of profound ice and runes flickered into view. The visage of this figure was obscured, yet it emanated a pressure potent enough to freeze the cycles of the 3 realms, causing Ling Feng's very soul to tremble despite its confinement. Which clan descendant? The aged and frail voice echoed within his mind, tinged with a hint of awakening bewilderment. Ling Feng's heart quaked. The aura and pressure unmistakably belonged to Xianming. The icy current of spiritual energy continued to flow in, most of it converging within his spiritual sea, where the ancestral shaman's temple, symbolizing Xianming's seal, stirred, manifesting as flickering motes of light that fell upon the spectral figure of Xianming. The figure seemed to respond to this subtle power, the runes of the seal flickering momentarily, and the apparition lifted slightly, as if appraising Ling Fong. Millennia-old ice marrow indeed presents a remarkable opportunity. The voice of Xianming remained frail, yet it now carried an unmistakable warmth. However, its power was too feeble to break the seal. Ling Feng wished to inquire further, only to find himself voiceless, passively enduring the gaze of the ancestral shaman. Devote yourself to your training, safeguarding this thread of spiritual vein. Xuaning's voice waned, imbued with profound weariness. When your strength is sufficient, perhaps we may meet again. As the words faded, the ethereal figure began to dissipate, and the icy expanse of the netherworld within his consciousness receded like a tide, leaving only a lingering breath to dissipate into his awareness. Ling Fong abruptly returned to his senses, realizing he still stood in the icy valley. The millennia-old ice marrow spiritual vein had transformed into a luminous white mark, now fused with his dantian. While the seal deep within his consciousness fell silent once more, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Only the chilling yet potent spiritual energy within his dantian, alongside the faint trace of concern lingering in his soul, remained. Regaining his composure, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. He had not anticipated that this journey to the extreme north would inadvertently awaken the Xianin divine pillar. Though the path to the ancestral shaman's true revival remained distant, this initial progress was undeniably promising. At least Xianin had stirred from its slumber, no longer trapped in an aimless stalemate. While the moments of speech were fleeting due to its frailty, they were nonetheless sufficient. He stood still, silently channeling his soul power, utilizing the remnant icy essence within his dantian to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Once his heart settled, he inhaled deeply and gracefully leapt, using the icy protrusions along the valley walls to ascend step by step, departing from the profound gorge that concealed both the ice marrow spiritual vein and the ancestral shaman's potential. Chapter 11. The title. The frigid winds of the extreme north cut like knives, biting into his face with a piercing chill. Ling Fong trudged through the knee-deep snow, his dark hair whipped into disarray by the storm, yet it did not obscure the clarity and sharpness of his gaze. His spiritual eyes, subtly shimmering at his brow, absorbed the undulations of soul power within 100 miles. However, aside from the occasional fleeting ice wolf across the tundra or the lurking snow bear beneath the drifts, he had yet to detect the presence he sought. Having ventured 3,000 miles into the heart of the extreme north, he murmured to himself, a strand of faint golden soul power quietly rising from his palm, its warmth gradually dispersing to counteract the chill seeping into his robes. In pursuit of the ultimate ice attribute soul ring compatible with his triple-edged blade, he had traversed this desolate realm of ice and snow for a full month. And the path beneath his feet continued to stretch on, the storm showing no signs of abating. Suddenly, the ice beneath him cracked with a sharp sound, causing Ling Fong to pause, his spiritual eyes igniting with a golden glow. It was not the fluctuation of soul beasts, but rather the sound of some creature shattering the hard ice, approaching him at an alarming speed. Almost as soon as he sensed it, a ghostly blue silhouette erupted from behind an ice hill, charging towards him with an intensity that could freeze the very air around it. It was a robust scorpion tail, its barbed tip shimmering with a crystalline ice blue hue, radiating a poisonous glow at its apex. Wherever it traversed, the moisture in the air instantaneously condensed into sharp icicles. At last it had arrived. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced boldly, his right hand forming a grasp as the three-pronged, double-edged blade materialized with a golden luminescence in his palm. Beneath him, 2,000-year soul rings flared to life, their yellow and purple radiance strikingly vivid against the swirling snowstorm. First soul skill, manifestation. The golden light enveloped him instantly, amplifying both his strength and speed dramatically. He pressed on, the blade aimed directly at the scorpion tail. Second soul skill, Thousand Armies Edge. In an instant, Ling Feng's weapon collided heavily with the scorpion tail, producing a resounding clang that reverberated across the icy expanse. The immense force sent a slight tingling through his arm, while the ice beneath him fractured, spider-webbing outward. The fierce collision sent the snowstorm scattering, finally revealing the source of the assault. It was a colossal scorpion, measuring over several dozen meters in length, its entire body encased in a shell resembling sapphire, each segment glistening with an icy blue sheen that refracted a dazzling yet frigid light under the pale sky. 8 sturdy scorpion legs struck the ice surface, leaving deep imprints with each step, crushing the solid ice to dust. Most striking were its upright golden eyes, now coldly scrutinizing the intruder, locking onto Ling Fong with the chilling scrutiny of a predator assessing its prey, its pupils swirling with the unique oppressive aura of the Arctic sovereign. The ice blue emperor scorpion. Ling Fong gazed upon this formidable soul beast, one of the 3 monarchs of the extreme north, his spiritual eye narrowing slightly, his tone weighted with gravity. No wonder it had earned its title as the second ruler of the Arctic core. The sheer potency of this icy soul power was indeed legendary. Clearly, the ice blue emperor scorpion had no intention of engaging in conversation, as a flash of territorial fury flickered in its golden eyes. With a sudden force, its massive pincers struck the ground, sending the accumulated snow within a 100-meter radius spiraling upwards, transformed by the intense chill into countless sharp icicles that rained down upon Ling Fong like a torrential storm. The temperature in the air plummeted sharply, even the light appeared frozen, refracting a chilling brilliance off the icy projectiles. Ling Fong sighed softly. It seemed that without first engaging in battle, the sovereign of the ice plains would offer him no opportunity to speak. Beneath him, 2 blood-red soul rings ignited, swirling like 2 flames of burning crimson. These were his 2 seventh soul rings, originally of 90,000 years of cultivation, which he had forcibly elevated to the 100,000-year level using enhancement cards. The pressure emanating from them caused even the wind and snow to tremble. 7th soul skill, true form of the martial soul, eternal eye. A deep roar resonated through the snowstorm as Ling Fong unleashed a terrifying aura that made even the heavens shudder. As the power of the 100,000-year soul rings surged into his forehead, his spiritual eye expanded dramatically, revealing a myriad of arcane golden runes within his pupils. The whites of his eyes transformed into a profound starry expanse, two stellar points of light slowly rotating at the depths of his gaze as a vast mental force, akin to a sea of stars, erupted outward from him. In an instant, the swirling snow and wind across 1,000 miles seemed to freeze in time. Ling Feng's perception pierced through the blizzard and the thick layers of ice, clearly capturing the rhythm of the slumbering soul beasts deep within the Arctic, as well as the flow of ice veins. The intricate patterns on every inch of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion's carapace, the pathways of its soul power, and even the fleeting flicker of terror in its golden eyes were laid bare before him. Now was the moment. The starlight glimmers in Ling Feng's eyes suddenly ignited, and a beam of pure golden light, honed to perfection, shot forth from his spirit eye. Where it passed, the air was instantly frozen into crystalline pillars, as if light itself were ensnared within. The beam struck the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion with precision, causing its massive, ferocious form to abruptly stiffen. Its tail, poised just 3 feet away from Ling Fong, halted mid-swing, and the 8 scorpion legs, which had been shattering the ice beneath them, froze in midair. Along with the icy mist it had just exhaled, transformed into suspended ice crystals. Time seemed to be forcibly paused within the confines of this radiant light. The golden eyes of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion were filled with disbelief and terror. It could sense its consciousness still functioning, yet it was utterly incapable of controlling its body. The soul power of extreme ice was firmly locked within its meridians, rendering even the slightest ripple impossible to convey. This sensation of being forcibly stripped of its ability to act was a far more profound fear than facing a natural enemy. After all, it was a sovereign of the far north, having lived for 400,000 years. Ling Fong slowly raised his hand, and the phantom of his three-pronged, double-edged blade solidified in an instant, its silver blade glinting coldly amid the storm. He gazed at the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, ensnared by the stasis of light. As the stellar runes in his eyes continued to revolve slowly, the drain on his mental energy surged like a tide, causing a slight throbbing in his temples. Yet the corner of his mouth curled into a cold, sharp smile. The effect of the stasis light persisted, and Ling Fong actively approached. Stepping lightly on the floating ice crystals, the scorpion's pupils remained frozen in terror, completely immobile. At that moment, Ling Feng's soul power erupted violently, and his 6th soul ring shone brightly, the purple-gold radiance shimmering brilliantly in the snowstorm. The surging soul power coursed through his meridians. With a resounding crash, a colossal manifestation materialized behind Ling Fong, overshadowing the sky. This manifestation, cloaked in dark golden scales, had a visage obscured by dazzling golden light, and the divine pressure surrounding it made the entire ice field tremble, even forcing the wind and snow to recede slightly. Ling Feng's figure rose slightly beneath the illumination of the manifestation, his muscles bulging with power, as intricate dragon scale patterns emerged on his skin. His strength and speed surged exponentially under the infusion of martial spirit power. Gripping the three-pronged, double-edged blade tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike, transforming the originally silver blade into a dark golden hue, its edge shimmering with a fierce radiance that distorted the air. Each swing resonated with the roar of a dragon, tearing through the snowstorm. Seizing the moment when the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion broke free from the stasis, Ling Feng's soul power erupted beneath him, propelling him to appear beside the scorpion in an instant. The colossal figure of the swung its blade in unison, the dark golden blade radiating a tremendous force capable of shattering mountains, crashing heavily against the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion's most hardened carapace. The resounding clang of metal reverberated across the icy expanse, causing a buzz in the ears. Astonishingly, the scorpion's sapphire-like shell was cleaved, revealing a distinct crack, as the protective layer forged from extreme ice power shattered inch by inch beneath the blade's brilliance, scattering a myriad of ice-blue shards into the air. In pain, it emitted a piercing shriek, its tail, glimmering with a sinister blue venom, swept wildly, but was evaded by Ling Fong with swifter agility. Yet, this was not the end. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, his celestial eye at the center of his brow flickering with a bloodthirsty red glow. The 7th spirit ring surged forth, 100,000 years of spirit rings swirling amidst the blizzard, exuding a soul-chilling aura of Ashura. The 7th soul skill, the true embodiment of the martial spirit. The 1,000-armed Shura calamity, erupted with the force of a volcanic explosion. The behind Ling Fong transformed dramatically in the brilliance, with 2 additional heads emerging at either side of the neck, and 4 arms extending from the shoulders, manifesting as a 3-headed, 6-armed Shura war god. Each of the 6 arms wielded a uniquely shaped trident double-edged blade. The 3rd soul skill, Blade Light Slash. Kill. The 3 heads roared in unison, their voices resounding through the universe. All 6 arms swung their blades simultaneously, unleashing countless dark golden blade shadows that shot forth from various angles, intertwining in the air to form a blade net that obscured the skies. The very space twisted violently in their wake, and the accumulated snow on the ice field was swept away by the invisible blade energy, revealing the fractured rock layers beneath. Even more terrifying, each blade shadow harbored a devastating force capable of tearing souls apart, cleaving the air into fragmented spaces. Just as the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion regained its senses from the tremendous force, it found itself completely enveloped by the myriad of blade shadows. Desperately, it summoned its utmost ice power, conjuring dozens of layers of ice shields on its surface. Yet the moment the blade shadows descended, the shields shattered like mere paper. With no other recourse, the scorpion's eyes gleamed with determination, unleashing its full power. Instantly, waves of frigid energy erupted, freezing even the blade light. The storm of blade shadows came to an abrupt halt. The surrounding miles seemed to be encased in ice, as if time itself had been paused. Flames ignited around Ling Fong, the fire melting the ice layers. The fifth soul skill, raging flames incinerate the heavens. Ling Fong swung the trident double-edged blade fiercely. The ice beneath his feet cracked and splintered, as he glanced back at the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion lurking not far away. After battling for half a day, the conflict had reached a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Ling Fong was enveloped in a faint blue halo forged from the laws of the profound ice, which rendered the scorpion's prideful ultimate chill as ineffective as scratching through a boot. Even the duration of freezing could not compare to the time stagnation induced by his eternal gaze. Yet, he too felt constrained. Despite the surging spirit energy within him, he could not breach the icy crystal armor enveloping his opponent's defenses, let alone inflict any substantial harm. He gently shook his head, the burgeoning manifestation of his martial spirit gradually retracting, a faint sense of weakness spreading through his meridians, though it was not alarming. Ling Fong lifted his gaze toward the colossal creature before him, his voice resonating distinctly amidst the biting cold. Shall we engage in discourse? The golden vertical pupils of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion narrowed slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, the chilling aura enveloping its form gradually subsided, though it maintained a stance of vigilance, its scorpion tail arched high, the glint of cold light on its stinger betraying its lingering wariness. Human, you have trespassed upon my domain and slain many of my kin. Yet now you wish to converse? Ling Fong dissipated the swirling waves of soul energy around him, a gentle glow emanating from his third eye at the center of his brow, his tone sincere. To be frank, I initially sought a compatible soul ring. However, after our encounter, I discovered your prowess far exceeds my expectations. He paused, his gaze falling upon the faint, shadowy patterns emerging from the crevices of the scorpion's exoskeleton. You are nearing your end, are you not? While the ultimate ice power can freeze all, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. As his words hung in the air, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise and fury flashing in its golden eyes, evidently struck by the truth of its hidden secret. Ling Fong slowly raised his hand, two distinctly different energies swirling in his palm, one a soft green radiance, imbued with the vigorous essence of plant life, a fragment of the life principle he inherited from the ancestral deity Zhu Meng. The other, a deep blue chill, pristine and devoid of impurities, was a shard of the law of profound ice. The two forces intertwined in his palm, forming an extraordinary ice crystal flower, imbued with hints of green amidst the azure. As the ice crystal flower alighted upon the massive shell of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, it healed the small wound inflicted by Ling Fong. The scorpion's pupils contracted sharply. It could distinctly sense the immense primordial pressure contained within those two forces, one an unparalleled vitality, the other a familiar icy power. Yet, it was not merely power, it was the essence of law. As the ice crystal flower melted away, the wound healed, and the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion felt a newfound mastery over the cold. This is my sincerity, what of yours? Ling Fong inquired nonchalantly. After a moment's hesitation, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion nodded. The frigid winds of the far north seemed to still at that moment, its massive form hovering in midair, enveloped in a dense, ghostly blue mist. This mist was not mere vapor. It was the culmination of its millennia of ice cultivation, each tendril shimmering with tiny ice crystal sparks, resembling countless stars in a celestial dance. The scorpion's body visibly shrank, the once hard sapphire shell fracturing into pieces, not disintegrating into dust, but transforming into specks of blue light that merged with the mist. Its 8 stout legs gradually vanished, leaving only the tail with its venomous stinger, which slowly lifted, twisting and elongating in the ghostly blue glow, ultimately transforming into 2 flowing azure braids, the tips glistening with an icy translucence. At the heart of the mist, a slender silhouette gradually took shape. Where the shell had once covered, delicate, jade-like skin emerged, glistening with a cold sheen under the blue light, as if sculpted from millennia of profound ice. With a gracefully elongated neck and elegant shoulders, slender fingers resembling ice crystals emerged from the mist, gently brushing against her cheek. The inherent strength of a scorpion's claw transformed into the unique flexibility and vivacity of a young maiden. Most astonishing was the metamorphosis of her countenance. Amid the blurred shadows, her brows and eyes gradually took shape, a pair of upright golden irises retaining the wildness of a soul beast while imbued with the coolness of a human girl. The delicate upward tilt at the corners of her eyes carried an innate allure. Her aquiline nose was perfectly sculpted, and her lips, a soft pink frozen like ice, seemed to exude a chill when parted. Silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall, interwoven with streaks of ethereal blue flames that gently swayed with each breath. As the last wisp of mist melded into her being, the form of the Ice Emperor Scorpion dissipated entirely. In her place stood a young girl clad in a cerulean skirt, adorned with intricate crystalline patterns that produced a melodious tinkling sound as she moved, reminiscent of snow singing. She walked barefoot upon the snow, leaving no trace behind, enveloped in an almost imperceptible chill, though embodying the essence of extreme cold. Her beauty rendered the very heavens and earth pale in comparison. The girl raised her hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, curiosity about her new form flickering in her golden eyes, which quickly reverted to the cool demeanor of a formidable being. She gazed at Ling Fong, her voice no longer a mere mental vibration, but as crisp as ice beads falling upon a jade plate. "Speak. What do you intend to do?" Ling Fong smiled and recounted the ancestral witch legend he had previously shared with Gu Yuna. The Ice Emperor stood barefoot on the pristine snow, her ice blue skirt fluttering softly in the cold wind. Though her transformation had introduced an air of youthful charm, her golden eyes still reflected lingering confusion and vigilance. She regarded Ling Fong, the ice crystals at her fingertips slowly swirling in her palm as she softly inquired, "Human, just how powerful is the ancestral witch's force you speak of?" Ling Fong subtly gathered his soul power, a gentle radiance emanating from his spiritual eye at his brow. He did not respond directly, but instead waved his hand lightly, allowing a faint green aura to flow from his fingertips, gently landing upon a tender sprout that had just broken through the ice. In an instant, the fragile leaves unfurled, and the tender branch grew at a visible rate, blooming a delicate golden flower in this frigid realm. The petals adorned with minute ice crystals perfectly harmonized the essence of life with the chill of ice. This was the life principle of the ancestral witch, Zhu Mang. Ling Feng's voice resonated with calm authority, stating that according to legend, Zhu Mang could transform a desert into a forest with a mere flick of her hand, breathing new life into withered bones and commanding the growth and decay of all things in the world. The Ice Emperor's pupils constricted, and the ice crystals in her palm quietly dissipated. She could distinctly perceive the vast power contained within that thread of vitality, an essence more primordial and ancient than her ultimate ice strength. Before she could fully absorb this realization, Ling Feng's hand radiated anew. A gentle blue chill began to rise, devoid of any piercing discomfort, instead exuding a warm, rich weight. Where the cold touched the ground, the snow did not melt, but rather crystallized into a translucent ice mirror. In the mirror, shadows danced, gradually revealing an endless expanse of desolate frozen ground, upon which a figure sealed in mysterious ice flickered in and out of view. Although its visage remained obscured, the profound aura of silence emanating from it caused the Ice Emperor's soul to tremble slightly. This was the chilling law of the ancient wraith. Ling Fong gazed intently into the Ice Emperor's golden eyes, her tone solemn. She was the mistress of winter and the underworld, the very source of extreme cold, capable of freezing even the cycle of reincarnation. Deep within my consciousness, a fragment of her lingering soul lay in slumber. The Ice Emperor suddenly shuddered, her golden eyes filled with disbelief. The pressure radiating from the ice mirror, like an invisible hand, instinctively invoked a sense of reverence within her. This was the true sovereign of ice, a realm unattainable even after millennia of arduous cultivation, and a feeling of submission, rooted deep in her bloodline, began to spread quietly. "Behold," Ling Fong said, intertwining two forces of law within her palm, a soft green and a deep blue light coiling into a spiral. "The law of vitality can nourish your essence and prolong your lifespan, while the law of ice will help you comprehend the deeper truths of frost. Should you become my soul ring, these two powers will merge with your spirit. In the future, when I awaken the Wraith's remnant soul, you may even have the chance to witness the Wraith's divine might and touch the path of the laws." She paused, her tone imbued with sincerity. "If you remain in the far north, you will only dissipate in the face of fate. Accompany me, and you shall embark on a journey that even soul beasts cannot fathom." The 12 ancients once ruled the primordial world. Their powers are sufficient to shatter the destiny of soul beasts. The Ice Emperor observed the swirling dual powers in Ling Feng's palm, feeling the primal essence they contained, and recalled the overwhelming pressure from the sealed figure in the ice mirror. The last vestige of her hesitation melted away. She slowly closed her eyes, an intense blue soul force rising around her, as a colossal phantom of a soul ring gradually materialized behind her. "I trust you." The Ice Emperor opened her eyes, now devoid of confusion, replaced instead by resolute determination. "If I can truly witness the Wraith's laws, then this soul ring is yours." Ling Fong took a deep breath, and the three-pronged, double-edged knife blazed with radiant light, actively guiding her soul power to connect with the Ice Emperor's soul ring. The deep blue soul ring, imbued with exquisite ice power and a hint of the law of the underworld, slowly ascended, ultimately transforming into a streak of flowing light, settling firmly into the 8th position of her soul rings. At the moment the soul ring integrated, the two forces of law resonated within her, intertwining life and ice without conflict, instead solidifying her soul power further. Ling Fong could distinctly feel the Ice Emperor's soul essence merging with her martial soul, as a layer of glistening frost patterns enveloped the three-pronged, double-edged knife, exuding an aura both domineering and agile. "From this day forth, you and I are one. You shall not regret your decision today," Ling Fong stated earnestly, gazing at the lingering soul shadow of the Ice Emperor. The shadow nodded gently, transforming into a blue light that merged into her sea of consciousness. The relentless winds and snow of the far north continued, yet in this moment, a warmth, born of the fusion of laws, seemed to permeate the air. Ling Feng's consciousness sank into her mental sea, observing the Ice Emperor standing before the Wraith's temple. Her face a portrait of astonishment. A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips. Well, I did not deceive you, did I? The Ice Emperor finally regained her composure, her gaze towards him filled with complexity, even though she had already believed to a great extent, witnessing the vast, starry expanse of the temple and feeling the endless power of the laws flowing within its halls left her somewhat dazed. She approached Ling Fong, her tone imbued with a hint of awe. I truly did not anticipate that your mental prowess could be so formidable, capable of harboring such overwhelming power. Ling Fong smiled, offering no further explanation, merely stating, you should rest here for now. I still require one last soul ring. The Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback before she realized that she was merely his 8th soul ring. Upon grasping Ling Feng's intentions, disbelief flickered in her eyes. Is your target, perhaps, the Snow Emperor? Ling Fong nodded with a smile, openly acknowledging the truth. The Ice Emperor fell silent for a long while, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. I truly do not know how to express my thoughts on you. Ling Fong raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that I am arrogant? To some extent, the Ice Emperor admitted candidly, but if you can indeed persuade her, that would be a positive development. Her time is also running short. Next, I may need your assistance in locating her, Ling Fong stated. The Ice Emperor sighed again, a faint luminescence emerging from her brow. There had always been a spiritual connection between her and the Snow Emperor, as the co-rulers of this frigid northern land. Their relationship had always been amicable. Sensing a response from the other end of their shared souls, she gently nodded towards Ling Fong. Ling Fong withdrew his consciousness from the Sea of Spirits and reached out to store the shell of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion into his storage soul guide. Just as the Ice Emperor's soul ring within him stabilized, a clear sound of icy bells resonated from the depths of the extreme north. The swirling snowstorm seemed to be caressed by an unseen hand, instantly becoming organized. Even the howling cold winds softened slightly. Ling Fong looked up to see a figure clad in white, gracefully stepping upon the ice crystals, surrounded by an even purer chill than that of the Ice Emperor. Her beauty was striking and ethereal, with a snowflake mark glowing sanctimoniously upon her forehead. It was the Snow Emperor, the foremost among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. Ice Child, you truly. The Snow Emperor's voice carried a note of incredulity, her gaze sharpening like a blade as it fell upon Ling Fong. Human, have you bewitched her? Before she could finish her words, the ultimate domain of ice and snow descended upon them, freezing the ice beneath Ling Feng's feet to a depth of 3 feet, as though the very air were solidifying. However, Ling Fong remained unperturbed, channeling his soul power. The recently absorbed Ice Emperor's soul ring glimmered with a spectral blue light, simultaneously invoking the laws of the dark underworld from his consciousness, erecting a pale blue barrier to fend off the encroaching icy domain. Please, remain calm. Ling Fong raised his hand in a gesture of peace, 2 hues of light, pale green and spectral blue, emanating from his palm. I have not bewitched the Ice Emperor. Rather, I have persuaded her with the ancestral shamanic laws and the path of the future. Ling Fong, somewhat resigned, recounted the legend of the ancestors to the Snow Emperor for a second time. He showcased the vitality of the sentence of life and the cold laws of the dark underworld once more. As the pale green vitality descended upon the ice lotus brought by the Snow Emperor, causing the icy petals to gleam with a lustrous sheen. The azure hue of the ice law crystallized midair, forming a mirror of ice. Within it, the ethereal visage of the Xianming ancestor witch's seal re-emerged, emanating a pressure that transcended the primordial chaos, causing the Snow Empress to slightly narrow her eyes. Is this the aura of the law? The tone of the Snow Empress shifted subtly. She could sense that the power contained within the ice mirror was far more primordial and vast than her ultimate ice. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded earnestly, stating that the 12 ancestor witches once governed the primordial realm, with the Zhu-Mang ancestor witch overseeing life and the Xianming ancestor witch commanding ice. Their power of law could transcend all boundaries of existence. After the Ice Emperor became my soul ring, far from dissipating, it was nourished by the power of the law, presenting an opportunity to one day grasp the path of the ancestor witches. He turned to the Snow Empress, continuing, although your cultivation is profound, the limitations of a soul beast are inescapable shackles. The extreme northern lands, though splendid, cannot confine your vision. Should you also wish to become my soul ring, I vow by the name of the ancestor witches to utilize the Zhu-Mang law to delay the consumption of your essence, and employ the Xianming law to assist you in comprehending the deeper mysteries of the ice path. When my strength is sufficient to awaken the remnants of the ancestor witches, both you and the Ice Emperor shall witness the grandeur of the primordial realm. Is this not preferable to waiting for an inevitable end in the extreme north? The Snow Empress stood resolute amidst the swirling snow, her gaze first resting upon the dual-hued aura of law swirling in Ling Feng's palm, and then quietly sensing the reassuring thoughts conveyed by the Ice Emperor within his 8th soul ring. Within her cool eyes, a tumult of struggle and an unmistakable yearning surged forth. In truth, she had long since prepared herself for transformation and recultivation. Through the passage of 700,000 years, she had discerned the fate of soul beasts ensnared by destiny's chains. The laws of the ancestor witches and the path of the primordial realm, as articulated by Ling Fong, represented the sole glimmer of hope to shatter the cycle of reincarnation. Can you truly accomplish this? The voice of the Snow Empress trembled lightly, laced with an unrecognized hope. The laws of the ancestor witches never deceive. Ling Fong raised his hand, unreservedly releasing the purest essence of his soul power. If you still harbor doubts, why not first experience the fusion of the power of law? The Snow Empress gazed at the crystalline radiance emanating from his palm, the essence of law within it pure and tranquil, devoid of any malice. After a moment of silence, she slowly nodded. Instantly, a torrent of soul power, more formidable than that of the Ice Emperor, surged around her, and a phantom of 100,000-year soul ring rose slowly behind her. As the halo swirled, it bore the chilling essence of the extreme north while exuding the sacred majesty of ages past. If you break your promise, even if my soul were to scatter, I shall freeze your reincarnation. At that moment, the white soul ring transformed into a streak of flowing light, finding its destined place and firmly embedding itself into Ling Feng's ninth soul ring position, radiating a brilliance both resplendent and serene. The instant the soul ring entered his being, the ultimate ice power and the purer essence of the Xianming law surged into Ling Feng, perfectly merging with the vitality of Zhu Meng. Ling Feng's perception distinctly captured the holy and powerful essence of the Snow Empress's soul. This essence resonated with the soul thoughts of the Ice Emperor within the soul ring, as if two sovereigns of ice held hands across the fabric of time and space. The two streams of ultimate ice power, guided by the unseen laws, not only avoided collision but instead blended harmoniously, akin to rivulets merging into a vast ocean. The soul force surged through the meridians with an intensity that multiplied several times over. Each circulation resonated with a brittle crack akin to ice shattering, yet imbued with the warmth of life's revival. Ling Fong gazed at the newly added pearlescent hue on his soul ring, feeling the simultaneous flow of the ice law within him. The power of his martial soul circulated, embodying both the overwhelming chill of the Ice Emperor and the pure vastness of the Snow Emperor. Threads of life energy quietly spread beneath the icy surface. He turned towards the snow-white soul silhouette in his spiritual sea, his gaze solemn. Rest assured, I shall tread this ancestral path alongside you. At the instant his words fell, the howling winds and blizzards of the far north seemed to be soothed by an invisible force. The fierce gusts softened, and the falling snowflakes danced in the air, gently as if accompanying this promise. Two ethereal soul silhouettes, one ice blue and one snow white, swayed gently in his spiritual sea, ultimately nestling deep within the soul ring. Seemingly having laid down their defenses entirely, the soul power within him continued to ascend, surging upward like climbing a ladder of clouds, stabilizing only upon breaking through the 93 threshold. As Ling Fong stretched his body, his bones emitted a series of crisp cracks, as though the long-accumulated power had finally found an outlet for release. My cultivation has finally caught up, he murmured softly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Gradually clenching his fist, icy mist gathered and dissipated between his fingers. Ling Fong was certain that at this moment, he was nearly unparalleled on this continent. Even against formidable opponents like Qian Daolu and Tang San, who currently stood at the pinnacle of the continent, he felt assured of a fair confrontation. Chapter 12. Once more swinging the hoe, Ling Fong slowly calmed the tumultuous soul power within him, carefully stowing away the Snow Emperor's form. At this moment, the Snow Emperor had yet to fully take human shape, remaining as a genuine entity of 70,000 years, an ice goddess of snow and frost. Though she bore a shape reminiscent of humanity, her essence was that of a naturally born elemental being, enveloped in the pure aura of the extreme northern ice and snow. He cast a glance at the vast snowfield, now encased in ice, and turned southward. The tumult of the far north had finally settled. Yet the plans that lingered in his mind would have to be postponed for the time being. After all, the Grand Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament was fast approaching, and the battle team he had assembled still lacked several key members. Thus, it became evident that the journey to Soto City must take precedence. Ling Fong regarded the dissipating cold mist at the horizon of the far north, a faint trace of nostalgia crossing his eyes. He recalled his performance in the Soto Grand Soul Arena a few years prior, which had been far more flamboyant than that of the Shrek team in the original tale. At that time, there was no need for a 7-member team. He and Qian Renshua stood side by side, wielding their absolute strength like an indomitable blade, effortlessly overwhelming all opponents and stirring the arena into a tempest. Not to mention substitute team members. Even the teammates that took to the field were surplus. Throughout each match, it had always been just the two of them standing on the battlefield. With such thoughts in mind, Ling Fong set his feet in motion, heading away from the icy expanse of the far north. Traversing through the deep snow, Ling Fong effortlessly captured several Arctic wolves. He set up his sled and urged these agile pups to expedite his journey across the snowy expanse. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had been a while since the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress took residence in his spiritual sea. He recalled the awe that enveloped the Snow Empress upon her arrival. Her gaze fixed upon the grand ancestral shrine, rendered speechless and illuminated with disbelief. The sled glided lightly across the vast blanket of snow, leaving behind 2 sinuous tracks that were soon gently concealed by the swirling snowstorm. Wrapped in a thick fur cloak, Ling Fong lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, while his consciousness delved deep into the recesses of his spiritual realm. This space, once tranquil with the solitary presence of the sealed ancestral shrine, now brimmed with vitality as the 2 ethereal figures danced within it. The Ice Emperor stood gracefully to the left, adorned in a frosty blue skirt, while the Snow Empress, draped in white as pure as snow, graced the right. A delicate mist of frost enveloped them, as they curiously observed the ethereal aura of soul energy swirling around. Your spiritual sea is indeed vast, brimming with so many intriguing phenomena, the Ice Emperor remarked, extending her delicate hand to gently touch a wisp of golden soul energy that drifted by. Instantly, her fingertips sparkled with fine ice crystals, far more captivating than the monotonous frozen earth of the far north. Ling Feng's consciousness manifested before them, nodding with a smile. This realm harbors my soul and memories. Your presence here is akin to having 2 delightful neighbors with whom to converse. The Snow Empress's cool gaze drifted towards the distant shadow of the ancestral figure sealed by the dark ice, and she inquired softly, "Is the one you mentioned, the ancestral spirit governing ice and the underworld, truly slumbering within this grand hall? The pressure of the laws I sensed earlier indeed surpasses our ultimate ice. She is the ancestral spirit of winter and the netherworld, hence her essence is distinct," Ling Fong explained with a smile. "Once I comprehend more of the life principles of the Junsang, I shall endeavor to loosen the seal. At that time, you will witness the true visage of the ancestral spirit." The Ice Emperor pouted slightly, her curiosity betraying her facade. "Is she truly as formidable as you claim? Can she surpass the Snow Empress's ultimate ice? In the primordial era, when the Ice Ancestor was enraged, she could freeze the cycle of reincarnation across the 3 realms." Ling Fong replied, flicking a wisp of azure law energy that danced gently in the air. "What you feel now is merely a fragment of her essence escaping the seal." With that, he invoked the principles of Junsang, a soft green glow of vitality cascading gently upon the 2 women. The once slightly weakened souls, due to the fusion of soul rings, were enveloped in a comforting warmth, softening the surrounding frost. The Ice Emperor comfortably squinted her eyes, while the Snow Empress relaxed her taut shoulders, experiencing a wondrous warmth nurtured by vitality, a sensation they had never encountered in the millennia spent in the far north. Amidst their leisurely conversation, Ling Fong spoke of the customs and landscapes of the outside world, extolling the grandeur of the spirit hall and sharing his ambitious plans to traverse the realms in search of traces of the laws. His tone held no hint of arrogance typical of the strong, but rather was imbued with fervor for the future and sincerity towards his companions. The Ice Emperor, initially marked by wariness and detachment, gradually transformed into an attentive listener, occasionally interjecting with curious inquiries for further details. The Snow Emperor, though still reticent, found the frigid glimmer in her eyes melting away, replaced by a softness and acknowledgement when gazing at Ling Fong. At that moment, a distant seal of the ancestor which suddenly emanated a soft blue glow, gentle yet exuding an undeniable authority. An ancient and ethereal voice echoed from the depths of the spiritual sea, transcending the ages. "These 2 little ones possess a certain talent for ice." Ling Fong and the others simultaneously looked up, witnessing 2 mysterious runes slowly drifting from the shadow of the seal, as if imbued with life, gracefully landing on the foreheads of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. The instant the runes merged, an overwhelming influx of profound insights regarding the laws of ice surged into the minds of the 2 women, revealing how to enhance the resilience of ultimate ice without causing it to shatter, how to conceal vitality within the frozen power rather than allowing it to stagnate, and how to distill the pure essence of the laws in extreme cold. The cultivation bottlenecks that had troubled them for hundreds of thousands of years suddenly became clear, as if a new door had opened before them. Ling Fong was both astonished and delighted. He had never anticipated that the ancestor which would awaken so suddenly and bestow such a generous gift. The Ice Emperor raised her hand to gently touch her forehead, her golden eyes filled with shock and excitement. "This is a deeper understanding of the laws of ice, closer to the source than our comprehension of ultimate ice." The Snow Emperor also slowly opened her eyes, the snowflake patterns embroidered on her white attire shimmering faintly, as she softly marveled. "The laws of the ancestor which are indeed as legendary as they claim." As the soft blue glow gradually subsided, the ancestor witch's voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, resonated once more. "Follow this lad, and cultivate diligently. The future holds promise." With that, the seal fell silent again, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion, leaving only the lingering resonance of the runes between the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, and the enlightened spark in their eyes as proof of this transcendent guidance. Ling Fong looked at the 2 women, who were still deeply engaged in assimilating their newfound understanding of the laws, a smile gracing his lips. "Now do you trust me? Follow me, and such opportunities will abound in the future." The Ice Emperor's cheeks flushed with a light crimson, and she shyly turned her head away with a soft huff. Yet her body instinctively edged closer to him. The Snow Emperor offered him a slight nod, her usually frigid voice carrying an unusual warmth. "Thank you." Beyond the spiritual realm, the sled continued its smooth journey across the icy expanse. Ling Fong bore a lingering smile, acutely aware that the souls of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were growing closer and more harmonious. This journey to the far north could be deemed a resounding success. Unbeknownst to him, the fierce winds and snow of the extreme north had quietly diminished. Even the howling cold winds softened somewhat. It was only natural. As they had reached the periphery of the ice fields, drawing ever closer to the warmth of the south, Ling Fong, resting against the sled with his eyes closed, found his thoughts, which had been engaged in light conversation with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor within the spiritual sea, abruptly interrupted by an unexpected pause. The sled came to an abrupt halt, causing the team of ice wolves to become restless, their claws scratching anxiously at the snow. Low whimpers emanating from their throats as their vigilant gazes fixed intently on the snow-covered landscape ahead. What was amiss? Ling Fong lifted the curtain of the sled and stepped out into the swirling snow, his mystical eyes shimmering slightly at his brow. Peering through the tempest, he discerned a slight, curled figure in a nearby depression of the ice. It was a girl, her garments stiffened by the biting cold. Her pale blue hair disheveled against her ashen cheeks, her lips a deep shade of purple. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of her chest, she would have seemed to meld into the frozen expanse. It was evident that the ice wolves had been the first to notice her, prompting their stop. Ling Fong hurried over, kneeling beside the girl to check for her breath, which was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet there was still hope for her rescue. He carefully lifted her, feeling the bone-chilling cold of her body, which was as light as a feather. However, at the moment of being cradled, her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. He placed her gently in the warm cabin of the sled, retrieved a heater to position beside her, and infused a gentle stream of soul energy to safeguard her heart. Moments later, the girl stirred, letting out a soft moan as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blue orbs misted with moisture. Warily, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings until her gaze landed on Ling Feng's gentle expression, which eased her tense form somewhat. Who are you? Where's this place? Her voice was hoarse from sleep, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. I am Ling Fong. I found you out on the ice. He replied, offering her a cup of warm water. What is your name? How did you end up here alone? Cradling the cup to warm her numbed fingers, she whispered. My name is Shui Binger. I am a student of the Tianshui Academy. I came with my teacher and classmates to the extreme north to hunt for soul rings. But I got separated from my group during the ice storm. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she recounted the fear and helplessness of their separation. Ling Fong sensed her cultivation level and remarked, You are but one soul ring away from breaking through to Soul Sovereign, are you not? Seeing Shui Binger nod vigorously, he contemplated for a moment before continuing, I am headed south, and I can assist you in finding a suitable soul ring. Afterwards, I shall escort you to a border town. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she eagerly nodded in gratitude. Really? Thank you so much. She could distinctly feel the profound waves of soul power emanating from Ling Fong, far surpassing that of her academy's instructors. With his assistance, she felt a sense of security. Without further ado, Ling Fong led Shui Binger in a search nearby. Utilizing his keen perception, he soon located a 1,000-year-old ice spike leopard in a glacial ravine. Perfectly suited to her ice-type martial soul, he released a hint of pressure, causing the leopard to collapse motionless to the ground. After witnessing Shui Binger successfully absorb the soul ring, her soul power steadily breaking through to the realm of Soul Sovereign, he resumed their journey southward with the sled. Days later, they arrived at the inn outside the border town. Ling Fong handed a cloth bag containing provisions and medicinal supplies to Shui Binger. Ahead lies a place inhabited by people. Find an inn in the town. There you should be able to reach your academy. Shui Binger accepted the bag, gazing at the boy who had remained silent throughout their journey, yet had meticulously cared for her. Gratitude and curiosity flickered in her azure eyes. Over the past few days, she had been deeply captivated by Ling Fong's formidable prowess and composed demeanor, particularly the way he could intimidate a millennia-old soul beast merely with his presence, which made her heart race. Ling Fong, will I be able to see you again? Shui Binger could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Ling Fong smiled, lightly tapping her forehead with his fingertip. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Focus on your training, and do not wander off so easily in the future. With that, he turned and leaped onto the sled, commanding the ice wolves to move. The sled traced a lively arc across the snow, swiftly vanishing into the tempest, leaving only his upright silhouette gradually fading from view. Shui Binger pressed her hand against her forehead where he had tapped, standing at the inn's entrance for a long while, watching the direction in which Ling Fong had departed until his figure completely disappeared from sight. She tightened her grip on the bag, her blue eyes shimmering in the snowstorm, reflecting the swirling flakes while quietly harboring a resolute thought. Once she became stronger, she would undoubtedly seek out Ling Fong. As the fierce northern winds and snow encountered the robust city walls upon entering the border town, they were effectively barred from entry. Ling Fong stood at the city gate, glancing back at the ice wolves that had pulled the sled. They shook off the snow that had settled on their fur, their golden eyes brimming with a yearning for the open plains and a thirst for freedom. Ling Fong waved with a smile, bending down to untie their harnesses. Go back. The plains are your true home. The ice wolves affectionately circled him twice, nudging their noses against the hem of his garment, seemingly expressing their gratitude. Then, the lead wolf howled, and a few of them dashed together into the snowy expanse beyond the city, swiftly transforming into dark silhouettes that vanished into the blizzard. Ling Fong brushed off the remaining snow from his attire and turned towards the familiar branch of the spirit hall within the town. Even in this remote outpost, the spirit hall's structure remained imposing. Upon noticing the emblem on his Son of God attire, the attendant at the entrance promptly approached him, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, the Son of God. Ling Fong nodded slightly and directly stated his purpose. Prepare the fastest carriage, and also assist me in delivering these letters back to the main spirit hall. Ensure they reach the designated recipients. He retrieved several sealed letters from his storage soul guide, each addressed to names such as Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong, the handwriting meticulous and thoughtful. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. The attendant, not daring to delay, hastily took the letters and turned to make the necessary arrangements. While waiting for the carriage to be prepared, Ling Fong paused in the lounge of the branch hall. He took out clean garments, changing from the heavy winter robe that was now stiff with frost, feeling significantly refreshed. In the depths of the spiritual sea, the Ice Emperor observed with great interest the flowing patterns of soul power within the subpalace, while the Snow Empress sat in serene contemplation, untangling the newly grasped laws of frost. The once frosty auras of their souls had softened considerably since their first encounter, becoming increasingly harmonious with Ling Feng's mental energy. Are we heading to Soto City next? The Ice Emperor's voice resonated lightly within the sea of consciousness, tinged with curiosity. What is so special about that place? Ling Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as his fingertips gently tapped upon his knees. It is an intriguing locale, where one might encounter fascinating individuals. A vision of a wondrous land, suffused with ethereal light, flickered through his mind, the eye of ice and fire, conveniently on the way to explore further. If all went well, he could return with the 7-treasure glazed tile school under his influence. Before long, the coachman had prepared the carriage. Ling Fong stepped inside, though the interior was understated. It exuded an air of exquisite comfort. The coachman, having received his instructions, cracked the whip and called out, as the hooves of the horses clattered over the cobblestone path, smoothly guiding the carriage out of the border town and towards Soto City. The rhythmic sounds of the wheels rolling over the ground were monotonous, yet soothing. Ling Fong leaned against the window, watching the fields and tree shadows swiftly retreating outside, his fingertips unconsciously tapping in time with the cadence of the wheels. His gaze filled with anticipation. As they entered Soto City, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow that enveloped the formidable city walls. Ling Fong lifted the curtain of the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd on the streets. With his spiritual eye, he discreetly enveloped the entire city, quickly pinpointing the Grand Soul Arena in the south, his core destination for this journey. Through the information network of the Spirit Hall subpalace, he was already well acquainted with the recent happenings in Soto City. The small team from Shrek Academy, comprised of extraordinary individuals, was currently making waves at the Soul Arena. And in 2 days, they would face the Imperial fighting team in a crucial battle. More interestingly, due to a shortage of members, the Shrek team had hastily assembled 3 barely qualified participants, their strength far from its peak. Ling Fong couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. After all, he had taken away the 3 most pivotal female members from their ranks. After finding a quiet inn in the city to settle down, the following morning, Ling Fong made his way directly to the Imperial fighting team's encampment. When announcing his identity, he refrained from revealing his status as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, simply stating, I am a friend of Dolawa. I heard that the Imperial fighting team has a match coming up, and since I happen to be in Soto City, I thought I would stop by. Dolawa's name carried significant weight in the realm of soul masters, especially since one member of the Imperial team was his granddaughter, Dolawa. Nevertheless, the team leader's face still bore a hint of skepticism. Ling Fong, however, chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, radiant light erupted beneath his feet, and 9 soul rings began to slowly ascend and rotate. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. The last 3 rings, as crimson as fresh blood, were particularly striking in the sunlight. The leader and team members froze in place, shock etched across their faces. A titled Dolawa. Moreover, he is a titled Dolawa adorned with 300,000-year soul rings. P. Prior, may I inquire your identity? Captain Yu Tianheng gazed at the seemingly youthful man before him, whose strength was unfathomable, his voice trembling with a hint of reverence. Ling Fong smiled faintly, retracting his outwardly displayed soul power, allowing the soul rings to vanish unnoticed. Names are of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in securing victory in the match 2 days hence. His gaze swept across the group, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Your talents are commendable, and your synergy is decent. Yet the control-type soul master in your team possesses a critical flaw. Upon hearing this, Du Gaiyan's expression subtly shifted. From the moment Ling Fong revealed his titled Dolawa prowess, she had already begun to believe most of what he said. After all, achieving such a rank is not uncommon for someone who has ties with her grandfather, Du Guwa. The doubts that once lingered in her heart had long since dissipated, and she now distinctly felt that this elder's gaze was directed towards her, as he must have perceived the hidden peril within her martial soul. Du Gaiyan exchanged a swift glance with her teammates, took a deep breath, and solemnly nodded. Should the elder be willing to lend his guidance, the Royal Combat Team would be immensely grateful. Thus, Ling Fong naturally became the temporary coach of the Royal Combat Team. On the training grounds of the Royal Combat Team, Ling Fong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze serene as it rested upon the members who were practicing their soul skill combinations. Sunlight filtered through the training grounds fencing, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, while waves of soul power collided, occasionally sending ripples through the air. When Du Guiyan activated her martial soul, a greenish phosphorescent toxic mist enveloped half of the training ground like a rising tide. Suddenly, Ling Fong raised his hand to signal, "Stop." His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the toxic mist clearly, reaching everyone's ears. Du Guiyan. While your venomous techniques are formidable, they harbor a fatal flaw. Du Guiyan withdrew her soul skill, the toxic mist dissipating swiftly as she looked at him in confusion. Ling Fong continued, "The venom of the green phosphor serpent is chilling and domineering, yet it is most vulnerable to substances like realgar, which are of the utmost yang. Should your opponent prepare in advance, your poison will not only fail to harm them, but will be rendered utterly ineffective by the aura of realgar." Realgar? Du Guiyan's countenance shifted, instinctively retorting, "How could anyone uncover my weaknesses? In this world, absolutes do not exist," Ling Fong replied, his tone unperturbed. Yet his gaze bore an undeniable certainty. In 2 days' time, your adversaries, the Shrek team, happened to have an individual well-versed in toxins and hidden weapons. Given his cautious nature, he may have already discerned your vulnerabilities. He stepped into the center of the field, his fingertips coalescing a fine strand of soul power, tracing an almost imperceptible trajectory through the air. From this moment forward, alter your method of administering poison. Compress the toxin into fine needles concealed within your soul power, and unleash them suddenly upon close proximity, avoiding the dispersal range of realgar. The delicate strands of soul power danced at his fingertips, resembling an invisible serpent, demonstrating how to perfectly conceal the toxin. Du Guiyan focused intently on that trajectory, a glimmer of understanding gradually illuminating her eyes as she promptly summoned her soul power to emulate it. After several attempts, the greenish toxin indeed became increasingly concealed, seamlessly merging into the fluctuations of her soul power. She endeavored to release the compressed toxins, discovering that they not only permeated the arena unnoticed, but their explosive power was several times stronger than before. Truly effective. Du Guiyan looked up at Ling Fong with surprise, her eyes reflecting deeper awe. Ling Fong nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Yi Ling Ling at the back of the team. "Come here for a moment." Yi Ling Ling carefully cradled her nine-hearted begonia martial soul, a soft green aura swirling in her palms, as she timidly approached Ling Fong. As the team's support soul master, she was accustomed to standing at the rear, always feeling that keeping a distance from the battlefield was the safest option. "Your positioning is too far back." Ling Fong bluntly pointed out the issue. "If you encounter a sensitive attack-type soul master flanking from behind, you would have no means to defend yourself. Try moving a few steps forward." "But, isn't it too dangerous here?" Yi Ling Ling whispered, instinctively clutching her skirt. With Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex leading the charge, and the graphite stone mill's defensive martial soul capable of withstanding most frontal attacks, standing in a more central position within the team is actually the safest option, Ling Fong patiently explained, lightly tapping the tactical diagram on the ground. A support soul master cannot merely hide away. Precise positioning can enhance the entire team's efficiency by 30%. Remember, every boost you provide could sway the outcome of the battle. Standing in the most suitable position is the greatest responsibility you can show to your teammates. Yi Ling Ling gazed at the marked optimal area for support on the diagram, recalling how smoothly her soul power had circulated while attempting to assist from the new position. Finally, she took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "I understand. Thank you, coach." In the ensuing training sessions, Ling Fong had Du Guiyan repeatedly refine her concealed poison techniques, devising several countermeasures against the potential of Xionghuang, ensuring that her toxic skills would be effective under any circumstances. Simultaneously, he had Yi Ling Ling continuously adapt to the rhythm of support from her new position, striving for each boost to land precisely at the moments her teammates needed it most. The fluctuations of soul power in the training ground grew increasingly concentrated, and the team's coordination quietly became more intimate. The members of the Royal Fighting Team were increasingly astonished as they trained. This temporary coach not only possessed unfathomable strength, but his grasp of tactical details was also extraordinarily precise. Remarkably, with just a few adjustments to positioning or insights into the timing of soul skill connections, the team's synergy had multiplied several times within just one day, with the flow of soul power becoming significantly smoother than before. In the following 2 days, Ling Fong did not impart any elaborate or esoteric techniques. His guidance remained succinct and precise. When the team members found themselves perplexed, he often illuminated their confusion with just a few words. Even the members who were initially resistant to his methods gradually became thoroughly convinced by his strength and patience. During a training break, Yi Ling Ling observed Ling Feng's profile as he focused on marking key points on the tactical board, unable to restrain herself from softly asking, "Senior, why do you take the time to help us?" Ling Fong raised his gaze with a smile, a hint of subtle meaning flashing in his eyes. "Firstly, Du Guiyan is the granddaughter of a dear friend of mine, and it is only natural for me to lend a hand. Secondly, I am quite eager to see which side will emerge victorious in this contest between the monster squad and the regular army. On the morning 2 days hence, the bell of the Seoul Arena in Soto City was poised to resonate. Ling Fong gazed at the revitalized and spirited royal combat team before him, his tone serene yet imbued with strength. Remember the coordination we practiced these past few days? Simply perform as you normally would. Yes, the team members responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with an unprecedented confidence, a stark contrast to their earlier timidity. Ling Fong settled into the spacious viewing box, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest, a subtle smile gracing his lips beneath the mask. Thanks to his adjustments, the Royal Combat Team had significantly surpassed their counterparts from the original narrative. Moreover, Shrek Academy had been weakened by the absence of core members such as Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, rendering them less formidable than in the original tale. This battle, it seemed, held little suspense. On the arena floor, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling maintained a closely knit formation. Whenever an opponent attempted to breach their defenses, Du Guyan would instantly summon her blue-scale serpent martial spirit, enveloping them in a verdant toxic mist that shielded them imperviously. Shrek's team made several attempts at a surprise assault, only to be repelled by the overwhelming toxin barrier and the counterattacks from the Stone family brothers, leaving them no opportunity to close in. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng led several frontline attackers in an unabashed offensive. The thunderous might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon reverberated, each clash of soul skills sending tremors through the arena. Regardless of the injuries sustained in direct confrontations, Yi Lingling's 9 Hearts Sea Pearl consistently radiated gentle green light, the intricate healing soul power swiftly coursing to her teammates, alleviating their wounds in an instant. More troubling was Du Guyan's manipulation of delicate strands of soul power, quietly dispersing colorless and odorless toxins throughout the arena. Tang San, having detected this concealed threat through his purple extreme magic eyes, found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. While Realgar could restrain the blue-scale serpent's venom, the limited supply of Realgar powder at his disposal could only provide momentary protection for his comrades. According to his study of the Royal Combat Team's fighting style, he had believed that his strategies would suffice against Du Guyan's extensive toxic fog. However, it was evident that Du Guyan had altered her strategy for this encounter. In his anxious frustration, he realized he had underestimated her, and he could only instruct his team to intensify their assault, hoping to conclude the battle before the toxins fully spread. Yet Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon proved to be overwhelmingly dominant, with thunderous dragon claws and breath launching a relentless barrage, bolstered by his teammates' defensive martial spirits, forming an impenetrable line that was impossible to breach for the time being. As time slipped away, the scent of Realgar in the corner of the arena began to dissipate. Tang San watched helplessly as the invisible toxin gradually encroached upon the entire field, finally coming to the disheartening realization that the initiative in this battle had long since slipped from their grasp. Just as the dust of the soul fighting match settled, the door to Ling Feng's viewing box swung open, revealing a somewhat stooped figure who entered with slow steps. It was Du Gubo. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixed intently upon Ling Fong, his tone laced with scrutiny and wariness. I wonder, what is the intention of this esteemed individual? Approaching my granddaughter under the guise of my name? Ling Feng's lips curved slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. He had indeed lured this old fox out. Rising to adjust his sleeves, he spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find another location. In a secluded area on the outskirts of the city, the evening breeze rustled the fallen leaves, brushing against the edges of their garments. Ling Fong stood in opposition to Du Gubo, and suddenly, radiant soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. The alternating purple and black soul rings flowed in a mesmerizing dance, ultimately settling on the outermost 3 rings of a blood-red hue, which appeared particularly striking against the twilight backdrop. Du Gubo's pupils constricted sharply, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. It is known that in the realm of soul masters, how many titled doyuos spend their entire lives without ever possessing a single 100,000-year soul ring. Yet this individual before him possessed a staggering 3. Du Gubo's heart trembled violently, and his soul power surged instinctively, gathering a trace of toxic energy in his palm. He resolved silently that should he sense any hint of danger, he would turn and flee without hesitation. Ling Fong raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, his tone relaxed. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble, but rather to offer you an antidote. Du Gubo's heart raced, though he maintained an outward facade of calm, his brows slightly furrowing. What do you mean by that? I have made a name for myself with poison, navigating the world of soul masters for decades. How could I possibly be poisoned? At our level, there is no need to feign ignorance. Ling Fong gently shook his head, his gaze settling on the hidden turmoil etched in Du Gubo's brow. I possess the means to thoroughly resolve the backlash of the snake poison within you, as well as the toxic risks associated with your granddaughter Du Guyan's martial soul. You can cure Yin Yan's poison? Du Gubo's expression shifted instantly, his previous wariness dissipating significantly, urgency creeping into his voice. He had long since grown accustomed to the torment of poison, yet the peril faced by his granddaughter remained a source of great concern. If it could truly be eradicated, he would be willing to pay any price. However, Ling Fong shifted the conversation, and before Du Gubo could inquire further, he slowly continued. The price is your allegiance to me. As the words hung in the air, He removed his mask, revealing a youthful and strikingly handsome visage, radiating a composed yet fierce aura. Dugu Bo gazed at that face, his pupils narrowing in shock, as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The astonishment he felt this evening surpassed that of the past several years combined. How could he not recognize this face? Indeed, throughout the continent's Soul Master community, few were unfamiliar with Ling Fong, who had achieved the rank of Soul Sage at a remarkably young age and was hailed as the contemporary son of the Spirit Hall. A prodigious talent revered across the entire realm of Soul Masters. Yet, who could have imagined that in just a few short years, this genius had ascended to the rank of titled Dolawa, wielding such terrifying power with 300,000-year soul rings? Dugu Bo lowered his gaze in contemplation, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of his sleeve. He had always been accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Years ago, he did not join the Spirit Hall, partly due to his low rank at the time, and partly because the Spirit Hall was filled with powerful individuals, where he would likely have been relegated to the least significant position among the Elder Council, gaining little in the way of tangible benefits. However, the opportunity before him appeared to be entirely different. Ling Fong, the current holy son of the Spirit Hall, is poised to inherit the vast dominion of the Spirit Hall. With a probability of 18 out of 20, by aligning himself with him now, he secures a position as a core member of his inner circle, a status far surpassing that of years past. More importantly, if Ling Fong can indeed eradicate the poison afflicting both him and his granddaughter, given his innate talent, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for his soul power to advance further. With this realization, Dugu Bo ceased his hesitation and solemnly bowed, addressing Ling Fong. Dugu Bo pays his respects to your highness, the Holy Sun. Ling Fong regarded his prompt acquiescence with a satisfied smile, for he has always preferred dealings with astute individuals, sparing himself from unnecessary complexities. Chapter 13. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Navigating through a labyrinth of dense forests. The towering ancient trees above entwined their branches to form an impenetrable green canopy, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to pierce through. The humid air gradually became infused with an unusual sweet fragrance, mingled with an elusive chill. As they ventured deeper, the aroma grew increasingly pronounced, even coloring their breaths with the essence of nature's splendor. Dugu Bo led the way, his once slightly stooped figure now standing tall, his steps light and sprightly. Unlike a man long beset by the burdens of poison, clearly well acquainted with this secret realm, Dugu Yin followed closely behind, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Luminescent vines clung to the rock faces, and colorful mushrooms topped with dewdrops sprouted amidst the decaying leaves. Occasionally, peculiar birds with long tails flitted past the treetops, showcasing a plethora of flora and fauna she had never before encountered. Ling Fong trailed behind, hands clasped behind his back, his spiritual eyes quietly shimmering with a faint golden light, absorbing the energetic currents pulsing through the forest. The air was not merely rich with the vitality of plants, but also laced with a faint yet potent toxin, clearly indicative of the toxic miasma surrounding Dugu Bo. This overwhelming and sinister aura of poison momentarily conjured an ancient figure in Ling Feng's mind, the illustrious Shebi, renowned among the 12 ancestors for his mastery of toxic arts. Yet, while the poison now permeating the air was indeed fierce, it had yet to reach the intensity capable of awakening the ancestral spirit's latent imprint within his bloodline. Ling Feng's fingertips stirred slightly. As his spiritual eyes scanned the miasma, he discerned its essence, a flicker of understanding flashing in his gaze. Passing through a region perpetually shrouded in toxic vapors, the dark green miasma swirled around him like a delicate veil, reeking of a pungent sweetness. Yet it was repelled by an invisible barrier of soul power within a 3-foot radius around Ling Fong. As they ventured deeper, the miasma thickened, and the path grew steeper, culminating in their ascent to a concealed cliff, where a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Here we are, Dugu Bo announced, halting his steps and gesturing towards the valley below. Cloaked in mist, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible reverence. The eyes of ice and fire lie just beneath. The mist flowed like fine silk through the valley, revealing the bubbling steam below, where sweetness and chill intertwined to form a unique aura, causing the very air to feel viscous and vibrant with life. As clouds and mist billowed at the edge of the cliff, Dugu Bo let out a low shout, and behind him, the Emerald Lizard Emperor spirit suddenly manifested. Its massive serpentine body, adorned with shimmering emerald scales, glistened coldly under the sun. He and Dugu Yin landed steadily atop the serpent's head, while the Emerald Lizard Emperor swished its long tail, gliding down the cliff like a bolt of green lightning. The sound of scales scraping against the rocks echoing through the valley. However, Ling Fong was unconcerned with such formalities. The formidable physique honed by the 9 turns divine art rendered him independent of reliance on his spirit. With a single leap, he plunged down the cliff like a meteor severed from its tether, the wind howling past his ears. Upon landing, a thunderous sound erupted as his feet struck the hard rock, creating a half-foot deep crater, debris scattering in all directions. Dugu Bo, who had just landed alongside the Emerald Lizard, turned to witness this scene, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. His gaze toward Ling Fong akin to that of a figure from legend. It was common for a titled Dolawa to possess a powerful physique, Yet witnessing someone leap from a cliff and create a deep pit without flinching was a first for him. Ling Fong brushed off the dust from his attire, his attention captivated by the extraordinary sight before him. In the valley's center lay a pool of vibrant green water, wisps of white mist rising above it, the warm vapor enveloping the surrounding air in a cozy embrace. Strangely, however, a layer of fine ice crystals had formed upon the rocks at the water's edge, a chilling aura emanating and coalescing into ephemeral white frost amidst the warm mist. The remarkable phenomenon of ice and fire harmoniously converging here was the unique birthplace of the world's spiritual roots, the eye of ice and fire. Around the pool, various celestial herbs flourished, some adorned with fiery red blossoms, others cloaked in ice-like blue leaves, the rich spiritual energy so palpable that it seemed to materialize. Each breath feeling as though it nourished the soul power, even causing the meridians to warm slightly. The purity of the heavenly spiritual energy here was untainted, ideal for guiding toxins. Ling Fong surveyed the swirling energies of ice and fire around the pool, his tone resolute. You shall circulate your soul power to protect your heart's meridian, while I will employ the principles of vitality to help guide the toxins. Dugubo nodded earnestly and settled into a meditative posture at the edge of the eye of ice and fire. He inhaled deeply, actively activating the emerald lizard's venom within him. Instantly, a dense green mist began to emanate from his body, enveloped in a pungent odor, even the surrounding air seemingly tinged with a shade of deep green. Yet Ling Fong required no medicinal baths like Tang San to assist him. With his current prowess, his spiritual eyes could perceive the illusory trajectory of the toxins, and his physique, refined by the 9 turns divine art, inherently bore formidable protective power. Coupled with his profound understanding of the principles of vitality, he was more than capable of managing this detoxification. His eyes shone brightly with golden light as he fully activated his spiritual vision. An invisible mental force, akin to countless delicate threads, precisely ensnared the rampant toxins coursing through Dugu Bo's meridians, firmly locking onto each trace of poisonous essence. With swift hand seals, the gentle yet resilient energy of body refinement intertwined with his mental force, suppressing the toxin's ferocity while gradually guiding them along a predetermined course. Focus, safeguard the heart's meridian. Ling Fong uttered a deep command, his voice infused with a calming resonance of spiritual energy. Dugu Bo clenched his jaw tightly, beads of cold sweat suddenly breaking forth on his forehead, his complexion paling slightly from the agony. The process of forcibly extracting the poison from his meridians felt akin to being sliced by a blade, with every inch of flesh crying out in torment. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the serpent venom, which had plagued him for half a lifetime and seeped into his very marrow, was gradually being drawn out from the depths of his meridians, converging along the threads of spiritual energy towards the serpent-shaped soul bone at his head. As the last wisp of ghostly green venom was absorbed by the soul bone, it abruptly shimmered with a lustrous emerald glow, the previously obscure patterns of the bone becoming clear and flowing, merging flawlessly with the innate toxins, emanating a more formidable and domineering aura than ever before. With a deep sigh of relief, Dugu Bo felt as if his entire network of meridians had been thoroughly unblocked, the long-standing affliction that clung to him like a malignant growth dissipating entirely, even his breath becoming extraordinarily smooth. Unable to restrain himself, he rose to stretch his limbs, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air, his eyes filled with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. As he moved, he sensed an unprecedented fluidity in the circulation of his spiritual energy, the stagnation that had hindered him for years showing faint signs of loosening. A surge of ecstatic anticipation swelling within him. He had an inkling that the long-standing impasse in his spiritual energy was finally on the verge of breaking through today. Ling Fong turned to glance at the anxious Du Gu Yin beside him, the young girl nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes brimming with hope and trepidation. With a gentle flick of his palm, a soul bone radiating a ghostly blue luminescence materialized before her, enveloped in pure venomous spiritual energy that, while understated, exuded an innate dominance. This is the torso soul bone of the 10,000-year venomous centipede, perfectly aligned with the attributes of your emerald scale, serpent martial spirit. Ling Fong explained patiently as he presented the soul bone to her. Upon absorption, it will not only solidify the foundation of your poison-based spiritual energy, but also serve as a vessel for the toxins within you. The toxins you generate during your cultivation can be directly utilized to nourish it, alleviating the pain of venomous encroachment on your meridians, while simultaneously enhancing the quality of the soul bone as your own cultivation progresses. Du Gu Yin gazed at the soul bone shimmering in his palm, her eyes lighting up with astonishment and joy as she turned to her grandfather. Dugu Bo quickly nodded with a smile. Silly girl, why don't you thank His Highness the Saint Sun? Thank you, Your Highness the Saint Sun. Du Gu Yin promptly bowed, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement as she accepted the soul bone. The cool touch of the bone elicited an immediate resonance with her martial spirit, a wave of familiar venomous energy enveloping her. Ling Fong gestured for her to sit cross-legged, his fingertips coalescing into a gentle thread of life energy. Relax your mind. Circulate your spiritual energy to guide the fusion with the soul bone, and I shall assist you in refining the toxins. Taking a deep breath, Du Gu Yin pressed the soul bone to her chest, closing her eyes to channel her spiritual energy. The ghostly blue soul bone swiftly transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly into her body, the absorption process proceeding smoothly, even resulting in a breakthrough in her spiritual energy level. Soon after, a faint greenish mist of venom enveloped her body. A flicker of pain crossing her brow as the accumulated serpent venom was stirred by the soul bone, surging wildly through her meridians towards the location of the soul bone. "Do not fear, for I am here." Ling Feng's voice resonated with a soothing power, his keen golden eyes discerning the flow of toxins within her. Du Guyan's level was still quite low, and unlike the deeply entrenched snake venom within Du Gu Bo, it was relatively effortless to guide the toxins out. With a gentle touch of his fingertips, a faint vitality fell like delicate spring rain, simultaneously safeguarding her fragile meridians and directing the agitated toxins along the soul force pathway into the nascent soul bone. A swirling green mist enveloped her, at times thick as ink, and at others, as light as ethereal smoke. Du Guyan bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet, nourished by the life force, the pain within her meridians was far less intense than she had anticipated. Ling Fong maintained a steady output. Whenever toxins became lodged at the nodes of her meridians, he would gently guide them with his mental strength, ensuring their seamless passage into the soul bone. After a brief interval, the toxic mist gradually receded, ultimately merging completely with the soul bone located at her chest. As she slowly opened her eyes, an unprecedented sense of clarity washed over her. The previously persistent pain in her meridians was now remarkably alleviated, and the soul bone at her chest radiated a warm, subtle glow, perfectly harmonizing with her soul force. "How do you feel?" Ling Fong inquired, retracting his hand. Du Guyan flexed her fingers, attempting to channel her soul force. A thread of refined toxic essence silently sprang from her fingertips, more potent and pure than ever before. Her eyes brightened with joy. "Much better. The toxins within my body are now obediently residing in the soul bone, and my meridians are completely unobstructed." Du Gu Bo observed with keen clarity, witnessing the resolution of years of hidden ailments afflicting his granddaughter, along with the acquisition of a fine-quality soul bone. A smile of contentment graced his face as he deeply bowed to Ling Fong, expressing, "Your Highness, the grace you have bestowed upon us is unforgettable." Ling Fong smiled gently, and with a subtle wave of his hand, the vitality emanating from his fingertips transformed into specks of luminous light, gently enveloping both Du Gu Bo and Du Guyan. They felt a warm energy coursing through their limbs, gradually soothing the latent injuries in their meridians caused by years of toxic erosion. While even the previously stagnant soul force began to flow with unprecedented smoothness, akin to a parched riverbed being revitalized by fresh spring water, infusing every sinew with a comforting warmth. Du Gu Bo could even sense that the long stagnant barriers of his soul force were beginning to tremble slightly under this nourishing vitality, hinting at a potential ascent. His gaze fixated on Ling Fong, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. With the toxins fully eradicated and his meridians nurtured to an unprecedented state of openness, it was the perfect opportunity to break through his limitations. Ling Fong, perceiving his expression, nodded slightly in understanding. Du Gu Bo comprehended the cue, inhaling deeply the rich spiritual energy surrounding the ice-fire duality eye, and promptly seated himself by the pond, cross-legged. As waves of soul force surged around him, the long stagnant barriers of his soul force trembled violently at that moment. Powerful energies rising within him as he seized this exceptional opportunity to officially challenge a higher realm. Du Guyan gazed down at her palm, where her fingertips, once pallid from the accumulation of toxins, now radiated a vibrant shade of pink. The flow of her soul energy was smooth and unhindered, and even her breathing felt remarkably light. The affliction had been remedied, and the hidden injuries within her meridians had been healed. Ling Fong retracted his hand, the glow from his fingertips dissipating quietly. "You may take a moment to stabilize your energies. I shall investigate the spiritual essence of the Eye of Ice and Fire." Ling Fong walked gracefully to the edge of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where his ethereal gaze shimmered with a faint golden light, capturing the intricate spiritual energy of the surrounding celestial herbs. Here, the dual energies of ice and fire intertwined and clashed, giving birth to each unique herb that emanated distinct energy fluctuations, the air thick with palpable spiritual essence. "System, scan the current area for spiritual flora," he silently commanded. Beep. A gathering of celestial roots detected at the Eye of Ice and Fire, identifying spiritual plant information. Identification successful. Herb name, blazing apricot flower. Attribute, supreme fire. Age, 10,000 years. Effect, refines fire. Attribute, soul power, enhances physical defense. Herb name, octagonal ice grass. Attribute, supreme ice. Age, 10,000 years. Effect, refines ice. Attribute, soul power, boosts mental resistance. Herb name, autumn water dew. Attribute, mental. Age, 8,000 years. Effect, amplifies mental power, nurtures the soul's essence. Herb name, celestial chrysanthemum. Attribute, aggressive. Age, 10,000 years. Effect, enhances purity of aggressive soul. Masters soul power, strengthens soul skill potency. Ling Feng's gaze first fell upon the red celestial herb at the water's edge, ignited by a gentle flame. It was the blazing apricot flower. Its leaf edges were adorned with delicate fiery patterns, and even from several feet away, one could feel the surrounding air radiating warmth. The fire attribute soul power pulsing like a breath. He concentrated a strand of gentle soul power at his fingertips, lightly brushing against the fire attribute barrier surrounding the herb. As the barrier quivered momentarily, he cautiously uprooted the entire plant, its roots still clinging to moist soil and faint embers. His attention then shifted to the nearby octagonal ice grass, its emerald leaves encased in a layer of perpetual ice crystals, exuding a chilling aura that made the air around it feel frigid. Ling Fong activated his 9 turns divine skill, enveloping his formidable physique in a soft golden halo, and directly reached out to pluck the ice grass. Remarkably, his fingertips felt no sting from the ice crystals upon contact. He looked at the 2 herbs he held, one fiery and one icy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They were a perfect pair, ideally suited for refining the angelic soul power of Qianrenshu, helping to harmonize her occasionally restless divinity within. On a piece of azure stone partially submerged in the water, the autumn water dew bloomed quietly, its pale purple petals adorned with glistening droplets. A gentle breeze passed, releasing a refreshing fragrance capable of soothing the soul. Ling Fong carefully extracted the jade box, gently transferring the celestial herb along with the thin layer of soil from the blue stone into the box. His fingertips brushed against the dewdrops on the petals, and a refreshing sensation surged into his mind. This herb is perfect for my use. In the original tale, Tang San relied on it to enhance the purple extreme demon eye, and it will undoubtedly be beneficial for my spiritual eye, possibly elevating its insight to an even higher level. His gaze fell upon the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum, which stood nearly as tall as a person, its golden petals layered like a miniature blazing sun blooming by the pond. The overwhelming aura of formidable attack-type soul power surged forth, enveloping the air in a golden radiance. As Ling Fong reached out to pluck it, a warm and substantial sensation coursed through his fingertips. And he had already made up his mind. This Soul Master's fated celestial herb would be an ideal gift for him, perfectly assisting in breaking through his constraints once more. By the pond, several rare celestial herbs flourished. The cap of the 9th grade purple Ji emitted a gentle purple glow, exuding vital energy for nurturing the essence. The Chihuahua tulip resembled a swirl of pinkish purple clouds, capable of purifying impurities within martial souls. Ling Fong meticulously identified and harvested the suitable celestial herbs, placing them into specially crafted jade boxes inscribed with energy isolation formations. Each box adjusted to accommodate the specific soul power environment of the herbs. Once the spiritual eye swept across the area, confirming that no valuable herbs had been overlooked, he turned to observe the focused cultivation of Dugubo, who was still immersed beside the eye of ice and fire. Although the energies of ice and fire fluctuated slightly due to the harvesting of the herbs, the fundamental spiritual essence of this secret realm remained unscathed, continuing to flow in ethereal harmony. Ling Fong nodded with satisfaction, gently caressing the jade box at his waist. These herbs would undoubtedly elevate the strength of those around him to a new pinnacle. Standing at the edge of the eye of ice and fire, he gazed at the swirling mist of hot and cold in the pond, his eyes flickering with contemplation. The term Xianming flashed through his mind. The ancient power that lay dormant was a persistent concern for him, and the ultimate energy contained within the eye of ice and fire might provide a much-needed impetus for its revival. However, he soon shook his head, dispelling the hesitation from his gaze. The revival of Xianming was not a task to be accomplished in a day. It required a far more immense source of heaven and earth to support it. While the power of the eye of ice and fire was indeed pure, it ultimately amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket for such an existence. Moreover, this unique land, a rare breeding ground for spiritual roots, deserved to be preserved in its entirety, continuing to nurture the spiritual treasures of the world. Its future potential far outweighed the immediate needs of the present. He raised his hand and lightly brushed over the surface of the pond, sending forth a faint ripple as the energies of ice and fire lingered momentarily in his palm before dissipating quietly. There was no rush, Ling Fong mused softly to himself, his gaze regaining its resolute determination. First, he would stabilize the foundation before seeking out more opportune moments in the future. Ling Fong looked towards the nearby Dugu Bo and his grandson, who were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, their soul power flowing vigorously, indicating they would not conclude their practice anytime soon. His gaze shifted and ultimately settled on the eye of ice and fire before him. The intermingling energies of heat and cold stirred his heart, providing the perfect opportunity for him to engage in some cultivation himself. Here, the dual energies of ice and fire are remarkably pure, making them perfectly suited for body refinement. Ling Feng's lips curled slightly in a smile, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The ancestral witches, each embodying the essence of sanctity in their physical forms, excel in the art of body tempering through the 9 transformations divine skill. This extreme environment of ice and fire is, without a doubt, a veritable sanctuary crafted specifically for his enhancement. Without a hint of hesitation, Ling Fong leaped into the depths of the eye of ice and fire. As he submerged, 2 utterly distinct, overwhelming forces enveloped his entire being in an instant. One half burned with the ferocity of raging flames, as if seeking to incinerate his very flesh. The other half pierced him with a bone-chilling cold, causing his very sinews to quiver. The two extremes of sensation collided and intertwined within him with fervor. Yet, he did not summon even a modicum of spiritual energy for protection. Instead, he channeled the 9 transformations' divine skill to its utmost limit, allowing the dual energies to surge through his pores and into his body. His formidable physique, subjected to the relentless tempering of such extreme temperature variations, emitted subtle crackling sounds. Every inch of muscle, every bone within him endured a grueling trial, while simultaneously growing stronger under the nourishment of his ancestral bloodline. The surface of the pond began to churn violently, with steam and cold swirling together, forming spirals of energy. Ling Fong sat cross-legged in the depths, permitting the dual energies to wash over him, gradually enveloping him in a faint golden aura that slowly absorbed these extremes, transforming them into sustenance for his physical refinement. His spiritual eyes quietly monitored every change within his body, ensuring that the tempering process would not compromise his essence. On the shore, Dugubo occasionally opened his eyes to meditate, witnessing Ling Fong bathed in the dual energies, and once again, astonishment flickered in his gaze. Such a reckless endeavor of enduring the tempering of the Eye of Ice and Fire could only be undertaken by this esteemed prince. The three remained at the Eye of Ice and Fire for over a week, until Dugubo's breakthrough energy stabilized, prompting their departure. During this time, Dugu Yin was the first to conclude her cultivation, observing her grandfather and Ling Fong deeply engrossed in their practices and feeling idle herself. She willingly assumed the role of caretaker. With her grandfather on one side and his current superior, the prince who had guided her cultivation and gifted her a soul bone, on the other, her status was indeed the lowest, thus rendering her their little attendant. Each day, she foraged for wild fruits in the forest and occasionally wiped the sweat from their brows, content to remain quietly by the pond's edge. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Ling Fong as he refined his body in the Eye of Ice and Fire was far more lively, under the relentless assault of the extreme energies. His garments had long been reduced to ashes by the searing heat, leaving his upper body bare and partially obscured by mist. The contours of his muscles were sharply defined, rising and falling with each breath, every inch of skin radiating a subtle golden sheen from the tempering, brimming with explosive potential. Dugu Yin would occasionally steal glances, her cheeks flushing instantly, as she hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending to adjust her clothing, her heart racing, too shy to look directly. By the dawn of the 7th day, a formidable wave of soul power erupted from Dugubo, marking his successful ascension to the esteemed rank of 92 title Dolawa. It was then that Ling Fong leaped from the pool, droplets cascading down his skin as he casually donned a clean outer robe to conceal his striking physique. Observing this, Dugu Yin dared to lift her head, stealing a glance at Ling Fong as he adjusted his attire. Her cheeks still flushed, but she exhaled softly in relief. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Senior Dugu. Ling Fong approached with a hint of mirth in his tone. Dugu Bo, feeling the surging soul power within him, was brimming with excitement. It is thanks to His Highness the Saint and the Eye of Ice and Fire that I have achieved this breakthrough. Dugu Yin quickly moved to support her grandfather, and the two shared a glance, each reflecting the exhilaration of overcoming the flaw in their martial spirits and the hope for the future. Since the breakthrough is secure, let us embark on our journey back to the Spirit Hall, Ling Fong remarked, his gaze sweeping over the sacred realm that had nourished them, finally resting on the remnants of the celestial herbs by the poolside. The spiritual essence here remained intact. Perhaps they would have the opportunity to return one day. The trio tidied up briefly, and Dugu Bo summoned his blue lizard snake emperor martial spirit, taking the lead as he and Dugu Yin mounted the serpent's back. Ling Fong followed closely behind, and together, the three of them, along with the serpent, ventured into the morning light, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. As Ling Fong gazed at the swirling miasma surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire and the entrance to the secret realm, a thought struck him. This precious land, rich in spiritual essence, could potentially be revisited. It would be a pity if outsiders were to recklessly invade and disrupt the spiritual veins or disturb the lingering aura of celestial herbs. Furthermore, he had to be wary of Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered a wisp of soul power at his fingertips and swiftly navigated among several ancient trees at the entrance of the secret realm. As his fingertips glided past, a pale golden thread of soul power, imbued with special soul stones, quietly melded into the crevices of the tree trunks and rocks, intertwining to form a concealed warning formation. The formation blended seamlessly with the surrounding miasma, rendering it undetectable to ordinary individuals, yet it could keenly sense any living entity traversing through the toxic haze. Now it is secure, Ling Fong clapped his hands, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. This formation not only served as an early warning system, but was also subtly connected to his mental strength. Should anyone or a soul beast forcefully intrude, even from 1,000 miles away, he would instantly perceive the waves transmitted by the formation. At that moment, he would merely need to activate his first soul skill, Reversal of Heaven and Earth, utilizing the resonance between the formation and his own soul power to swiftly tear through space and return to this location to address any disturbances. Having completed this task, he raised his gaze to the sky, confirming the formation was functioning correctly before turning back toward the direction of Dugu Bo and his granddaughter. With this formation in place, the Eye of Ice and Fire would possess an additional layer of protection, alleviating the concern of having to clear away uninvited guests upon their return. By the time the trio emerged from the dense forest and arrived at Swoto City, it was already afternoon. Sunlight bathed the bluestone-paved road, warming the streets. As they stepped into the courtyard of the inn where the royal fight team was staying, they spotted Yu Tianheng waiting with several team members. Yin, Senior Dugu, you have finally returned. Yu Shenheng stepped forward, his gaze immediately landing on Dugu Yan. Noticing her rosy complexion and the refined flow of her soul power, which appeared even more coherent than before, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, albeit briefly. However, his attention abruptly halted. Dugu Yan was turned slightly towards a stranger beside her, holding a poison pouch that glimmered with a faint green hue. Her tone light and inquisitive as she asked, Your Highness, do you think compressing the toxin like this would consume too much soul power? Her eyes sparkled with unreserved trust and familiarity, leaning slightly forward as she spoke. Ling Fong gently tapped his fingertips, infusing a strand of pure soul power into the pouch and patiently demonstrating, when controlling the pouch's contraction. The soul power should adhere to the pouch walls like a sugar coating, neither too fast nor leaving gaps. Give it a try. His movements were gentle, his focus unwavering as he explained, with his profile illuminated by the sunlight, exuding an air of concentration. Dugu Yan quickly mimicked his actions and soon grasped the technique. Her eyes lighting up. It really is much easier. Thank you, Your Highness. This scene fell into Yu Shenheng's view, and the smile on his face instantly faded, his expression darkening gradually. He had never encountered this man before, yet Dugu Yan's familiarity with him surpassed the ordinary, even tinged with evident admiration, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within him. What unsettled him further was that, although the man did not deliberately release his soul power, he emanated an unfathomable aura, standing with a distinguished grace that exuded an invisible pressure, instinctively evoking a sense of threat in Yu Shenheng. Clenching his fist, he watched the two engaged in quiet conversation, the sight grating on his nerves, making each breath feel laborious. Yin, who is he? Yu Shenheng's voice bore a subtle tension, his gaze fixed on Ling Fong like a nail. He failed to notice Dugu Bo behind him, frowning slightly, a fleeting warning flashing in his eyes. Just as Dugu Yan was about to introduce the stranger, Yu Shenheng could no longer contain himself. His youthful admiration for Dugu Yan flared as he witnessed her animated exchange with the unfamiliar man, the intimacy igniting a blaze of jealousy in his mind. Have you been with him these past few days? We've been worrying about your safety at the inn. And here you are, chatting with an outsider? Ling Fong raised an eyebrow, about to respond when Yu Shenheng abruptly summoned his soul power, blue-violet lightning crackling in his palm, the air thickening with a domineering aura of thunder. I don't care where you came from. Just keep your distance from Yan. Before his words had fully escaped, he swung his hand, unleashing a thunderous dragon claw imbued with a fierce gust towards Ling Fong. The attack swift and impulsive. However, Ling Fong merely sidestepped slightly, his movements as agile as a specter. With a casual flick of his fingertip, a seemingly gentle strand of soul power collided with the thunderous claw. In an instant, a crisp crack echoed, and Yu Shenheng's gathered lightning soul power shattered like glass, the violent current rebounding and forcing him to stagger back several steps, his wrist tingling and the base of his thumb faintly aching. The soul power, seemingly unassuming, precisely shattered his soul skill, preventing even the slightest brush of his fingertips against the opponent's garment. Yu Tianheng was both astonished and enraged, his cheeks instantly flushed crimson. He had never encountered such a decisive setback, especially in front of his teammates and the girl he admired. He felt utterly humiliated, his ears burning with embarrassment. Tianheng, do not act impulsively. Dugu Yan hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him, but before her words could fully escape, Yu Tianheng's furious roar erupted first. With bloodshot eyes, he glared fiercely at Dugu Yan, his rationality completely overwhelmed by jealousy and indignation. He shouted without regard, Dugu Yan, you would turn against me for this unknown individual? Do you not value the camaraderie of the Imperial fighting team? Is your conduct so utterly reckless? The final words pierced Dugu Yan's heart like poisoned icicles. Her face turned as pale as paper, her lips quivering slightly, and her eyes reddened at an observable pace, tears of grievance swirling in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Enough. Dugu Bo's thunderous reprimand resonated like a clap of thunder. He had long endured Yu Tianheng's impulsiveness, but upon hearing such disgraceful words directed at his granddaughter, his fury erupted. His soul power surged forth unreservedly, unleashing a formidable pressure akin to a tsunami, causing Yu Tianheng to momentarily lose consciousness. With a dull thud, Yu Tianheng collapsed without a sound, falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. What are you waiting for? Drag him out. Dugu Bo commanded the stunned members of the Imperial fighting team, his frosty tone leaving no room for negligence. They hurriedly stepped forward to lift him. He then turned to Ling Fong, his anger still simmering, yet he forcibly suppressed it, his tone imbued with a palpable apology. Your Highness, I apologize for the embarrassment. This boy has been spoiled by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, impulsive and lacking restraint. I shall have a serious discussion with you Yuanba later. Ling Fong regarded the unconscious Yu Tianheng with indifference, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It is of no consequence, merely a trifling character, unworthy of concern. His gaze shifted to the tearful Dugu Yin beside him, and he gently ruffled her hair, softening his voice. Do not take it to heart. He merely spoke foolishly in a fit of anger. A brief rest will suffice for him. Dugu Yin, comforted by his gesture, finally relaxed her taut emotions, giving a subdued acknowledgement, though the tears ultimately fell. She watched the retreating figure of Yu Tianheng being dragged away by his teammates, a flicker of hurt and complexity flashing in her eyes. The bond forged in battles past seemed to bear an indelible fracture at that moment. Ling Fong cast a detached glance at the unfolding farce on the ground, chose not to say more, and turned back to his room. Dugu Bo sighed, following his granddaughter, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, into her chamber. Inside, Dugu Yin sat at the edge of her bed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her face still bearing the remnants of her grievance and despondency. Dugu Bo observed his granddaughter's demeanor and settled beside her, letting out a soft sigh. Yin Yin, speak candidly with your grandfather. Have you truly developed feelings for Yu Tianheng? Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's mind was flooded with the memory of Yu Tianheng's reckless outburst, causing a pang of discomfort in her heart. She remained silent for a considerable while before shaking her head, her voice choked with emotion. Grandfather, I merely feel saddened. After all, we are teammates. I never anticipated he would regard me in such a manner or utter such hurtful words. Dugu Bo finally exhaled in relief, as his greatest concern had been that his granddaughter was deeply infatuated with that impulsive young man. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Changing the subject, he casually inquired, "What do you think of His Highness the Holy Sun?" Dugu Yin was taken aback, her head snapping up to meet her grandfather's gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson, even her ears tinged with pink. The image of Ling Fong, his muscular physique glistening with golden light from the tempering of the ice and fire, involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Grandfather, why do you ask this?" she stammered, lowering her head in a fluster, her voice barely above a whisper. Observing his granddaughter's bashful demeanor, Dugu Bo felt all remnants of concern dissipate, allowing him to relax entirely. It appeared that Dugu Yan's feelings for Yu Tianheng were merely those of camaraderie. Her previous reluctance to reject him outright was likely due to the bonds of their team, compounded by Yu Tianheng's fervent pursuit. With the current turmoil he had caused, any lingering affection between them had been thoroughly disrupted, thus sparing them future complications. He gently patted her hand, his tone warm. "It's nothing much. I was merely inquiring. That Yu Tianheng, both impulsive and disrespectful, is unworthy of my granddaughter, Dugu Bo. The road ahead is long, and you deserve far better." Dugu Yin listened to her grandfather's words, her cheeks still aflame, yet she subtly nodded. Feeling the grievances stirred by Yu Tianheng begin to fade, Dugu Bo sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, having reached a resolution in his mind. Since he had formally pledged allegiance to Ling Fong, becoming a core member of the Spirit Hall, and with his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, having accepted the Millennium Soul Bone gifted by Ling Fong, the gratitude and connection had firmly intertwined the three of them with the Spirit Hall. Henceforth, it would be unwise to maintain close ties with the Heaven Do Empire, lest their positions become ambiguous and lead to unnecessary strife. Consequently, it was evident that Dugu Yan's continued presence at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was inappropriate, and remaining in the Emperor fighting team was no longer feasible. With this thought in mind, he turned to his granddaughter seated across from him and spoke solemnly. "Yin Yin, there is something I need to discuss with you." Dugu Yin raised her gaze, noting her grandfather's serious expression, and recalling the earlier discussion regarding Yu Tianheng and Ling Fong, she quickly grasped the underlying implication. Letting out a gentle sigh, she proactively responded, "Grandfather, I understand your intentions. I will voluntarily apply to withdraw from the Emperor fighting team." She had spent many years at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, her journey from an initiate in the Soul Master realm to her current level of soul power intricately intertwined with the institution. To claim she felt no attachment would be disingenuous. However, this affection had not yet reached a point where she would disregard her family's stance or the path that lay ahead. Seeing his granddaughter's clarity of thought, Dugu Bo could not help but smile with satisfaction. Not only was she intelligent, but her resolute nature allowed her to grasp the essence of matters without him needing to articulate them too explicitly, enabling her to weigh the pros and cons and make decisions. This decisive temperament was far superior to the impulsive and irritable Yu Tianheng. "It is good that you can comprehend this," Dugu Bo nodded, engaging in a brief conversation about the details of her withdrawal from the battle team, reassuring her that she need not bear any psychological burden, as the Spirit Hall would arrange a more suitable training environment for her future. After their discussion concluded, Dugu Bo rose and exited his granddaughter's room. As he gazed out at the twilight descending beyond the window, he let out a gentle sigh, then hurriedly made his way back to his own chamber. These years had been plagued by the torment of snake venom within him, causing his soul power to stagnate and leading him to miss countless precious moments. He clenched his fists in silence. Given his innate talent, he should have long since surpassed level 91. If not for the toxin binding him, he would have made significant progress. Now that the affliction was gone and his meridians were clear, it was the perfect opportunity for him to catch up. He resolved to seize the time for training, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. In this lifetime, he would surpass that fellow at the Chrysanthemum Pass, no matter what. The mere thought of the languidly smiling Chrysanthemum Dolawa made Dugu Bo grit his teeth. Over the years, relying on his elevated soul power, The chrysanthemum Dolawa had often looked down upon him, and he had suffered hidden losses in their encounters. Now, having aligned with the spirit hall, he might frequently find himself working alongside the chrysanthemum Dolawa. If his soul power were consistently overshadowed, he would be subjected to that fellow's mockery to the core. Such an event must not transpire. The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt, pushing open his door with a sense of urgency. Eager to sit cross-legged and solidify the breakthrough opportunity brought by the ice and fire Yangyin eyes, charging headlong towards a higher realm of soul power. Chapter 14. A well-swung hoe, no worry for unearthing the corner. Not long after Ling Fong returned to his room and settled down, a gentle knocking resounded from outside. He rose to open the door, revealing a slender figure standing at the threshold, Yi Lingling, the usually quiet support-type soul master from the royal battle team. The young girl clutched a familiar medicinal box in her delicate hands, her fingers lightly gripping the edges, her face betraying a clear hesitation. Upon seeing the door open, she took a deep breath, summoning her courage to step forward. "Your Highness," Yi Lingling's voice was soft, yet imbued with a respectful confirmation as her gaze fell upon Ling Fong, tinged with a hint of cautious exploration. Having just overheard Dugu Bo addressing the figure before her as Your Highness in the courtyard, a tempest of emotions stirred within her. In the spirit hall, the legendary young prodigy, Ling Fong, who possesses dual martial souls and unparalleled talent across the continent, bears an astonishing resemblance to the enigmatic coach who had previously donned a mask while temporarily guiding their team. Both exude a calm and collected aura, possessing an exquisite understanding of soul power control, particularly when Ling Fong demonstrated the technique of compressing the venom sac for Dugu Yin. The rhythm of the soul power flowing from his fingertips mirrored the essence of the coach's guidance when instructing her on the 9 Hearts CPNE healing technique. Coupled with the coach's penchant for concealing their identity behind a mask and their claim of acquaintance with the esteemed Dugu, the truth became increasingly evident. Yi Lingling bit her lip, ultimately gathering the courage to tentatively add, "Perhaps I should address you as coach?" Ling Fong met her anxious yet expectant gaze, raising an eyebrow with an indiscernible tone of emotion. "Oh, you recognize me?" "Indeed." Yi Lingling nodded vigorously, a flicker of relief illuminating her eyes. "You are the temporary coach who guided our Imperial battle team, correct?" The mystery that had troubled her for days was finally unraveled, and her voice lightened, though her fingers remained tense around the medicine box. Pausing for a moment, her gaze instinctively darted toward Dugu Yan's room next door. She withdrew her gaze and softly remarked, "Given Dugu's expression earlier, along with your identity, it seems Yin Yin intends to leave the Imperial battle team with you." Ling Fong did not respond directly but instead stepped aside, inviting her into the room. Inside, Yi Lingling gently placed the medicine box upon the table, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cool edge of the box, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if grappling with a significant decision. After a brief silence, she finally lifted her head, her eyes filled with resolute determination. "Your Highness, I have taken the liberty to approach you today to express my intentions. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you and follow your side." Noting Ling Feng's calm demeanor, devoid of surprise or rejection, she took a deep breath and continued, "My martial soul is the 9 Hearts CPNE, a premier healing martial soul, yet it bears a fatal flaw. My family has passed it down for generations, but our lineage is frail and sparse. This martial soul is both a divine gift and a looming curse for us." Her voice grew somber, imbued with an unspeakable weight. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. Countless factions on the continent covet the healing abilities of the 9 Hearts CPNE, and with a single misstep, my entire family could face annihilation. Yi Lingling lowered her eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "This is why I have always maintained a low profile within the team, striving to minimize my presence. I dare not stand out, merely wishing to live in peace and protect my family's safety. Yet, through this journey with the team, witnessing the multitude of power struggles, I have come to realize that relying on the Tiendo Royal Academy is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. When the mighty tree falls, we, the entwined vines, will only suffer more severely." She raised her gaze, earnestness radiating from her eyes. "Your strength is formidable, and even someone as esteemed as Dugu Yin is willing to submit to you, ensuring the safety of their descendants. I, in a bold plea, humbly request your Highness's shelter, seeking a grand tree under which my family and I may find refuge from the tempest. Though the 9 Heart Begonia may not charge into battle, its healing prowess is unwavering. I vow by my martial spirit to follow your lead henceforth. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." The maiden's tone bore a cautious humility, yet her eyes were devoid of any ambition for ascendance, filled instead with an earnest yearning for stability and a profound trust in the formidable. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the sincerity within her gaze, rendering her request all the more genuine. Yi Lingling understood well that her healing ability was her greatest asset, and she recognized the unique support she could provide to Ling Fong. In the ever-shifting battlefield, a top-tier healing soul master could often turn the tide, safeguarding the core combatants. In this world where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured, finding a reliable ally is far wiser than drifting alone, ever vigilant against hidden covetousness. It is, indeed, the long-term strategy for preserving oneself and one's family. Ling Fong regarded her quietly. Though his celestial eyes were not deliberately activated, they had already captured the sincerity, trepidation, and a hint of uncontainable hope reflected in the maiden's eyes. The rarity of the nine-heart begonia's healing capability on the continent is undeniable, marking it as a premier talent among support systems. Moreover, Yi Lingling's composed demeanor in the face of challenges and her perceptive understanding of circumstances greatly impressed him. Compared to those lofty geniuses, individuals with such clarity of perspective were often far more reassuring. "You possess remarkable insight," Ling Fong remarked, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Producing a crisp sound, his tone remained unassuming, yet it carried an undeniable decisiveness. "The value of the nine-heart begonia is indisputable. If you wish to stay, you may. However, remember this, I do not harbor idlers under my command. You must rely on your strength to establish your footing, not merely on your talent to enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled with surprise, illuminating her countenance as if quenched by a long-awaited rain. She hurriedly knelt, her voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and will not betray your trust." Ling Fong raised a hand, a gentle surge of soul power supporting her, preventing her from performing such a grand gesture of gratitude. "Such formalities are unnecessary here. After all, I am your coach. Am I not?" He observed the brilliance in her eyes and added, "You are a clever one, and I have always preferred to engage with the astute. Since you have chosen to stay, you shall henceforth be one of us. I will arrange for your family to be safely escorted to the Martial Soul Hall and integrated into my direct forces, ensuring their protection." Yi Lingling stood momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Ling Feng's thorough considerations, which even addressed her deeply buried concerns. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and she bowed deeply once more, her voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." "No, thank you, Coach." In that moment, the weight on her heart was finally lifted, and she felt a radiant path ahead, no longer adrift in the storm. Seeing her emotions settle, Ling Fong chose not to elaborate further, gently grazing the edge of the table with his fingertips. His gaze drifting to the scenery beyond the window. Yi Lingling took a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, and retrieved a small, delicate sachet from the side pocket of her medicine box. The light blue satin was embroidered with several elegant begonia flowers, each stitch meticulously crafted, clearly a labor of love. The young girl's face flushed crimson, her fingertips trembling as she offered the sachet to Ling Fong, her voice barely above a whisper. "Coach, this is a sachet I made with my own hands, filled with herbs to soothe the mind. I do not possess anything of great value to repay you, but I hope you will accept this small token of my appreciation." As she spoke, her head lowered further, her ears tinged with pink. Yet she stubbornly held the sachet aloft, unwilling to retract it. Ling Fong observed her bashful, yet resolute demeanor, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes as he reached out to accept the sachet. The satin felt soft to the touch, and as he brought it closer to his nose, he detected a faint, refreshing herbal aroma that indeed promised tranquility. "It is exquisitely made. I truly appreciate it." He casually tied the sachet to his waist, his tone infused with warmth. "Now, go rest, and make sure to pack your belongings. We shall set off for the spirit hall at dawn." Upon seeing him accept the sachet, Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled with radiant joy, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, thank you, Coach." She embraced her medicine box, and, with a light step, turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, she couldn't resist glancing back, only to find Ling Fong studying the sachet, causing her cheeks to flush again as she hastily retreated to her room. Inside her chamber, Ling Fong gently toyed with the tassels of the sachet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This little girl is quite thoughtful and possesses a commendable sense of gratitude. The following day, as dawn broke over Suwa City, the inn began to emit a soft glow. The crackling of firewood could be heard from the kitchen. While the waiter busied himself polishing tables and chairs, the air perfumed with the delicate aroma of rice porridge. Ling Fong stood in the courtyard, observing Yi Lingling and Du Guyan seated at a stone table, penning their farewell letters in the morning light. Yi Lingling's handwriting was elegant and graceful, imbued with apologies and reluctance towards her teammates from the Imperial battle team, yet it clearly expressed her resolve to withdraw. Du Guyan's strokes were more succinct, straightforwardly explaining her departure due to changes in her family's stance, concluding with a note assuring her teammates not to worry. The two letters were neatly folded, encapsulating their farewells to the cherished moments they had shared. "Please leave the letters at the front desk, and have the waiter assist in delivering them." Ling Fong took the letters and gently placed them on the counter of the inn, conveying a few instructions to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, though curious about their haste, discreetly obliged, watching as the group exited the inn. Outside, Dugubo and Ling Fong boarded the carriage first. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan exchanged a glance, each finding a semblance of relief in the other's eyes, before they too climbed aboard, setting off towards the spirit hall. The journey unfolded with early mornings and restful nights. During the day, Ling Fong occasionally guided Yi Lingling and Du Guyan in their training, while Dugubo stood guard nearby, the atmosphere among them gradually warming. At night, when they stayed at inns, Yi Lingling would attentively prepare calming herbs for everyone, while Du Guyan conversed softly with her grandfather about their future plans. Days later, a majestic silhouette finally emerged on the distant horizon. The iconic, towering walls of the spirit city shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight, while the Grand Spirit Hall's main tower pierced the clouds, exuding an imposing aura that radiated solemnity from afar. The moment one stepped into the main hall of the Spirit Hall, a dignified presence enveloped the air. Beneath the vast dome, Bibi Dong sat regally upon the highest papal throne. Her purple and gold papal robe flowing with a luxurious sheen illuminated by the morning light streaming through the stained glass windows. Each intricate gold thread of embroidery seeming to breathe with a subtle shimmer. Her gaze swept indifferently over the four who entered the hall, ultimately landing on Ling Fong at the forefront. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice cool, yet imbued with a barely perceptible warmth. "You have returned. Teacher, I have fulfilled my mission." Ling Fong strode forward and came to a halt within the hall. As his words echoed, his soul power erupted without reservation, and 9 soul rings suddenly ascended from beneath his feet, slowly revolving beside him. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. This already ostentatious configuration of soul rings, enhanced by the last 3 profound, dark as night, yet faintly shimmering with golden light, 10,000-year soul rings, resounded like thunder in the hall. Gasp! The elders seated on either side of the hall inhaled sharply, their previously calm expressions replaced by shock, many of them rising abruptly from their seats. Eyes fixated on the 3 dazzling red soul rings, their faces etched with disbelief. Even Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, felt her pupils constrict slightly, her fingertips tightening unconsciously on the armrest. She was acutely aware of Ling Feng's extraordinary talent, but had not anticipated that in such a brief time apart. He had acquired 2 additional 10,000-year soul rings. It is worth noting that this is a supreme honor that even the majority of titled Dolawa might not possess. And Ling Fong was merely 22 years old this year, having already surpassed the titled Dolawa realm. In the shadows, Qian Daolu observed the hall through a special soul-guiding device. This limit Dolawa, who had lived for nearly a century, also displayed a flicker of emotion in his eyes at this moment. 3 10,000-year soul rings. A titled Dolawa at the age of 22. Such an accomplishment has never been recorded in the history of the Spirit Hall, nor in the annals of the entire Dolawa continent, surpassing even the most fantastical of legends. More importantly, he knew that these 3 10,000-year soul rings were not acquired through the resources of the Spirit Hall, but were obtained by Ling Fong through his own strength during trials. This level of capability and fortune has transcended the bounds of mere talent. Ling Fong sensed the instantly frozen atmosphere within the hall, yet maintained a tranquil demeanor. The 9 soul rings gradually retracting, leaving behind only a faint echo of soul power. He bowed slightly. "I apologize for startling you, teacher and esteemed elders." Bibi Dong took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment, and regained her papal authority, her tone tinged with a trace of unhidden pride. "Feng, you have done exceptionally well." Only then did the elders within the hall awaken from their stupor. Their gazes toward Ling Fong now infused not only with shock, but also with an increasing sense of reverence and acknowledgement. Ling Fong observed that the elders within the hall were still ensnared by the shock of the soul ring. With a slight smile, he stepped aside to allow the esteemed Dugu Bo to advance, his voice resonating clearly throughout the grand chamber. "Furthermore, I have successfully persuaded Elder Dugu to align himself with our Spirit Hall." Dugu Bo took a step forward, his restrained soul power emanating an air of stability befitting a titled Dolawa. He bowed deeply to Bibi Dong, seated upon the throne, his tone respectful yet unwavering. "This humble servant, Dugu Bo, pays his respects to your holiness. I shall dedicate my efforts to the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong regarded this titled Dolawa, renowned for his mastery of poison, and glanced at the composed Ling Fong beside her, her smile deepening. The continuous acquisition of formidable strength and extraordinary talent in her chosen son had alleviated her recent worries regarding the affairs of the academy. Her voice, authoritative yet tinged with delight, declared, "It is indeed a fortune for our Spirit Hall that Elder Dugu has graciously chosen to join us. From this day forth, you shall be an official member of the Elder Council, entitled to all privileges and honors therein." "Thank you, your holiness." Dugu Bo responded with another bow, and as he straightened his back, he bore the insignia of the Elder Council. At that moment, Ju Dolawa Ju Yuiguan, seated among the elders, suddenly wore a sly smile. Her narrow eyes glinting with mischief as they rested upon Dugu Bo, a hint of playful malice flickering in her gaze. Given their long-standing rivalry, it was only natural for her to extend her familiarity to this new colleague. Dugu Bo, ever perceptive, immediately caught the glimmer of her attention and retaliated with a defiant look. His brow arched slightly, his eyes brimming with provocation and disdain, as if to convey, "Now I am also an elder. Who should fear whom?" Their gazes clashed silently in the air, charged with an unspoken tension. Yet they wisely refrained from escalating the confrontation publicly, eliciting quiet amusement from the surrounding elders. It seemed that these 2 titled Doluos would certainly bring considerable excitement to the Elder Council in the days to come. Gue Mei, reveling in the spectacle, subtly urged Ju Yuiguan further. Ling Fong observed this scene with a faint smile, contemplating the dramatic saga of their intertwined fates. He turned his attention back to Bibi Dong, awaiting the next directives. The atmosphere within the hall gradually shifted from one of astonishment to a subtle vibrancy with the addition of this new member. Having concluded the official matters, Ling Fong turned to depart the main hall, accompanied by Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. Just as they exited, a commotion arose behind them. Dugu Bo had pivoted, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhu Yuguan, his tone laced with challenge. Zhu Yuguan, it has been a while. Let us engage in a spar at the training grounds, so I may witness the extent of your soul power's advancement. Zhu Yuguan promptly raised an eyebrow in response. That is precisely my intention, lest some individuals presume that their entry into the spirit hall grants them superiority over me. With that, the two proceeded towards the training grounds, followed closely by several elders eager to witness the spectacle, their exuberant banter filling the air. Ling Fong led the two women back to the Holy Sun Palace, where the ambience was serene and elegant, a stark contrast to the imposing grandeur of the main hall. He turned to the waiting maid beside him and instructed, "Fetch an emblem from the Holy Sun's palace," and immediately arrange for a reliable team of soul masters to proceed to Yi Lingling's family residence. Ensure that her relatives are brought to the Soul City with care and settled in the residential area affiliated with the Holy Sun's palace. It is imperative that their accommodations are comfortable, with personal guards assigned to ensure their safety without a hint of negligence. The maid responded respectfully, taking the emblem and swiftly departing to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Lingling stood nearby, listening intently to Ling Feng's words, her previously anxious heart now completely at ease, her eyes momentarily glistening with warmth. She had not anticipated Ling Feng's swift and thoughtful concern for her family's safety. This consideration filled her with a comforting warmth. The young girl deeply bowed before Ling Feng, her voice tinged with emotion. "Thank you, Coach. No, thank you, Your Highness." In that moment, all her apprehension dissipated, leaving her with a profound sense of stability and brightness ahead. Ling Feng observed the gratitude and reassurance sparkling in her eyes and nodded slightly before turning to the side to glance at Dugu Yan. The young girl stood by the window, gazing at the verdant greenery in the courtyard. Her expression was tranquil, devoid of the previous melancholy, replaced instead by a sense of adaptation to her new surroundings and a conviction about the future. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around her, clearly indicating that she had begun to let go of the sadness from leaving the royal combat team. Just as Ling Feng, Dugu Yan, and Yi Lingling settled down in the hall, a light patter of footsteps echoed from outside. Before he could speak, several figures entered in succession: Qian Renxue, Hu Laina, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ziji, who had been waiting at the Holy Sun's palace. "Brother Ling Feng, you have finally returned." Qian Renxue, adorned in a snow-white gown, was the first to bound to Ling Feng's side, her curious gaze flitting between Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling, a knowing smile briefly flickering in her eyes. Hu Laina followed closely, her orange hair and brown eyes exuding a lively charm as she naturally linked her arm with Ling Feng's. Surveying the two newcomers with a smile, "These two must be our new sisters, am I right?" Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing stood side by side, the elder sister Zhu Zhuqing radiating maturity and grace as she nodded and smiled at the two girls. The younger Zhu Zhuqing remained cool, yet her eyes conveyed kindness. Ning Rongrong stood to the side, arms crossed, her proud little face displaying curiosity without uttering any unkind remarks. Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, looked eagerly at the two girls, wanting to pull Ning Rongrong forward. Ziji leaned against the doorframe, her black attire accentuating her fair skin, her gaze towards Ling Feng filled with admiration. But when it flicked over Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling, it carried a hint of scrutiny, as they were to become part of their circle. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Dugu Yan, and this is Yi Lingling." Ling Feng smiled as he introduced them. "They will be residing in the Holy Sun's palace from now on." "Hello, Yin Yan." "Hello, Lingling." Qian Renxue immediately took hold of Dugu Yan's hand with warmth. "I am Qian Renxue, Ling Feng's childhood friend." Hu Laina stepped forward as well, offering a cup of tea to Yi Lingling. "I am Hu Laina. You can call me Sister Nana." Zhu Zhuyun gently spoke. "I have heard from Brother Ling Feng about you before. Welcome to join us." Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, acknowledging the greeting. Ning Rongrong snorted but awkwardly added, "It's safer here than outside. With Brother Ling Feng around, no one dares to bully you." Xiao Wu skipped forward, saying, "Sisters, do not be so reserved. This will be your home from now on." Ziji also approached, stating nonchalantly, "Since you are recognized by Feng, you are one of us now." The sudden warmth left Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling somewhat flustered. Dugu Yan was at that moment being bombarded with questions from Qian Renxue, her cheeks gradually turning crimson. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, trembled nervously as Hu Laina inquired about her cultivation insights, yet she managed to respond softly. "Hey, why is Lingling blushing?" Ning Rongrong, with keen observation, teased, "Is it because you've spent too much time with Brother Ling Feng and are feeling shy?" Her words struck a chord with Yi Lingling, causing the young girl's face to flush instantly, and she hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to sip her tea. Dugu Yan was not much better off. Qian Renxue leaned in and whispered, "Sister Yan, is Brother Ling Feng very impressive? Was he particularly attentive to you at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye?" Dugu Yan recalled the moments when Ling Feng had demonstrated poison refinement for her, ruffled her hair, and the image of his bare torso made her ears burn, leaving her speechless for a long while. Observing the two girls' embarrassment, the others could not help but laugh. Qian Renxue patted Dugu Yan's shoulder, saying, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. From now on, we are sisters, so feel free to reach out to us for anything." Hu Laina added to Yi Lingling, "If you have any questions about cultivation, aside from asking Ling Feng, you can also come to me." Initially somewhat reserved, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling gradually relaxed amidst this lively goodwill. Dugu Yin looked up at the smiling Qian Renxua, feeling a newfound closeness in her gaze. Yi Lingling felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at Zhu Zhuyun, who was offering snacks. Ling Feng sat nearby, watching the girls gather together. Transitioning from discussions about cultivation to daily life, from martial souls to preferences, quickly growing intimate, even the most aloof Zhu Zhuqing occasionally chiming in. The shadows of melancholy in Dugu Yin's eyes had long since dissipated, and Yi Lingling was no longer anxious. The two girls gazed at their chattering sisters before stealing glances at Ling Feng, who was smiling at them. Though the feelings they harbored remained unspoken, they had quietly taken root amidst this warm acceptance. Inside the Holy Sun's hall, the aroma of tea wafted gently, laughter filled the air, and sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft halo over the faces of the young women, illuminating this newly formed camaraderie. Meanwhile, Ling Feng quietly departed, feeling assured that all was well here. But he knew there was a tempest awaiting him in the Pope's hall. After ensuring the comfort of the young ladies, he turned to head toward the Pope's hall. As soon as he stepped through the doors, he sensed a subtle, low-pressure atmosphere. Bibi Dong sat behind a desk, reviewing documents, her purple golden robe accentuating her striking beauty. Yet she did not turn to acknowledge him, her voice tinged with deliberate aloofness. "You're back?" Ling Fong approached her from behind, leaning in to inhale the familiar cold fragrance emanating from her hair. With a smile, he inquired, "Are you still busy, teacher? Is the palace's business particularly demanding today?" Bibi Dong paused her writing, yet did not turn around, responding in a neutral tone, "It's manageable, not as hectic as your affairs. You went out and not only returned with a titled Dolawa, but also acquired 2 beautiful confidants, which has truly caught my attention." The hint of jealousy in her words was almost palpable, despite her feigned indifference. Ling Fong, perceptive to her thoughts, chuckled softly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. His fingertips, infused with a soothing soul power, expertly kneaded the stiffness from her muscles, applying just the right amount of pressure to impart a comforting warmth. "Teacher, you jest. Senior Dugu has contributed greatly to the spirit hall, and Yin Yin and Ling Ling are genuinely loyal. You mustn't let jealousy cloud your judgment." Bibi Dong's body stiffened slightly, her ears flushing with a hint of color, yet she retorted sharply, "Who is jealous? I merely remind you that as the Holy Sun, you must prioritize important matters and not let romantic entanglements hinder you." Despite her words, her tense shoulders unconsciously relaxed, and even her grip on the pen softened. Ling Feng's massage gradually descended from her shoulders to her back, with his soul power seeping into her meridians, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from her long hours of work. Leaning closer to her ear, he spoke in a soft, gentle voice, "In my heart, you will always be my foremost priority. You are the most important person to me." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, carrying the unique clarity and sincerity of youth. In an instant, Bibi Dong's defenses crumbled, her cold demeanor softening, even her gaze becoming gentler. She set down her pen and swatted away his meddlesome hand, though her tone lacked its previous chill. "How impertinent! Who permitted you to be so familiar with the Pope? In the presence of others, you are the Pope. In my eyes, you are simply my teacher." Ling Fong seized her hand, his fingertips tenderly caressing her cool palm. "Do not sulk. It will only harm your health, and I would be heartbroken." As Bibi Dong gazed into his eyes, filled with gentle laughter, the inexplicable bitterness in her heart dissipated. Ultimately, she could not help but glare at him, the corners of her mouth betraying a faint smile. "You certainly have a way with words. Now that the important matters are settled, you may return. Do not linger here." "At your command, my esteemed Pope," Ling Fong replied with a smile, releasing her hand and placing a soft kiss upon her forehead. "I shall take my leave for now and return to see you later." Watching him depart, Bibi Dong raised her hand to touch her forehead. The coldness in her expression entirely vanished, replaced by a mixture of exasperation and indulgence. This troublesome boy always had the knack for disarming her defenses with the gentlest of gestures. She sighed softly, picking up her pen once more, only to find that her previously restless mood had been calmed by his tender massage and whispers, making the task of reviewing documents much smoother. Chapter 15. An increase in collective strength. Upon returning to the Holy Sun Palace, the atmosphere within was bustling with excitement. Qian Renxue was engaged in conversation with Hulaina, eliciting a light laugh from Zhu Zhuyun. Although Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly, a subtle smile graced her lips. Ning Rongrong interjected with playful banter, while Ziji and Xiao Wu huddled together, examining the freshly picked flowers and herbs. Donggu Yin and Yi Lingling quietly followed suit, engrossed in Ziji and Xiao Wu's exploration. As Ling Fong entered, the lively chatter abruptly ceased, and all the women's gazes converged on the storage soul guide he held, their eyes glinting with curiosity and anticipation. Amused by their attention, Ling Fong raised the soul guide, feigning an air of mystery as he remarked, "During my recent excursion, I came across some remarkable treasures, immortal herbs of considerable age. Let us see who can claim the most desirable among them." Barely had his words settled when he summoned his soul power, and the surface of the storage soul guide shimmered with a gentle glow. In the next moment, several uniquely shaped and vibrant immortal herbs soared forth, hovering in the air of the hall. Instantly, a refreshing scent of verdant foliage enveloped the space, infused with invigorating soul power that seemed to rejuvenate the very atmosphere. Ling Feng's fingertip lightly tapped one particular herb, the ice crystal jade soul orchid. Known for its chilling essence that calms the mind and nourishes soul power. He pointed to the herb, its entire form a striking ice blue. Its leaves resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, edged with a subtle crystalline sheen, and at its center, a drop of translucent dew exuded a refreshing coolness. This herb was particularly suited for agility-based soul masters, enhancing their physical grace and refining their soul power. Zhu Qing, this is for you, Ling Fong said. As the ice crystal jade soul orchid gently floated towards Zhu Qing. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly extended her hands to receive it. The moment her fingertips brushed against the leaves, a surge of pure, chilling soul power flowed into her being, harmonizing perfectly with her nether spirit cat martial soul, making her soul power flow more effortlessly. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes shining with evident joy, and softly murmured, "Thank you, brother Ling Fong." Ling Fong nodded with a smile, and then pointed to another herb wreathed in a gentle purple mist. "Zhu Yun, this purple shadow spirit ginseng is for you. Its essence is imbued with profound shadow power, which will help you solidify the foundation of your soul rings, particularly enhancing the integration of your nether clone, ensuring a more seamless connection between it and your true form's soul power, making it harder to detect." The purple ginseng swayed delicately in the air, radiating a warm glow as it drifted into Zhu Yun's hands. She gently stroked the ginseng's tendrils, feeling the flowing shadow soul power respond to her martial soul's aura, as if the subtle sluggishness caused by her clone technique over the years had been smoothed away. Lifting her gaze to Ling Fong, her eyes brimmed with affection, she expressed, "Thank you, brother Ling Fong." Witnessing Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing receive the appropriate immortal herbs first, the other women's anticipation grew even stronger. Their eyes fixated on the remaining herbs, their breaths quickening with excitement. Ling Fong, observing their jubilant expressions, continued to distribute the herbs. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself. She leaned forward, her large eyes eagerly fixed on the hovering herbs, her lips pressed together, yet unable to mask her excitement. Upon witnessing this, Ling Fong chuckled softly, gesturing towards a delicate celestial herb adorned with a golden floral crown. The petals, layered as if crafted from gilded gold, shimmered under the sunlight, refracting a brilliant halo that seemed to infuse the surrounding air with a warm, golden hue. "Rong, this exquisite Keylora tulip is for you." The celestial herb gracefully floated before her, as Ling Fong explained. It harbors the purest auxiliary spirit power, specifically designed to refine soul power for auxiliary martial souls, enhancing the efficacy of your seven treasures glazed tower with greater stability and smoother soul power flow. Moreover, it possesses remarkable effects. The little tsundere immediately beamed with joy, cautiously accepting the Keylora tulip with both hands. She leaned closer, inhaling its fragrance, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson, cradling the celestial herb. She turned to the table to study it, mumbling, "I suppose you have good taste, knowing what is worthy of my seven treasures glazed tower. Nevertheless, I must thank you, brother Ling Fong." Her awkward yet delighted demeanor elicited laughter from those around them. Ling Fong chuckled, shaking his head, and then shifted his gaze to the quiet figure standing in the corner, Xiao Wu. The young girl, clad in a pink dress, nervously clutched the hem of her garment. Upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, she quickly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with timid anticipation. He produced a pale pink celestial herb, its leaves tender as feathers, adorned with glistening droplets of dew. As he gently swayed it, the dew rolled off, leaving a faint pink halo in its wake. "Xiao Wu, this soft-boned celestial vine has been specially sought for you." The herb floated before her as Ling Fong softened his tone. It embodies a gentle yet resilient vitality, perfectly suited to nurture your soft-bone rabbit martial soul. Not only will it enhance the agility of your teleportation and fortify your flexibility, but it will also stabilize your cultivation foundation, preventing you from suffering injuries due to soul power exhaustion as easily as before. Xiao Wu cradled the soft-boned celestial vine, her fingertips brushing against the cool leaves, feeling the gentle spirit power coursing within. Her eyes brimmed with tears as warmth surged in her heart, recalling how this person had saved both her and her mother, now showing such thoughtfulness towards her. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion as she flung herself into Ling Feng's embrace. "Thank you, brother Ling Fong. You are so kind to me." Ling Fong smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and patiently waited for her emotions to settle before continuing with the distribution. "And now, Nana." He turned to the eagerly anticipating Hulayina, directing his fingertip towards a red lotus aflame with a gentle fire. The petals unfurled like blazing flames, yet they were not scorching. Instead, they exuded a comforting warmth, with a small golden flame dancing at the heart of the flower. "This crimson flame celestial lotus is most suitable for you, as it will enhance the enchanting power of your fox martial soul, granting your spiritual attacks greater penetrative force while refining your fox fire soul power, doubling the potency of your flame soul techniques." The crimson flame celestial lotus drifted before Hulayina, whose orange hair and brown eyes immediately lit up with a radiant smile. She gently touched the petals, feeling the vibrant energy surge through her fingertips, perfectly melding with her own soul power. Affectionately, she linked her arm with Ling Feng's, her purple eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Thank you, brother Ling Fong. I knew you wouldn't forget me." Ziji leaned against the corridor pillar, observing the ethereal herbs dancing within the palace, her tail tip unconsciously brushing against the ground, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze upon her, she promptly straightened up, her ears twitching slightly. Ling Feng, smiling, produced a plant entwined with dark dragon patterns. Its leaves were as black as ink, the dragon motif subtly visible, emanating a faint aura of draconic majesty that was not oppressive, but rather imbued with a steady strength. Ziji, this ink dragon mystic grass is for you, Ling Feng declared as the herb floated towards her. It harbors pure dragon-type spiritual energy, which will help suppress the malevolence inherent in the Hell Demon Dragon King's soul, allowing for a smoother transition between your human form and true self, significantly reducing soul power consumption. Ziji's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly secured the mystical herb, her tail behind her swaying joyfully, yet she maintained an air of modesty, saying, "Thank you, master, I truly appreciate it." Standing nearby, Dugu Yin gazed at the remaining mystical herbs, her fingers gently twisting the fabric of her sleeves, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Ling Feng noticed her longing gaze and, with a flick of his finger, a dark green herb floated towards her. Its leaf edges bore faint purple poison patterns, and as one drew near, a delicate yet intoxicating fragrance could be discerned, concealing a formidable toxicity. Dugu Yin, this nether poison vine blossom is most suitable for you, Ling Feng remarked. Its poisonous attributes resonate perfectly with your azure scale serpent soul. Not only will it double the potency of your toxins, but it will also nourish your soul bone, enhancing the longevity of your soul skills. Dugu Yin received the herb with both hands, feeling the familiar poisonous energy surge through her palms, resonating with her soul power. A look of elation illuminated her face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother Ling Feng." Ling Feng then turned to the patiently waiting Yi Lingling, retrieving a plant that was entirely emerald green, exuding a refreshing luster. Dewdrops glistened on its leaves, and as the gentle breeze passed, the droplets fell softly, leaving a faint green halo in the air, accompanied by a soothing aura that calmed the spirit. "Lingling, this jade dew nectar grass is for you," he said gently as the herb floated before her. "It contains the purest healing energy, which will greatly enhance your 9-heart begonia soul, making your healing abilities even more effective. In the future, should you encounter severe injuries, healing will be a much simpler task." Yi Lingling cradled the mystical herb with both hands, feeling the gentle spiritual energy flowing within, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lowering her head, her voice trembled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, holy son. No, thank you, coach." Finally, Ling Feng turned to the ever-smiling Qian Ruxue, who awaited him with an air of playful anticipation, holding 2 exquisite jade boxes that had appeared in his hands unbeknownst to him. Clad in a snow-white gown, she pouted slightly as he approached, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Brother Ling Feng, did you forget about me?" Ling Feng chuckled at her playful demeanor, opening the jade boxes to reveal 2 distinctly different mystical herbs. One was engulfed in blazing flames, embodying the fiery spirit of the fire blossom, radiating vibrant masculine energy. Another plant was adorned with glistening frost, the octagonal ice grass, which harbored a gentle and nurturing spiritual essence within its chill. The 2 celestial herbs complemented each other beautifully within the box, yet remained distinct, creating a marvelous equilibrium. "Shuer, your situation is particularly unique. These 2 were specially sought for you." Ling Feng's voice was imbued with an unusual tenderness. "Your angel martial soul possesses a divine quality that purifies your soul power and bestows extraordinary talents. Yet this divinity may, to some extent, dull your emotions, rendering you less sensitive to the warmth and cold of human sentiment. The fiery apricot blossom can ignite the passion within your heart, while the octagonal ice grass will stabilize your emotions. The union of these 2 will precisely help temper the aloofness brought by your divine nature, allowing you to retain the purity of an angel while embracing more vivid feelings." As his words fell, the 2 celestial herbs gently floated before Qian Ruxue, their intertwining warmth and chill infused with a tranquil power. The girl, who had initially felt a twinge of jealousy for being the last to receive her herb, now found her eyes filled solely with surprise and gratitude. She threw her arms around Ling Feng's neck and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, her voice bright and joyous. "Hee, I knew brother Ling Feng cherished me the most. You understand me better than anyone." Ling Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair. Observing that all the other girls had received their suitable celestial herbs, he softly advised, "The efficacy of these herbs is potent. Find a comfortable position and circulate your soul power to absorb them. I shall stand guard for you." The girls promptly took action, sitting cross-legged in the grand hall of the Holy Sun's palace, placing their celestial herbs before them. Qian Ruxue cradled her 2 herbs, seated at the outermost position, while Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuyun nestled beside each other. Ning Rongrong embraced the tulip of illusion, humming a little tune, and Xiao Wu carefully placed the soft-bone celestial vine on her lap. Ziji, Dugu Yin, and Yi Lingling also found their respective places, closing their eyes to commence the circulation of their soul power. In an instant, the hall was filled with the rhythmic sound of breathing and the flowing aura of soul power, as the spiritual energy emitted by the various celestial herbs coalesced into a warm current, gently coursing through the chamber. Ling Fong sat in the main seat of the hall, his gaze tenderly sweeping over the assembly, guarding them while eagerly anticipating their transformation following the absorption of the celestial herbs. As night deepened, the aura of soul power within the Holy Sun's palace gradually receded, and by the late hours, the seated maidens began to open their eyes one by one. Thanks to Ling Feng's careful selection of celestial herbs that perfectly matched their martial soul attributes and physical needs, the absorption process was exceptionally smooth, with no clash of spiritual energies occurring. Just past the first watch of the night, a figure in the hall was the first to complete her absorption and open her eyes. ZG slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the inky dragon-patterned halo surrounding her receding in tandem. Her formidable strength, as a transformed Hell Dragon King of 100,000 years, combined with the robust physique and pure soul power of her dragon lineage, made the absorption of the celestial herbs a relatively effortless endeavor. The occasional malice that would surface from her overwhelming dragon might had now dissipated entirely, softening even the sharpness etched upon her brow. ZG gently moved her wrist, relishing the smoother flow of soul power within her, especially relieved that the prior sensation of stagnation during the transformation between her human form and true self had completely vanished. A wave of joy surged within her. Rising to her feet, she approached Ling Feng, her tail playfully swishing behind her, hinting at a sense of accomplishment. Master, I have fully absorbed it. This black dragon mystic herb is indeed remarkable. I now feel my soul power circulating 30% faster than before. Even the exertion to suppress the dragon's might has diminished significantly. As she spoke, a slight movement of her soul power allowed her to instantaneously manifest a small patch of delicate dragon scales upon her arm, which vanished in the next moment. Showcasing her seamless control, Ling Feng, observing the excitement in her eyes, nodded with a smile. The physique of the dragon clan is inherently formidable, and the black dragon mystic herb complements it perfectly. You should rest over there for now. We shall proceed once everyone has completed their absorption. ZG obediently acknowledged, yet chose not to leave, instead finding a spot beside Ling Feng to sit, her curious gaze surveying the others still engaged in absorbing the celestial herb, her tail occasionally sweeping the ground with a hint of leisurely contentment. Within the radiant aura of soul power in the hall, it was only ZG's side that had returned to tranquility. Her efficient absorption pace drew even Ling Feng's quiet admiration. She truly embodied the essence of a top-tier Dragon Clan soul beast, her profound heritage indeed remarkable. Following closely was Zhu Zhuqing, her icy aura more refined than before. She gently flexed her wrist, distinctly feeling her body becoming lighter, the flow of soul power infused with the crisp essence of the ice crystal orchid. Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, similarly exhibited a flicker of surprise, recognizing that the connection of her underworld avatar's soul power had become several times more fluid. The efficacy of the purple shadow spirit ginseng having silently merged into the foundation of her soul rings. Hulaina stretched lazily, a small flame igniting at her fingertips. The fire danced more vivaciously than before. The scarlet flame immortal lotus not only enhanced her allure, but also significantly refined her soul power. Ning Rongrong shook her wrist, the phantom of the 9 treasure glazed tile tower flickering momentarily in her palm, its gleam brighter than ever. Though she had yet to notice the initial manifestation of the enhancement effects from the Chilhua tulip, Xiao Wu, Ziji, Duguyan, and Yi Lingling subsequently completed their absorption, each face glowing with the nourishing essence of spirit power, their eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Only Qian Renxue remained in meditation, the fervent heat of the fire apricot blossom intertwining with the chilling essence of the octagonal ice grass within her, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow despite Ling Feng's prior instructions on the operational method. Seeing this, Ling Feng stepped forward, gently lifting her, his forehead touching hers as he infused a gentle stream of soul power to guide her. Relax, follow the rhythm of my soul power, he whispered softly beside her ear. The warmth of his breath and the stability of his soul power combining to assist her in harmonizing the contrasting forces of ice and fire within. Leaning against him, Qian Renxue felt the familiar warmth and security, her tense body gradually unwinding, as the energies of the 2 celestial herbs, under Ling Feng's guidance, slowly merged into a pure essence that settled into her dantian. After nearly an hour had passed, Qian Renxue finally completed her absorption. She opened her eyes, and the ethereal indifference in her gaze softened, replaced by a vibrant warmth as she smiled sweetly at Ling Fong, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to you, brother Ling Fong. At this moment, the celestial herbs within the hall had already transformed into pure spiritual energy, absorbed almost entirely. However, their effects did not immediately manifest. Instead, they quietly surged within the bodies of the young women, subtly nurturing their meridians and enhancing their constitutions. Ling Fong observed the expressions of the girls, weary yet unable to conceal their joy, and gently encouraged them. The efficacy of the celestial herbs will gradually unfold. Rest well tonight, and you shall feel the changes by morning. He watched as the young women supported each other back to their rooms, each face adorned with the weariness and contentment brought about by the spiritual nourishment, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once the hall fell into complete stillness, his gaze fell upon a corner of the table where the last celestial herb lay quietly. It was the wondrous golden velvet chrysanthemum, its petals shimmering with life force. He picked up the herb and turned towards the residence of Dugobo. At that moment, Dugu Bo had just concluded his evening cultivation and was seated beside a stone table in the courtyard, polishing a poison jar. Upon seeing Ling Fong enter, he promptly rose, asking, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, what brings you here at this late hour? Is there something of importance?" Ling Fong presented the golden velvet chrysanthemum to him with a smile, saying, "Esteemed elder, please take this." Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, eyeing the resplendent chrysanthemum with a raised eyebrow. "Your Highness, this is the golden velvet chrysanthemum, perfectly aligned with that fellow's martial soul. Why bestow it upon me? You and Elder Ju reside within the Elder Hall. It is unwise to remain at odds," Ling Fong replied casually. "Just claim it was specially sought for him. To ease the relationship, we are all elders of the Martial Soul Hall. It is unbecoming to perpetually harbor animosity." Dugu Bo scrutinized the chrysanthemum, his reluctance evident on his face. It was indeed difficult for him to present such a precious celestial herb to his old rival. However, upon reflection, Ling Feng's words held merit. It would be inappropriate to work together while constantly bearing hostility. Ultimately, he accepted the golden velvet chrysanthemum, haughtily snorting, "For your Highness's sake, I shall grant him a reprieve, but do not expect me to call him brother." Ling Fong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "If we can reduce the friction, that is sufficient." Upon returning to his room, Ling Fong closed the door behind him, and with a flick of his finger, a pale blue system interface quietly unfolded before his eyes. His gaze swept over the several celestial herbs suspended in the space, their spiritual light shimmering faintly in the dim light. These were treasures that would prove invaluable in the future, currently nourishing one another with their spiritual energy, exuding a refreshing fragrance of flora. Yet, his gaze ultimately settled upon the flower encircled by the other celestial herbs. The heartbreak red stood serenely at the center of the space, its petals layered like the most radiant dawn, their edges adorned with enchanting golden trim. In its graceful curvature, it exuded an air of lofty pride, akin to a king embraced by the stars. That breathtaking crimson, when gazed upon for a prolonged moment, seemed capable of reflecting the deepest obsessions hidden within the human heart. Ling Feng's fingertips gently brushed against the luminous screen, a refreshing sensation transmitting through his touch. From the moment he acquired this heartbreak acacia, he felt an unspoken sense of belonging, wishing to present it to Bibi Dong. Yet, he knew it was not the opportune moment. He was acutely aware of the emotional barriers she faced, the memories of betrayal and confinement acting like invisible shackles, ensnaring her within the shadows she had constructed for herself. This ethereal herb, which thrived on sincerity, would only serve to burn them both if offered now. Slowly retracting his hand, the screen faded from view. He approached the window, gazing at the darkening sky, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Timing must be awaited. He would bide his time for the soul battle tournament, for the inevitable arrival of Yu Xiaojing. Perhaps then, she would find the true opportunity to relinquish her past and step out of the gloom. Until that moment arrived, the heartbreak acacia would remain in the system's realm, patiently awaiting its time. The following morning, as the elders concluded their deliberations, they prepared to disperse when Dugu Bo suddenly halted Zhu Yuiguan. With hands clasped behind his back, he stepped forward, presenting a beautifully crafted box containing the wondrous sky-connecting chrysanthemum to Zhu Yuiguan. His face turned aside, his tone brusque. "Old Zhu, this is for you." Zhu Yuiguan was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing the cherished herb within the box, his elongated eyes widened in disbelief, quickly followed by an uncontrollable surge of joy. This was the celestial herb he had longed for. With this herb, he felt his soul power could ascend to new heights. He looked up at Dugu Bo's awkward demeanor and suddenly burst into laughter, taking the box. "It seems this old poison master still possesses a shred of conscience. My efforts to compete with you all these years were not in vain." Dugu Bo, with a haughty snort, turned to leave, yet his steps were noticeably lighter than usual. Zhu Yuiguan cradled the box, smiling at Dugu Bo's retreating figure. As dawn broke, the morning light in the Holy Sun Palace had yet to fully unfold when Ling Feng's door was abruptly flung open. A petite figure rushed in, leaping onto his bed, wrapping her arms around his neck without a moment's hesitation. It was Ning Rongrong. "Ah, Brother Ling Fong, I adore you." The girl's voice rang with exuberant delight, tinged with the softness of one just awakened. "Why didn't you tell me earlier about the effects of that Chiloa tulip? I only discovered something was amiss during my morning training. My 7-treasure glazed tower has turned into a 9-treasure tower. My soul power flows so effortlessly." As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Ling Feng's face, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ling Fong, fully awake from her spirited entrance, opened his eyes with a resigned smile and gently ruffled her proud little head, his fingers gliding through her silky hair. "If I had told you in advance, there would be no surprise. The joy lies in your own discovery." Ning Rongrong, feeling the comfort of his touch, narrowed her eyes in bliss, akin to a contented kitten nestled in his embrace. Suddenly recalling something, she looked up with sparkling eyes. "By the way, Brother Ling Fong, when you mention mass production, does that mean you possess numerous such celestial herbs?" Ling Fong nodded with a smile, his consciousness gently sinking into the system space. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a translucent orange vial quietly suspended in the corner of his backpack. The vial emanated a faint ethereal glow. It was the extraordinary treasure he had obtained from signing in during his early years, the Zhantian bottle. as he beheld this legendary artifact from another realm. Satisfaction filled Ling Feng's eyes. When he first received the Zhantian bottle, he couldn't help but wonder if his fortune had indeed surpassed all bounds. This was the golden finger of the old sorcerer Han, rivaling even that of an esteemed elder. This bottle not only could condense spiritual liquid to nurture spiritual herbs, but could also accelerate plant growth. With it, acquiring celestial herbs, even those as rare as the ice and fire duality eyes, would be effortless, provided one had seeds or samples. He withdrew his awareness and playfully pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek. From now on, you'll have all the celestial herbs you desire, on the condition that you diligently cultivate. Otherwise, even the finest herbs would go to waste. Ning Rongrong immediately thumped her chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will certainly cultivate diligently. With that, she lingered in his embrace for a while longer before bouncing off to share the joyous news with her friends, leaving Ling Fong lying on the bed, listening to the laughter and chatter outside the window, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. With the Zhantian bottle at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about the cultivation resources for the young ladies around him. As Ling Fong reclined on the bed, his fingertips gently traced the patterns on the quilt, and his gaze gradually deepened. Ning Rongrong's arrival not only confirmed the efficacy of the Chihuahua tulip, but also clarified a long-gestating plan in his heart. It was time to consider incorporating the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School excelled in auxiliary capabilities. Yet it suffered from a fatal flaw due to its martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, which could not surpass the 7-layer limitation. The mass production of Chihuahua tulips from the Zhantian bottle could precisely remedy this defect. With sufficient celestial herbs, the core disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could break through their martial soul limitations and evolve into the 9 Treasures Linglong Pagoda. For a sect whose very legacy hinged on its lineage, this was undeniably an irresistible temptation. Ning Fengji, as the sect master, was known for his astuteness and deep affection for his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda undergo transformation due to the celestial herbs and learning of its potential for mass production, Ling Fong doubted he could withstand such temptation. After all, no sect would refuse the opportunity to shatter their constraints and ascend to greater heights, especially in a continent where strength was paramount. Once the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School submitted, it would not only bolster the Spirit Hall with the strongest auxiliary force, but also become the first of the top 3 sects to be formally incorporated under its banner. Serving as an exemplary model, this would undoubtedly facilitate the subsequent absorption of other sects, yielding extraordinary results. Ling Feng's lips curled into a smile of anticipation, his fingertips lightly tapping the air. Just imagine, in the future, disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School wielding the 9 Treasures Linglong Pagoda, providing unparalleled assistance to the warriors of the Spirit Hall. What a magnificent scene that would be! If Ning Fengji were to recognize the currents of circumstance, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a distinguished contributor to the sect. However, should he persist in his resistance, he would likely find himself at the mercy of overwhelming temptations of benefit. The Hall of Spirits is the foremost sect, he murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering determination. Anticipation swelled within him. Chapter 16. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ling Fong stood in the pavilion of the Hall of Spirits' rear courtyard, his fingertips hovering in the air as they silently traced the ethereal screen of the system space. Within the storage compartment, various celestial herbs floated serenely, their spiritual energy swirling in a vibrant haze. Notably, the spiritual field cultivated for the exquisite Kira tulips was a sight to behold, as the newly sprouted herbs visibly absorbed spiritual energy, thriving magnificently. In recent days, he had scarcely strayed from the inner courtyard, vigilantly overseeing the stabilizing period for the young women as they absorbed the celestial herbs. Only when he sensed that the medicinal potency within them had thoroughly settled, and their soul power flowed unimpeded, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong nearby, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. The young girl clutched the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower in her palms, beaming with delight. The tower's resplendent colors shimmered even more brilliantly than when he first beheld it. Though the 9 layers had yet to fully solidify, they had firmly established their foundation, and the halo swirling at the pinnacle emanated of vibrant vitality. Brother Ling Fong, are we truly going back? Ning Rongrong, with her petite satin satchel slung over her shoulder, skipped eagerly to his side, her toes barely touching the ground as she gazed toward the distant teleportation array, her voice brimming with excitement, yet tinged with a subtle undercurrent of anxiety. She longed for her father and the elders of her sect, while simultaneously yearning to witness the astonished expressions on their faces when they beheld her spirit's transformation. Ling Fong affectionately ruffled her hair, its softness a soothing sensation. If we delay any longer, your father may very well come to the Hall of Spirits in search of you. He had never contemplated concealing Ning Rongrong's whereabouts. With his strength as a titled Dolawa, if he truly wished to harm the young lady from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would be an effortless endeavor, requiring no elaborate schemes to keep her within the Hall of Spirits. This was also the reason why Ning Fengji had not opted to come for her immediately. Moreover, Ning Rongrong had already sent word home, her letters brimming with wonder at the celestial herbs and her trust in Ling Fong. When Ning Fengji received her correspondence, he had likely deduced much from its contents. That letter, rather than merely a report of safety, served as Ling Feng's initial gambit. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school had been ensnared by the shackles of its own treasures for far too long, and Ning Fengji, as the sect leader, had exerted himself tirelessly over this matter. Upon reading his daughter's letter, which proclaimed that her spirit could indeed transcend the seventh layer, and learning that this breakthrough was due to Ling Feng's provision of celestial herbs, even if he harbored doubts, his heart would inevitably waver. Even knowing that there might be underlying conditions, this astute leader had no choice but to step forth. For the bait dangled before him represented the very hope for the sect's survival and the bright future of his daughter. Rest assured, Ling Fong said, gazing into Ning Rongrong's sparkling eyes, his tone gentle yet resolute. Your father will be pleased to witness your transformation. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, carefully stowing away the 9 treasures glazed tower in her palms, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Yes, when the time comes. Let Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu also be taken by surprise. Ling Fong smiled as he took her hand and walked towards the teleportation array. Let us show them just how formidable we have become, Rongrong. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows of the pavilion, casting elongated shadows of the 2 figures. The runes of the teleportation array began to glow beneath their feet, and Ling Fong gazed at the distant horizon shrouded in mist. A flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Ning Fengji was destined to make this move. The light flared brightly before swiftly dimming, and the silhouettes of Ling Fong and Ning Rongrong vanished from the secret chamber of the Spirit Hall, reappearing steadily within the branch of the Spirit Hall in the town at the foot of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. The attendants of the branch had already received word, and upon their arrival, they bowed respectfully. However, Ling Fong raised his hand, signaling them to forego the formalities. We shall walk up the mountain, Ling Fong softly instructed Rongrong, his gaze directed towards the winding path that led into the mountains. He deliberately avoided the shortcut that would lead directly to the heart of the sect, wishing to provide Ning Fengji with some time to compose himself, and to contemplate the forthcoming confrontation during their ascent. Stepping out of the branch hall, the refreshing scent of the mountain forest enveloped them. Towering ancient trees flanked the path, their interwoven branches allowing dappled sunlight to filter through, casting flecks of golden light upon the stone-paved road. A gentle mountain breeze occasionally stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves and wafting the fragrance of grass and wood past their noses. Ning Rongrong skipped ahead, the gravel crunching crisply beneath her feet. After a short while, unable to contain her joy, she suddenly halted, flipping her palm over to reveal a resplendent radiance. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda floated gracefully in her hand, its 9 levels clearly discernible, each tier shimmering with a gentle 9-colored glow. And the pinnacle was adorned with a wispy aura that swayed gently with her breath. Brother Ling Fong, look, she exclaimed, turning excitedly to present her spirit before him, her eyes shining brighter than the sun overhead. It seems to have solidified a bit more. While we were walking, I could feel the soul power circulating more smoothly within the pagoda. Ling Fong stepped closer, his gaze fixed upon the exquisite tower, his fingertips brushing lightly against its surface. Sensing the vibrant life force contained within, the medicinal essence of the Chihuahua tulip continues to nourish the foundation of your spirit. Once you return and regularly cultivate your soul power, not only will you break through the limitations of the 7 treasures, but achieving the rank of title Dolawa will merely be a matter of time. At the mention of title Dolawa, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled even more brightly. But she quickly recalled Ling Feng's earlier words and tilted her head, inquiring, by the way, you mentioned that we shouldn't disclose the energy production of the celestial herb to my father just yet? But this is such monumental news. If the seniors in the sect found out that the limitations could be surpassed, they would surely be ecstatic. Precisely because it is such good news. It warrants a gradual revelation to carry more weight, Ling Fong replied, his gaze fixed on the misty mountain gate ahead, where the iconic flying eaves of the 7 treasure glazed tile school could be faintly seen. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Your father has toiled tirelessly for the future of the sect over the years, and the constraints of the 7 treasure glazed tile remain his greatest concern. Let him witness your transformation with his own eyes, allowing him to genuinely feel how tangible the hope of breaking free from fate can be. Once this hope takes root in his heart, reveal to him that this hope belongs not only to you, but also to the core disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Your father is an astute man. He will grasp the significance of this matter. Ning Rongrong blinked in feigned understanding, yet, observing Ling Feng's confidence, she nodded vigorously. I understand. It's about giving my father a small surprise first, followed by a grand one, right? Ling Fong was amused by her candidness and tousled her hair. One might put it that way. Let us go. Your father and the 2 esteemed elders are likely already waiting for you at the mountain gate. The pair continued up the mountain path, sunlight filtering through the branches to cast elongated shadows upon them. Ning Rongrong retracted her martial spirit, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. Ling Fong, gazing ahead at the increasingly proximate mountain gate, sensed the 3 familiar presences that were already approaching it, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. As they arrived at the mountain gate of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, 2 disciples stationed there leaned against the stone pillars, engaged in idle conversation. At first, they presumed it was an ordinary visitor, But upon recognizing the familiar attire and lively features, they immediately straightened their posture. The young lady has returned. One disciple was about to salute when his gaze was abruptly drawn to the radiant light hovering in Ning Rongrong's palm, leaving the remainder of his greeting lodged in his throat, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. What they beheld was no longer the seven treasures glazed tile tower they once knew. The exquisite nine-tiered tower shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, each layer emanating a different glow, transitioning from the pure white of the base to the rosy tints of the pinnacle, as if rainbows had been encapsulated within its structure. The vibrant nine-colored light coiling around the tower's tip exuded a palpable vitality, sending tremors through the hearts of onlookers. "Emis, your martial spirit. This is," one disciple stammered, his voice quivering, while the other disciple remained transfixed by the tower, mouth agape, and unable to close it for a long while. Ning Rongrong was amused by their astonishment, a smirk gracing her lips as she lifted the nine treasures glazed tile tower higher. "Well, is it not significantly more formidable than before?" No sooner had she spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from within the mountain gate. Ning Fengji, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, moved with a gentle swish, closely followed by Sword Dolawa Chen Xian and Bon Dolawa Guyong. Both had received word from the disciples about Rongrong's astonishing return and had promptly accompanied the sect leader to greet her. Initially, Ning Fengji displayed a degree of anxious concern, but as his gaze pierced through the shadows of the mountain gate and fell upon the clearly visible nine-tiered treasure tower in his daughter's palm, this normally composed leader abruptly halted, his breath catching momentarily. The moon-white robe billowed gently in the mountain breeze, yet he remained oblivious, wholly captivated by the resplendent radiance before him. "Rongrong, your martial soul." Ning Fengji's voice quivered imperceptibly as he stepped forward briskly, nearly holding his breath. He cautiously leaned closer to scrutinize the magnificent glass tower, his fingertips hovering in midair, hesitant to touch for fear of disturbing this awe-inspiring spectacle. Ultimately, they gently rested on his daughter's wrist, feeling the profound and pure soul power coursing through her, far richer than before. The astonishment in his eyes was on the verge of overflowing. He was acutely aware of the seven-layered constraints of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, an inescapable fate etched into the bloodline of their sect, an insurmountable chasm that generations of sect masters had failed to overcome. Countless ancestors had lingered at the pinnacle of the seventh layer for their entire lives, and many prodigies had perished with regrets due to this limitation. Yet now, this shackled barrier, which had persisted through countless generations, had seemingly shattered in his daughter's palm, illuminating a path. This is real," Ning Fengji murmured, his gaze shifting from the tower to Ning Rongrong's face, then to Ling Fong behind her, his expression a complex palette of emotions, elation, disbelief, and a subtle curiosity regarding the cost behind this miracle. Bon Dolawa Guyong stroked his bald chin, a spark of brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. "Rongrong, has this tower truly reached the ninth level? Can you sense any obstruction in the flow of your soul power?" Jian Dolawa Chen Xian also set aside his usual indifference, his keen eyes scanning the tower structure. "The foundation is solid, and the spiritual energy is abundant. It does not appear to be a mere illusion of a forced breakthrough." Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, shaking her wrist as the nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda gently spun with her motion. "Yes, not only has it broken through, but my soul power flows much more smoothly now. Brother Ling Fong says I can become even stronger in the future." Ning Fengji took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. His gaze finally settled on Ling Fong, who stood smiling nearby. The gesture of clasping his hands together carried an unprecedented gravity. "Young friend Ling Fong, I am deeply grateful for your assistance regarding my daughter." Yet within that gratitude lay an abundance of unspoken questions and considerations. Ning Rongrong, in a moment of joy, leaped into her father's embrace, her cheek brushing against the pale blue fabric of his robe as she looked up with a beaming smile. "It was Brother Ling Fong who gave me the celestial herb. It's called the Chihuahua tulip, and it's simply marvelous. After consuming it, I could distinctly feel my martial soul heating up, and the bottlenecks that had once hindered me suddenly loosened. When I awoke, the tower had transformed like this," she said, eagerly bringing the nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda closer to her father's eyes, the radiance of the tower reflecting in her sparkling gaze. Ning Fengji gently patted his daughter's back, though his fingers involuntarily tightened slightly. It was only at this moment that he truly shifted his focus from his daughter's martial soul to Ling Fong, who stood quietly nearby. His gaze instantly became incredibly complex, filled with gratitude, curiosity, wariness towards the martial soul palace, and a fervor ignited by his daughter's transformation. All these emotions intertwined in his eyes, ultimately settling into an unfathomable seriousness. Ling Fong met his gaze with a slight nod, his expression tranquil and undisturbed, as if he had merely accomplished an ordinary task. As Ning Rongrong withdrew from her father's embrace, he slowly began to speak, his voice soft yet distinctly reaching every ear. "There is no need for courtesy, Sect Master Ning. Rongrong's innate talent is remarkable. The celestial herb is merely a fortuitous aid." He paused, casting his gaze over Ning Fengji, then glancing at the contemplative Sword Dolawa and Bon Dolawa beside him, his tone suddenly turning grave. "However, Rongrong's transformation is merely the beginning. Concerning the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, I believe we require a private venue for a thorough discussion. A sudden gust swept through the mountain gate, stirring a few withered leaves that danced around their feet, carrying the crisp chill of the mountains. Ning Fengji observed the composed confidence in Ling Feng's eyes, a sense of assured control that suggested he had anticipated Ning Fengji's current astonishment and uncertainty. Lowering his gaze to his daughter's palm, where the resplendent nine-treasure glazed pagoda shimmered, the brilliance struck his heart like a heavy hammer. This was the hope coveted by countless generations of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, now held in his daughter's hands, with its source standing right before him. The remnants of his lingering doubt and resistance quietly crumbled at that moment. He understood all too well that this young man from the Spirit Hall had not arrived empty-handed. He bore the means to overturn the destiny of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, presenting an enticing opportunity to liberate the entire sect from its constraints, and had come explicitly to offer it. This was an overture, yet he had no choice but to engage. Ning Fengji gradually relaxed his tightly pressed lips, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, gesturing to Ling Feng to proceed, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. What you say, young friend Ling Feng, is indeed true. We have prepared some tea. Please, come inside. The wind whistled softly through the cracks of the mountain gate. Ning Fengji watched Ling Feng's retreating figure and then gazed at his daughter's radiant smile, sighing helplessly. Inside the reception hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, silence enveloped the air, infused with the subtle fragrance of tea. Ning Fengji sat at the head seat, his fingertips gently caressing the warm teacup, his eyes fixed on Ling Feng, who was calmly savoring his tea, momentarily at a loss for words. Sword Dolawa Qinshin sat beside him, eyes closed in meditation, yet his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Bon Dolawa Gurong squinted, scrutinizing Ling Feng as if attempting to see through the young man entirely. Ling Feng set his teacup down, the crisp sound of its base meeting the table shattering the silence in the room. He lifted his gaze to Ning Fengji, getting straight to the point. Sect Master Ning, you have witnessed Rongrong's transformation. The efficacy of the Chihuahua tulip is indisputable. I can mass-produce such celestial herbs. What? Bon Dolawa's eyes flew open, shock flickering in his murky pupils. Sword Dolawa also gradually raised his gaze, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Ling Feng. Unfazed, Ling Feng maintained his smile. Ning Fengji's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily, the tea within gently swaying. He suppressed the turbulence in his heart. Is what you say true, young friend Ling Feng? One must understand that such a uniquely effective celestial herb cannot be easily mass-produced. Ordinary celestial herbs are not sufficient, yet I possess a unique method of cultivation. Ling Fong spoke with an unassuming tone, yet there was an undeniable certainty in his voice. Should the esteemed leader Ning give his consent, the core disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would be able to consume the exquisite Chihuahua tulip, transcending their martial soul limitations and evolving into the nine-treasure glazed pagoda. This statement detonated in the reception hall like a thunderclap. Ning Fengji's breath quickened, and he fixated on Ling Fong, seeking a hint of jest in his eyes, but all he discerned was a tranquil confidence. He understood all too well the implications of this declaration. It signified the potential shattering of a fate that had plagued the seven-treasure glazed tile school for countless generations. It implied that the sect would soon possess a cadre of nine-treasure glazed pagoda soul masters and herald an unprecedented zenith for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. What is the cost? Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. The esteemed leader Ning is indeed a sagacious individual. The Spirit Hall is willing to provide ample Chihuahua tulips to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, in exchange, the school must yield its autonomy and become a subordinate sect of the Spirit Hall. Unthinkable. The Sword Dolawa abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his soul power surging. For the seven-treasure glazed tile school is one of the top 3 sects. How could they submit to another? Elder CHNXN, please remain calm. Ling Fong turned his gaze towards the Sword Dolawa, his tone still composed. This arrangement does not entail the loss of autonomy for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. It merely signifies an allegiance to the Spirit Hall in principle. The Spirit Hall would provide protection and resources for the sect, while the sect would only need to offer auxiliary support when necessary. This arrangement would yield mutual benefits for both parties. Ning Fengji fell silent, his fingers tightly clutching the teacup, knuckles turning pale. The notion of becoming a subordinate sect of the Spirit Hall had been unthinkable to him in the past. Yet now, as he gazed out the window, he envisioned the joyous faces of his disciples breaking through their limitations and the glorious future that awaited the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Esteemed leader Ning, Ling Feng's voice resonated once more, laced with a hint of temptation. As the leader of the sect, you must prioritize its future. The opportunity to transcend destiny lies before you. Will you allow the sect to remain shackled by the constraints of the seven treasures for the sake of mere pride? Ning Fengji abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with struggle and hesitation, which ultimately transformed into profound resignation. He recognized the truth in Ling Feng's words. For the sake of the sect's future, he had no room to refuse. I require time to ponder. Ning Fengji spoke slowly, his voice bearing a trace of fatigue. Ling Fong smiled slightly. That is acceptable, yet I hope esteemed leader Ning can provide me with a prompt response. After all, opportunities do not wait for anyone. Silence once again enveloped the reception hall, with only the fragrance of tea wafting gently through the air. Ultimately, Ning Fengji did not keep Ling Fong waiting for long. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school's scripture pavilion, illuminating the long table draped in dark patterned satin. Ning Fengji gazed at the composed Ling Fong seated across from him and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night, yet resolutely firm. Young friend Ling Fong, I accept your terms. The moment the words left his lips, the sword dosage in X's fingers, which gripped the hilt of his sword, twitched slightly. The ancient tree demon, Gurong, let out a soft exclamation, clearly not surprised by this decision, yet still harboring a hint of complexity. Ling Fong paused momentarily while lifting his teacup, his gaze shifting to Ning Fengji, a glimmer of understanding and amusement flickering in his eyes. Master Ning, you shall not regret your decision made today. However, I have 3 conditions. Ning Fengji raised his hand to interrupt him, his eyes sharpening. First, the Spirit Hall must guarantee the independent sovereignty of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, with no interference in internal affairs, including succession, appointments, and distribution of cultivation resources. Second, any assistance must be conducted under the premise of moral righteousness. Should the Spirit Hall engage in unjust actions, the sect reserves the right to refuse aid. Third, the supply of Chihuahua tulips must prioritize the core disciples of the sect, and guidance on cultivation methods must be provided. We seek not a fleeting dependency, but rather the foundation for the sect's enduring strength. These 3 stipulations struck at the heart of the matter, preserving the dignity of the sect while paving the way for long-term development. Upon hearing this, Ling Fong not only felt no displeasure, but instead clapped his hands and chuckled. Master Ning is indeed perceptive. I can agree to these 3 conditions. However, the 3rd condition will undergo a modification. I can only pass the cultivation method to the master and the next successor, and this method must remain known to no more than 3 individuals. Ning Fengji nodded, finding this condition acceptable. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and gently pushed it across the long table, stating, "This is the treaty drafted by the Spirit Hall. With terms consistent with what you have mentioned, Master Ning may review it." Ning Fengji picked up the jade slip and infused it with his soul power, watching as lines of golden text materialized before his eyes. The treaty was meticulously worded, clearly delineating the responsibilities and rights of both parties, even specifically noting the clause allowing for refusal of aid in unjust wars, indicating that Ling Fong had prepared well in advance. After he finished reading, he met Ling Feng's gaze, and a flicker of tacit understanding passed between them. Ning Fengji produced the sect's official seal and stamped it at the end of the jade slip, imprinting the exclusive mark of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The golden glow instantly merging into the jade slip, emanating a faint aura of the contract. From this day forth, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would stand as the foremost affiliated sect under the Spirit Hall. Ling Fong stored the jade slip away, his tone carrying a measure of solemnity. Rest assured, Master Ning, the Spirit Hall shall not treat its allies unjustly. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade box from his spatial system and pushed it toward Ning Fengji. Inside, you will find 10 mature Chihuahua tulips, sufficient for you and the core disciples of the sect to make their initial breakthroughs. The jade slip detailing the subsequent cultivation methods will be delivered to you promptly by the Spirit Hall's personnel. The moment the jade box was opened, a rich fragrance of herbs mingled with a surging spiritual energy enveloped the room. 10 Chihuahua tulips lay serenely on the brocade cushion, their petals shimmering with a gentle luster, causing Ning Fengji to catch his breath. His fingertips trembled as they brushed against the petals, a tangible hope that provided solace for his night of struggle and hesitation. Where's Rongrong? Ling Feng's voice suddenly resonated in the tranquil chamber, his gaze drifting past Ning Fengji to the courtyard outside, bathed in the warm golden hue of the setting sun. Has she heard this news? When mentioning his daughter, Ning Fengji's previously tense facial contours softened momentarily, and the worry in his eyes diminished slightly. I have asked her to cultivate in the courtyard, allowing her to stabilize her recently attained soul power during this time. He paused, his fingers momentarily hesitating as he raised his teacup, and when he looked up at Ling Fong, his gaze held an indescribable complexity. You treat Rongrong. Before he could finish, Ling Fong gently interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Rest assured, sect leader Ning. She will never endure the slightest grievance while by my side. He gazed out at the flower branches swaying gently in the wind, his voice lowering a fraction. I merely hope she can grow in a broader world, unshackled by the burdens of the sect too early. At this, he turned to Ning Fengji, his gaze sincere. Only when the future of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school is truly secure can she continue to smile as carefree as she does now. Can she not? Ning Fengji regarded him deeply, the warm tea in his cup reflecting their silent figures. Some things need not be explicitly stated. The mutual understanding in their eyes conveyed everything. He slowly nodded, swallowing the words that had almost escaped his lips. Both were astute individuals, and he was aware of the circumstances surrounding Ling Fong. If possible, he would prefer not to have his daughter compete with so many exceptional young women, yet he had no power over her determined choices. Ling Fong understood his situation as well. His earlier probing had yielded the answers he sought. As they departed the scripture pavilion, a mountain breeze swept past, rustling a few newly sprouted leaves. Ling Fong gazed at the mist-shrouded entrance of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, a glimmer of resolute ambition flashing in his eyes. Incorporating the seven-treasure glazed tile school was merely the first step, having set a precedent for the allegiance of the upper three sects. Future efforts to assimilate other sects would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was in the courtyard practicing the newly mastered soul technique. The nine-treasure glazed pagoda shimmering brilliantly in her palms. When Ning Fengji approached her, softly sharing the news of the alliance with the spirit hall, the young girl paused momentarily before bursting into joyful exclamations. Does that mean, in the future, my senior brothers and sisters can also break through the limitations of their martial spirits, just like me? Observing his daughter's pure smile, the last remnant of gloom in Ning Fengji's heart dissipated. He smiled and nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Yes, in the future, our seven-treasure glazed tile school will no longer be confined by the two words seven-treasure. On the afternoon of the day the alliance was signed, in the secluded training chamber of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's rear mountain, Ning Fengji held a vibrant tulip in his hands, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. The chamber was suffused with rich spiritual energy, with sword Dolawa Chen Xian and bone de la Gurong positioned on either side. Their gazes fixed on the ethereal herb radiating a gentle luster, a mix of anticipation and gravity in their expressions. Sect leader, circulate your soul power to protect your heart's pulse, and do not rush to achieve results after consuming it, Bone de la Gurong cautioned solemnly. His murky eyes filled with concern. He was all too aware of the dangers inherent in breaking through the shackles of martial spirits. Even with the aid of the divine herb, there could be no room for error. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, bringing the exquisite golden tulip close to his nose. The rich fragrance of the flora surged into his lungs, instantly calming the restlessness within his heart. No longer hesitating, he followed Ling Feng's method, enveloping the celestial herb with his soul force before swallowing it whole. The gentle medicinal power slid down his throat and transformed into a powerful warm current, surging through his meridians with fervor. Where it passed, the soul power pathways, previously constricted by the seven treasures, began to unfurl as if melting away ice and snow. A resonant hum echoed as the ethereal silhouette of the seven treasures glazed pagoda materialized behind him, its structure trembling violently, while a brilliant light erupted from its seven-tiered pinnacle. Ning Fengji gritted his teeth, channeling all his soul power to guide the medicinal force, feeling the shackles that had bound countless generations shatter inch by inch under the impact of the potion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the outline of the eighth tier of the pagoda became distinct, and the ninth tier coalesced. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. With a flip of his palm, a complete nine-treasure glazed pagoda took shape, its nine tiers radiating a richer, more vibrant multicolored aura than even Ning Rongrong's. It's accomplished. Ning Fengji felt the ceaseless surge of soul power within him, his voice hoarse from exertion, yet unable to conceal his ecstatic joy. The fate that had troubled the sect for centuries had finally been shattered in his hands. As the secret chamber door swung open, Chen Xin and Gaiyong, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward. Upon seeing the tangible nine-treasure glazed pagoda in Ning Fengji's palm, their eyes simultaneously ignited with astonishment. Congratulations, sect master. Chen Xin, usually reserved, momentarily set aside his indifference, his tone imbued with genuine delight. Ning Fengji smiled and shook his head, his fingertips brushing over the swirling nine-colored aura in his palm, the mirth in his eyes undiminished. Yet, his gaze abruptly sharpened. This breakthrough is merely the beginning. The potential of the nine-treasure glazed pagoda extends far beyond this. It requires stronger soul rings to support its advancement. He rose abruptly, his robes billowing with a gentle breeze. I shall go hunt for suitable soul rings at once. Sir Uncle, accompany me. Throughout the years, he had never slackened in his training. Even though he was but a step away from becoming a titled Dolawa, he was among the elite within the soul Dolawa ranks. Ordinary soul beasts no longer caught his eye. Only the most exceptional soul beasts could match the supreme potential of the nine-treasure glazed pagoda. Wait. A calm voice drifted in from the courtyard, interrupting the imminent departure of the two. Ling Fong approached, bathed in the sunset's afterglow, his gaze settling on the nine-treasure glazed pagoda hovering in Ning Fengji's palm. A flicker of approval flashed in his eyes. Sect Master Ning, your rapid breakthrough is truly commendable. Since you intend to hunt for soul rings, may I join you? Ning Fengji paused, somewhat surprised to look at him. You wish to accompany us, young friend Ling? This is a perfect opportunity for Sect Master Ning to witness the sincerity of the spirit hall. Ling Fong smiled subtly, and suddenly, 9 brilliant soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. The 9 rings flowed like living entities, and an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from his being, a presence far more formidable than Chen Xin's, rising to the heavens, bending the flora in the courtyard and rendering the air thick with tension. Moreover, top-tier soul beasts often accompany peril. Having more hands is always beneficial. The imposing aura was both fierce and commanding, demonstrating a mastery that clearly ranked among the elite in the realm of titled Dolawa. Chen Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, and his fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. He comprehended at last that this young man from the spirit hall was far from the simplicity he initially perceived. Especially notable were the 9 spirit rings. Not only did the first 2 defy reason by reaching the purple millennium level, But Ling Fong also bore 3 scarlet spirit rings of 100,000 years, symbolizing unparalleled power. Ning Fengji felt a stir in his heart and then smiled, saying, "In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, Ling Fong." He surmised that Ling Fong was seizing the opportunity to showcase his prowess, both as a deterrent and a declaration that the Spirit Hall, or rather, he himself, possessed ample capability to safeguard the 7 treasures glazed tile school. 3 days later, deep within the Star Doe forest, ancient trees towered, obscuring the sun, and the air was saturated with the damp scent of vegetation. A spectral wind azure shadow serpent, nearly 100 meters in length, coiled menacingly in a clearing, its bluish-gray scales glimmering with a chilling sheen in the faint light filtering through the foliage. Infuriated, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a frigid gale, while its tail, as robust as a small mountain, crashed violently to the ground, creating a thunderous roar that shook the earth and caused cracks to spiderweb across the ground, making the surrounding ancient trees sway and shed their leaves. Yet, before it stood 2 figures, steadfast as rock. Ling Fong and Chen Xian positioned themselves to launch a coordinated assault. Chen Xian, sword in hand, stood resolutely at the forefront, his surrounding sword energy surging violently, each silver beam of sword energy piercing the air with a shrill whistle, forcing the enormous serpent to retreat repeatedly. Sparks erupting from its scales, Ling Fong, like a wraith, flitted alongside the serpent, wielding his trident blade with deft agility. Each strike aimed precisely at the vulnerable junctures of the serpent's scales, leaving gaping wounds that exposed bone beneath. Ning Fengji remained safely positioned several dozen meters behind, the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda in his palm shimmering brilliantly. The 9-layered tower began to rotate slowly, and the 7th layer's amplifying radiance unhesitatingly enveloped the 2 combatants. The enhancements to their attack, speed, soul power, and defense dramatically elevated the essence of Ling Fong and Chen Xian. The wind azure shadow serpent, which had initially warranted cautious engagement, gradually succumbed to the duo's synergy, its roars now tinged with agitation. Now was the moment. Heaven's blade judgment. Ling Fong seized the opportunity, suddenly calling out, as his trident blade vibrated with a resonant hum, radiating dazzling golden light. Countless colossal blades, as tangible as reality, materialized, cascading like a meteor shower towards the serpent's head and abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xian made his move. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless fierce sword lights intertwined before him, forming an impenetrable net that instantaneously sealed off all avenues of escape for the serpent. The chilling sword energy froze the very air around them. With a deafening roar, the ground shook as the wind azure shadow serpent's massive body crashed heavily to the earth, stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, the serpent was found pinned to the ground by multiple beams of sword light, its body twitching slightly, yet devoid of any power to resist. Ning Fengji strolled forward, his gaze serene yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. With a swift motion, he brandished his short blade, impeccably piercing the unclosed eye socket of the colossal serpent. As he observed the dark soul ring rising slowly above the fallen Su Fengqi Ningjiao, he glanced at Ling Fong, who stood by with his blade sheathed, his breath still steady. Any lingering doubts he harbored regarding the spirit hall evaporated entirely. Taking a deep breath, he advanced to stand beneath the soul ring. The 9-treasure glazed tower in his palm trembled gently, emanating a soft radiance as it began to guide the immense energy of the 90,000-year soul ring into himself. Chapter 17. The Soul Fighting Competition, the Formation of the Team. At the instant the soul ring entered his body, a torrent of energy surged through his limbs and bones like a warm current. Ning Fengji's soul power surged violently, and the 9-treasure glazed tower spun rapidly in his palm, its 9 layers illuminating in succession, continuously converting the power of the soul ring into his cultivation. As the final wisp of energy was absorbed, he gradually reigned in his power, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His soul power had ascended to an entirely new realm, level 89. This was the fruit of his years of diligence, with the legendary title Dolawa realm merely a step away. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning. Ling Fong approached, observing Ning Fengji's calm, yet more profound aura, a genuine smile gracing his features. Just one final step remained, and the 7-treasure glazed sect would soon gain another title Dolawa. Feeling the abundance of power within him, Ning Fengji exhaled deeply, a relieved smile gracing his face. Thanks to your assistance, this kindness shall be remembered by the 7-treasure glazed sect. After absorbing the soul ring, it was essential to rest and stabilize his newfound realm. Ling Fong graciously accepted Ning Fengji's invitation to stay at the 7-treasure glazed sect for a few days. These days became the happiest time for Ning Rongrong. With the elders managing sect affairs, her father busy consolidating his cultivation, and grandfather Jin and grandfather Gu supervising various matters. There were no other sisters vying for her attention. In the vast sect, she relished many moments alone with Ling Fong. In the morning training grounds, she would chase after Ling Fong with a food box in hand, chattering about amusing anecdotes from the sect, insisting on watching him finish the pastries she had lovingly prepared. In the afternoon library, she would bring a small stool to sit beside Ling Fong, seemingly engrossed in reading Spirit Master notes. Yet her sidelong glances often strayed to him as he read intently. Occasionally, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted. She would surreptitiously draw a crooked little tower on his pages. In the evening courtyard, she would tug at Ling Fong, imploring him to teach her the secrets of controlling soul power amidst distractions. Although her control over soul power paled in comparison to his, she stubbornly insisted on sparring, only relenting when the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, pouting as a maid called her back to rest. Ling Fong gazed at the girl clinging to his side, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and even his typically tranquil gaze softened with warmth. He listened patiently as she recounted every trivial detail, discreetly turning the pages bearing her drawings of little towers, and would deliberately slow his pace to accompany her in their sparring. Occasionally, he would magically produce a glistening fruit from his robe, igniting a sparkle in her eyes. A few days later, after Ning Fengji had attended to the pressing affairs of the sect and entrusted the subsequent arrangements to the elders, he took Chen Xian and proceeded towards the spirit hall alongside Ling Fong. Ning Rongrong tightly embraced Ling Feng's arm, her cheek pressed against his sleeve. Her voice laced with a reluctant, playful pout. "Are we really heading back? It's only been a few days. I haven't had enough fun yet." She gently swayed Ling Feng's arm, her cascading hair playfully dancing upon her shoulders. The reluctance in her eyes resembled shattered starlight, captivating and tender. Ling Feng, caught in her affectionate grip, raised a hand to gently pinch her pert little nose, his tone teasing yet indulgent. "Little proud one. It's time to return and focus on your cultivation. If you keep indulging in play, be wary, your sisters might surpass you. And you could find yourself the weakest among them, at which point, there will be tears." "Absolutely not." Ning Rongrong immediately tilted her face upward, her chin slightly raised like a defiant little peacock. She shook her head vigorously, a competitive spark igniting in her eyes. "I will definitely cultivate hard. Once I grow stronger, I shall surpass Sister Qian Renxue." At this moment, she seemed to envision herself eclipsing Qian Renxue, becoming the mightiest among her sisters, her small face brimming with confidence, dissipating the earlier melancholy of departure. Ling Fong, observing her alternating between playful and earnest demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle, lightly brushing his fingertips against her cheek. Such ambition. "I shall eagerly await the day when our Rongrong catches up to her. That will be very soon." Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her grip on his arm subtly tightening. Ning Fengji, standing to the side, watched this scene unfold, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes before he turned his gaze towards Ling Fong, his expression deepening. Inside the grand hall of the spirit hall, golden pillars soared towards the dome, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows, casting vibrant shadows upon the polished white jade floor, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Ling Fong accompanied Ning Fengji and Chen Xian as they walked slowly inside, the sound of their footsteps echoing gently in the spacious hall. At the elevated throne, Bibi Dong sat regally upon a jewel-encrusted seat, her violet gold robe cascading like a waterfall to the ground, intricate patterns shimmering with a muted luster in the light. Despite the absence of any soul power radiating from her, she emanated an overwhelming presence, as though born to oversee all, her gaze sweeping across the hall, rendering the very air around her momentarily still. Ning Fengji stepped forward, his posture as upright as a pine tree, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze with calm composure. "Your Holiness Bibi Dong, let us verify the terms of cooperation between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall item by item." His voice was gentle yet resolute as he unfolded the prearranged agreement, detailing the core elements of resource sharing, including the exchange of rare metals, collaborative development of spirit beast hunting grounds, and mutual assistance in training spirit masters. The Spirit Hall would provide top-tier guidance to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the latter would grant exclusive enhancement privileges to core members of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, they outlined their respective stances in anticipation of future changes in the continental landscape, each point articulated with clarity and precision. Ling Fong stood quietly beside Ning Fengji, his gaze calmly observing the two engaged in discussion. When Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of resource allocation for Soul Master training, hesitating whether to add supplementary clauses, Ling Fong discreetly offered a reassuring glance, the certainty in his eyes serving as a tranquilizer that instantly put Ning Fengji at ease. With him present, or with Rongrong by his side, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly leave no hidden daggers within the contract. This collaboration was destined to be sincere and equitable. Once all terms were confirmed, both parties affixed their respective seals to the contract, which was then collected by a maid of the Spirit Hall and an elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji let out a long breath, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly as he turned to Ling Fong, his gaze filled with evident approval and gratitude. This holy son of the Spirit Hall was indeed as fair and reliable as he had promised. Having reached a consensus, it was suggested that Sect Master Ning might as well stay a few more days in the Spirit City. Bibi Dong's voice was calm and untroubled. Upon hearing this, Rongrong's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to stars igniting, as she quickly turned to Ling Fong, her small hand subtly reaching out to tug at the hem of his garment, her fingertips tinged with a hint of anxious anticipation, resembling a little beast yearning for permission. Ling Fong chuckled at her demeanor, raising his hand to tousle her hair, gently stating, "Rongrong, this is a crucial period for laying the foundation of your soul power. You require a systematic training plan. Remaining in the Spirit Hall is indeed more suitable, as the guidance and training facilities here will greatly assist you. Ning Fengji observed his daughter's small actions with keen awareness, fully understanding her sentiments. He exchanged a glance with Chun Xian, who gave a slight nod, and then smiled, responding, in that case, I would trouble the Pope and my young friend Ling Fong to look after her. Turning to Ning Rongrong, his tone held a note of admonition. Rongrong, while you are here, you must temper your spirit and devote yourself to training. No more playfulness as you did in the sect, understood? Rongrong eagerly nodded, her face brimming with delight, responding with a vigorous unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, Ling Fong took Rongrong's hand, leisurely making their way back to the Holy Sun's palace. Just as they passed through the moon gate, a dazzling golden figure approached from the direction of the training ground. Qian Renxue, clad in a sleek silver training outfit trimmed with gold. Her long hair, tied high in a ponytail, bore an angelic mark on her forehead that radiated a gentle glow, evidently having just concluded a session of training. Upon spotting Ning Rongrong beside Ling Fong, she raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a familiar, languid ease. Back already? Sister Shuer, Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she immediately released Ling Feng's hand and launched herself into Qian Renxue's embrace like an exuberant little cannonball. Her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. I missed you so much. Having spent time in the spirit hall, she had shed her initial shyness. And in front of this seemingly aloof, yet genuinely gentle sister, her playful antics flowed more naturally. Qian Renxue caught her effortlessly, patting her back with a hint of exasperation, her fingertip gently tapping her forehead. It's only been a few days, yet your tongue has grown increasingly sweet. Ning Rongrong lifted her petite head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her small face brimming with joy. Brother Ling Feng said he would take me to prepare for the soul fighting tournament in 6 months. Soon, I will be able to train with my sisters every day? Oh, Qian Renxue glanced at Ling Feng, her fingertips gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's soft hair, a hint of teasing amusement flickering in her eyes. It seemed that in the coming 6 months, the training grounds of the Holy Sun Palace would become quite lively. As soon as her words faded, the wooden door of the training room creaked open, and Hulaina stepped out briskly. She had just finished an intense training session. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, and her inky hair slightly damp, clinging alluringly to her neck. Upon seeing the three in the courtyard, her eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, her voice bright and melodious like wind chimes. Brother Ling Feng, Rongrong, you've returned. She opened her arms, beaming as she called out to Ning Rongrong. Come, let Sister Laina give our little princess a hug. Though Ning Rongrong often exhibited a touch of pride, she recognized the occasion and sweetly greeted Qian Renxue first. As she turned to leap into Hulaina's embrace, she chirpily called out, Sister Laina. Her little head nuzzled against Hulaina, her adorable display eliciting laughter from both women. Ling Feng stood to the side, observing the affectionate interaction among the three girls, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon him, softening the chill that often surrounded him. Qian Renxue glanced at him, deliberately raising her voice. Since we need to prepare for the soul fighting tournament, we cannot afford to slack off in our training, especially some little lazybones. If you hold us back, you will have to bear the consequences. Not at all. Ning Rongrong immediately peered out from Hulaina's embrace, her chin held high like a defiant little peacock. I will definitely train hard. The courtyard erupted into a chorus of cheerful laughter, akin to wind chimes swaying in the breeze, startling the birds perched on the branches into flight, stirring the afternoon tranquility into a warm embrace. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows on the ground, and a faint sweetness lingered in the air. In the days that followed, the training grounds of the Holy Sun Palace became utterly vibrant. Ling Feng devised detailed training plans tailored to each individual's martial soul characteristics. Every day, just as dawn broke, he led the girls to the training grounds to commence their foundational physical training. From precise control of soul power to adaptability in combat, and fostering teamwork through mutual understanding, he meticulously guided every detail with remarkable patience. Hulaina's fox martial soul excelled in allure and speed, and Ling Feng focused on teaching her how to perfectly integrate her mental and soul powers, enhancing the subtlety of her charm skills in practical scenarios, making her speed even harder to predict. Although Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile was centered on support, Ling Feng never relaxed his standards regarding her own soul power. Each day, he allocated time to practice close combat self-defense techniques with her, instructing her hands-on in how to evade lethal attacks, ensuring that she would not become a target for her opponents in the soul fighting tournament. Sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, adept in the sensitive assault system of soul masters, possess a calm demeanor and have early on accompanied Ziji to an alternate training ground to refine their advanced agility techniques. Clad in a flowing purple gown that accentuates her snow-white skin, Ziji patiently instructs the sisters on their steps and soul power manipulation. Occasionally, when her gaze catches the silhouette of Ling Fong, a gentle smile graces her eyes. During breaks, she quietly approaches Ling Fong, resting her head against him while observing his guidance of others, her admiration and reliance unmistakable. Yi Lingling also punctually reports for training. Her delicate yet precious 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul flourishes best in a stable environment, allowing for exponential growth in her practice. To this end, Ling Fong has established a spiritual plant garden in the back courtyard of the Holy Sun's Palace, nurturing a variety of gentle soul plants that support her martial soul's development. He often personally checks her soul power status, advising her to balance work and rest. Du Guyan frequently brings a wooden box containing poisonous herbs to Ling Fong, her enthusiasm for training ever increasing since he alleviated her martial soul's deficiencies and gifted her a compatible soul bone. Moreover, the presence of Xian Huang and his celestial herbs has sparked significant inspiration, potentially enhancing her toxic abilities. Each visit, she eagerly shares her latest findings in poison techniques, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she seeks Ling Feng's appraisal, her gaze gradually infused with a budding warmth of youthful admiration. Little Wu, the most spirited of the group, stealthily offers Ling Fong a handkerchief to wipe his sweat during training breaks. She pesters Hulaina to teach her agile evasion techniques, and even dares to approach Qian Renxua during her rest, curiously inquiring about the secrets of her angelic martial soul. Though each girl possesses a distinct personality, they harmoniously coexist under Ling Feng's guidance, their laughter and the resounding clash of soul power creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere in the training grounds. As Ling Fong observes the figures sweating in practice, he silently contemplates the candidates for the upcoming soul fighting competition. The 9 young women surrounding him perfectly align, yet only 7 meet the competition criteria upon careful consideration. Ziji needs no mention. As the Hell Dragon King with an astonishing 10,000 years of lineage, her strength far exceeds the competition standards, and her temperament shows little interest in overpowering younger opponents. Sending her to compete would be an utter waste of her talents. Qian Renxua, his childhood companion, has already participated in previous competitions and has now reached the rank of Soul Dolawa, thus falling outside the selection range. The remaining 7 form a cohesive team. Du Guyan's by Phosphorus Snake Emperor martial soul excels in toxic control, effectively restricting opponents' movements during group battles. Yi Lingling's 9 Heart Sea Buttercup and Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile serve as the core of the team's support. One focuses on healing and sustainability, while the other amplifies abilities across the board, significantly enhancing their teammates' prowess. Little Wu's soft-boned charming rabbit martial soul possesses tremendous explosive power, agile and fierce in close combat, establishing her as the team's primary output source. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, sisters of remarkable prowess in the agility category, have collaborated for numerous years, their movements as swift as shadows. They possess the ability to launch surprise attacks on the rear lines, while also adeptly gathering intelligence on the enemy. Hulaina, with her uniquely special fox spirit, can disrupt opponents with her enchanting skills, serving as a semi-control role. Her formidable offensive capabilities should not be underestimated, allowing her to catch adversaries off guard in real combat scenarios. Regarding substitutes, Ling Fong has long contemplated his choices, and Xiaoyu emerges as the most fitting candidate. Although he is Hulaina's brother, his residence in the Sacred Sun Palace, predominantly occupied by Ling Feng's female companions, renders his frequent visits inconvenient. Consequently, he has been compelled to train at other facilities within the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, in terms of their relationship, he can be regarded as half a disciple of Ling Fong, who has frequently taken the opportunity to provide Xiaoyu with personalized guidance while instructing Hulaina. From the intricacies of soul power manipulation to the refinement of combat skills, Ling Fong has imparted his wisdom generously, resulting in Xiaoyu now ranking among the elite of his peers. Moreover, it is imperative to conceal Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia for the time being. The spirit's comprehensive healing capabilities are unparalleled on the battlefield. Should they be revealed too early, she would undoubtedly become a primary target for all opponents, potentially inviting unnecessary complications. It is prudent for her to remain on standby backstage, allowing her to maximize her impact when it truly counts. Xiaoyu's formidable offensive capabilities adeptly fill the void in the team's combat strength. His Moonblade spirit offers a harmonious blend of offense and defense, capable of alleviating some of the pressure faced by the frontline, particularly the agile Xiao Wu, while also synergizing with Hulaina's enchanting skills to create a pincer assault during team battles, showcasing remarkable tactical flexibility. At pivotal moments, he can even execute a fusion technique with Hulaina. Notably, among all those Ling Fong has taught, Xiaoyu is the one who has mastered the 9E manual the quickest and most proficiently. Thanks to this technique, his current strength surpasses that of his peers in the original narrative. Though he has yet to directly enter the Soul Emperor realm, he has already reached level 59, tantalizingly close to that threshold, and there is a possibility he may achieve a breakthrough before the competition commences. Ling Fong stroked his chin, observing the gradually coalescing team synergy in the training arena, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. This arrangement not only conceals their trump cards, but also ensures a stable combat prowess in the early stages, making it the optimal choice at present. The composition of his team could indeed be described as exceptionally luxurious. At 20 years of age, Hulaina, bolstered by Ling Feng's divine herb, has already ascended to the Soul Emperor realm at level 60, firmly establishing her at the pinnacle of the team. Xiao Wu, yet to reach her 14th year, has achieved an impressive level 33, a feat remarkable for her age. Zhu Zhuyun, at 17, boasts a soul power of 49, distinguishing herself among her contemporaries. The youngest, her sister Zhu Zhuqing, is merely 13, yet her level 40 prowess is not to be underestimated. Ning Rongrong, at 14, steadily advances with a soul power of 44. Her support from the 7 treasure glazed tile tower growing ever stronger. Lastly, Duguyen, 18 years of age, wields a soul power of 53, complemented by her formidable green scale Serpent Emperor spirit, marking her as a notable force in offense. Yi Lingling, also at the tender age of 18, boasts an impressive soul power of 55, rendering her 9-heart sea pearl increasingly pure and her healing abilities indispensable to the team. This group of women, whether having benefited from Ling Feng's personally imparted techniques or nourished by the celestial herbs, augmented by his meticulous training regimen, has significantly surpassed their counterparts from the original narrative. Even Zhu Zhuqing, the youngest among them, possesses a soul power that exceeds that of Tang San at the same stage. The mere thought of a team composed entirely of soul sect members is enough to instill fear in their adversaries, a testament to the opulence of their lineup. More crucially, the current relationship dynamics reveal that Xiao Wu and Tang San are entirely disconnected. Without the series of tribulations in the original tale, where Xiao Wu was abducted by the Titan giant ape, Tang San has not encountered the life and death challenges that may have spurred his extraordinary growth. Consequently, his strength may not ascend to the heights originally depicted. Ling Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the forthcoming arrangements. During the Grand Soul Master Tournament across the continent, numerous matters merit his personal attention. Foremost is the preliminary competition within the Tiando Empire, which he intends to observe firsthand. Particularly, he is intrigued by Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul, with its unique attributes and form. He also wishes to ascertain Tang San's current prowess, without Xiao Wu as an anchor. Can the Shrek team withstand the formidable onslaught of the Tianshui Academy? It is imperative for him to confirm whether, in light of the chain reactions sparked by his orchestrations, the worlds would still tilt as it did in the original narrative, allowing Tang San to retain his astonishing growth rate. Following this, there is the matter concerning Yu Xiaojing. Reflecting on how this individual juggles his relationship with Lu Erlong while shamelessly seeking Bibi Dong for assistance with Tang San's twin martial souls, Ling Feng feels compelled to intervene. It is time to aid Bibi Dong in overcoming her past grievances and to adequately address this pretentious fool. Speaking of Yu Xiaojing's so-called theories, they amount to nothing more than leveraging Bibi Dong's youthful naivety to pilfer numerous research materials from the Martial Soul Palace's library, piecing them together and audaciously presenting them as his own achievements. It is absurd that he has managed to attain the title of master through these plagiarized works, even taking pride in it. A man who cannot even surpass the 30-level threshold in soul power, neglected by his parents and shunned by friends, has never genuinely conducted any research. He merely scavenged materials from the Martial Soul Palace and dares to proclaim himself a theoretical authority in the realm of soul masters. Ling Feng holds such behavior in utter disdain. Even more contemptible is this inept individual who continuously seeks to live off the efforts of others while maintaining a facade of superiority, truly laughable when considered. As Ling Feng ponders these matters, Ziji arrives, accompanied by several graceful figures. With only a few months remaining until the Grand Soul Master Tournament, his female companions have all been harboring the same ambition. Hu Laiina gazed at Ling Fong, her fingertips unconsciously twisting her sleeve. The competition is fast approaching. We must focus on our seclusion to enhance our strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve, her eyes slightly reddened. But I don't want to be apart from brother Ling Fong for so long. Zhu Zhuyuan wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulders, her tone softer than usual. The more we wish to stay together, the more we need to diligently train. We cannot afford to hold everyone back on the competition stage. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, her cool gaze betraying a hint of reluctance, yet she remained silent. Ning Rongrong puffed her cheeks and turned her head, stealing glances at Ling Fong. I refuse to be outdone by anyone. If we must seclude ourselves, then so be it. Du Guyan crossed her arms, her cerulean eyes gleaming with determination. Once I break through my bottleneck, I shall show those rivals what I am truly capable of. Yi Lingling softly concurred, with the coach's guidance. We shall undoubtedly make further progress. Even Qian Rinxue, who was not required to compete, approached, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. While they are in seclusion, I have some free time to supervise and ensure they don't slack off. Ziji playfully swayed the phantom of her dragon tail, a smile gracing her lips. I shall join in the fun to prevent someone from being too preoccupied here and feeling restless in the Heaven Do Empire. Ling Fong observed the group of young women before him, some sweetly coaxing, others stubborn yet soft-hearted, and a few subtly reassuring him. He shook his head helplessly, warmth blooming in his eyes. Very well, if you all wish to go, then go. He raised his hand to ruffle Xiao Wu's hair, then turned to the others. I will have the training room and the necessary medicinal materials prepared, and your daily meals will be tailored to suit your constitutions. Do not worry about anything else. Once all arrangements were settled, he watched the young ladies gather their belongings and head toward their secluded training area. Even Qian Rinxue glanced back at him before turning away, prompting Ling Fong to retract his gaze. With this matter no longer requiring his attention, he decided it would be prudent to explore the Heaven Do Empire in advance. Seated in the carriage, the outline of Heaven Do City began to materialize in the distance. Just as he contemplated visiting the outskirts of Shrek Academy to assess the situation, two distinct, playful voices suddenly echoed in his spiritual sea. Ling Fong, have you finally remembered us? The figures of the Snow Empress and Ice Empress materialized within his spiritual realm. The former had cascading silver hair and eyes that seemed to swirl with snow and wind, while the latter sported long blue hair surrounded by a faint mist of ice. Both bore expressions of playful annoyance as they regarded Ling Fong. The Snow Empress spoke first, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. While we have been pondering the laws of ice in your spiritual sea, the outside world has certainly been bustling. One moment it's your sister, the next your elder sister. Even the dragon has come to join. It appears we have been completely forgotten. The Ice Empress nodded in agreement, forming a shard of ice with her fingertips before it dissipated. We can feel your thoughts quite clearly. You are busy preparing medicinal herbs for this one and adjusting meals for that one. Yet you remain indifferent to us, your two cohabitants. It turned out that while the two women were contemplating the laws of ice, their consciousness had deeply intertwined with Ling Feng's spiritual sea, allowing them to vaguely perceive the interactions he shared with the women in the outside world. Having developed a peculiar affection for Ling Fong through their constant companionship, she could not help but feel a surge of jealousy upon seeing him surrounded by so many vibrant and radiant women. It was at this moment that Ling Fong realized his oversight, and with a wry smile within the depths of his mind, he acknowledged his mistake. He immersed himself in his spiritual realm, addressing the two enchanting ice goddesses. Your dedication to comprehending the laws is of utmost importance. How could I dare to intrude? Furthermore, given their youth and spirited nature, it was only fitting that he kept a closer watch on them. Young? The Snow Empress raised an eyebrow. Isn't the age of that Hell Dragon King sufficient to be their ancestor? Indeed, the Ice Empress huffed. We have lingered in your spiritual realm for quite some time. Do we not hold more significance than those you have only recently acquainted? Listening to their playful banter, Ling Fong found himself both amused and exasperated. He softened his tone and patiently explained, You are different. You stand beside me as equals. Besides, you have toiled diligently in your pursuit of understanding. Once this matter concludes, I shall accompany you to thoroughly reflect upon your insights, shall I? He added with a smile. Moreover, having two supreme ice beings residing in my spiritual realm is a blessing I have never taken for granted. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's icy demeanor softened slightly. Yet she remained obstinate. Who needs your company? It's merely a concern that you might forget our benefits. The Ice Empress turned her face away, though a subtle smile graced her lips. Observing their changing expressions, Ling Fong offered soothing words and promised that upon their return, he would use ice essence to help them solidify their understanding of the laws. This prompted the Snow Empress to emit a soft hum. Exchanging a knowing glance with the Ice Empress before their figures gradually faded into the depths of the spiritual realm, leaving behind a remark, that's more agreeable. We shall rest for now and call you if needed. Ling Fong sighed in relief, touching the tip of his nose, bemused by the situation. It seemed that in the future, matters occurring around him would not escape the notice of these two. Chapter 18, The Auction House. Ling Fong sat in a private chamber of a tea house in the city of Tiando, delicately turning the lid of his teacup with his fingertips and gently brushing away the froth. Outside, the streets bustled with life. Yet his gaze seemed to pierce through the avenues, landing on the recently renamed Blue Tyrant Academy not far away. Before arriving in the Tiando Empire, he had never lost sight of Tang San's movements. From Nodding Academy to Shrek, and now merged into Blue Tyrant Academy. Every detail of this trajectory was meticulously reported to him. Yu Xiaojing certainly knows how to choose a venue. Ling Fong took a sip of tea, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. The Blue Tyrant Academy, once the labor of Lu Erlong's heart, had now become a refuge for this useless individual, thriving on past connections and living off the fruits of others' labor with an ease unmatched. He set down his teacup, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. The reports were clear. Although Tang San's path diverged from the original narrative, lacking those fortuitous encounters, he still steadily progressed under the faint protection of the world's will. With a soul power of 39 and the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, his prowess remained striking among peers. Yet, compared to the extraordinary talents of the same period in the original work, he ultimately fell short. What intrigued Ling Fong the most was the company that surrounded Tang San. Having cast aside his fated entanglement with Xiao Wu, this young man unexpectedly found himself entwined with Meng Yiran. It is said that on a certain day at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the two engaged in a dispute over a wager, and later encountered each other while hunting soul beasts. Through a series of twists and turns, they developed an inexplicable bond. Indeed, it is a different path altogether. Ling Fong raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Meng Yiran, with her fiery temperament and serpent staff martial spirit, does not seem to complement Tang San's blue silver grass or the Haoyan hammer, yet fate has conspired to bring them together. His fingers glided over the windowsill, his gaze profound. Regardless of who stood by Tang San's side or whom he became entangled with, it mattered little to Ling Fong. His objective had always been crystal clear: to intercept Tang San's so-called opportunities, systematically suppress his arrogance, and ensure he could no longer sail smoothly as in the original tale. Ultimately, Ling Fong held a deep-seated disdain for someone like Tang San. This young man, while appearing gentle and caring towards those around him, was, in truth, always calculating, weighing good against evil with meticulous precision, and the goodness he exhibited was invariably laced with ulterior motives. Not to mention the actions depicted in the original narrative, wherein he coldly divided his own daughter's soul into 3 parts for the sake of a so-called greater good and personal gain. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Tang San's actions, which so brazenly disregarded the most fundamental familial bonds, had long since crossed Ling Fong's bottom line. It was precisely due to this callousness and selfishness that Ling Fong consistently regarded him with disdain, suppressing him and intercepting his fortunes, viewing it more as a clearing away of unwarranted variables. He lifted his teacup, gazing out at the deepening twilight, his eyes slightly cold. The chill in Ling Fong's heart towards Tang San had yet to dissipate when the gentle voice of the Snow Empress resonated within his spiritual sea, carrying a hint of warmth akin to the first thaw of winter. There is no need to be angered by such a person. Her figure swayed gently in the spiritual realm, silver hair flowing like moonlight. We understand your thoughts well. Those who would even calculate their own kin are unworthy of your regard. Rather than waste your energy on him, it would be wiser to contemplate how best to seize his opportunities. The Ice Emperor then spoke. Her tone still cool, but lacking the previous reproach. The Snow Empress is correct. His path has already been disrupted by you, and he is now merely clinging to survival. If you wish to intercept his fortunes and diminish his arrogance, we shall assist you in keeping watch. As she spoke, the Ice Emperor conjured a delicate ice flower, suspended in Ling Feng's spiritual awareness. If you find yourself troubled, shall we show you the newly comprehended ice patterns? This is a novel technique that integrates the principles of the Xianming, far more intriguing than the previous ones. Ling Fong, feeling the soothing presence of the 2 figures in his mind, gradually softened the rigid emotions that had arisen from his thoughts of Tang San. He chuckled softly in the spiritual sea. You truly understand me. Very well, let us speak no more of him. He shifted his attention to the ice flower and, in conjunction with the 2 women, remarked, these patterns are indeed exquisite. Do tell me how you came to comprehend them. As the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor noticed his mood lifting, they exchanged glances filled with laughter, engaging in a gentle discourse regarding the newly comprehended principles of transformation. The earlier feelings of jealousy and the current coolness of heart quietly dissipated amidst this tranquil exchange. Ling Fong took residence in a modest dwelling with a small courtyard in the northwest corner of Heavendo City, its walls entwined with verdant vines. Seemingly inconspicuous, yet veiled with a concealed spiritual barrier. This precaution was to prevent Tang Hao from detecting his presence. Each morning, he would brew a pot of delicate tea. Seated at a stone table in the courtyard, his fingertips lightly resting on an unassuming black jade talisman. Within the talisman, flickers of light danced, reflecting the activities of Shrek Academy before his eyes. The current team composition had transformed significantly. Tang San stood at the center, his blue-silver grass martial spirit occasionally unfurling strands, his gaze calm as he directed the team. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit remained fierce, yet he occasionally furrowed his brow due to a lack of synchronization with Tang San. Oscar lingered in the back row, a sausage appearing seemingly out of thin air, while he chanted a new supportive mantra. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix martial spirit emanated a palpable warmth, though his gaze towards Meng Iran always carried a hint of discomfort. That girl, wielding a serpent staff, stood beside Tang San, occasionally whispering to him, her profile illuminated by the sunlight, exuding a stubborn charm. Truly, she disregarded the feelings of the solitary. Jiang Zhu's healing aura shimmered with a soft pink glow, while the sound of Talon's fist colliding echoed dully. The group's synergy fluctuated, yet gradually developed a semblance of harmony. These scenes flowed within the jade talisman, capturing even the subtle blush on Meng Yiran's ears during tactical disputes with Tang San. As night fell, Ling Fong would release a thread of spiritual energy, akin to an invisible line, silently probing towards the most secluded dormitory of Shrek Academy. The faint ripple of soul power always seeped through the window paper, a testament to Tang San refining hidden weapons under the moonlight. He pinched a needle as fine as a cow's hair, soul power coalescing at its tip, meticulously infused with a certain cerulean poison, the needle reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam. Scattered across the corner of the table were blueprints of the Zhuge divine crossbow, its mechanisms outlined repeatedly in red ink, accompanied by annotations detailing improvement ideas. Numerous times, under the cover of darkness, Tang San would stealthily slip out of the academy, making his way to a small grove outside the city. Ling Fong would cloak himself, gliding on the wind, following from a distance. As a titled Dolawa, Tang Hao lacked the ability to penetrate his 9 solar eye prison and remained oblivious to Ling Feng's presence. He observed as Tang San shot the poisoned weapon into a tree trunk, watching as it embedded itself 3 inches deep, leaving behind a rapid dark mark. He witnessed Tang San experimenting with newly crafted smoke bombs, his figure flickering amidst the swirling white smoke, practicing his concealment techniques. Indeed, he had learned to hide his abilities far better than in the original narrative. Ling Fong perched atop the treetops, gazing down at Tang San as he collected his concealed weapons, fingers deftly twisting a fallen leaf. Even while crafting hidden weapons, he was meticulous enough to use soul power to muffle the sound of metal clashing, revealing the increasing intricacy of this young man's thoughts. No matter how meticulous one's thoughts may be, they are rendered conspicuous under Ling Feng's nearly omnipresent scrutiny. From the increase in soul power among the team members to Tang San's progress with his hidden weapons, and even the types of poison he had stealthily concealed beneath his bed, Ling Fong was acutely aware of it all. The afternoons in Heavendo City carried a languid warmth, with vendors on either side of the street calling out in a symphony of voices. Tang San trailed closely behind Meng Yiran, observing her as she was captivated by a sugar painting stall, crouching down to sift through the selections. Her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the hidden weapons in her sleeve. The icy touch of the needle reinforced his conviction that the craftsmanship of the concealed weapons he had honed over the past few days was sufficiently refined, perhaps even capable of fetching a handsome price at the auction. As his supplies for the hidden weapons dwindled, it became imperative to devise a strategy to replenish his resources. Tang San, doesn't this sugar painting of a tiger resemble Big Brother Dai? Meng Yiran held up an amber-colored sugar painting of a white tiger, smiling at him. The sunlight glinting off the fine beads of sweat on her nose. Tang San accepted the sugar painting, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against one another, causing them both to pause momentarily. He awkwardly averted his gaze. Quite similar. Let us go to the auction house. Meng Yiran replied with a soft "oh," yet discreetly turned the painting so that the tiger's head faced Tang San, her lips curling into an uncontainable smile. A few steps behind them, Ling Fong leisurely waved his folding fan, observing Tang San's slightly furrowed brow as he stuffed the sugar painting into his mouth. The boy had a touch of youthful charm about him. Catching sight of Meng Yiran occasionally glancing towards Tang San, her gaze imbued with a subtle dependency that she herself seemed unaware of, Ling Fong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Were it another person, this innocent interaction would bear a striking resemblance to the scenes from the original narrative featuring Xiao Wu. The heavy red lacquered wooden door of the auction house emitted a musty scent mingled with a hint of incense upon being pushed open. The interior was dimly lit, with the glass lamps hanging from the dome casting a warm yellow glow, illuminating the faces of the guests in a chiaroscuro effect. Tang San and Meng Yiran made their way directly to the registration desk, eager to entrust the hidden weapons to the auctioneer for appraisal. However, Ling Fong veered off, heading straight for the private rooms on the second floor. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, a gentle voice called out from behind him. This young brother looks unfamiliar. Are you here for the auction as well? Ling Fong turned, his gaze meeting Ning Fengji's smiling eyes, surprised that Ning Fengji would jest with him. The master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was clad in a moon-white brocade robe today, adorned with a lustrous jade pendant at his waist, while the sword Dolawa and Xian remained in his customary gray attire, smiling and nodding at him. Uncle Ning seems to be quite at ease, Ling Fong said, cupping his hands in respectful greeting, his tone imbued with an appropriate familiarity. I happened to pass through Heavendo City and heard that the auction here has some intriguing offerings, so I decided to take a look. Ning Fengji regarded him with a smile. Oh, I wonder what items have piqued your interest, young Fong. Today, we have a few rare soul beast inner cores that might catch your eye. Let fate decide, Ling Fong replied, moving to the window of the private room, leaning against the railing to gaze down at the auction stage below. Compared to inner cores, I am more intrigued by items of a rather unique nature. Ning Fengji followed his gaze and beheld the auction platform draped in deep crimson velvet, where several attendants were busily adjusting the intricate formations atop it, evidently preparing for the imminent auction. A thought flickered in his mind, and he tentatively inquired, could the special item that Xiao Feng mentioned possibly refer to a living entity? Ling Fong smiled gently, his fingertips tapping lightly on the railing. I have some theories that I wish to validate. He sensed a faint, yet resolute fluctuation of soul energy emanating from the shadows deep within the auction hall, imbued with the characteristic agility of a feline soul beast, coupled with a palpable sense of confinement from iron chains. Calculating the timing, he surmised it was nearly time for the unveiling. At that moment, a soft exclamation from Meng Yiran wafted up from below, laced with a hint of excitement. Ling Fong glanced down to see Tang San leading her through the crowd. Meng Yiran, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere, stood at the entrance on tiptoe, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mere moments after they had settled, an attendant suddenly ascended the auction stage, whispering a few words into the auctioneer's ear. The auctioneer's eyes brightened upon hearing, and he promptly cleared his throat, raising his small hammer to strike the surface of the platform decisively. Esteemed guests, please hold for a moment. We have just received a new item for auction, and we shall prioritize this particular piece. As his words fell, another attendant approached the stage, carefully carrying a zeton wood brocade box, slowly unveiling it. Inside lay a cylindrical object, approximately the length of a palm, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen, its surface adorned with intricate engravings, appearing rather peculiar. The auctioneer gestured towards the item within the brocade box, his voice tinged with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this weapon is called Hanshashing, an exceptionally sophisticated piece. Our auction house has tested it, and the needles it fires can pierce through 3 inches of steel plate. Its power is truly extraordinary. I dare say, for soul masters below the soul sect, unless one specializes in defensive techniques, it would be quite difficult to withstand such a sudden strike. He paused momentarily, emphasizing his point. This is a rare opportunity, with an opening bid of 1,000 gold soul coins. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted into a flurry of excitement. Can it really penetrate steel? How intriguing. I bid 1,600, 1,800 gold soul coins. This item seems quite suitable for self-defense. 2,000. The bidding escalated, voices rising and falling in a cacophony, Even Ning Fengji in the adjacent elegant chamber leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the Hanshashing, a flicker of interest igniting within his eyes. His fingertips gently caressed the rim of his teacup, contemplating silently. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda is renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, its greatest shortcoming lies in the lack of offensive capabilities, leaving disciples at a disadvantage during their external training. Should he thoroughly investigate this weapon and equip it to the disciples, it would undoubtedly enhance their survival capabilities significantly. With this thought in mind, Ning Fengji whispered to the sword Dolawa beside him, "Uncle Jian, what do you make of this item?" The gaze of Chun Xine swept over the metallic cylinder, and he nodded thoughtfully. The structure appears intricate. It would be worth acquiring for further examination. The bidding on stage continued, the price ascending steadily, as it was clear that many were keenly aware of the weapon's practicality. Ling Fong observed the flicker of interest in Ning Fengji's eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Indeed, Tang San's peculiar array of concealed weapons never failed to attract attention in this world. Had he not intervened, the subtlety of these hidden weapons would likely have fallen into Ning Fengji's possession, serving as a catalyst for the bond between Tang San and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. It seems the inertia of this world is more stubborn than one could imagine. Turning to the adjacent private room where Ning Fengji resided, he called out with a hearty laugh, "Uncle Ning, are you intrigued by this little gadget?" Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, nodded with an air of composure, his tone laced with admiration. "It certainly possesses some merit. This contraption is ingeniously conceived. If it could be replicated for the disciples of our sect, it would indeed fill some gaps in our arsenal." Ling Fong chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a roll of parchment from his storage soul guide and casually tossed it. The parchment seemed to take on a life of its own, gracefully drifting into Ning Fengji's hands. "Uncle Ning, take a look at this. It may well be more to your liking than the previous item." Ning Fengji, perplexed, unfurled the parchment to reveal a uniquely designed short firearm, its lines sharp and elegant, the grip adorned with non-slip textures. The barrel was slender, and the lower section was filled with densely packed annotations, clearly delineating component names and the pathways for soul power transmission. "What is this?" Ning Fengji's astonishment grew as he traced the word Sand Eagle with his fingertips. "Driven by soul power? The bullets it fires can penetrate the defenses of a soul master specializing in defense." "Precisely," Ling Fong affirmed with a nod. "The Sand Eagle is crafted from a special alloy. When the trigger is pulled, it channels soul power, propelling specially designed bullets at speeds far exceeding those of conventional hidden weapons, with a power that far surpasses the previous item." He continued, "Even the defense of an ordinary soul master would crumble under a single shot." Ning Fengji's eyes lit up instantly, his fingers gliding rapidly over the parchment, his breath quickening. Compared to the limited range of the previous weapon, the Sand Eagle's range, power, and portability were unparalleled, making it an ideal defensive tool for the disciples of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. He looked up at Ling Fong, his expression brimming with excitement. "Little Fong, this. If you like it, consider the blueprint a gift," Ling Fong replied with an open smile. "It serves me little purpose to keep it. It would be better utilized by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school." Ning Fengji clutched the blueprint tightly, his interest in the bidding item on the auction stage waning entirely. With the Sand Eagle blueprint in hand, the previous item seemed insignificant by comparison. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ling Fong, sincerity evident in his voice. "In that case, I truly thank you, my friend. This kindness will be remembered by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school." Ling Fong waved his hand dismissively, his gaze returning to the scene below. Tang San remained fixated on the item on the stage, his face reflecting a hint of anticipation. Ling Feng's smile faded slightly, internally noting, "Your fortunes are not limited to this single item awaiting a new owner." His attention shifted back to the side passage behind the auction stage. The curtain there stirred, revealing a curled silhouette and the faint sound of chains dragging along the ground. A knowing smile crept across his lips as he mused. "Here it comes." The clamor within the auction house gradually subsided. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the center of the auction stage. Even the hushed whispers in the corners ceased. Two burly attendants pushed a heavy iron cage onto the platform, its weight dragging across the polished floor with a resonant clatter that echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. A crimson cloth was draped over it, yet it could not conceal the faint whimpering emanating from within, intermittent and reminiscent of a frightened creature trembling in fear. The auctioneer adjusted his bow tie and cleared his throat, his artificially elevated voice resonating through the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, the piece de assistance of today's auction has arrived." With a swift motion, he yanked away the red cloth, revealing the scene within the cage to the audience. Inside was a girl who appeared no older than 15 or 16. Her slender form curled into a corner of the cage. Most striking were the two gray-blue cat ears that stood upright atop her head, now pressed tightly against her hair, while a matching fluffy tail quivered nervously between her legs. She was clad in tattered, thin clothing, and faint bruises marked her bare arms. Her amber eyes were wide with terror, the pupils constricted into thin slits, filled with panic and helplessness, much like a drenched kitten bracing against the storm of gazes directed her way. "Do you see her?" the auctioneer boasted, slapping the cage bars, causing it to wobble slightly. "This is a catgirl born from a mutation of a martial soul, naturally endowed with a hint of animal grace, and possessing such enchanting looks. With a little training at home, whether for serving tea or he paused deliberately, a glimmer of lewdness flickering in his eyes, engaging in other activities, she would be most suitable. The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. A martial soul mutation? How rare. Her appearance was indeed appealing, making her worth keeping as a plaything. 100,000 gold soul coins? I bid 110,000. Greedy. Malevolent gazes swept over the cat girl, appraising her as if she were an inanimate object. The cat girl felt the weight of their stares, her body stiffening, her head bowing lower, her shoulders trembling more intensely, the whimpers escaping her lips like a whisper of a mosquito, barely audible yet impossible to suppress. Seeing the cat girl cowering in the corner, visibly trembling and too frightened to lift her head, the auctioneer's smile vanished in an instant, his face darkening with displeasure. Unappreciative wretch. He spat, raising his large hand as if to strike her, intending to teach this thoughtless cat girl a lesson, hoping to make her more compliant before her potential buyers. The wind generated by his hand nearly brushed against her face when, suddenly, an almost imperceptible stream of soul power shot forth from an upper-level private box, striking the auctioneer's wrist with pinpoint precision like an invisible needle. Ouch! The auctioneer felt a sharp, piercing pain radiate from his wrist, and a tremendous force surged up his arm, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy blow. He arced through the air in an awkward trajectory, crashing heavily onto the ground below, curling up in pain, gritting his teeth and groaning, unable to rise for a considerable time. The auction hall, once filled with lively discussion, fell into an immediate, profound silence, as if a needle could be heard dropping. All eyes swiftly turned towards the second floor, eager to discern the identity of the audacious soul who dared to disrupt the proceedings. Ling Fong remained silent, gradually making his way to the railing of the private room, where the tips of his fingers shimmered with a faint wisp of soul power. Though seemingly delicate, this essence exuded an oppressive aura that tightened the chests of those present. His gaze swept over the crowd, gliding across faces marked by shock or trepidation, ultimately resting upon the iron cage. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an echo that reverberated throughout the hall, carrying a tone of indifference that nevertheless bore an undeniable weight. I shall take this cat girl. With a casual flick of his wrist, a storage ring embedded with a pigeon blood ruby soared from his fingertip, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing with a soft clink on the empty podium. Within it lay 200,000 gold soul coins, a sufficient sum to purchase her. As his words lingered in the air, a brilliant light erupted around Ling Fong, displaying a dazzling array of purple, black, and crimson hues. 9 soul rings, seemingly animated, began to revolve slowly at his side, particularly the last 3, which shone like fresh blood, emanating an aura of terror that felt as though it could freeze the very air. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as many instinctively recoiled a step. 9 soul rings, a title Dolawa, and the last 3, were they truly 10,000-year soul rings? This soul ring configuration was unparalleled across the continent. Could it be that this was Ling Fong, the holy son of the spirit hall? Indeed, it was said that he had achieved the rank of title Dolawa at a remarkably young age, explaining his formidable presence. Most guests in attendance were representatives of various powerful factions, and the keen-eyed had already recognized Ling Feng's identity. Upon witnessing the 9 soul rings, particularly the glaring crimson ones, any ulterior motives were swiftly suppressed. Those who had contemplated bidding moments ago were now filled with regret, wishing to hide their heads in the ground, their palms slick with cold sweat. How audacious it was to vie for items with a title Dolawa who possessed 10,000-year soul rings. Such temerity was akin to borrowing the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Ning Fengji, seated in the adjacent private room, paused momentarily, his fingers hovering over his teacup, causing the warm liquid within to ripple gently. He observed Ling Feng's silhouette, a knowing smile briefly flashing in his eyes. Given Ling Feng's status as the holy son of the spirit hall, coupled with his formidable strength, it was entirely expected that he would intervene to rescue the cat girl from such an objectifying auction. He took a delicate sip of tea, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the appreciative glint in the gaze of his old friend, Sword Delach and Exine, indicating that their thoughts were closely aligned. Ling Fong paid no heed to the stir below, instead instructing the attendant stationed at the door of the private room, "Go. Open the cage, and bring her here." The attendant, a servant accustomed to catering to esteemed guests, was now paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. He hurriedly complied, bowing slightly as he made his way down the stairs. He cautiously opened the iron cage and directed his 2 companions to meticulously count the gold soul coins from the storage ring, placing them into a silk box to be delivered backstage. Even with 100-fold courage, they would not dare to touch a single item from this esteemed figure's storage ring. The cat girl, supported by a servant, slowly rose to her feet, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She lowered her head, casting a timid glance upward. Upon recognizing the figure at the edge of the second-floor railing, her amber eyes widened in terror, filling with fear. The soul force that had sent the auctioneer flying was still vivid in her memory, and the soul rings surrounding the person before her radiated an overwhelming pressure that made her very soul shiver, far more terrifying than those who had once imprisoned her. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but the servant gently pressed against her back. "Do not be afraid. This noble one has come to rescue you." The servant's voice was soft. Careful not to disturb Ling Fong above. The cat girl bit her lip, her long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a butterfly in the wind, as she was half-supported, half-guided toward the staircase, each step feeling as if she were treading on the edge of a blade. Ling Fong turned to Ning Fengji in the adjacent elegant chamber, nodding slightly, his tone carrying the politeness of a junior addressing a senior. Uncle Ning, I shall take my leave now. Ning Fengji set down his teacup, rising with a smile as he patted Ling Feng's arm, warmth evident in his gaze. Go ahead, take care on your way. He understood that Ling Fong likely had other matters to attend to and did not press for further conversation. Ling Fong, opting for brevity, glanced at the tense cat girl standing at the door of the elegant chamber, signaling her to follow. The cat girl hesitated for a moment but eventually trailed behind him, her body almost brushing against the hem of his garment, resembling a frightened cub afraid of being abandoned. As they descended the staircase, they passed the auctioneer still sprawled on the ground. Ling Fong did not pause, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. His gaze bore no anger, not even a hint of emotion, yet it struck the auctioneer's heart like a blade tempered in ice. Just as the auctioneer prepared to cry out, his throat constricted, forcing every sound back down, his face turning pale as he shut his mouth, daring not to move. Only after the figure vanished from sight did he allow himself to breathe heavily, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Stepping through the heavy wooden doors of the auction house, the afternoon sun poured down, warm yet somewhat blinding, reminiscent of late summer. The cat girl instinctively squinted, her body instinctively retreating behind Ling Fong, her fluffy tail inadvertently curling around the hem of his clothing, as if clutching a lifeline. Ling Fong felt the gentle tug at his garment and looked down at the girl hiding behind him. Her cat ears drooped, and her tail remained taut, clearly still shaken from her fright. He softened his tone, his voice much gentler than it had been in the auction house. Do not fear, from this moment on. No one shall bully you again. Only then did the cat girl slowly lift her head, her amber eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cautiously regarded the person before her. The sunlight gently caressed Ling Feng's profile, softening the chill that enveloped him. The once imposing gaze he possessed now revealed a subtle warmth. She watched as his figure gradually became clearer in her vision and timidly nodded. Yet the tip of her tail remained firmly grasped around the hem of his garment. Chapter 19. The Nine-Tailed Cat Demon. As Ling Feng returned to the secluded courtyard of Tiando City with the girl, the setting sun bathed the horizon in warm oranges, infusing the air with a delicate golden glow. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, they were greeted by a lush trellis entwined with ivy, where a few late-blooming roses flourished. The pink and white petals glimmered with the remnants of daylight, and the air was imbued with a refreshing blend of earthy and floral aromas, far more pleasant than the incense of an auction house. The girl followed Ling Feng closely, her footsteps barely making a sound, as if she feared disturbing a sparrow pecking at the ground in the corner of the yard. She kept her head lowered, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring most of her face and revealing only her delicate chin. The cat ears atop her head twitched occasionally, seemingly attuned to the surrounding sounds, while her fluffy tail lightly curled around Ling Feng's garment, the grip loosening from its earlier tension, now embodying a subconscious reliance. Upon entering the courtyard, she furtively lifted her gaze, taking in her surroundings. A set of celadon tea wares adorned the stone table, with traces of moisture lingering on the edges. Dried bundles of herbs hung from the eaves, including some she recognized, such as the focus herb, alongside others whose names escaped her, exuding a faintly bitter yet refreshing fragrance. In the corner, a water tank floated a lotus leaf, upon which several dragonflies rested. Everything here exuded a comforting warmth of everyday life, starkly contrasting with the dark confines she had previously endured. She momentarily lost herself in the scene until Ling Feng seated himself on a stone bench, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head, her fingers nervously twisting together until her knuckles turned white. Ling Feng settled onto the opposite bench, deliberately slowing his movements, and spoke to her gently. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be formal, there is no one else here. Lingxi hesitated, her toes brushing against the ground before she cautiously approached the nearest stone bench beside him. She merely dared to perch lightly on the edge, her back straight, legs pressed together, resembling a timid creature ready to flee at the slightest sound, even her breathing barely audible. Observing her demeanor, Ling Feng sighed inwardly. It was evident that the child had been traumatized by her previous experiences. He would need to guide her gently. He broke the silence with a soft voice. I haven't yet asked for your name. Lingxi bit her cracked lips, taking a long moment to muster her voice, which emerged as faint as a whisper. I don't have a name. They all call me Catgirl. As she spoke, her ears drooped once more, and her tail subtly tightened around him. Then let me give you a name, Ling Feng proposed after a moment of contemplation, his gaze resting upon her clear, amber-like eyes. The sunlight filtering through her lashes shimmered like flecks of gold. How about Lingxi? Ling signifies agility, perfectly suited to your eyes, while 11 represents morning light, as pure and radiant as the dewdrops of dawn. Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, cautiously lifting her gaze, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of warmth. She softly repeated her name, Lingxi. The two characters carried a sense of comfort, unlike the disdainful tone of Catwoman, and felt as though she were genuinely regarded as a person. She fixed her gaze on Ling Feng's eyes for a few seconds, observing his gentle expression before gently nodding. Her voice clearer than before. Ling Fong smiled, his fingertips gathering a strand of gentle soul power. The ethereal force shimmered with a soft white light, resembling a warm bundle of cotton. He tentatively reached towards her wrist, saying, "Let me check your physical condition. Do not be afraid, it won't hurt." Ling Shi's body stiffened suddenly, instinctively wanting to withdraw, her wrist lifting slightly, a familiar fear flashing in her eyes. Yet, as that strand of soul power lightly brushed against the inner side of her wrist, she halted. The energy was warm, devoid of any malice, reminiscent of the sun's rays in spring, slowly flowing through her veins, bringing a sense of solace that eased her taut nerves. "Did they hurt you anywhere when they bullied you?" Ling Feng's voice was soft, as if afraid of startling her. "I want to check for any blockages in your meridians, so I can help you recover." Ling Shi bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately relaxed her wrist, allowing the strand of soul power to circulate gently within her. She could distinctly feel this force, like tender hands caressing her bones, gently swirling around the areas where chains had left marks, slowly pushing away the stagnant energy, alleviating the tightness in her chest. She even sensed that as the soul power swept over the old injury on her knee, it deliberately slowed its pace, as if to avoid causing her pain. After a brief moment, Ling Fong withdrew his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your meridians are somewhat damaged, a result of prolonged suppression of soul power. It will require gradual nurturing. There are also several external injuries that have yet to heal properly, particularly on your wrist and ankle, where the marks have turned purple." He stood up and said, "I will fetch some ointment for you and brew a medicinal concoction. A few doses should help regulate your soul power." As he turned to retrieve items from the room, Ling Shi sat on the stone bench, gazing blankly at his retreating figure. The glow of the setting sun bathed him, bestowing a golden edge upon his dark robe. The imposing aura he had exuded at the auction was entirely absent, leaving only a sense of tranquility and warmth. His footsteps were steady, and when he opened the door, he deliberately softened his movements, as if to avoid disturbing her. Suddenly, she felt that this person truly would not harm her. Ling Fong soon returned with a small white porcelain jar and a small packet of herbs. He handed her the jar, saying, "This is a blood-activating ointment. Apply it to the bruised areas twice daily, and remember to massage it gently." The jar felt cool in her hands, with a note affixed to it, detailing the usage in elegant handwriting. Ling Shi grasped the jar, her fingertips brushing against the smooth porcelain surface, a warmth blooming inexplicably in her heart. Ling Fong then turned towards the small stove in the corridor, kindling a fire by adding some dry twigs to the hearth, striking a match with a crisp sound. The flames licked at the wood, crackling softly, quickly igniting into life. He placed the medicine jar atop the stove, added water, and then opened the herbal pouch, releasing an immediate waft of a refreshing, bitter aroma. This concoction was meant to soothe the spirit and promote tranquility. It was not excessively bitter, as he had added a touch of honey dates. "Try to see if you can grow accustomed to it," he suggested. Ling Shi observed his silhouette as he crouched by the hearth, the setting sun elongating his shadow, which fell at her feet. His movements were deft, lacking the affectation of pampered nobility, instead exuding a grounded warmth. Stealing a glance, she met his gaze as he turned towards her, hastily lowering her head, her cheeks warming slightly. Yet this time, her ears did not droop, but rather trembled gently, and the tip of her tail swayed behind her, no longer tense but resembling a relaxed kitten. The medicine required some time to brew, necessitating a wait of half an hour. Ling Feng returned to his seat and noticed the blush creeping up her ears. With a smile, he remarked, "If you're weary, there's a bed inside, freshly made. You may rest if you wish." Ling Shi shook her head, her voice more natural than before. "No, I'm not tired." Pausing as if summoning considerable courage, she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Ling Feng's eyes, saying earnestly, "Thank you, my lord." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. "Just call me Ling Feng. Referring to me as my lord makes me feel like an old man. I might just take the medicine back." Ling Shi was momentarily taken aback by his jest, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes before she realized he was teasing, causing her lips to curve into a faint smile, revealing a delicate dimple. She bit her lip and murmured, "All right, Ling Feng." This utterance was more natural, imbued with a timid intimacy, akin to the gentle flow of a thawing stream in early spring. Watching the mirth that danced in Ling Feng's eyes, the last remnants of her trepidation dissipated like mist scattered by the wind. The tea on the stone table still emitted steam, and the aroma of the herbs mingled with floral notes, carried by the evening breeze. The shadows of the two elongated in the setting sun, and the tranquility of the courtyard transformed from oppressive silence to a soothing warmth, gradually seeping into Ling Xi's heart. By the time the medicine was ready, dusk had fallen, and the lanterns hanging from the eaves swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting a warm, golden light through the thin paper, enveloping the courtyard in a soft halo. Ling Feng scooped some medicinal liquid with a small porcelain spoon, tested its temperature, and then handed the bowl to Ling Xi, saying, "Drink slowly. It's just warmed up, not too hot." Cradling the white porcelain bowl in her hands, her fingertips brushed against its gentle surface, imparting a sense of inexplicable calm. Indeed, the medicinal liquid carried a hint of sweetness from the honey dates, alleviating much of the bitterness, leaving only a subtle, pleasant aftertaste. She sipped delicately, the warmth of the liquid flowing down her throat. gradually spreading through her meridians like a gentle current washing over her limbs, easing the tension in her shoulders that had arisen from anxiety. Upon finishing the medicine, she returned the empty bowl to Ling Fong, her ears tinged with a light blush. "Thank you. It truly wasn't tea bitter." As Ling Fong accepted the bowl, his fingertips barely grazing its rim, he suddenly sensed a faint ripple of soul energy emanating from within Lingxi, akin to the stirring waters beneath the ice in early spring. He raised an eyebrow, channeling a softer essence of soul energy, cautiously reaching out to explore further. This time, Lingxi did not flinch in the slightest. She simply sat obediently, the tip of her tail gently resting on the edge of the stone bench, allowing the warmth to envelop her. As the soul power coursed through her, Ling Fong gradually discerned her condition, feeling a twinge of astonishment. This little creature appeared to be around 15 or 16, yet her skeletal age was likely even younger. The prolonged confinement and malnutrition had rendered her physique frail, her features displaying a timidity incongruous with her age. However, the foundation of soul power within her was remarkably solid, as if it had been forcefully pressed down by a massive stone for a long time. At this moment, under the catalyst of the medicinal liquid, that suppressed force surged forth violently, ascending through her meridians and stabilizing at the threshold of level 10 in a mere moment. The fluctuations of soul power continued to swell outward, clearly indicating that this was not its limit. Indeed, she was a promising talent that had been delayed. Ling Fong retracted his hand, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He could sense that this level 10 was akin to a thin layer of ice, concealing a depth of soul power far greater than what appeared on the surface, incomparable to an ordinary newly awakened soul master. Lingxi felt somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, lowering her head as the tip of her tail unconsciously swept across the stone bench. In a soft voice, she murmured, I think I feel a bit warm, and my body feels tingly. It is the soul power breaking through," Ling Fong explained, his tone softening. "You must have been captured shortly after awakening your martial soul, right? There must have been quite a commotion during your awakening. Or else those people would not have targeted a child like you." Lingxi paused, her brow furrowing as she struggled to recall the fragments of her capture. In her hazy memory, there seemed to be a blinding white light erupting from her body, illuminating the entire wooden cabin, accompanied by the startled exclamations of a neighbor. "This is a mutated martial soul? The talent must be extraordinary." After that, there was only the rough pulling, the cold chains, and the endless darkness and fear. She nodded, her eyes glistening with moisture. "I think there was light. They must have come in to capture me at that moment." "Precisely," Ling Fong said, picking up the teapot from the table and pouring her a cup of warm water. "You have merely just broken free from your shackles. Your true potential has yet to be revealed. Once you find a suitable soul ring to absorb and break through this layer of suppression, your soul power will likely soar even higher than it is now. That will be the foundation you truly deserve." Lingxi cradled the cup, taking small sips, her amber eyes reflecting the flickering lanterns in the corridor, resembling two fallen stars. She did not understand what a soul ring was, but she grasped Ling Feng's meaning. She could become stronger, no longer the trembling little kitten confined to a cage. Can I also become powerful?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, filled with both anticipation and disbelief. "Of course," Ling Fong assured her, observing the cat ears atop her head perk up slightly, his tone resolute. "You possess an excellent foundation that has simply been overlooked. With some proper nurturing, once your body is strengthened, I will take you to hunt for a soul ring. Then you will see just how remarkable you can truly be." Lingxi nodded vigorously, unable to suppress a smile that curved her lips, revealing two tiny tiger teeth. The cat ears atop her head quivered with excitement, while her tail swayed gently behind her, brushing against the stone bench and producing a faint rustling sound. As night deepened, the lanterns in the courtyard were fitted with new wicks, casting a warm yellow glow that spilled through the bamboo framework, creating intricate shadows on the bluestone pavement. Upon noticing that Lingxi had taken her medicine and that the weariness in her brow had lessened, Ling Fong contemplated taking advantage of her newly loosened soul energy to carefully examine her bone age and martial soul attributes, thereby preparing for the subsequent acquisition of soul rings. "Lingxi, come here," he beckoned, patting the stone bench beside him with a gentle tone. "I would like to take another look at the foundation of your martial soul and measure your bone age." Lingxi obediently responded and approached with small, tentative steps, still embodying her shy demeanor, the tip of her tail sweeping lightly across the ground. However, as she drew closer, Ling Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon her attire, and his brow furrowed abruptly. What she wore could hardly be considered proper clothing. It was merely a flimsy patchwork of thin gauze, the off-white fabric semi-transparent and barely concealing her modesty. The shoulders were exposed, revealing large swathes of snow-white skin, while the waist hung loosely, accentuating her slender figure, and the hem barely grazed the tops of her thighs. It was evident that this garb had been bestowed upon her by those unscrupulous individuals at the auction house, designed to cater to base desires. One could only surmise that since her capture, this young girl had not donned a single decent garment, being forced to endure the shame of this inadequate veil. A surge of unexplainable anger ignited within Ling Fong, not directed at Lingxi, but rather at those who had so cruelly tarnished the innocence of a child. He swiftly quelled his emotions, averting his gaze to maintain a tone as natural as possible. You should change out of that outfit, he suggested. Ling Shi looked momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her attire, her small face flushing a deep red. Lost in fear and anxiety, she had failed to recognize the inappropriateness of her clothing until Ling Feng's words pierced through her awareness. The wave of shame crashed over her, and she hastily attempted to gather the flimsy fabric around her, but it was too loose to conceal her exposed skin. Tears welled up in her eyes, swirling within their confines, as she stood frozen, her shoulders trembling like a helpless kitten caught in the rain. Do not cry. I did not mean to imply anything negative about you, Ling Fong quickly reassured her, softening his voice as he gently ruffled her hair. He retrieved a set of unadorned cotton garments from his storage ring, along with a clean, pale moon-white undergarment, both freshly tailored. He extended the clothing toward her, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her cool fingers, causing her to flinch slightly, yet she steadfastly accepted the garments. These are new and have not been worn. He indicated towards an unoccupied guest room. You may change in there. The door can be closed. My clothes might be a bit large, but you can make do for the night. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to procure a few properly fitting outfits. Ling Shi clutched the neatly folded garments, the soft, substantial cotton fabric exuding a faint scent of sunlight, a stark contrast to the cold, irritating gauze she had been wearing. She inhaled sharply, stifling her tears, and nodded vigorously before hastily retreating into the cubicle with her clothes. The wooden door of the guest room creaked shut, and the sounds of her dressing, accompanied by the soft rustle of fabric, could be heard from within. Ling Fong sat upon a stone bench, pouring himself a cup of cool tea, his gaze drifting to the rosebush in the corner of the courtyard, still pondering the garment she had just worn. He lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a sip of the refreshing brew, attempting to quell the heaviness in his heart. Before long, the door to the cubicle opened. Ling Shi emerged, her head bowed, clad in a loose cotton long shirt that enveloped her slender frame. The sleeves were excessively long, requiring her to roll them several times to reveal her wrists, while the hem trailed on the ground, necessitating careful lifting as she walked, creating an amusing sight, yet effectively concealing all that ought not to be exposed. She halted before Ling Fong, her small hands tightly clutching the collar of her shirt, knuckles paling from the grip, though the cat ears atop her head had perked up, no longer drooping as they had moments before. This was a marked improvement. Observing her appearance, a flicker of amusement danced in Ling Feng's eyes as he gestured for her to sit down. Now, let us examine your bone age and martial soul. Do not be anxious. We shall simply allow your spirit energy to circulate through your meridians. Ling Shi obediently seated herself, this time not shying away. Gently resting her arms upon the stone table, Ling Fong gathered a strand of spirit energy at his fingertips, softer than before, and let it feather down onto the inner side of her wrist. The energy gradually seeped in, traversing her meridians, first probing her bones. The phalanges were delicate, and the growth plates were still distinctly visible, bearing the marks of incomplete development. Her bone age measured just over 12, evidently a result of prolonged malnutrition and hardship that had hindered her growth. Subsequently, the spirit energy slowly ventured towards the essence of her martial soul. At her dantian, he sensed a fluffy orb of energy, imbued with the agility characteristic of feline spirit beasts. Upon closer inspection, it subtly enveloped a faint elemental fluctuation, akin to a shadow concealed among the grass under moonlight, exuding an innate sense of concealment. Ling Fong withdrew his hand, a clear understanding dawning upon him, and he smiled at Ling Shi. Your martial soul is not merely a cat-like mutation, it also possesses elemental attributes. Such a talent is best suited for practicing various techniques. With the right spirit rings in the future, you could become a formidable spirit master. Ling Shi blinked her amber eyes, nodding in a manner that suggested a partial comprehension. Glancing down at her loose long shirt, her fingers gently tracing the fine seams of the fabric. The garment bore a pristine fragrance of soapberry, enveloping her in warmth. 100 times more comfortable than the cold, sheer veil. Much like the person beside her, who, despite possessing the power to effortlessly send the auctioneer flying, took the time to find her clean clothes and spoke with a consistently gentle tone, gradually dissipating the remnants of her unease like mist caressed by the evening breeze. Ling Shi, why not attempt to release your martial soul? Ling Fong suggested, noticing her expression had relaxed somewhat. There is no need for tension. Just engage your spirit energy, as you would normally. Ling Shi nodded, her small hand gripping the hem of her shirt, taking a deep breath before cautiously invoking the spirit energy that had just begun to stir within her. As the soul power circulated, a faint white light enveloped her, causing the cat ears atop her head to become more pronounced, and her fluffy tail to become even more voluminous. Simultaneously, a lively shadow gradually coalesced beside her. It was a cat of purest white, its fur soft and plush, limbs delicate yet exuding strength, with its tail slightly elevated. Its amber eyes mirrored those of Ling Shi, yet held an innate haughtiness. Quietly, it sat beside Ling Shi, its back straight, seemingly radiating an aura of elegance, entirely unlike the wild sharpness typical of ordinary feline martial souls. Ling Feng observed with keen interest. This martial soul was indeed extraordinary, unlike the ethereal spirit cat of the Zhu sisters, which bore the tranquility and keen awareness of the night. Every movement imbued with the vigilance of a predator. Ling Xi's cat, in contrast, resembled a princess raised in a secluded palace, exuding an air of nobility. Even the act of licking its paws carried an undeniable regality. Yet beneath this nobility lay an aggression that could not be overlooked. When it had lifted its paw moments ago, Ling Fong distinctly perceived a fleeting glimmer of sharpness, an aura that felt subtly imposing. A truly unique martial soul. Ling Fong lightly tapped the stone table with his fingertips, his brow slightly furrowed. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with this martial soul. The blend of nobility and aggression was too contradictory, as if two entirely distinct traits had been forcefully melded together, yet somehow harmonized. However, he could not pinpoint what exactly was different at that moment. Noticing his rapt attention on the martial soul, Ling Fong anxiously withdrew her soul power. The white cat's shadow gradually dissipating. Is it not good? No, it is splendid. Ling Fong snapped back to reality, smiling as he remarked that it exceeded his expectations. However, the day was growing late, and she had been weary from the day's exertions. It would be best for her to rest. He gestured towards the room to the east. That room has been prepared, with fresh bedding. You shall sleep there tonight. Ling Fong responded affirmatively, and as she rose, the tip of her tail inadvertently brushed against his arm, conveying a hint of reliance. Ling Fong, dear brother, do rest early as well. Watching her retreat into the guest room, Ling Fong lifted his teacup, gazing at the shifting shadows at the bottom, yet his lingering doubts remained unaddressed. This martial soul undeniably harbored something peculiar, as if veiled by an obscured appearance, or perhaps it concealed secrets unknown to others. He shook his head, momentarily shelving his thoughts. After all, there would be ample time to unravel the mysteries ahead. At present, the foremost priority was to ensure that this young lady regained her health and adapted to a life of freedom. In the days that followed, a gentle fragrance of herbs and warmth from meals wafted through Ling Feng's courtyard. Each dawn, as the first light broke, Ling Fong would practice the 9 transformations divine skill in the courtyard. The morning light filtered through the fence, casting dappled shadows upon the flagstone. While a faint halo of soul power surrounded him, his movements fluid and graceful as flowing clouds. Ling Fong would always bring a small stool, quietly sitting in the corridor to watch. Initially, she curled up, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze timid, resembling a kitten just awakened from slumber. As her courage grew, she observed Ling Feng's arm tracing a graceful arc as he raised his hand, and she would mimic his movements, stretching her limbs and kicking her legs, her actions clumsy yet earnest. The tail behind her would sway gently in rhythm, as if keeping time for her master. When Ling Fong concluded his movements, she would scamper over, presenting him with the warm water she had prepared earlier. Sometimes, a sweet date would be secretly nestled within the cup, and she would ask softly, "Is this practice today more beautiful than yesterday's? Shall I add a sweet date for an extra touch?" During the day, Ling Fong often immersed himself in the apothecary. He would peruse his cherished herb compendium, concocting medicinal dishes for Ling Shi's health. He added calming herbs to the bone broth, rendering the tender ribs to melt in the mouth. The millet porridge was infused with blood-nourishing rose petals, simmered to a sticky consistency, emanating a faint blush. Even the afternoon snacks were crafted from soul energy. A hearty grain cake that warmed the stomach and gently nourished the soul power. Ling Shi sat at a small bamboo table nearby, sometimes assisting in selecting vegetables. Her delicate fingers would meticulously pluck the yellowed leaves, discarding them one by one. At other times, she would peruse the art album that Ling Fong had found, which depicted a myriad of soul beasts. She would invariably point at the fuzzy little creatures in the illustrations and inquire, "Does this one look like me?" Ling Fong would nod with a smile, and she would press her cheek against the album, her tail proudly curling upwards. Occasionally, Ling Fong would retrieve a communication crystal to check on the preparations for the Continental High-Level Soul Master Combat Competition. The crystal shimmered with flowing light, displaying the rosters of various teams, his gaze skimming over both familiar and unfamiliar names, ultimately lingering on 3, Huowu, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Yuer. Huowu's Fire Shadow Martial Soul, along with the Ice Phoenix and Snow Phoenix of the Shui sisters, piqued his interest as he gently traced the names with his fingertips. Though Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer were sisters, their martial souls were distinctly ice and snow, capable of creating an exquisite domain of frost when combined. Their techniques imbued with an intense chill. Huowu's Fire Shadow Martial Soul was particularly intriguing, rumored to manipulate flames and even simulate clones. The very name exuded a commanding heat. The rarity of twin martial souls combined with the unique control of the Fire Shadow and the synergy of the Ice Sisters warranted a closer examination. He mused softly, his fingers pausing over the name Huowu, especially intrigued by the term shadow, suggesting that it was more than mere flames. Ling Shi inched closer, her little head nearly touching the crystal, her nose almost brushing against the shifting light as she curiously asked, "Are these names peculiar? Are they formidable individuals?" "Each possesses their own merits," Ling Fong replied, stowing the crystal away and affectionately ruffling her hair, feeling the soft strands and the slight tremor of her cat ears. "When the competition begins, I'll take you to see it live. You'll witness the true essence of battles fought by soul masters." Ling Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling 2 twinkling stars, as she nodded vigorously, "Yes. I want to sit in the front row." Her tail stood upright with enthusiasm, swaying gently behind her, brushing against the armrest of the bamboo chair, producing a soft rustling sound. After spending these days together, Ling Shi had long shed the timidity she had exhibited upon their first meeting. She would link her arm with Ling Feng's as they strolled through the streets to buy sugar figurines, pointing at the ones skewered on grass poles and exclaiming, "This one resembles the spirit beasts from the illustrated book." While Ling Fong was engrossed in his studies, she would quietly lean on the table, dozing off with her fluffy tail curled around herself, resembling a warm little blanket. She even dared to poke his palm with the tip of her tail while he was practicing military tactics, watching him feign anger with wide eyes. In a flurry, she would hide her tail behind her back, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. That evening, as Ling-Shi savored the rich medicinal soup, she suddenly set down her spoon, clutching the hem of her clothing with her small hands, and softly asked, "Brother Ling Fong, after the competition is over, will you still let me stay here?" Her ears drooped like two wilted leaves, and her gaze harbored a delicate hope. Ling Fong decided to tease her, replying, "No." Upon hearing this, her little head immediately drooped, tears welling up and cascading down her cheeks. Ling Feng's heart softened instantly as he observed her lips pressed into a thin line from anxiety. He set down his spoon and gently embraced the little girl, tenderly wiping away her tears, and said earnestly, "As long as you wish, you can always follow me. However, I am merely staying here temporarily. You must return home with me afterward." Ling-Shi abruptly lifted her head, her amber eyes suddenly sparkling like they held starlight. She nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms tightly around Ling Feng's neck, burying her head in his shoulder, her tail joyfully wagging behind her, nearly toppling the bowl of soup beside them. "I am willing." Her voice rang out clear and bright, infused with an unprecedented joy. "I want to follow brother Ling Fong forever. Nowhere else." Ling Fong gazed at her radiant smile, feeling warmth ripple through his heart. Outside, the moonlight crept over the fence, and more roses bloomed in the yard, their faint fragrance wafting in with the evening breeze, mingling with the aroma of the meal inside, the essence of tranquility. The night was ink-dark, and only a soft azure spirit lamp illuminated the tent, casting a gentle glow over Ling-Shi's lowered brows and eyes. The little girl was engrossed in a thick spirit beast encyclopedia, her slender fingers occasionally tapping lightly on an illustration, her brows furrowed, as if she were deeply contemplating something. Ling Fong sat across from her, watching her intently when suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inexplicably recalled Zhu Zhuqing. These two little girls shared similar quirks, both enamored with the tome chronicling countless spirit beasts. Coincidentally, their martial spirits also belonged to the feline category. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he had already found suitable celestial herbs to aid her, and now he mused that her spirit power had likely progressed significantly. Yet, regarding the present Ling-Shi, Ling Feng's gaze fell upon her hand gripping the book, and a twinge of contemplation passed through him. He had yet to fully ascertain the nature of this child's martial spirit, thus he hesitated to rashly select celestial herbs as gifts. Celestial herbs. This thought suddenly illuminated Ling Feng's eyes. He almost forgot that he possessed a system. The system's omniscient recognition feature might just unravel the mystery of Ling-Shi's martial spirit. He silently summoned the system panel in his mind. A faint golden beam of light, visible only to him, delicately emerged, akin to the most precise of scanners, gradually sweeping over Ling-Shi's form. The next moment, a series of clear characters materialized before his eyes. Name, Ling-Shi. Age, 12. Soul power level, 10, unbroken. Martial spirit, nine-tailed demon cat. A mutated martial spirit evolved from the two-tailed cat. 9 tails, 9 lives, masters of elemental power, the 9 tails sway. Revealing the secret of 9 lives reincarnation, the 9 lives advance, concealing the layers of 1,000 years of cultivation. Each tail feather radiates an aura of elemental power. Some burn like rubies, others freeze like sapphires. The wind follows the tail's movement. Thunder accompanies the gaze. This martial spirit is inherently imbued with an air of superiority over the mundane, difficult to control for those not destined by fate. Once awakened, it becomes the favored child of elemental laws, to which all spirits must bow down. Ling Feng observed the information on the panel, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, which quickly transformed into understanding. His gaze shifted from the system panel to Ling-Shi's focused profile, now imbued with a deeper comprehension and contemplation. The 9-tailed demon cat, possessing 9 lives and wielding elemental power, bore striking similarities to the phantom spirit flame grass that grew at the edge of the ice and fire duality. The leaves of that grass unfurled like a cat's tail, shimmering with intertwined hues of azure and crimson, capable of nurturing the latent elemental power within a soul beast bloodline, while also stabilizing the spirit's essence, perfectly suited to lay a solid foundation for Ling-Shi's 9-tailed demon cat martial spirit. However, upon glancing at the system panel's notation, soul power level, 10, unbroken, he gently tapped his fingers against his knee. It would be premature to provide her with a celestial herb now. Her soul power had yet to reach a bottleneck, making it difficult for her to fully absorb the herb's medicinal properties, potentially wasting such a precious treasure. She must first break through to the Soul Master realm. Resolute in his decision, he noted that Ling-Shi had turned to the final page of the illustrated guide, and he cleared his throat. Ling-Shi, tomorrow we shall venture out. The little girl looked up, her eyes still sparkling with enthusiasm for soul beast knowledge. Are we going to see soul beasts? Not just that. Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. I will take you to hunt your first soul ring. Once you become a true soul master, I shall present you with another delightful treasure. Lingxi's eyes instantly sparkled, as if adorned with starlight. She nodded vigorously, carefully closing the soul beast guide, already brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. Observing her exuberance, Ling Fong secretly nodded to himself. Once she absorbed a suitable soul ring and ingested the phantom spirit flame grass, the potential of the nine-tailed demon cat would surely manifest immediately. Chapter 20, a title yet to be decided. As dawn broke, the night's chill still lingered in the air. Ling Fong and Lingxi set forth on their journey to the soul-hunting forest. The little girl, resembling a bird freed from its cage, skipped joyfully along the way, her laughter more crystalline than the morning dew among the trees. By the roadside, a clump of frost-kissed wild grass, the gray sparrows flitting between the branches, and even the wriggling insects on the ground could captivate her for the better part of a day, her dark, glimmering eyes brimming with curiosity. "Brother Ling Fong, look at this!" she exclaimed, crouching before a plant adorned with delicate lavender blossoms, gingerly poking at the petals. "The guidebook says this is called ice velvet flower, found only in colder regions. Right?" Ling Fong trailed behind her, observing her animated chatter with a hint of indulgent amusement in his gaze. With his formidable spirit Dolawa strength, he could sense every rustle of the wind and grass within 100 meters, and coupled with the system's real-time scanning of nearby soul beasts, he had no cause for concern regarding their safety. As they ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, the towering ancient trees intertwining to obscure the sky. Suddenly, Ling Fong paused, his attention drawn to a sunlit clearing ahead, where the system panel promptly displayed information. Wind feather goose. Age, 937 years, soul power attribute, wind. Traits, speed enhancement, elemental affinity, adaptability. It was right ahead. He gestured confidently to Lingxi behind him. The young girl quickly caught up, following his indicated direction to behold a large gray goose, its wings spanning nearly 10 feet, leisurely preening its feathers in the clearing. The edges of its wings shimmered with a near-transparent azure glow, a sign of the wind element swirling around it, each flap accompanied by a gentle rush of air. Lingxi instinctively clenched her fists, her knuckles turning pale. Despite her face flushing with nervousness, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, an anticipation long suppressed now igniting. She had awaited this day for far too long. Ling Fong refrained from intervening, merely standing several paces away with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a subtle aura of soul power that enveloped the clearing like an invisible net. The wind feather goose's strength was just right for Lingxi to test her skills in combat, familiarizing herself with the powers she had yet to fully awaken. The battle was imminent. The wind feather goose, evidently irked by the intrusion of the young girl into its territory, flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a swirling blade of wind that hurtled towards Lingxi. The girl swiftly sidestepped, utilizing her cat-like martial spirit's inherent agility to evade with the grace of a falling leaf, albeit with a hint of unrefined instinct. In the ensuing moments, the girl and beast seemed to engage in a playful chase. The goose moved with remarkable speed, its azure form darting unpredictably through the trees, sometimes diving, sometimes spiraling. Lingxi, relying on her nimbleness, maneuvered deftly among the trees, narrowly escaping the wind blades just moments before they could strike. Eventually, the wind feather goose appeared to grow impatient, perching on a branch, cocking its head to glare at her. Lingxi, hands on her hips and breathing heavily beneath the tree, returned the stare with a defiant expression, her small face alight with determination. The two, locked in a silent standoff, exchanged glances, neither able to best the other, creating a rather comical scene. Ling Fong, observing from the side, could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head in amusement. Lingxi is ultimately different from him. He possesses the memories of 2 lifetimes and is bolstered by a system which naturally elevates his combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Yet this young girl is merely a soul master without any soul skills to speak of, faced with a soul beast that has existed for nearly a millennium. It is already commendable that she has achieved this much, even if the beast's offensive capabilities are not the pinnacle. Observing that prolonging the struggle would yield no definitive outcome, Ling Fong finally raised his hand, and a gentle yet irresistible surge of soul power abruptly emanated from him, instantaneously binding Feng Yuyan like an invisible shackle. The large goose flapped its wings a few times, only to discover that its strength had been completely drained, leaving it to squawk in agitation. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Lingxi seized this fleeting opportunity and lunged forward, gripping a small dagger tightly, channeling all her strength for one final strike. The body of Feng Yuyan gradually toppled, and a soul ring, yellow with a hint of azure, gracefully rose, suspending itself before Lingxi. As the soul ring rotated, a faint sound of wind howling could be discerned, signifying the convergence of wind elements. Lingxi inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement surging within her heart, and, following the method taught by Ling Fong, sat cross-legged and formed hand seals. As her soul power drew the soul ring closer, Ling Fong instinctively held his breath. A soul ring that had existed for over 900 years could overwhelm even some exceptionally talented soul masters, let alone a mere level 11 soul master yet to make a breakthrough. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. The instant the soul ring made contact with Lingxi's body, it merely provoked a slight fluctuation of soul power, akin to a stone cast into a lake creating ripples. and then seamlessly integrated into her form. There was no anticipated agony or signs of soul power backlash. The entire process was astonishingly smooth, as if the soul ring was destined to belong to her. At the moment the soul ring entered her body, Lingxi's soul power began to surge violently, transforming from a mere trickle into a torrent like a raging river. The wind elements that lingered in the air seemed to respond to her call, converging around her and forming a delicate veil of azure. Ling Fong distinctly sensed her soul power level escalating rapidly. Level 12, level 13, an unstoppable force that swiftly breached the 20th level. A soft hum resonated from within Lingxi as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze shimmered with a flowing azure light, imbued with a hint of the wind's spirit. Even more astonishingly, the void behind her quivered slightly, revealing the faint outline of two fluffy white tails, their tips entwined with strands of azure wind. The nascent form of the nine-tailed cat spirit. Each tail signifies a realm. 9 tails, 9 realms. With a sigh, Lingxi exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through her body, her soul power warm and abundant, contrasting starkly with her previous state. Ling Fong stood rooted in place, momentarily dazed. As he beheld the extraordinary fluctuations of soul power emanating from Lingxi, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had initially believed that the young girl, having been suppressed by those cunning individuals for years, would have experienced a slow advancement in her spiritual power. However, he was taken aback to discover that her foundation was remarkably solid. It seemed that even while ensnared, she had never relinquished her pursuit of cultivation. During those years of suppression, she had quietly amassed strength, awaiting the moment to emerge from her cocoon and transform into a butterfly. Brother Ling Fong, have I broken through? Lingxi gazed down at her hands, which shimmered with a bluish hue, feeling the surging power within her. Her voice was laced with incredulous delight, the final note trembling slightly. Ling Fong, regaining his composure and suppressing the tumult of emotions within, stepped forward and affectionately ruffled her hair. A genuine smile of gratification gracing his lips. Not only have you broken through, but you are now also a level 20 Great Soul Master. He paused for a moment, casting his gaze deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Since the first soul ring had been acquired so smoothly, it was time to seek her second soul ring. Lingxi abruptly looked up, her eyes sparkling like 2 morning stars. Really? Indeed, it is true, Ling Fong affirmed with a smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. With the 9-tailed demon cat, paired with 2 compatible soul rings, along with that illusionary spirit flame grass, the young girl's future promised to be even more astonishing than he had anticipated. As they traversed the path, Ling Fong pondered. While the young girl's agility was fully developed, she lacked offensive capabilities. He decided that her second element would be fire. With this determination, he led Lingxi deeper into the heart of the soul-hunting forest. The system panel continuously updated the information about the surrounding soul beasts, with red and green names scrolling incessantly. Although fire-type soul beasts were not particularly rare, selecting one that was approximately 500 years old and had characteristics complementing the elemental power of the 9-tailed demon cat would require patience and careful searching. Throughout their journey, Lingxi exhibited a noticeable composure. Her first soul skill, Wind Shadow Flash, had been honed to a greater proficiency. When her toes touched the fallen leaves, they made scarcely a sound. As she darted through the trees, a faint azure afterimage trailed behind her, reminiscent of willow fluff caught in the wind. Occasionally, when confronted by low-level soul beasts blocking their path, she no longer appeared flustered as before. Instead, she would attempt to channel her soul power to activate her soul skill, using the swiftness of the wind to maneuver around the side of the soul beasts. Her small face was etched with deep concentration, clearly mulling over how to translate her speed advantage into practical combat effectiveness. Ling Fong trailed behind, observing as she occasionally paused to gesture at the air or furrowed her brow in recollection of her previous encounters, a smile creeping into his eyes. With soul skills at her disposal, the child's understanding of power was indeed advancing rapidly. The two wandered through the forest for over a day. It was not until the afternoon of the following day, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves to cast dappled spots of light on the ground, that the system panel finally revealed a striking line of information. Crimson Flame Demon Lion, age 1, 542 years, soul power attribute, fire. Characteristics, flame eruption, strength enhancement. Compatibility, 92. In the valley ahead, Ling Fong pointed in a direction. That creature is highly aggressive. Be cautious not to be caught in its flames. Lingxi nodded vigorously, her fists clenched tightly. Following the direction he pointed, she beheld a lion of formidable stature reclined upon the rocks deep within the valley. Its body was cloaked in a fiery mane of crimson, resembling flames dancing in the wind, and even its bare skin radiated a lava-like sheen. The surrounding air simmered with heat, rendering the nearby shrubs charred and blackened. As Lingxi approached the mouth of the valley, the blazing lion suddenly raised its head, its amber eyes igniting with ferocity, and a roar echoed, causing the leaves to tremble. Before Lingxi could steady herself, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a fireball the size of a fist, propelled by scalding gusts. Wind Shadow Flash, Lingxi called out, her form swiftly blurring, and in the next instant, she found herself behind a tree, 3 zhang away. The fireball struck the spot where she had stood moments before, exploding into a shower of sparks and scorching the ground into a small, charred pit. She dared not linger, swiftly maneuvering behind the cover of the trees while attempting to harness the elemental power that had just awakened within her. Behind her, two ethereal white tails swayed gently, effectively attracting the surrounding wind elements and enveloping her in a thin veil of azure, barely countering the heat waves emanating from the lion. The ensuing clash was far more intense than her previous encounter with Feng Yuan. The lioness fireballs shot forth like a barrage, and its claws, striking the rocks, emitted fiery shockwaves that forced Lingxi into constant evasions. Yet, compared to her earlier panic, her movements were now notably more assured. She anticipated the lion's attack trajectories, adjusted her direction with the wind, and occasionally maneuvered to the side, attempting to retaliate with wind blades conjured from her soul power. Although she did not inflict tangible harm, she compelled the lion to turn and defend itself. Almost there, Ling Fong observed that she had mastered the rhythm of speed and evasion, and slowly raised his hand. A gentle yet irresistible surge of soul power emerged as an invisible barrier, deftly deflecting the lion's fiery claws that were aimed at Lingxi's back. This brief pause was the opportunity Lingxi had been awaiting. With a determined glint in her eyes, she dashed towards the lion, channeling her entire soul power into her fist and striking with ferocity at the lion's neck, the very weakness that Ling Fong had revealed to her. With a reluctant roar, the great beast slowly collapsed, an orange-purple soul ring rising languidly into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingxi seated herself and began to absorb the energy. This time, the force of the soul ring entering her body was significantly more intense. The searing power surged through her meridians, akin to flames consuming her from within, causing her to furrow her brow as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. However, under the nurturing embrace of the intertwining elements of wind and fire, her soul power continued to grow at an astonishing pace, each cycle imbued with greater strength. After an indeterminate period, her internal soul power finally stabilized. Lingxi slowly opened her eyes, and within her gaze, alongside the previously flowing azure wind, there now flickered an added intensity of fiery warmth. The ethereal shadow of the tail behind her had solidified considerably, with the tip not only adorned by strands of wind, but also dancing with a few flickering flames. Eager to experience her new soul skill, Ling Fong stepped forward and offered a pristine handkerchief. Lingxi accepted it, wiping the sweat from her brow, and complied with his suggestion to channel her soul power. Before long, a pulsating flame erupted from her palm. Though not vast, it radiated a refined explosive force. Indeed, the flames surge, she exclaimed, her eyes widening with delight. Ling Fong smiled and nodded, placing his hand gently on her wrist to sense the soul power within her. She had reached the 28th level. He looked up at her, a sense of pride evident in his gaze. She was but a breath away from the 30th level. He had not anticipated her talent to be so remarkable. She nodded vigorously, her small face flushed with excitement. The gains she had made over the past 2 days surpassed those of the preceding years combined. She could distinctly feel the burgeoning strength within her, and she knew that even greater prospects awaited, such as the celestial herb that Ling Fong had promised her upon becoming a soul master. As they journeyed back from the soul-hunting forest, the afternoon sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light upon Lingxi's lively figure. She pranced ahead, her two-tailed shadows occasionally swaying gently with her steps, humming a tuneless melody, and occasionally bending down to pick up pretty pebbles or chasing butterflies with the exuberance of a fledgling bird learning to soar. Ling Fong, look, this stone is dazzling, she called back, holding up a pebble embedded with mica, her blush still vivid and her smile brighter than the sun. Ling Fong followed behind, observing her jubilant demeanor with a soft smile, though his thoughts wandered to distant realms. Lingxi's nine-tailed demon cat spirit possessed a blend of elemental powers, clearly a promising candidate for a strong offensive type. With her solid foundation and high comprehension, given time and careful cultivation, she could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, perhaps even rivaling the brilliance of Gu Yuna in her youth. He contemplated administering the illusory spirit flame herb to her upon their return, and formulating a training plan tailored to her dual soul skills, aiming for her to break through to the 30th level before the soul arena competition. As they chatted and laughed, the duo arrived at Tiando City by evening. Upon entering the city gates, the cacophony of voices enveloped them. A crowd had gathered around the bulletin board at the street corner, with many straining to catch a glimpse of the large poster emblazoned with red and black. The Grand Soul Master Academy Soul Arena Tournament. Tiando City qualifiers commenced today. The ink was still wet, exuding an atmosphere of palpable tension. However, it appeared that the announcement had been posted a day or two prior. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he unconsciously rubbed the cuff of his sleeve. Calculating the dates, he realized that the time had indeed come. As I moved forward with the throng, I unexpectedly collided with several soul masters adorned in academy emblems, their hurried demeanor suggesting they had just rushed from the arena. As we brushed past, snippets of conversation wafted into my ears. Have you heard? A lad from Shrek Academy possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000? Surely you jest. A soul master at the spirit ancestor level absorbing such a soul ring? That's tantamount to courting death. Even typical soul kings would hesitate. Absolutely true. I witnessed it myself. Ling Feng's steps momentarily faltered. Indeed, despite having stirred considerable turbulence in the shadows over the years, attempting to alter certain predetermined trajectories, The invisible binding force of the worlds had ultimately redirected Tang San's fate back to its origin. Without his direct intervention, the 10,000-year soul ring that rightfully belonged to him inevitably fell into Tang San's grasp. "Brother Ling Feng, what are they talking about?" Ling Si inquired, gazing up at him with her small face, tugging at his sleeve, her curious eyes sparkling. "Is a 10,000-year soul ring truly formidable? Is it more powerful than my 2 soul rings combined?" Ling Feng withdrew his thoughts, casting a gentle glance down at her. He ruffled her soft hair, his tone warm. "Indeed, it is exceptionally powerful, so much so that most soul masters spend their entire lives shying away from it. Yet, it is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to being consumed by its power." After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, "But let us set this aside for now. We should return and rest. Tomorrow I shall take you to the Soul Arena, so you can witness the competition firsthand." "Really?" Ling Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous questions swiftly forgotten. She nodded vigorously and bounced ahead, her twin tails swaying gently in rhythm with her movements, resembling 2 fluffy snowballs. Ling Feng watched her light-hearted form. Yet his mind lingered on the news he had just heard, a flicker of profound contemplation crossing his gaze. With Tang San acquiring that 10,000-year soul ring, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Consequently, Shrek Academy's overall combat prowess would likely remain formidable, not diminished from what it was in the original tale. This thought ignited a spark of anticipation within Ling Feng. The arena would surely be abuzz with activity on the morrow. Upon returning to his courtyard in Tiando City, dusk had already begun to tint the window panes. Unlike her earlier exuberance, Ling Si quietly settled at the table, her eyes gently closed, hands clasped before her abdomen, concentrating intently on consolidating her newfound soul power. The ethereal shadows of her twin tails flickered behind her, rising and falling in harmony with her breath, enveloped in a faint aura of wind and fire elements. Ling Feng chose not to disturb her and turned to enter his study. On the table lay several neatly stacked reports, freshly delivered by his subordinates. He picked up the topmost document, his fingertips gliding across its surface. The report detailed Shrek Academy's inaugural battle yesterday, where they had swiftly annihilated the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy with a thunderous force. The efficiency of the process mirrored his memories precisely. According to the schedule, their opponents today were to be the Elephant Armor sect. Ling Feng pondered aloud, fiddling with the corner of the report. The formidable defensive prowess of the Elephant Armor sect is renowned throughout the continent's Soul Master Academies, particularly the elite team personally trained by the sect leader, Huyen Jun, who has instilled an unwavering resilience into them. In the original narrative, Shrek had quite the challenge overcoming them. Had it not been for Tang San's myriad of Tang sect's unique skills that adeptly countered such heavy defenses, they might have been dragged into a war of attrition until their soul power was utterly depleted. Nevertheless, it was ultimately the breathtaking martial soul fusion technique, the spectral white tiger, executed by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, that managed to breach their defenses. Now, with Tang San possessing an ancient soul ring, his strength is unfathomable. And the Elephant Armor sect has further refined its defensive techniques under his subtle guidance. The upcoming duel promises to be fraught with more uncertainties than anticipated. Ling Fong lightly tapped the surface of the sandalwood table, producing a rhythmic sound. His gaze drifted over to another piece of intelligence on the table, the cover adorned with silver thread embroidered with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, glimmering coldly in the candlelight. In recent days, his subordinates stationed in Heavendo City have exerted considerable effort, not only uncovering the competition roster and the soul skills of various academies, but also meticulously cataloging which teams have secretly allied with the Spirit Hall and which remain indecisive. Suddenly, Ling Fong stood up, the flickering candlelight casting a decisive shadow in his eyes. While observing from the shadows may be prudent, it ultimately restricts one's actions. It would be far better to boldly attend the Soul Arena tomorrow, seated in the viewing platform as the son of the Spirit Hall. This way, he could witness Tang San's cards firsthand while also offering guidance to his own team, particularly the Elephant Armor sect. Those individuals have shown their acumen, having pledged their loyalty to him well in advance. They had even approached him proactively before the event commenced, relinquishing half of their command authority to him. Ling Fong was quite pleased with this arrangement. The defensive system of the Elephant Armor sect was already distinctive, and with a little refinement, they could become formidable contenders. He had mentally calculated that if they could perform impressively in the competition, he would reward Huyen Jun with a few experience capsules to aid his ascension to title Dolawa. Ling Fong moved to the window, gazing at the last hues of twilight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tomorrow's Soul Arena should be quite the spectacle. By dawn, the outskirts of the Soul Arena in Heavendo City were bustling with excitement. Ling Fong held Ling Shi's hand, leisurely making his way through the throngs of people, the golden sunlight casting an imposing aura upon his plain robe. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 figures approached him immediately. To his left stood Salus, clad in a platinum robe, the bishop's emblem on his chest glinting in the sunlight. To his right was the imposing Huyen Jun, adorned in the Elephant Armor sect's characteristic black armor embellished with brass motifs, his face adorned with a respectful smile. Both had evidently been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Ling Fong approach, they quickly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Holy Sun." Though Salus holds the esteemed title of Platinum Bishop and enjoys a considerable standing within the Spirit Hall, he dares not exhibit any arrogance in the presence of Ling Fong. At present, Ling Fong has ascended to the position of the third most significant figure within the Spirit Hall, following only the Pope Bibi Dong and the Grand Offering Qian Dalu, wielding substantial authority that even the Elder Hall must regard with respect. As for Hu Yinjun, there is no need to elaborate. He had long ago pledged his allegiance to Ling Fong along with the Elephant Armor sect, and at this moment, he bows even lower, his demeanor increasingly deferential. Moreover, it is common knowledge that this young holy son has already attained the rank of title Dolawa at a tender age, a level of power sufficient to instill apprehension in any faction. Ling Shi finds herself somewhat constrained by the gravity of the situation, curiously observing the two dignitaries who exhibit such reverence. Her small hand instinctively tightens around the hem of Ling Feng's garment as she shrinks back behind him. Sensing the tension in her grip, Ling Fong casts her a gentle smile before raising his gaze to Salis and Hu Yinjun, gesturing for them to dispense with formalities. "There is no need for such courtesy," he said. "Thank you, holy son," they replied in unison, straightening up and, with an unspoken understanding, taking their positions flanking him to lead the way. "Please, holy son, we have prepared the finest viewing seats for you." As they traversed the intricately carved corridor and stepped into the main hall of the soul fighting arena, Ling Feng's gaze immediately fell upon the viewing platform on the right. Ning Fengji was seated there, nodding slightly in acknowledgement upon Ling Feng's entrance. Since their last engagement, the stance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has grown increasingly delicate, with their relationship with the Heaven Do Empire evidently fraying. Conversely, the seat occupied by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan stood out conspicuously. Yu Yuanjin, clad in a green python robe, sat at the head of the table, flanked by his disciples, all exuding formidable presence. It was clear that, bolstered by the support of the Heaven Do Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been steadily increasing its influence, subtly positioning itself to supplant the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Salis and Hu Yinjun guided Ling Fong directly toward the viewing platform on the right, an exclusive area reserved for the Spirit Hall and its affiliated factions, the most prominent of all. Suspended above the main seat was the hexagram emblem of the Spirit Hall, evidently prepared specifically for Ling Fong. The layout of the viewing platforms in the soul fighting arena resembled a character for Pin on the right. The faction led by Ling Fong exuded a heavy aura. In the center, the Snow Knight Emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, conversed quietly with his ministers. And on the left, the faction represented by Yu Yuanjin, closely aligned with the Heaven Do Empire, frequently cast scrutinizing glances towards the right side. The three factions, distinct and separate, created an atmosphere thick with tension. As Ling Fong settled into the main seat, shielding Ling Shi by his side, he cast a calm glance over the assembly. It seemed that this competition was destined to transcend a mere contest among Soul Master Academies from the very beginning. Ning Fengji, holding a teacup, turned slightly toward Ling Fong, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Little Fong, I didn't realize you had an interest in this soul fighting competition." Ling Fong lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest, his gaze sweeping across the arena below. "Rong Rong and the others will be competing in a few days. Naturally, I must come early to observe their future opponents. In comparison to the methodical and established teams from Xinghua, the matches held in Tiando are indeed imbued with a greater degree of unpredictability, rendering them all the more intriguing." Ning Fengji smiled knowingly at this observation, a flicker of understanding illuminating his gaze. He was well aware that his daughter, Ning Rongrong, was currently engrossed in a rigorous training session with her companions, oblivious to the direction the Soul Arena's entrance was facing. The appearance of Ling Fong here was ostensibly to observe the competition, yet in truth, it was likely a means of gathering intelligence and laying the groundwork for her. This young saint, ever protective of those close to him, engaged in hushed conversation with Ning Fengji while Ling Shi, with her large, inquisitive eyes, surveyed her surroundings with childlike wonder. The thunderous cheers resonating from the Soul Arena, the banners of various factions on the observation platform, and even the golden threads adorning the Emperor of the Snowy Knight's robe in the distance captivated her, causing her head to spin like a gleaming glass bead. Ling Fong allowed her to explore the sights freely, only occasionally reaching out to shield her from potential collisions with nearby railings, his focus remaining on his dialogue with Ning Fengji. Not far from them, the Emperor of the Snowy Knight sat in a position of authority, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted to the right. Observing the congenial exchange between Ning Fengji and Ling Fong, he tightened his grip on the wine cup, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. Once upon a time, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire shared an intimate bond. Ning Fengji had even been the mentor to his eldest son. The two families enjoyed a close relationship, almost indistinguishable from one another. However, since the Spirit Hall, employing some unknown secret method, had enabled Ning Fengji to transcend the innate limitations of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, granting this supreme support spirit the potential for evolution, everything had changed. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had subtly distanced itself from the Tiando Empire, while drawing closer to the Spirit Hall. Now, even Ning Fengji himself could engage in dialogue on equal footing with the influential saint of the Spirit Hall. The Emperor of the Snowy Knight sighed softly, gazing at the raucous crowd in the arena, feeling as though the political landscape of the continent had grown increasingly elusive, much like the shifting clouds above the Soul Arena. Little did he know that Ning Fengji's confidence in conversing freely with Ling Fong stemmed from more than just the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's newfound direction. In terms of familial relations, Ning Fengji was, in fact, Ling Feng's future father-in-law. His daughter, Ning Rongrong, had long since become a close companion of Ling Fong, and this relationship permitted a level of familiarity that rendered their dialogue, even casual banter, entirely acceptable. On one side of the observation platform, Salas and Hu Yinjun stood attentively, their hands at their sides, eyes fixed straight ahead, refraining from uttering a single unnecessary word. As a veteran of the spirit hall, Salas had heard whispers of internal matters, aware that among the women close to the saint, there was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. This connection rendered Ning Fengji the prospective father-in-law of the saint, and thus, it was unthinkable for subordinates to interject while their superior conversed with his future father-in-law. Hu Yinjun, having been directly promoted by Ling Fong, was equally astute, knowing precisely what inquiries were appropriate and which should be left unasked. In the presence of the saint and his future father-in-law, the best course of action for them as subordinates was to maintain a respectful silence. Amidst the clamor of the Soul Arena and the undercurrents of the spectator stands, only Ling Fong and Ning Fengji exhibited an understanding and tacit rapport that eluded the comprehension of others. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a warm glow upon the two, reminiscent of a familial exchange between an elder and a younger member, engaged in trivial conversation. In Chapter 21, the steadfast soul armor of Shrek, Ling Fong and Ning Fengji's dialogue meandered without restraint, traversing topics from the synergy of soul skills among competing teams to the cultivation bottlenecks of various martial spirits, and even touching upon the latest advancements in the forging of the Sand Eagle Soul Guide. Ultimately, their discourse circled back to the impending centerpiece of the event. On the arena floor, two relatively obscure academy teams were still locked in combat, the luminous clashes of soul power failing to capture the attention of those seated in the upper tiers. Ling Feng's gaze drifted over the team nameplates at the edge of the arena before abruptly turning to Hu Yinjun, who stood nearby. If I recall correctly, the grandson of Master Hu Yin is to represent the Elephant Armor sect today, is he not? Hu Yinjun paused momentarily, then quickly bowed in response. Indeed, esteemed Saint's son. It is my grandson Hu Yinli. He will lead the team in today's match against Shrek. Pride seeped into his voice as he mentioned his grandson. The boy not only inherited the purest defensive martial spirit of the Elephant Armor sect, but had also attained the rank of Soul Ancestor at a remarkably young age, a truly exceptional talent for the sect in this century. Ling Fong traced circles on the armrest with his fingertips, contemplatively stating, "This is fortuitous. Please summon Hu Yinli. I wish to see him for myself. I have heard tales of his extraordinary talent, surpassing even your own at his age. Let me behold the future pillar of our spirit hall." A radiant smile blossomed on Hu Yinjun's face, the creases around his eyes unfurling with delight. For the saint's son to take a personal interest in his grandson was not merely an acknowledgement of Hu Yinli, but also a testament to the significance of the Elephant Armor sect as a whole. Such an opportunity to showcase their worth publicly was something he had long coveted. "Yes, I shall go at once," Hu Yinjun eagerly replied, momentarily forgetting his usual composure as he swiftly made his way toward the athlete's lounge, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Ning Fengji observed his retreating figure and remarked to Ling Fong with a smile, "You certainly know how to grant others face." Ling Fong raised an eyebrow. "Given that he is one of our own, it is only natural to extend some consideration. Moreover, should the defensive capabilities of the Elephant Armor sect be further refined, they could become a formidable ally in the future." His gaze shifted to the match, now nearing its conclusion, a flicker of profound insight crossing his eyes. "It is almost time for the main event. It is opportune for that young man to join us. I shall offer him some guidance." Ling Fong lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, then shifted the conversation with a note of certainty. "Furthermore, if Hu Yinjun can achieve the rank of title Dolawa, with his formidable defensive prowess, he will undoubtedly become a source of significant concern among the title Dolawa in the future." Ning Fengji's hand, which held the teacup, paused momentarily, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew Ling Feng's disposition all too well. The saint's son was not one to casually pass judgment, nor would he speak without purpose. Since he deliberately mentioned Hu Yinjun's breakthrough and even pointed out his deterrent power among the title Dolawa, it is evident that his words were not mere casual remarks. It seems that Ling Fong genuinely intends to take good care of the Elephant Armor sect. Ning Fengji lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Hu Yinjun had hurriedly departed, contemplating silently. With Ling Feng's capabilities, if he sincerely promotes it, Hu Yinjun's breakthrough to title Dolawa is likely just a matter of time. At that point, the Elephant Armor sect, already renowned for its defensive prowess, would surely ascend to a status that no one on the continent would dare to provoke lightly. He looked at Ling Fong, who was gazing at the competition about to conclude, his expression serene, as if he were merely mentioning an utterly commonplace matter. Ning Fong sighed inwardly. The strategies of this saint's son were far more profound than they appeared on the surface. However, upon further reflection, he found solace, for they were already on this path. The more exceptional Ling Fong was, the more favorable the winds of fortune would be for their Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, thus paving a smoother road ahead. As he pondered, steady footsteps approached from a distance. Hu Yanjun was seen leading a robust young man, striding swiftly toward them. The youth, around 17 or 18 years old, donned the distinctive black attire of the elephant armor sect, his broad shoulders and sturdy build reminiscent of a small tower. With veins slightly visible on his neck, his brow bore a hint of youthful defiance, and he was none other than Hu Yanjun's grandson, Hu Yanli. A few steps away from the viewing platform, Hu Yanli halted and knelt on one knee before Ling Fong, his movements precise and devoid of hesitation. I, Hu Yanli, greet the esteemed Saint's son. From his grandfather's incessant teachings, he had ingrained the significance of the figure before him in his heart. Not only was he the unassailable Saint's son of the Spirit Hall, but also an extraordinary powerhouse who had attained title Dolawa at a young age. Even a sect leader like his grandfather would bow in deference, so he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Thus, any arrogance he felt towards other academies vanished, replaced by genuine reverence. Ling Shi nestled in Ling Feng's embrace, curiously observing this suddenly kneeling giant, her little head tilted slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like a kitten scrutinizing its prey. Ling Feng's gaze fell upon Hu Yanli, and the system panel quietly revealed information, prominently displaying traits such as impulsive and arrogant. He paused briefly, his fingertips resting lightly on the armrest, and spoke in a calm tone that carried an undeniable weight. I have heard that you are rather hasty and prefer to rely on your formidable defenses in combat. Hu Yanli was taken aback by this remark, instinctively wishing to defend himself by claiming it was confidence. But upon meeting Ling Feng's penetrating gaze, one that seemed to see through the depths of one's heart, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips and could only lower his head in acknowledgement. Yes, I do have this flaw. Your defensive martial soul is indeed a remarkable advantage, but it does not grant you the license to charge recklessly. Ling Feng's voice was steady as ever, yet each word struck Hu Yanli's heart profoundly, especially in light of their upcoming match against Shrek Academy. That team, seemingly inconspicuous, was known for its cunning tactics, excelling at uncovering flaws within seemingly flawless defenses. If you continue to carry yourself with the same arrogance, believing that your sheer prowess can effortlessly crush all opposition, you may soon find yourself facing a significant downfall. Hu Yanjun, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, lightly patting his grandson's back. Did you hear that? The Holy Sun is personally guiding you through the fog. You must learn to temper your temperament. Refrain from always acting as if you are the paramount authority, yet you treat this advice as mere background noise. Do you genuinely believe that you can traverse the world solely on the strength of your defenses? Indeed, grandfather is right. The Holy Sun is right, Hu Yanli responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had indeed harbored some disdain for what he perceived as the lesser academies, but now, with their words illuminating his oversight, he realized the gravity of his complacency. He nodded earnestly, etching Ling Feng's words into his heart, his tone imbued with sincerity. I shall remember this and approach with utmost diligence, never again underestimating any opponent. Seeing that he had genuinely absorbed the counsel, Ling Fong refrained from further words, gesturing for him to depart. Go now, the competition is about to commence. Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Show forth the unwavering steadiness of your academy. Yes, thank you, Holy Sun. Hu Yanli bowed respectfully once more, and as he rose, his steps exuded a newfound steadiness. The earlier arrogance in his demeanor significantly tempered. He turned towards the contestant passage, his back now carrying an air of solemnity. Hu Yanjun watched his grandson's retreating figure with a look of satisfaction, turning to Ling Fong to express his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Sun. This lad is as stubborn as a mule, but your words have managed to penetrate his thick skull. Ling Fong smiled lightly, his gaze shifting to the center of the arena where the referee was raising the sound amplification device, his booming voice resonating throughout the venue. Next match, the Xiangjia Academy Battle Team versus the Shrek Academy Battle Team. He understood well that Hu Yanli's respect was not merely for the teachings, but stemmed from an awe of his strength. Inherently, humans are drawn to power, particularly young talents like Hu Yanli, who possess remarkable gifts at such a tender age. With great talent comes a broad perspective, making it challenging for them to heed common wisdom, yet they are acutely aware of the weight of true strength, just as he himself, though only a few years apart from Hu Yanli, stood at the pinnacle of soul masters as a titled Dolawa. This nearly paradoxical existence inspires a deep-seated reverence in any proud genius. It is not a submission to status, but rather an acknowledgement of absolute power, akin to how one gazing at a mountain unconsciously moderates their own restlessness. Ling Feng's fingertips lightly drummed against the armrest as he observed the two groups of contestants emerging from the passage, a faint smile gracing his lips. That Hu Yanli could take advice was indeed a positive sign. As for the outcome of this match, he was eager to witness how the enlightened Xiangjia Academy would fare against Shrek, with so many variables at play determining which side would prove superior. When the figures of the Shrek battle team appeared in the center of the arena, they immediately captivated the attention of the entire audience. Dai Mubai led the charge, standing at the forefront, flanked by Tang San, Ming Aran, and Oscar, each of them exuding a steady aura. On the right stands Jing Ling, Ma Hongjun, and Jiang Zhu, with Ma Hongjun instinctively puffing out his chest, as if fearing that others might fail to recognize his handsome visage. Opposite them, the team from the Elephant Armor Academy is already lined up in anticipation. Hu Yanli's gaze sweeps across a certain section of the stands, coincidentally locking eyes with Ling Fong. He swallows hard, taking a deep breath to bury any distracting thoughts deep within. This is his prime opportunity to prove himself. The captain of the Elephant Armor Academy battle team, Huyen Li, steps forward, his hands clasped in a formal salute, his knuckles whitening. His voice emerges deep and resonant, reminiscent of the Earth's own tones, a stark contrast to his usual flamboyant demeanor. Level 40 Defense System Battle Soul Master, I humbly request your guidance. The six behind him echo in unison, and a surge of formidable soul power erupts, a wave of earthy light sweeping through the arena, stirring a fine dust in its wake. Dai Mubai also strides forward, the golden stripes at the corners of his eyes flickering. Captain of the Shrek Academy battle team, Dai Mubai, Level 44 Assault System Battle Soul Master, I humbly request your guidance. Yet, the aura emanating from Shrek is noticeably diminished. Oscar bows with respect to the Elephant Armor team, while Ming Yiran fiddles with her hair ends, their casual demeanor forming a stark contrast to the tense readiness of their opponents. Upon the high platform, Salus's gaze pierces like a poisoned icicle, fixating intently on the Shrek members. Shrek Academy, he whispers in a tone only he can hear, his fingers pressing deeply into the armrest. Today, let your devastating defeat serve as a testament to the might of the Spirit Hall. Earlier, when this Dark Horse team began to emerge, he had entertained thoughts of recruiting them, even sending someone to extend an olive branch, only to be rebuffed by the oblivious principal. Since gentle persuasion failed, he would resort to harsher measures to crush them. Beside him, Ning Fengji holds a teacup, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim, remaining silent throughout. The seven-treasure glazed tile school must align itself with the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, Salus raises his voice, his tone brimming with pride. I hear that Captain Huyen of the Elephant Armor Academy shares a close bond with the Huyen sect leader. This remark, though seemingly casual, resonates clearly throughout the entire upper tier of the stands. Astute listeners can discern that he is flaunting the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Elephant Armor sect, while also prematurely proclaiming Shrek's impending defeat. Huyen Jun, seated not far from the main platform, hears Salus's words and immediately strokes his beard, laughing heartily, his voice booming over the clamor of the stands. Lord Salus, you jest. Huyen Li is indeed my beloved grandson. While feigning humility, the pride in his eyes is unmistakable. He straightens his posture, casting a sweeping glance across the arena, as if to ensure all hear his proclamation. This child has always been unlike ordinary soul masters. Awakening his soul power at 6 years old, he was already remarkable. While others toil for a decade to gain 5 levels as defense system soul masters, he, in a mere 3 years, ascended from soul master to soul sect. Such progress is truly unparalleled in the history of the Elephant Armor sect over the past century. Upon reaching this point, he deliberately paused, his gaze fixed upon the upright figure of Huyen Li in the arena, his tone taking on a more solemn note. To speak candidly, the elders within our sect have long predicted that should this young man continue to cultivate steadily, his future achievements as a titled Dolawa would be no mere fantasy. The defensive prowess of the Elephant Armor sect is destined to flourish under his guidance. This statement was half self-aggrandizement, half a means to elevate the sect's reputation, subtly casting the Shrek team in a disparaging light. High above, Emperor Shuya sat regally upon his dragon throne, merely smiling faintly at the words. His gaze swept over the two teams poised for confrontation, his voice calm, yet imbued with authority. It is indeed a blessing for our sect to have a descendant as remarkable as Huyen, and a fortune for the Heaven Do Empire as well. This must be acknowledged. This remark not only honored Huyen Jun, but also deftly redirected the conversation back to the imperial context, showcasing the emperor's diplomatic finesse. In the arena, Huyen Li heard the words clearly and promptly clasped his hands again, a modest smile gracing his face. Your Majesty, your praise is unwarranted. Emperor Shuya shifted his focus toward the Shrek team, his tone now tinged with curiosity. However, it must be said that the Shrek Academy harbors hidden talents. As I understand it, the team comprises 4 soul ancestors, one of whom possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. Such a configuration is indeed rare, even among established academies. I find myself genuinely eager for this contest. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. This comment, seemingly a mere observation of the competition, acted as a splash of cold water, quelling the fervor ignited by Huyen and his grandson moments earlier. Did the Spirit Hall intend to assert dominance through the Elephant Armor sect? They would first need to assess the strength of their opponents. Huyen Jun's smile faltered slightly, his hand pausing momentarily as it grazed his beard. He had previously regarded Shrek as an insignificant upstart, yet now, upon hearing of their soul ancestor wielding a 10,000-year soul ring, he couldn't help but reevaluate the 7 plainly dressed youths across from him. His eyes now filled with a hint of skepticism. The Emperor's gaze turned to the side at Ning Fengji, his tone gentle, yet carrying undeniable weight. Fengji, you have kept a close watch on the dynamics of various academies. Do you have any insights regarding Shrek? Although the 7-treasure glazed tile sect had grown closer to the Spirit Hall, it remained an official sect of the Heaven Do Empire. And Ning Fengji understood the Emperor's intent well. He set down his teacup, smiling softly. Your Majesty, Shrek Academy is indeed low profile. I am aware that it is currently under the stewardship of the Golden Iron Triangle, with the renowned Flanders, known as the Flying Horn, as the principal. As for these disciples, it is said that they have been primarily taught by the master of the wisdom corner. The master? Saralaz's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the wine cup tightening suddenly. That name pierced like a thorn, striking unexpectedly at his heart. A figure regarded as taboo by the spirit hall, yet one that could never be completely erased. He suppressed the turmoil within, his tone brusque as he interjected. Humph, the master and our spirit hall share a profound connection. Indeed, the atmosphere atop the platform subtly shifted, with several gazes converging and colliding imperceptibly. Ling Fong sat in the corner of the viewing platform, a smirk of unabashed mockery curling at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the term master. His derisive laughter shattered the delicate silence that enveloped the high platform. Master? Merely a worthless individual who has cobbled together notes by pilfering the writings of the esteemed elders of the spirit hall. His words were starkly blunt, bordering on cruel, akin to a dagger tempered with ice, piercing the hearts of all present. The distinguished figures in the upper tiers of the platform were well versed in the ways of the world. They had, to some extent, heard of the origins of Yu Shaojing's theories, yet none would dare to expose them as Ling Fong did so brazenly in public. Yu Yuanjin, seated not far away, instantly turned ashen. His son was undeniably lacking, possessing mediocre talent and cultivation, and had always struggled to hold his head high within the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Nevertheless, he was still Yu Yuanjin's son. How dare an outsider humiliate him so? His knuckles whitened from gripping the armrest tightly, his throat constricted with suppressed fury. The young prince, however, was refreshingly forthright. Yu Yuanjin slowly spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm that was almost palpable. It was evident to discerning ears that he was mocking Ling Fong for speaking without thought, publicly tearing the facade and losing face. Ling Fong, unfazed, leaned slightly forward, his eyes brimming with disdain. A worthless individual, yet he insists on projecting an air of superiority, wanting to play the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. Such people are the bane of my existence. Yu Yuanjin slammed his palm against the armrest, his soul power surging violently, purple-black lightning crackling at his fingertips. The words of the young prince were indeed too excessive. Ling Fong raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. What of it, Master Yu? Do you wish to spar with me here? Before his words had fully dissipated, his soul power erupted forth without reservation. 9 soul rings suddenly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. The 3 blood-red soul rings exuded an overwhelming and suffocating pressure, as if they sought to crush the entire viewing platform. This was Ling Feng's first public display of strength since ascending to the rank of titled Dolawa. Aside from his appearances before the Pope and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, during the previous encounter in Soto City, he had concealed his identity, with few being aware of his true strength. However, the sudden revelation of his terrifying soul ring configuration left the entire audience momentarily speechless. Yu Yuanjin's pupils constricted, his rage swiftly replaced by shock. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful holy son of the spirit hall had attained such formidable power. After a brief moment of distraction, anger surged within him once more. But a glance at the imposing figure of the Snow Knight Emperor seated in the main position compelled him to suppress it. To engage in combat before the Emperor of the Empire, regardless of the outcome, would bring no favorable resolution for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He let out a heavy snort, turning his face away, falling silent. Yet the oppressive anger that surrounded him rendered the very air around them almost stagnant. The atmosphere atop the platform plummeted to a frigid low, as all eyes flitted between Ling Fong and Yu Yuanjin. No one had anticipated that a mere contest between academies would incite such turbulence. At the opportune moment, Emperor Shuya spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable gentleness. You are all pillars of the empire. We see each other often, so why let a few harsh words disrupt our harmony? He raised his hand, directing his gaze towards the center of the arena. The competition is of utmost importance. Let us focus on this match. With the Emperor's command, the crowd naturally descended from their tension. Ling Fong retracted his soul ring, leaning back against the chair, though his eyes retained a trace of indifferent coldness. Yu Yuanjin's expression softened slightly, yet his lips remained tightly pressed. Saras, on the other hand, secretly reveled in satisfaction. Ling Feng's display not only intimidated the crowd, but also subtly suppressed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, precisely as he desired. At that moment, the host bellowed. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both factions erupted simultaneously in a dazzling display of soul power. Advance, Hu Yanli thundered, his earthy-hued soul power enveloping him entirely. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy simultaneously manifested their martial souls, their figures surging several feet as their already formidable physiques became enshrouded in a layer of intricate, diamond-like scales. Above them, there materialized a crescent-shaped phantom of ivory, the pinnacle of defensive martial souls, the Diamond Mammoth. First soul skill, Copper Wall, Iron Wall. 7 resplendent beams of soul skill radiance ignited, each member conjuring a shield taller than themselves, its surface shimmering with a crystalline luster, as though carved from an entire block of diamond, exuding an indomitable essence. The 7 swiftly formed a tight horizontal line, their shields interlocking at the edges, creating a glimmering wall of cold light, advancing with heavy steps. With each footfall, The ground of the Soul Arena emitted a muffled tremor, raising fine clouds of dust. Their massive forms resembled a moving fortress. The oppressive aura escalating as they closed the distance, relentlessly constricting the space available to the Shrek group. Retreat, Tang San decisively commanded, as blue-silver grass surged forth from his palm, entwining the foremost shield like a wave of green. Yet this was evidently merely a probe. Upon contact, the blue-silver grass was shattered inch by the earth-type soul power emanating from the shield, failing to impede it in the slightest. Futile, Hu Yanli scoffed, directing his team to press onward, the shield wall nearly brushing against the Shrek members. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly called out, "Meteor hammer formation." As the words left his lips, he swiftly rotated his wrist, the blue-silver grass coiling around Oscar's waist, and quickly linking the remaining 5 members together. Subsequently, the inner energy of Xintian's skills surged forth, and the agile essence of the control crane and capture dragon technique burst from his palm. The group felt a gentle yet irresistible force lifting them upward, as Tang San utilized the blue-silver grass to hoist them, evading the direct impact of the shield wall. Their bodies swayed slightly in the air, the resilience of the blue-silver grass reaching its zenith, akin to chains suspended in the void. Tang San and Oscar stood at the center, their keen gazes fixed upon the advancing shield wall below, searching for an opportunity to break the stalemate. In the stands, Yu Yuanjin remarked with mild surprise, "The application of this soul skill is quite ingenious, seamlessly combining control with agility." Soralez's expression darkened as he scoffed, "Merely a trickster's gambit. Do they think they can remain airborne indefinitely?" On the arena, the shield wall advanced to the center of the field, and Hu Yanli quickly regained his composure from a brief moment of astonishment. With a sharp gaze, he commanded, "Form the formation." The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy swiftly adjusted their positions, the angles of their overlapping shields becoming increasingly intricate. The already impenetrable defensive formation transformed instantaneously into a fortress-like barrier, devoid of even the slightest gap. Despite the airborne threat, they remained firmly grounded, their earthy soul power flowing like a stream across the surface of the shield wall, creating a seamless defensive barrier that left the Shrek team in midair without a single opportunity to exploit. Suspended in the air, Tang San furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially planned to seize an opportunity to deploy the blue-silver prison, but with the shield wall blocking even the wind, the blue-silver grass found no purchase. This plan had barely surfaced before it crumbled. He understood well that the pinnacle of defense is often accompanied by astonishing endurance. Both sides had now fallen into a standoff, the contest revolving around who could endure longer. Yet for the Elephant Armor team, merely maintaining their first soul skill, the Copper Wall Iron Bastion, resulted in negligible soul power consumption. Furthermore, they were renowned for their physical prowess, with the Diamond Mammoth martial spirit endowing them with a physique as solid as granite. They could remain steadfast for hours without showing signs of fatigue. In terms of endurance, they had never feared any team across the continent. Meanwhile, the Shrek members were gradually growing anxious. The 5 suspended in the air relied entirely on Tang San's blue-silver grass and his control technique, but crucially, Oscar's flight ability had a limited duration. Once the time expired, they would plummet from the sky, facing the unyielding shield wall, which would undoubtedly place them in a more precarious position. "Hey, you bunch of turtles, do you dare to come out and fight?" Ma Hongjun couldn't contain himself. His voice laced with irritation, his fiery soul power pulsating around him. Jingling echoed, "Hiding behind the shield is no feat. Have the courage to take us on one-on-one." Their taunts fell upon deaf ears, as the 7 members of the Elephant Armor team remained steadfast, their eyes unflinching, breathing steady like a rock behind their shields. Observing this, Oscar's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he suddenly made a most undignified gesture. He leisurely picked his nose, rolled a small piece of the spoils, and flicked it with his finger, sending the dark gray object on a parabolic arc to strike the central shield, producing a faint popping sound. "Ha ha, a mysterious little snack." He laughed heartily, attempting to provoke his opponents with this display. Yet, the diamond shield, capable of withstanding even soul power impacts, dismissed such antics as inconsequential. The members of the Elephant Armor team appeared oblivious to their surroundings, their gazes unwavering, steadfastly maintaining a defensive posture, embodying an air of imperturbability that seemed to declare, "No matter the tricks you employ, I shall remain unmoved." In the stands, Hu Yanjun observed his grandson's composure, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with approval. Salis displayed a look of triumph, seemingly envisioning the disheveled state of the Shrek members as they exhausted their soul power and fell to the ground. In midair, Tang San's eyes swiftly scanned the shield wall, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Time was slipping away, and a solution needed to be devised expeditiously. There could be no further delays. With a sharp command, Tang San's gaze glinted coldly. "Mubai, prepare for a fierce assault. Xiao Ao, provide support." No sooner had he spoken than Oscar hurled several recovery sausages to his teammates, while he himself bit into one with fervor. Dai Mubai's eyes shimmered with golden patterns, and with a roar reminiscent of a tiger, his soul power surged dramatically. The brilliance of his 4th spirit ring ignited. White tiger meteor shower. Countless golden energy orbs cascaded down like a torrential downpour, crashing violently against the diamond shield wall. producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. The shield wall trembled violently. The earthy-hued waves of soul power momentarily disrupted, yet ultimately remained unbroken. Now was the moment. Tang San's wrist twisted sharply, and the blue-silver grass morphed into numerous arrows, precisely targeting the minuscule crevice at the junction of the shield wall, the weakest point revealed by the earlier vibrations. Simultaneously, he commanded, Hongjun, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun had long been charged with energy. A torrent of searing flames surged forth, enveloping the blue-silver grass as it surged toward the gap. The intense heat instantly charred the edges of the diamond shield, allowing the blue-silver grass to grow wildly, forcing open a fissure barely half a foot wide. Breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai lunged downward like a tiger, his claws slicing through the air with a piercing howl as they aimed for the crack. Hu Yanli's expression shifted dramatically. Second spirit skill, diamond hardening. The 7 members experienced a simultaneous surge in soul power. An intricate diamond pattern swiftly emerged on the surface of the shield, its hardness increasing manifold. Dai Mubai's claws struck the surface, causing his paws to tingle with the impact, rebounding forcefully. Retract the shield. Encircle. Hu Yanli capitalized on the opening, and the shield wall abruptly contracted inward. The 7 shields coalescing into a 3-dimensional diamond cage, trapping the just-landed Dai Mubai at its center. The earthy-hued soul power surged forth like a tide, evidently intent on depleting his soul power. Still bindings. Tang San made a swift decision. Meng Yiran's snake spear transformed into myriad threads, accurately enveloping the top of the cage, momentarily slowing its closure. Jingling and Jiang Zhu launched their attacks simultaneously, one flanking from behind with speed to disrupt, while the other released healing soul power to stabilize Dai Mubai's condition. Tang San himself maximized the operation of his purple extreme magic eyes and suddenly perceived a barely noticeable looseness at the bottom of the cage due to the 7 individuals' shifted center of gravity. His eyes sharpened, and with a sudden burst of deftness, he propelled Oscar toward the base of the cage. Sausage. In midair, Oscar flung a flying sausage while simultaneously placing a sausage containing seeds of Tang San's blue-silver grass into Dai Mubai's hand. Dai Mubai comprehended the situation, devouring the sausage while scattering seeds at the feet of several individuals, resonating with Tang San from the outside world. A united force emerged, with a commanding voice. Tang San directed the inner and outer blue-silver grass to simultaneously erupt, forcefully prying open a gap at the base of the cage. Seizing this critical opportunity, Dai Mubai activated his 3rd spirit skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his form swelling as he crashed through the opening. Though somewhat disheveled, he successfully escaped. Hu Yanli, taken aback by the seamless cooperation of his adversaries, roared in anger. 3rd spirit skill, Unstoppable Force. The 7 of them charged forward like a herd of rampaging giants, exuding a formidable presence that shook the ground as they rushed towards the Shrek team. Anticipating this, Tang San swiftly retreated with his teammates, while simultaneously laying down layers of vine traps with the blue-silver grass on the ground. The mammoth's charge was as fierce as a battering ram, instantly shattering the vines. But it also caused a momentary delay. In that fleeting moment, a gleam of purple light surged in Tang San's eyes. 4th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Prism Mutation, all-encompassing nature. This time, it was no longer a mere binding. Countless blue-silver grasses, armed with barbs, erupted from the ground, coiling and piercing like living beings. Some transformed into vine whips, striking towards the gaps in their shields, while others ensnared the ankles of the 7, attempting to hinder their movement. The blue-silver grass shimmered with a faint azure glow, indicative of the paralyzing toxin Tang San discreetly infused. Not a chance. Hu Yanli sensed the danger and unleashed his soul power without reservation, enveloping the 7 in a yellowish light, forcibly shaking off the attaching blue-silver grass. However, the entanglement of all-encompassing nature had already disrupted their formation, creating conspicuous gaps among the 7. Now was the moment. A flash of brilliance sparked in Tang San's eyes as he executed his plan. Hongjun, left flank. His voice penetrated the chaos, landing precisely in Ma Hongjun's ears. The fiery figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, sharply turning with the guidance of the blue-silver grass. The 4th spirit ring blazed alive. Phoenix roar. Seething flames coalesced into a massive phoenix apparition, charging towards the exposed gap on the left flank with an overwhelming force. Hu Yanli roared, attempting to mount a defense, yet found himself ensnared by Dai Mubai. The ferocity of the White Tiger martial soul compelled him to respond earnestly, leaving him to helplessly witness the fiery figure breach their defensive line. Bang! The Phoenix's true fire collided with the side of the leftmost team member. Although the individual swiftly raised an arm to block, the diamond-scaled armor still sizzled under the scorching heat, causing a tumult in the fluctuations of soul power. The gap, barely widened, expanded further under the impact. Jingling, fill the position. At that moment, Jingling's speed martial soul was pushed to its limits, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she traversed the woven web of blue-silver grass, resembling a nimble leopard slipping through the opening. With claws imbued with fierce wind, she aimed for the joints of the injured team member, where the defense of the diamond mammoth martial soul was most vulnerable. Seeking death, Hu Yanli's eyes widened with rage. Ignoring the brush of Dai Mubai's tiger claw along his shoulder, he forcibly twisted his body, bringing his shield crashing down upon Jing Ling with tremendous force. In that split second, Tang San's voice rang out once more. Xiao Ao. The Oscar, long prepared, hurled a sausage into the air, which Dai Mubai deftly caught with a reverse motion, instantly unleashing the white tiger barrier. Clang! The shields collided, and Dai Mubai was jolted, his blood surging. Yet he successfully bought a fleeting moment for Jingling. With precision, Jingling's claws pierced the opponent's knee joint, causing the team member to grunt and his left leg to buckle, thus creating a larger gap in the shield formation. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai exploited the flaw, unleashing the white tiger meteor fist upon Hu Yanli's shield with the ferocity of a tempest, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Tang San's eyes gleamed brightly as he pressed downward with both hands. All-encompassing, Titan, the blue silver grass, entwined around the members of the elephant armor team, suddenly erupted with astonishing resilience, forming a cage that ensnared 7 of them. The team member previously scorched by the phoenix's flames was the first to succumb. His soul power disrupted, he grunted and knelt on the ground, causing the shield formation to collapse entirely. Retreat. Regroup. Hu Yanli sensed the faltering formation and bellowed, unleashing a surge of soul power, a torrent of earthy light crashing against the blue-silver cage surrounding him. With a crisp crack, the vines that ensnared him shattered, and he used the momentum to hastily retreat, attempting to reorganize his team. However, the remaining 6 were already ensnared by layers of blue-silver grass, the resilience and paralyzing toxins of the all-encompassing technique rendering their movements sluggish, leaving them helplessly watching as Hu Yanli withdrew, unable to even shift a step. At that moment, Tang San sprang into action. The blue-silver grass, like a coiled serpent poised to strike, silently wrapped around Hu Yanli's ankle, executing a deft maneuver. Hu Yanli felt a sudden trip at his feet, his center of gravity shifting precariously, revealing a flaw in his previously stable stance. Now is the time. Dai Mubai, like a tiger poised to pounce, felt his golden pattern surge, the brilliance of his 4th soul ring radiating intensely. Channeling all his soul power, the white tiger lightwave, accompanied by a piercing howl that rent the air, cleaved towards the exposed gap in Hu Yanli's chest caused by his shifted balance. Hu Yanli's pupils dilated in shock. In his haste, he could not contemplate, and his left arm instinctively crossed before his chest. The diamond-like scales illuminated in an instant, but were still torn open by the fierce energy. A sharp sound echoed as the piercing force sliced through the scales. Hu Yanli let out a muffled groan, and his body flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the blue-silver cage of his 2 teammates behind him. Those 2 cages, already on the verge of collapse from the struggle of their captives, shattered upon impact, sending the 2 team members tumbling out. The defense of the elephant armor team was utterly thrown into disarray. The stands erupted into a cacophony of gasps and discussions, a tide of astonishment rising. No one had anticipated that the previously impregnable elephant armor team would be breached in such a brief span of time. Salas clenched his fists, his knuckles white, his face darkened as if a storm were brewing. In the center of the arena, Tang San regarded the panting Hu Yanli with an expression as calm as still waters. Shall we continue? Hu Yanli, clutching his bleeding shoulder, slowly straightened up, brushing off the dust from his chest. In the instant he collided with the prison cage during his backward flight, he had already utilized the force of the recoil to liberate 2 of his teammates, who were now swiftly converging towards him. He cast a glance at the wound on his shoulder, where beads of blood seeped through the gaps in his scales, yet it was far from a grievous injury. The formidable defense of the diamond mammoth would not be easily breached. How intriguing. With a grin that revealed a hint of ferocity, Hu Yanli thought, but to defeat us, they have a long way to go. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly barked at the newly liberated teammates. Form a cannon. The 2 understood immediately, bending their bodies into a stance of support with their hands crossed. Hu Yanli took a couple of running steps, leveraging the strength of his teammates' arms to leap into the air, his massive form astonishingly propelled skyward by their remarkable force. With a whistle that sliced through the air, his silhouette descended like a heavy cannonball straight towards the Shrek team. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he decisively commanded, "Scatter." The group promptly evaded to the sides, unwilling to withstand such a forceful strike. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Hu Yanli had adjusted his trajectory mid-air, his true target not being them at all. His landing point was unmistakably the blue-silver prison cage of another trapped teammate. Boom! His fist, as large as a cooking pot and imbued with immense power, crashed down upon the entwined vines of the cage. The blue-silver grass shattered under the impact, granting the teammate freedom. Again, Hu Yanli rolled upon landing to dissipate the force and immediately commanded the newly liberated teammate to form the cannon once more. Another swift launch ensued, followed by another punch that obliterated the prison cage. In just a brief moment, the final 2 teammates were also freed. The 7 regrouped, their eyes ignited with a fearless fighting spirit. Combined attack technique, Mammoth Blade Wheel. With Hu Yanli's command, the 7 swiftly paired off, leaving one standing in the center. Each pair gripped the edges of their shields tightly, channeling their soul power to induce a rapid spin, transforming the earthy hues into a blurred halo of light. The edges of the shields glowed with a fierce red from the friction, creating an impenetrable barrier while exuding a terrifying lethality that could rend anything asunder. The three-blade wheel synergized to seal off the entire arena with unwavering precision. Such a formidable combined attack. Tang San's expression grew grave, understanding that they could not afford a direct confrontation at this moment. He nodded in Oscar's direction, prompting the team to swiftly consume the mushroom sausages, unfurling their luminous wings to ascend and evade the oncoming onslaught. In the air, Ma Hongjun gazed at the swirling blade wheel below and couldn't help but exclaim, "These guys are like cockroaches that just won't die. They're quite a handful." Tang San surveyed the nearly invulnerable defensive circle beneath, lightly tapping his fingers against his knee. The standoff between the air and ground persisted. The Shrek team continuously harassed from above, with the blue-silver grass probing like a nimble serpent through the gaps of the blade wheel, while the White Tiger's light wave and the Phoenix fire line alternately struck. Yet they could not breach the rapidly rotating defensive barrier. The Elephant Armor team remained steadfast, the roar of the mammoth blade wheel reverberating through the arena, each rotation expanding their defensive range, evidently aiming to exhaust the flight time of their opponents. Such a course of action is not a solution. Sweat beaded on Dai Mubai's forehead as he continuously unleashed his soul power, causing his breath to become somewhat erratic. Their soul power consumption was far slower than we had anticipated. Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, his purple extreme demon eyes fixed intently on the center of the blade wheel, where Huyan Li was located. He could sense that, although the fluctuations in the opponent's soul power were evident, they consistently maintained a certain stable rhythm, indicating that this combined technique was not overly burdensome for them. Even more troublesome was the fact that the rotating shield wall seemed to be brewing an even greater force, with faint sounds of wind and thunder rolling within it. At that moment, Huyan Jun, seated in the observation area, suddenly lifted his teacup and seemingly casually took a sip. Unbeknownst to anyone, a minuscule wisp of soul power escaped from his fingertips, transforming into sound waves audible only to Huyan Li, silently transmitting into the center of the arena. Enough is enough. The accounts with Shenkong Academy have yet to be settled. There is no need to reveal our trump cards here. Just as Huyan Li was preparing to activate his fourth soul skill to enhance the blade wheel's power, he abruptly halted his actions. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his grandfather seated nearby. Although the old man wore a stoic expression, the warning in his gaze was unmistakable. A sudden chill gripped Huyan Li's heart as he understood that his father feared they might resort to the combination technique specifically designed to counter Shenkong Academy's speed, potentially exposing the soul bone that had only recently fused within him. After all, while Shrek Academy was formidable, they were merely an unexpected adversary. Shenkong Academy was truly the worthy opponent of the Elephant Armor sect. To let slip their secrets in a moment of impulsiveness would be a grave mistake. Resolving this in his mind, Huyan Li clenched his teeth and called out sharply, "Withdraw." The rapidly spinning blade wheel suddenly decelerated, and the 7 members swiftly regrouped, their shields reassembling into a solid defensive line, albeit with diminished momentum. The Shrek team was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden cessation of power from their opponents. Tang San keenly detected the struggle and resolution in Huyan Li's eyes, stirring something within him. "We concede." Huyan Li's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the venue. A profound silence enveloped the stands, only to be followed by a surge of astonished murmurs. No one had anticipated that the Elephant Armor team, who held a distinct defensive advantage, would concede at this moment. Salus abruptly sprang from his seat, his already grim visage now ashen, his gaze piercing like a poisoned arrow, fixated on Huyan Jun, filled with unmasked inquiry. Huyan Jun met his gaze, unhurriedly lifting his eyelids, a hint of reassurance flickering in his eyes, as if to say, "Do not rush." He then turned to address the entire audience, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Li is right. We are simply outmatched, and conceding is the honorable choice." His tone was as calm as one discussing the weather, yet the fingers hidden within his voluminous sleeves were clenched into fists, knuckles whitening. Today's concession, on the surface, was a gesture of goodwill towards Shrek, but in truth, it was to preserve the combination technique designed to counter Shenkong Academy's speed, as well as to safeguard Huyan Li's newly fused soul bone. That was the Elephant Armor sect's ultimate trump card. How could it be exposed for the sake of a mere group match? In the grand scheme of things, sacrificing a bit of face was a small price to pay. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ling Fong beside him, who was leisurely picking grapes from the fruit platter with a silver skewer, his nonchalant demeanor deepening Huyan Jun's unease. It was undeniably frustrating to lose face before the holy sun. "Saras, what is the rush?" Ling Fong finally spoke, his voice languid but imbued with an undeniable calmness. The trump card of the Elephant Armor sect could not be revealed just yet. They had the Shenkong Academy to contend with. Once they dealt with the Shenkong, they could turn their attention to Shrek at a later time. He tossed a grape into his mouth, chewing slowly. To catch a slippery eel, one must employ the right method. Pressing them too hard now would only benefit the Shenkong. Saras was momentarily taken aback, his tense back gradually relaxing. Indeed, he had been overly hasty. The true adversary of the Elephant Armor sect was the Shenkong Academy. If they exposed their trump card in a bid to defeat Shrek, it would be a grave misstep. He quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully to Ling Fong, his tone markedly more deferential. "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun is right. I indeed lost my composure just now." Ling Fong responded with a non-committal hum, his gaze returning to the arena. He twirled the silver skewer between his fingers, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This match was proving to be increasingly intriguing. Hu Yanjun, sensing the storm had passed, silently sighed in relief, though his fists remained clenched within his sleeves. This debt would eventually be repaid to Shrek in due time. In the center of the arena, Hu Yanli gazed at the astonished faces of the Shrek team and boomed. "You are formidable, but do not revel too soon." With that, he turned and waved his hand, leading his team off the stage without looking back. Their retreat imbued with a hint of reluctance, yet they ultimately did not turn around. Tang San observed their departing figures, lost in thought. He could not shake the feeling that their concession had come too abruptly, particularly the way they had retracted their momentum at the last moment. It felt less like exhaustion and more like deliberate restraint. "We won." Ma Hongjun scratched his head, still somewhat dazed. "Indeed, we have triumphed." Dai Mubai exhaled, the tension in his muscles finally easing. Regardless of the circumstances, they had secured this victory. Tang San remained silent, merely raising his gaze toward Hu Yanjun in the spectators' area, their eyes locking momentarily. The look in Hu Yanjun's eyes was profound as the ocean, with a subtle sharpness that was hard to detect. The host, momentarily stunned, finally came to his senses and announced loudly, "In this match, Shrek Academy emerges victorious." The roar of cheers swept through the arena once more, yet this time, it was accompanied by a greater sense of scrutiny and speculation directed at the 7 members of Shrek. Chapter 22, The Elder's Command. As the whistles signaling the end of the match sounded, Ling Shi straightened up from Ling Feng's embrace, her little fists clenched tightly, her eyes sparkling with the excitement from watching the match. "Brother Ling Fong, did you see that tiger just now? That last move was incredible. It pushed the opponent back in an instant." She tilted her little face upward, her nose brushing against Ling Feng's chin, her voice soft yet imbued with earnestness. "I want to learn this too. Once I become incredibly powerful, I will stand in front of you. And if anyone dares to bully you, I will chase them away like that tiger just now." Ling Fong chuckled as he gently pinched her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin under his fingertips. "Our Ling, she is that formidable?" "Of course," she exclaimed, puffing out her small chest, wrapping her arms around Ling Feng's neck and shaking slightly, her tone brimming with affectionate confidence. "When the time comes, I will protect you, and you can stand behind me, not fearing anything at all. Just like I am leaning on you now, in the future, it will be your turn to lean on me." The evening breeze swept gently by, carrying the distant clamor of the arena, while Ling Shi's words were like honeyed candy, sweetly lingering in Ling Feng's ear. He lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, responding quietly, "All right, I shall eagerly await our heroic Ling Shi to protect me." Ling Shi's eyes immediately crinkled into crescent moons as she nestled closer to him, chattering excitedly about her plans. "Then I shall start learning tomorrow." The evening wind, infused with the warmth of the arena, enveloped them as Ling Fong held Ling Shi's hand, strolling back slowly. The little girl's fingertips were warm, skipping along as she stepped on his shadow, her voice animated with the thrilling moments from the earlier competition. "Brother Ling Fong, which is stronger, Sanghui Academy or Shrek?" Ling Shi tilted her head back, her hair fluttering against her cheek in the breeze. "You will find out soon. It should be quite intriguing," Ling Fong replied, glancing down at her and gently tucking her hair behind her ear. "In a couple of days, I will take you to see." Ling Shi nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "Great. Will I get to see even more powerful techniques then?" "Indeed," he smiled, his pace unbroken. Yet, his mind flickered back to the faint, chilling presence he had sensed from the Sanghui Academy team during the match. Would Shernyan take action against Tang San? Ling Fong scoffed, letting the thoughts swirl in his mind before dissipating. There was little merit in involving himself in such trivial matters. Did they truly think Tang Hao had wasted all these years? Regardless of whether it was a soul sage like Shernyan or even a titled Dolawa, no one could stand in Tang Hao's way when it came to protecting his son, except for Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon. "What are you thinking about?" Ling Shi tugged at his hand. "Are you wondering how I will start practicing running tomorrow?" Ling Fong snapped back to reality, tightening his grip on her hand. "I was pondering whether our Ling Shi would hit the snooze button tomorrow." "Absolutely not," she retorted immediately, her chin raised defiantly. "I will definitely wake up earlier than the sun." As they conversed, they gradually distanced themselves from the clamor of the arena. Ling Fong cast a glance towards the dimming lights in the distance, choosing not to dwell on it further. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Ling Shi sprang forth like a liberated little sparrow, tiptoeing as she waved her fist at Ling Fong. "I'm off to train. Wait for me to become strong." Before her words had fully echoed, she had darted into the east wing, the door gently colliding behind her. Ling Fong shook his head with a smile, turning to close the door, but his gaze halted in the shadows of the porch. He leisurely leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow, having hidden away all this time. "Do you not intend to come out and greet me?" The figure in the shadows visibly stiffened, and after a moment, a young girl clad in a light blue dress emerged with her head bowed. Her azure locks cascaded down her shoulders. It was Shui Banger, caught in the act. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Ling, Senior Ling Fong." Ling Fong had sensed her cautious presence long before he exited the Soul Arena. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. "Come in." The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the rustling of leaves as the wind passed through. Ling Fong retrieved a pot of cool tea from inside, pouring 2 cups and placing them on the stone table. inviting Shui Bing'er to take a seat. Why are you following me? He asked directly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Am I still indebted to you for that incident in the extreme north? No, that is not it. Shui Bing'er quickly raised her head, urgency flickering in her eyes before she lowered her gaze once more, her voice softening. I merely saw you at the Soul Arena today. The moment you confronted Senior Yu Engine, I recognized you immediately. She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of her cup, her tone imbued with an unrecognized stubbornness. Since the day you saved me in the extreme north and assisted me in hunting for my spirit ring, I have longed for an opportunity to express my gratitude. It's just that you left in such haste, and I. Ling Fong observed her flushed ears and decided against teasing her further. That incident in the extreme north had been merely a matter of convenience. He anticipated that this girl would remember it for so long. It was just a small act. There's no need to dwell on it. He took a sip of his tea. Moreover, with the strength of your Tianshui Academy, even without my assistance, acquiring a spirit ring would merely be a matter of time. It's different. Shui Bing'er promptly retorted, her tone earnest. The spirit beast that day was far stronger than we had anticipated. If it weren't for you. She left the thought unspoken, but her gratitude was unmistakable in her eyes. The evening breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the teacups on the stone table to gently sway. Shui Bing'er cautiously lifted her gaze to Ling Fong, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, she summoned her courage to inquire, Senior, have you come to Tiando City for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament as well? Sort of, Ling Fong replied nonchalantly. I came to see the commotion. Then, will you be staying in Tiando City for long? Shui Bing'er's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a barely perceptible anticipation. Ling Fong glanced at her, noting how her fingers had turned pale from nervousness, which elicited a faint amusement from him. He set down his teacup and stood. It's hard to say. However, I will be attending the match between Songhui and Shrek in a couple of days. Shui Bing'er's eyes brightened, and she immediately rose. Then may I? Come if you wish, Ling Fong interrupted her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. But next time, refrain from sneaking around. It wouldn't be good to be mistaken for a thief. Shui Bing'er's face flushed instantly, and she nodded hurriedly. I understand. Thank you, Senior Ling Fong. She seemed to fear that Ling Fong might have a change of heart, hastily offering a bow before swiftly exiting the courtyard. It was only at the gate that she glanced back, noticing Ling Fong still standing by the stone table, his cheeks slightly flushed as she hurried away. Ling Fong watched her disappearing figure with a resigned shake of his head. Upon turning, he found Ling Shi curiously peering through the doorframe of the east wing. Her wide eyes filled with wonder. Brother Ling Fong, who is that sister? A long-lost acquaintance, he replied, walking over to tousle her hair. How is your practice coming along? Ling Shi immediately puffed out her small chest. I'm taking it very seriously. Is that so? Ling Fong raised an eyebrow. Then I shall have to conduct an inspection. Ling Shi's enthusiasm faltered, yet she obediently took his hand and led him towards the room. But, please be gentle with the inspection. Ling Fong chuckled helplessly and followed the little girl inside. In the ensuing days, the competition at the Soto Great Soul Arena intensified. Lesser-known academies were swiftly eliminated, and the spotlight gradually focused on a few elite teams. Ultimately, only the 5 renowned elemental academies remained, alongside the enigmatic Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy. On the day of the showdown between Songhui and Shrek, Ling Fong strolled into the arena with Ling Shi, a pale blue figure silently following behind. Shui Bing'er maintained her bashful demeanor, head bowed as she discreetly trailed after them, her azure hair swaying gently with each step, steadfastly refusing to fall behind. Ling Fong glanced back at her, noticing her pursed lips and the determined spark in her eyes. With a resigned shake of his head, he requested an additional chair be brought to the stands. Thus, an intriguing scene unfolded. Ling Fong sat in the center, flanked by 2 young girls. Ling Shi, well acquainted with the arrangement, nestled her arm around his, her cheek affectionately pressed against his shoulder, her little head swaying with the commotion in the arena. Occasionally, she would lean up to whisper sweet nothings to him, her voice as sweet as honey. On the other side, Shui Bing'er watched with envy, her fingers curling slightly. She too longed to be closer, even if just to touch his sleeve, as Ling Shi did. Yet, each time she mustered the courage to meet his seemingly amused gaze. Her cheeks would flush crimson, and the words she intended to speak would vanish, leaving her to sit up straight and feign concentration on the teams entering the arena, her ears quietly burning. Ling Fong sensed the contrasting energies beside him, one radiating unguarded affection and reliance, the other shrouded in anxious shyness. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he ruffled Ling Shi's hair, his gaze shifting towards the arena. The match is about to commence. Ling Shi's eyes widened with excitement, while Shui Bing'er quickly returned her focus to the arena, though her hands, resting on her lap, unknowingly clenched the hem of her skirt. The atmosphere on the stage seemed to freeze as the Shrek 7 stood in a hexagonal formation, their vigilant eyes scanning the opposing Songhui Academy team. Neither side making the first move. The 7 members of the Songhui Academy wore solemn expressions, faint glimmers of light flickering around them, clearly on high alert. After a brief standoff, the tension proved too much for Songhui Academy to bear. 7 beams of light erupted simultaneously, and 7 uniquely shaped gemstones floated above their heads, casting an eerie glow. At the captain's low command, the 7 quickly regrouped, the radiance of the gemstones surging explosively, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. Was this the fusion technique of the seven spirits? A wave of gasps erupted from the audience, many captivated by the display. Shui Binger widened her eyes slightly. Instinctively glancing at Ling Fong, she found him seated, nonchalantly tapping his fingers on the stone table, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The seven spirits? Merely a collection of useless individuals engaging in a superficial spectacle. No sooner had he spoken than a dense fog enveloped the arena, completely consuming the figures of both sides. The fog shimmered with a faint purple hue, clearly infused with potent illusionary magic. Shui Binger furrowed her brows, sensing the mental energy fluctuations within. It felt far from simple. Ling Shi, however, fixated intently on the mist, her small fists clutching Ling Feng's sleeve, her face a mask of curiosity. Ling Fong remained silent, his gaze piercing through the fog to a singular silhouette within. Deep within the mist, Tang San's eyes glowed with a vibrant purple light. His purple extreme demon eyes effortlessly pierced through the illusion. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, and in an instant, they all emitted muffled groans, collapsing one after another as if struck severely by the illusion. Only Tang San remained standing, his form swaying slightly, as though he too struggled against an unseen force. The seven from Tsanghui Academy sensed something amiss in the fog and were about to act when Tang San's figure suddenly moved. No one could discern how he did it, but within the mist, 7 brief cries of agony echoed, followed by the sound of heavy objects striking the ground. Moments later, the fog began to dissipate. Lying on the ground were the 6 members of Shrek, barely clinging to life, while Tang San knelt in the center of the stage, his complexion as pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, exuding an aura of utter exhaustion. In stark contrast, the 7 from Tsanghui Academy lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably, their gazes vacant, having suffered a catastrophic backlash that rendered them entirely devoid of combat capability. A profound silence blanketed the audience before an even greater uproar erupted. No one had anticipated such a lopsided outcome following the fog. Ling Shi puffed out her cheeks in frustration. What a letdown. We didn't see anything. Shui Binger remained in stunned silence. Having felt the combined technique from Tsanghui Academy was formidable, how could it be so effortlessly countered, only to result in their own devastation? She instinctively turned her gaze to Ling Fong, confusion etched in her eyes. Ling Fong, sensing her scrutiny, replied coolly, "What is false will ultimately be revealed as such. A combined technique forcibly linked through mental energy, once disrupted from within, will only intensify the backlash." As he spoke, the referee had already declared Shrek Academy the victor. Tang San was laboriously assisted to his feet, descending the arena alongside his companions, his expression of frailty unwavering throughout. Ling Fong, accompanied by Ling Shi and Shui Binger, traversed the bustling corridors of the arena, the air thick with excitement as spectators fervently discussed the recently concluded match. However, whenever the crowd's gaze fell upon Ling Fong and his entourage, the cacophony would inevitably diminish in volume. None dared to approach them lightly, for Ling Fong emanated an almost imperceptible aura of pressure, a presence characteristic of those accustomed to positions of power, silently proclaiming his identity and authority. "Your Highness." The Saint's son, upon rounding a corner, Salus awaited their arrival, immediately bowing in deference as he spoke with respect. Though a flicker of barely contained excitement glimmered in his eyes, he was not known for his broad-mindedness. The repeated provocations from the unassuming students of Shrek Academy had stoked a fire within him, and he now saw an opportunity to retaliate. The injuries sustained by the students of Tsanghui Academy were undeniable, and Salus lowered his voice, his tone resolute. At that moment, the arena had been shrouded in that enigmatic mist, rendering the outer spectators incapable of discerning the events that unfolded. With a slight nudge of persuasion, we could assert that the mist was a forbidden technique employed by Shrek, and public opinion would naturally sway in our favor. Ling Shi gently tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve. Her delicate features raised an inquiry. "Brother Ling Fong, do you think they truly cheated? Did they employ unscrupulous tactics?" Ling Fong lowered his gaze, tenderly ruffling her hair with his fingertips. Rather than respond directly, he turned to Shui Binger, who had remained silent. "What are your thoughts?" Shui Binger, her lashes casting a faint shadow upon her cheeks, replied in a voice as frigid as ice. "Shrek indeed bears suspicion." After the mist dissipated, all 7 members of Tsanghui Academy were left mentally shattered, unconscious, while Shrek's participants were merely fatigued. The discrepancy in their conditions is illogical. She paused mid-sentence. Yet the implication was evident. There was likely something amiss, sufficient to provide the spirit hall with grounds for action. Ling Fong scoffed lightly, advancing with resolute determination, his voice low yet unequivocal. "Salus, relay the message that the spirit hall suspects Shrek Academy of employing forbidden techniques to inflict harm, and immediately suspend their subsequent matches for a thorough investigation." "Yes," Salus replied promptly, turning to depart when Ling Fong called him back. "Wait," Ling Fong added. "Also summon Yu Xiaojiang to the referee's lounge. Inform him that I wish to speak with him." Salus, instantly understanding, wore a knowing smile as he bowed and swiftly set about his tasks. Ling Shi watched Salus's hurried retreat, then glanced at Ling Feng's tense profile, her small hand gripping his garment as she softly cautioned, "Brother Ling Fong, whatever you do, please be careful." Ling Feng's lips softened. a rare gentleness gracing his features as he reassured her by patting the back of her hand. Do not worry. Dealing with them does not require your brother to risk his life. He turned to Shui Binger and said, this matter may involve significant repercussions. If you fear trouble, it is still not too late to return now. Shui Binger shook her head, silently moving to his side, softly stating, I am not afraid of trouble. Ling Fong raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further as he led the two onward to the rest area. As the door to the judge's lounge swung open, the Shrek Academy group was ushered in, with Flandra quietly advising Tang San to remain composed. However, Salas was already eager to confront them. Shrek Academy, you have quite the audacity. Salas slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Tang San with an accusatory tone during the competition. You dared to employ forbidden techniques to severely injure a student from Tsanhui Academy. Such malicious conduct is a grave affront to the entire continent's Soul Master Tournament. Tang San frowned slightly, displaying just the right amount of bewilderment. What are you implying, sir? Forbidden techniques? We merely released our martial spirit abilities as usual. We were just as surprised by Tsanhui Academy's situation. Perhaps it was due to their own soul skills backfiring? Do you still dare to argue? Salas glared at him. The entire audience witnessed that you were the only one standing on the platform at the end. What else could have caused all 7 to simultaneously collapse? Oh dear. Xiao San, what is happening with you? Flandra immediately turned to reprimand Tang San, his tone stern yet lacking any real intimidation. Is it the tricks of your blue-silver grass? Quickly apologized to the esteemed sir. Dean, I truly did not do anything, Tang San replied, a look of grievance on his face. Their back and forth only served to infuriate Salas further. Enough. Salas could no longer contain his frustration, pointing forcefully towards the door. I see that you will not shed a tear until you are faced with the consequences. Someone, suspend all competition qualifications for Shrek Academy and take them back to the Soul Hall branch for interrogation. Just then, the lounge door was pushed open once more, and Yu Xiaojing strode in, his expression grave. Salas, you disgrace the title of Platinum Bishop. Upon spotting Ling Fong, his gaze sharpened as he retrieved an ancient token from his robe, hurling it towards Salas. The Elder's token of the Soul Hall is here, Salas. You have overstepped your authority. As the token neared Salas, a petite figure suddenly darted out from Ling Feng's side, akin to a nimble squirrel. Before Yu Xiaojing could react, Ling Shi had securely caught the token in her hands. She rushed to Ling Feng's side, lifting her face to present it to him. Brother Ling Fong, this shiny token is for you. Ling Fong accepted the token, his fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns upon it. He raised his gaze to Yu Xiaojing, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu Xiaojing, I do not recall the Soul Hall having an elder by your name. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically. Ling Fong tucked the token away, his demeanor growing icy. Seize Yu Xiaojing and verify his illegal possession of the Soul Hall's insignia. 2 Soul Hall attendants promptly advanced, disregarding Yu Xiaojing's resistance as they restrained him. Salas, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and echoed, the young prince's wisdom is unparalleled. However, Ling Fong paid him no mind, instead surveying the Shrek group. As for you, he paused, since you claim ignorance, you may return for now. But remember, do not assume this matter will simply be forgotten. Tang San immediately felt a surge of agitation and exclaimed, let go of my teacher. Ling Fong released his soul power pressure and declared, this is your final opportunity. Otherwise, you shall remain here. Flandra and Tang San exchanged glances, both perceiving surprise and anger reflected in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that Ling Fong would unexpectedly spare them while seizing Yu Xiaojing instead. With matters now at such a critical juncture, further words would bear no fruit. Flandra swiftly led Tang San out of the lounge, while Ling Feng's gaze pierced through them like icy daggers, sending a shiver down their spines. Ling Shi tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve and quietly inquired, Brother Ling Fong, what is that insignia? Ling Fong glanced down at her and patiently explained, that signifies the identity of an elder within the spirit hall. Having said that, he turned to regard the detained Yu Xiaojing, his eyes devoid of warmth. Take him away. Ensure this elder is treated appropriately. Wait, Yu Xiaojing, restrained by the spirit hall's steward, struggled fiercely and called out, this elder insignia is not in my illegal possession. It was bestowed upon me by Tang Hao, the Hao Yin Dolawa. Ling Fong toyed with the insignia in his hand and let out a derisive laugh, filled with disdain. Tang Hao, a long-sought fugitive who has lived in obscurity for many years. His words hold any weight? He raised his hand, signaling the steward to disregard Yu Xiaojing's protest. Take him away. As for the insignia's origin, we shall verify it thoroughly. Without hesitation, the stewards forcibly dragged the still protesting Yu Xiaojing out, leaving only Ling Fong, Ling Shi, Shui Binger, and the obsequious Salas in the lounge. Your Highness, what brilliance you possess. Salas approached. Now that Yu Xiaojing is trapped, if Tang Hao dares to show his face, we shall ensnare him as well. Ling Fong did not respond to his words, but instructed his attendants. Disseminate the news. Yu Xiaojing is in illegal possession of the Spirit Hall Elder insignia, suspected of fabricating credentials, and has been detained in accordance with the law. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Spirit City. When Yu Yuanjin learned of this from his confidant, he was resting in the family's secret chamber. Upon hearing the words Yu Xiaojing has been captured, he clenched the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. This boy, Ling Fong, is a master of schemes. Yu Yuanjin muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with anxiety. He understood all too well the methods employed by the spirit hall, given Yu Xiaojing's temperament. He feared he would not last 3 days in their custody. Beside him, a confidant urged, "Master, we cannot abandon the second young master." Yet, he recognized it was clearly a trap. Any involvement would imply acknowledgement of Yu Xiaojing's connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the consequences would be dire. "I am aware it is a trap." Yu Yuanjin abruptly stood, his chest heaving violently. "But he is my son. Can I simply watch him perish at the hands of the spirit hall?" He fell silent for a moment, as if making a monumental decision, and spoke hoarsely. "Prepare the carriage. We are going to the spirit hall. Tell Ling Fong that I am willing to offer my treasured 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones in exchange for Yu Xiaojing's safe return." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand decisively, insisting, "Convey to him that the items can be given, but it must be guaranteed that Xiaojing remains unharmed." He knew that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. Despite the depth of the pit that Ling Fong had dug, he was resolute to leap into it for the sake of Yu Xiaojing. Soon, word reached Ling Feng's ears that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was willing to exchange a substantial sum for information about Yu Xiaojing. In the lounge, Ling Fong gazed at the token in his hand, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Yu Yuanjin said little, and after the soul bones and celestial herbs were handed over, he led the disheveled and downcast Yu Xiaojing away. Observing the forlorn figures of father and son vanish around the street corner, Ling Fong toyed with a piece of ancient soul bone radiating a ghostly light. The energy coursing through it uplifting his spirits. Having exchanged a worthless token for 3 invaluable gifts, this deal proved to be most advantageous. He chuckled softly, securing the soul bone within his soul guide. The 3 soul bones, with their diverse attributes, were perfect for distributing among several talented young ladies at the Wuan Hall, thus ensuring their optimal utilization. "Brother Ling Fong, shall we return home?" Ling Shi, holding his hand, appeared weary, her small face reflecting exhaustion from the earlier tension in the lounge. "Yes, let us head back," Ling Fong replied, ruffling her hair before turning to Shui Binger beside him. "You should also return to the battle team to rest." Shui Binger inclined her head slightly, her cold gaze lingering on his face for a moment. "May I come to find you again?" Ling Fong smiled and nodded. "You are always welcome." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's delicate face blossomed into a stunning smile as she turned to walk towards the residence of the Heavenly Water Academy. Her silhouette stretched long in the sunset. Filled with joy, Ling Fong strolled leisurely towards his abode, holding Ling Shi's hand. The evening in Wuhuan City was particularly lively, with soul master shops along the streets still bustling, the laughter of children mingling with the sounds of vendors calling out. After a short while, Ling Shi grew tired, prompting Ling Fong to lift her effortlessly onto his back, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. "Brother Ling Fong, will those sparkling bones truly make everyone stronger?" The little girl's voice was thick with sleepiness. "Indeed, they will make talented soul masters like you even more formidable," he replied softly, slowing his pace. Upon returning home, he settled Ling Shi comfortably before retreating to his study, where he meticulously examined the 3 soul bones. Deep azure, fiery red, and dark green, each emanated distinctly different energy fluctuations, each containing power that could drive soul masters to madness. "Yu Yuanjin is quite generous," Ling Fong mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Not only had he effectively removed the potential thorn that was Yu Xiaojing, but he had also weakened the foundation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect while preparing gifts for those around him. A trifecta of benefits. As dusk enveloped the sky, a gentle evening breeze wafted through the room, carrying a hint of chill. Ling Fong stored the soul bones away, stretching languidly. The tumult of the day had finally reached its conclusion. Now, it was time to thoughtfully consider how to reward those young ones. Chapter 23, Blazing Fire. 2 days passed, and the schedule of the Continental Soul Master competition remained as rigorous as ever. Ling Fong donned a plain brocade robe and strolled alone towards the arena. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved gaps in the grandstand's canopy, casting mottled shadows upon his shoulders, diminishing his usual gravitas and imbuing him with an air of leisure. Today marked the clash between the Blaze Academy and Shrek Academy, both teams regarded as dark horses in this grand competition, drawing a full house of spectators early on. This, of course, was a deliberate alteration of the match schedule. Originally, Blaze was to face Shrek after battling Sanhui Academy. However, Ling Fong was more intrigued by the so-called Seven Shura illusion, prompting him to reschedule the duel between Sanhui and Shrek to an earlier time. As Ling Fong approached the VIP area, he found Ning Fengji seated there, with the Bone Dolawa Gurong beside him, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing Ling Feng's presence, Gurong slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Little Feng, it seemed, never missed a single match featuring Shrek. Ning Fengji set aside his folding fan, his gaze gentle. He recalled that when he last saw Ling Shi, she had clutched a soul bone tightly, unwilling to part with it, insisting on entering seclusion to cultivate until she broke through. It appeared that the Wind Thunder Leopard's soul bone resonated well with her. Ling Feng settled beside him, his eyes sweeping over the 2 teams warming up below, a smile gracing his lips. That girl had pestered me for half an hour the night she acquired the soul bone, inquiring about cultivation details. determined to master the soulbone skills swiftly so she could shield me from hidden weapons. Remembering Ling Xi's earnest expression as she clenched her small fists, a hint of mirth colored his tone. That ancient wind thunder leopard left leg bone embodied extraordinary speed and wind attributes, perfectly aligning with Ling Xi's agile attack type martial soul. When he visited her yesterday morning, the little one was sitting cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by a gentle azure whirlwind, her hair slightly lifted by the currents, clearly immersed in her training. Ning Fengji chuckled heartily at this. The innocence of youth is the purest. With such fervor, she is destined for greatness. He then shifted his gaze to the arena, remarking that the battle between Blaze Academy and Shrek held considerable intrigue. Their control-type soul masters were thoroughly countered. Following his line of sight, Ling Fong observed the Blaze Academy members forming a circle, with Huo Wu at the center, her fiery red hair dancing with her movements. She pointed emphatically towards Shrek, her lips moving with fervor. Though the precise words were inaudible, the unmistakable battle intent radiated from her. Meanwhile, on the side of Shrek's 7 monsters, Flanders crouched on the ground, gesturing animatedly, while Tang San stood at the periphery, his fingertips entwined with strands of blue-silver grass. His gaze calm as he regarded the opposing team. Shrek's coordination had become increasingly harmonious. Ling Fong watched the swiftly arranging figures on the arena floor, his voice tinged with a subtle scrutiny, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair, producing a rhythmic sound. Ning Fengji caught this and turned his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, his motion of holding the teacup pausing momentarily. "Oh, little Fong, you seem particularly invested in them." He had presumed that, given Ling Feng's temperament, few ordinary teams would capture his interest. Ling Feng's gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired youth at the center of the arena. His voice, calm and unwavering, carried an undeniable certainty. A soul master at the tender age of 14, adorned with a millennium spirit ring, such a being surely deserves attention. His fingers paused momentarily, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Moreover, the secrets that this boy harbors are likely far more profound than they appear. Ning Fengji chuckled at his words, shaking his head in resignation as he set down his teacup, the crisp sound of porcelain meeting wood echoing in the air. By your logic, when you, a mere soul master, absorbed a 1,000-year spirit ring and set a record across the continent, shouldn't the entire realm have been fixated on you? Ling Fong merely smiled in response, refraining from further comment as he turned his gaze toward the referee stepping onto the stage. At that moment, the referee ascended to the central platform, their clear voice resonating through the arena via soul power. The elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent. The third round of the elimination matches, Shrek Academy versus Blaze Academy, begins now. As the words fell, the soul masters on both sides simultaneously unleashed their spirit rings, dazzling light erupting and illuminating the arena as if it were day. Almost concurrently, the competitors released their martial spirits. The 7 members of Blaze Academy were instantly engulfed in raging flames, their spirit rings igniting in succession, sending waves of scorching heat that could even be felt in the stands. The 7 monsters of Shrek swiftly dispersed into formation. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit exuding an imposing aura, while Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, swiftly covering a significant portion of the arena, providing protection for his teammates. Huo Wushuang clenched his fist, ablaze with orange-red flames, his gaze sweeping over the Shrek battle formation, an air of scalding arrogance in his tone. If your control-type soul master were to switch attributes from this plant type, which is vulnerable to our flames, perhaps you would stand a chance today. As his words hung in the air, the spirit rings surrounding him radiated brilliant light, the heat waves expanding outward with the pulse of his soul power. Almost instantly, 2 auxiliary-type soul masters clad in red robes from Blaze Academy stepped forward, calling out in unison, second soul skill, fire sparks. Tiny red points of light scattered like a spider's web, landing upon their teammates and causing the already intense soul power to surge even further, igniting the very air into a shimmering haze of heat. Go, Huo Wushuang commanded, charging forward alongside another assault-type teammate, who also bore yellow and purple spirit rings. Their spirit rings glimmered in layers, flames erupting around them, transforming them into 2 moving fireballs that surged toward the heart of the Shrek team. Concurrently, 2 agile attack-type soul masters from Blaze Academy unfurled half-meter-long fiery wings from their backs, their tips glinting with sharp flames. With the force of the auxiliary boost, they shot forth like 2 burning arrows from the flanks, aiming directly at the control core of the Shrek formation, evidently intent on eliminating the opposing team's linchpin first. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, only 3 individuals remained motionless from beginning to end. In the realm of Shrek, Tang San stood motionless, his hands discreetly clasped behind his back, his purple extreme magic eyes calmly observing every move of the adversary, while the blue-silver grass entwined around his fingertips tightened unbeknownst to others. Beside him, the gentle Zhu maintained her supportive stance, her hands poised before her chest, ready to unleash her healing soul power at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, at the Fire Dance Academy, the immovable figure was none other than Huo Wu. She stood resolutely at the rear of their formation, her eyes slightly narrowed, the air around her shimmering due to the intense heat. A solidifying red fire shadow gradually arose behind her, draped in a fiery robe, its gaze commanding. reminiscent of a queen reigning over the battlefield of flames. The gazes of Tang San and Huo Wu collided in midair, one tranquil as a deep abyss, the other fervent as a raging fire. The two control-type soul masters faced each other from a distance, neither daring to strike first, as if both were awaiting the opportune moment. On the arena, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Jing Ling and Huang Yuan instinctively charged towards the two agile assault-type soul masters, who flapped their fiery wings. Empowered by their martial souls, both figures became remarkably agile, barely managing to thwart the encircling assault of their foes, the crackling sounds of soul power colliding resonating incessantly. On the other side, Dai Mubai's yellow and purple soul rings flickered brilliantly, unleashing a formidable aura upon the manifestation of his white tiger martial soul, which collided thunderously with the blazing Huo Wuxuan. The white tiger's radiant wave, the fiery impact, the two powerful soul forces met in midair, resulting in a burst of searing air, with both combatants staggering back a few steps, revealing their equal might. In contrast, the fortunes of another assault-type soul master from the Fire Dance Academy were decidedly less favorable. He had barely taken 2 strides when he collided head-on with Talon, whose massive frame resembled a small mountain. Almost instantly, Ma Hongjun, with his rotund figure, brazenly blocked his path. One was a brutish powerhouse, while the other was the fiery phoenix with a burning effect. Together, they trapped him in a vice-like grip. The fire sparks surged. The two auxiliary soul masters from the Fire Dance Academy reacted swiftly. Upon seeing their companion ensnared in a struggle, they immediately activated their soul skills, and a multitude of fine red light points surged toward the assault-type soul master like a tide. Empowered, the Fire Panther soul master felt a surge of flames in his eyes, his third soul ring igniting abruptly, causing his form to swell with ferocious explosive power, forcibly pushing back Talon and Ma Hongjun. Then, like a streak of orange lightning, he extended his blazing claws, poised to retaliate. At that moment, Tang San sprang into action. The blue-silver grass beneath his feet erupted with vigor, transforming into 2 agile blue tendrils that deftly ensnared the waists of Ma Hongjun and Talon, yanking them backward and out of the Fire Panther's attack range. Simultaneously, another cluster of blue-silver grass extended, elegantly wrapping around Dai Mubai's midsection, pulling him back half a step during his struggle with Huo Wuxuan. In this swift maneuver, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Dai Mubai, Talon, Ma Hongjun, along with the timely reinforcements of Jing Ling and Huang Yuan, formed a semi-encirclement in an instant, trapping Huo Wuxuan firmly in their midst. Did they intend to mount an assault? With a furious roar, Huo Wuxuan was poised to unleash his power, yet the Fire Leopard Soul Master, sensing his comrade's peril, swiftly turned to offer support. Stay back. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened as his soul power erupted, launching another white tiger blaze wave that struck the Fire Leopard Soul Master squarely in the chest. The Soul Master let out a pained cry, sent flying and interrupting his advance. With their immediate concerns resolved, the 5 members ceased to hold back, simultaneously channeling their soul powers, unleashing a barrage of soul techniques towards the encircled Huo Wuxuan. Just as he seemed on the brink of despair, Huo Wu, who had remained motionless, allowed a cold smile to curl at her lips. You've fallen into my trap, she murmured softly, as the fiery shadows behind her suddenly erupted. The third soul ring, a deep purple, flared to life. Her third soul technique, the rejection fire ring, manifested as a scorching red halo that rapidly expanded from Huo Wuxuan's center, igniting the air itself. The seemingly gentle fire ring collided with the Shrek 5, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent them hurtling away as if struck by an invisible giant hand. This unexpected turn of events rendered the arena momentarily silent. Tang San, previously shielded by his allies, now stood exposed in the center, a conspicuous target. This is bad. We've been ensnared. Dai Mubai struggled to rise, his face paling as he surveyed the dire situation. It dawned on him that from the very moment the battle commenced, this was Huo Wu's cunning design. The Blaze Academy had anticipated how Tang San's web of binding would safeguard his teammates, intentionally feigning weakness to allow Shrek to encircle them, all to ensure that Huo Wu's rejection fire ring could blast them apart in one fell swoop. Almost simultaneously as the Shrek 5 landed, Huo Wuxuan, the Fire Leopard Soul Master, and 2 agile attacking Soul Masters from the Blaze Academy broke free from their brief stupor, pouncing like 4 poised fire leopards, swiftly surrounding Tang San. Amidst the swirling flames, Tang San appeared starkly isolated, while Huo Wu stood at a distance, her gaze cold and triumphant, as if victory were already within her grasp. The 2 auxiliary soul masters from the Blaze Academy exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their soul powers to their zenith. Their third soul rings flared brightly as they chanted in unison. Third soul technique, fire stars as rain. No sooner had they spoken than a torrential downpour of crimson sparks, far denser than previous fire stars, cascaded down, precisely enveloping the 4 who encircled Tang San. In an instant, the flames surrounding Huo Wuxuan and his companions surged several feet, their soul power fluctuations becoming increasingly volatile, as the surrounding air felt as if it might ignite, the searing heat threatening to scorch skin. It's over, Tang San. Huo Wuxuan, feeling the surge of power within, wore a confident smile, as flames coalesced into a menacing dragon's head around him. Without reservation, He unleashed his third soul technique, Fury of the Exploding Dragon. The roaring fire dragon surged forth with cataclysmic force, barreling towards Tang San's face. Meanwhile, the agile soul masters, Fire Cloud and Fire Rain, on either side, simultaneously unleashed their third soul skills. Behind them, fiery wings suddenly split into 3 phantoms and 6 blazing fire crane apparitions. Accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, sealed off all escape routes for Tang San from various angles. This was indeed the fire crane clone. In front, the fire leopard soul master's eyes glimmered with flames as he swiftly activated his second soul skill, 7-star flowing fire. 7 dazzling fire sparks shot forth like homing missiles, tracing erratic arcs in the air, precisely targeting Tang San's limbs and torso, effectively thwarting any subtle movements he might attempt. With 4 individuals employing 4 techniques, enhanced by their support, they formed an intricate net, seemingly bent on incinerating the very space around them. However, amidst the storm's eye, Tang San remained remarkably composed. He did not even glance at the oncoming assaults. His purple extreme demon eye instantaneously captured the trajectories of all attacks. His steps shifted abruptly, carving an enigmatic zigzag through the air like willow fluff in the wind. The fiery double of Fire Wushuang's furious dragon grazed his shoulder, the searing air causing his hair to curl slightly. The fire cranes of Fire Cloud and Fire Rain collided, erupting into a shower of sparks. Even the astute 7-star flowing fire was narrowly evaded by him, flames striking the ground and instantly scorching several small black holes. Under the gaze of all, Tang San, having evaded the combined assault, did not retreat a single step. Instead, he pivoted, launching himself like an arrow towards the fire leopard soul master, the source of the most concentrated and volatile soul power. On the spectator stand, Fire Dance's pupils constricted sharply, her previously calm demeanor abruptly freezing in disbelief. Had he lost his sanity? A control-type soul master was deliberately charging towards a powerful assault-type soul master, prepared to engage in a head-on clash. Moreover, he was currently enduring the residual force of Fire Wushuang's attack, alongside the relentless pursuit of Fire Cloud and Fire Rain's clones. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The fiery shadow behind Fire Dance trembled violently. For the first time, she felt she had underestimated this young man. The Fire Leopard Soul Master, seeing Tang San charge directly at him, flashed a look of astonishment mixed with rage, pouring his soul power unreservedly into his third spirit ring. Third soul skill, Fire Explosive 7-star bomb. 7 fireballs, each the size of a fist, suddenly coalesced, their surfaces swirling with a tempestuous red light, and with a sharp sound cutting through the air. They fanned out towards Tang San, already sizzling the air before even nearing him, clearly imbued with terrifying explosive force. Just as the entire arena believed Tang San would surely be engulfed by the flames, his figure moved like a specter. His footsteps transformed unpredictably, twisting and turning at incredible angles, as he forged a path through the 7 whistling fireballs. The fireballs grazed the edges of his clothing, the scorching winds tousling his hair. Yet he remained unscathed, traversing the rain of fire as if strolling leisurely, slipping through the dense gaps of the onslaught. How could this be possible? A gasp arose from the stands, and the 3 members of the Blaze Academy were momentarily stunned, their pupils dilating in shock as their offensive momentum faltered. No one anticipated that such a dense blockade could be so effortlessly breached. The agility displayed contradicted the very principles of Soul Master combat. Before the Fire Leopard Soul Master could regain his composure, Tang San had seamlessly maneuvered around to his rear, with his right hand poised like a claw. The purple extreme magic eye locked onto the target's vulnerable back, and a gust of soul power infused with a piercing sound was unleashed. With a resounding thud, the Fire Leopard Soul Master felt a jolt of searing pain in his back, propelled forward like a severed kite, colliding with the 7 explosive fireballs he had just launched. Alarmed, Huo Wushuang and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically as they witnessed their ally's impending peril, forcing them to awkwardly redirect their attack. Huo Wushuang's Dragon Fury was forcibly deflected, causing the fire dragon to graze Tang San's shoulder before crashing to the ground. The fiery avatars of Huoyun and Huoyu also dove downward, attempting to intercept the flames. Yet it was all in vain. The Fire Leopard Soul Master collided directly with the 7 explosive fireballs, resulting in a series of explosive detonations that engulfed him in a blaze of searing light. As the smoke dissipated, he fell to the ground, charred and significantly weakened, his breath shallow and labored. In the midst of the chaos, Tang San deftly flicked his wrist, causing several strands of blue-silver grass to shoot forth like serpents, expertly ensnaring the disoriented Dai Mubai and others, yanking them back to safety. Almost simultaneously, Dai Mubai and Talon swiftly reformed their ranks, capitalizing on the opportunity created by Tang San to encircle the still unsteady Huo Wushuang and his companions. The latter, having forcefully altered their attack, found their soul power sluggish and, confronted with the oncoming assault, were swiftly thrust into a defensive position. Not so fast. Huo Wu's voice rang out with indignation as the fiery silhouette behind her expanded once more. The brilliance of her third soul ring illuminated the arena. Invoking the fire barrier, the searing red halo surged forth, crashing violently into Dai Mubai and his companions. They felt an overwhelming force, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, causing their hard-won encirclement to shatter in an instant. Retreat. Huo Wushuang seized the fleeting moment, issuing a terse command. He recognized that their momentum had waned. Continuing the fight would only bring misfortune. Swiftly, he, alongside Hui Yun and Hui Yu, withdrew to the safety of the Blaze Academy's formation, rejoining Huo Wu. The battlefield momentarily settled into a tense standoff, smoke gradually clearing to reveal the scorched earth beneath, accompanied by the hurried breaths of both teams. Standing resolutely in front of the Shrek members, Tang San retained his tranquil demeanor, while Huo Wu's gaze towards him bore a newfound seriousness. As the remnants of smoke lingered in the air, the Blaze Academy subtly repositioned itself. Huo Wushuang, fists ablaze, stood at the forefront, flanked by the agile soul masters Hui Yun and Hui Yu on either side, forming a triangular formation with their eyes fixed intently upon the Shrek team. The Fire Leopard Soul Master, still recovering from his injuries, retreated to the rear, sitting cross-legged to recuperate, his face marred by soot and disarray. Only Huo Wu remained. Now the center of attention on the field, two auxiliary soul masters stood by her side, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they poured their soul power into her, without reservation, chanting enhancement soul skills. Red points of light flowed like streams converging into the sea, intensifying the flames enveloping Huo Wu. She slowly raised her hands, palms facing upward, as a terrifying heat began to coalesce in front of her. Initially, it was but a small flicker of flame, but in the blink of an eye, it swelled into a massive fireball several meters in diameter, its surface swirling with deep orange hues, as if it absorbed all the light and heat of the arena, warping the very air around it. Fourth soul skill, Huo Wu Yaoyang. Her voice resonated with the tremor of soul power, akin to the decree of a fire queen. The immense fireball hovered in midair, exuding a pressure that silenced the entire arena. Even the wind seemed to be burnt away. The members of Shrek gazed up at the fireball capable of devouring everything, their expressions grave. The searing heat that rushed towards them felt as if it could scorch their skin, the power clearly rivaling that of many Soul King's fifth soul skills. Huo Wu's gaze swept across her opponents, ultimately landing on Tang San, her tone laced with a barely perceptible fatigue, yet still resolute. Retreat now? And you may yet be spared. If you do not withdraw, the consequences of this attack will be far from mere injuries. However, Tang San advanced. He stepped forward, standing tall at the forefront of his team, his demeanor devoid of any panic, instead exuding a calmness that bordered on relaxation. This stance instinctively eased the taut nerves of the members of the Blaze Academy, wondering if he intended to concede. In that fleeting moment, Tang San made his move. He swiftly raised his left hand, and several strands of blue-silver grass shot forth like poised serpents, accurately ensnaring Dai Mu Bai, Tai Long, and the others behind him. Utilizing the rebound force from the 8 spider lances, he forcefully pulled his comrades toward the edge of the arena. The action was as swift as lightning, executed just as Huo Wu's soul power reached its zenith, and she was about to unleash the fireball. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, a strand of blue-silver grass, as fine as a hair, had silently wrapped around Huo Wushuang's ankle, the other end extending like a specter. In that critical moment when Huo Wu was entirely focused on controlling the fireball, it suddenly coiled around her calf and tightened abruptly. Huo Wu felt a sudden stumble, her body losing balance in an instant. The fireball, fueled by all her soul power, veered away from its intended target, hurtling towards an empty space on the opposite side of the arena with a roaring wave of heat. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the air, the scorching shockwave spreading like a tsunami, creating a deep, charred crater in the arena floor, debris and flames flying as the protective shield trembled violently. At the same moment Tang San pulled his companions and tripped Huo Wu. The 8 spider lances behind him suddenly shot forth, piercing deeply into the ground with a ghostly purple sheen. Leveraging the recoil, he darted sideways like an arrow released from its bow, executing the ghost shadow perplexing step to its utmost, narrowly evading the core area of the fireball's explosion. Even so, the aftershock of the explosion swept across his back. With a crackling sound, the fabric of his clothing was instantly incinerated by the searing heat, revealing skin that glowed a deep crimson. Sparks even splattered onto the shell of the 8 spider lances, emitting a hissing sound as they burned. Yet, he did not falter in his steps. In the moment he landed, his right hand struck the ground fiercely. Blue-silver prison. Countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, entwining like sturdy vines to form a cage, promptly ensnaring the stunned Huo Wushuang, Hui Yun, and Hui Yu, who were still reeling from the fiery explosion. The metallic sheen of the vines shimmered with purple-black patterns, embodying a venomous effect. The 2 auxiliary spirit masters from the Blazing Fire Academy hastily unleashed their enhancements, attempting to aid their comrades in breaking free from the prison. However, the blue-silver prison remained unyielding under Tang San's spirit power. The potent toxin began to erode the spirit power of those trapped within. Huo Wu staggered to regain her footing, glancing at her ensnared companions. Then at the unscathed, aside from his scorched back, Tang San, she endeavored to gather her spirit power once more, only to discover that her energy had been nearly depleted after unleashing her 4th spirit skill. Even lifting her hand felt laborious. The outcome was clear. On the high platform, Ling Fong observed the silhouette of the young man in the arena, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic drumming against the armrest, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had presumed that intercepting the two celestial herbs, which would grant Tang San immunity to flames, the fire phoenix's delicate embrace, and the eight-angled mysterious ice grass, would render this battle devoid of suspense. Yet, he had not anticipated that Tang San, bereft of flame immunity, could still reverse the tide of battle through his uncanny strategy and the formidable 8 spider lances. Intriguing. A smirk of amusement played at the corners of Ling Fong's mouth as he redirected his gaze toward the center of the arena. Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Ling Fong quietly rose from his seat. He did not gaze upon the tumultuous arena. Instead, his fingers brushed over the intricate golden embroidery on his dark robe, and he turned to depart into the shadows behind the stands. The residence of the Blazing Fire Academy was situated in a secluded villa within the city of Tiando, where a palpable low pressure hung in the air. Hui Yun and Hui Yu were assisting the pallid Hua Bao spirit master to sit down, while Hua Wu Shuang paced restlessly nearby. The two auxiliary spirit masters bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Creak. The door to the courtyard was gently pushed open, revealing a tall figure backlit by the setting sun, the gold embroidery on his dark robe gleaming with a cold light. As son of the saint. The leading middle-aged woman abruptly raised her head, her pupils constricting as she recognized the visitor, instinctively standing straighter, her tone laced with undeniable reverence. Yet her nerves tautened in an instant. She was the mother of Hua Wu and Hua Wu Shuang, and the current matriarch of the Hua Bao clan. Naturally familiar with the youngest son of the Wuhuan Palace. But why would he suddenly appear here? Ling Fong stepped gracefully into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled assembly, ultimately alighting upon the matriarch. He spoke directly. I have come for the Blazing Fire Academy. The heart of the matriarch sank heavily as she discreetly shielded Hua Wu behind her, her gaze fixed warily upon him. Might I inquire what command His Holiness, the Holy Son, has for us? Command is perhaps too strong a term, Ling Fong replied, halting his steps, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. In the name of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, I extend an invitation for the Blazing Fire Academy to submit under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the courtyard. Hua Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. You shall not. We, the Blazing Fire Academy. Enough. The matriarch's voice rang out sharply, her eyes signaling him to remain calm. She then turned to Ling Fong, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Holy Son, do you mean that if we submit to the Spirit Hall, the Blazing Fire Academy may retain its structure but must heed the commands of the Spirit Hall? Ling Fong nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to the Fire Leopard's soul master beside him. As for the Fire Leopard sect, the Spirit Hall shall provide various cultivation resources to assist you in breaking through your current limitations. The final word struck the matriarch's heart like a heavy hammer. The Fire Leopard sect had suffered from a scarcity of resources in recent years, far removed from its former glory, and this was precisely what she desperately needed. She glanced at her injured kin and then at the unwilling Hua Wu, her fingers rubbing nervously in her sleeve. To refuse would mean enmity with the Spirit Hall, a consequence the Blazing Fire Academy, with its current strength, could not withstand. Yet, acquiescing would mean sacrificing freedom for a chance to breathe. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and bowed slowly to Ling Fong. I shall obey your command, Holy Son. Both Hua Wu and Hua Wu Shuang looked up in astonishment, only to be silenced by a glance from their mother. Ling Fong nodded in satisfaction. A wise choice. He then flipped his palm upward, and two concentrated beams of light broke through the air, hovering steadily half a foot before him. The left soul bone was half a foot long, its dark golden surface adorned with menacing grooves, each line seemingly imprisoning a roaring dragon, the sound of bone grinding audible upon approach. It was the angry winged dragon left arm bone, perfectly compatible with Hua Wushuang's unique horned fire tyrant dragon martial spirit. Its overwhelming dragon might enough to induce trepidation in ordinary soul masters. The right soul bone appeared more slender, shimmering with an orange-red glow, flecks of fire seeming to leap between its seams. Its soul wave was strikingly similar to Hua Wu's fire shadow, representing the flame feather spirit left leg bone, which enhanced speed and illusion. As these two soul bones materialized, the temperature in the room inexplicably rose. The two closest team members instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with shock, one of them unable to contain a gasp. 10,000 years soul bones. And they seemed to be prepared for the captain and Hua Wu? Hua Wu Shuang's face flushed crimson. He could distinctly sense the furious power emanating from the arm bone, a higher level of strength that shared a source with his own martial spirit. It felt as if, upon grasping it, he could effortlessly shatter the wall before him. He opened his mouth to protest, to declare it far too precious, but his throat felt as if it were stuffed with scalding cotton, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Hua Wu clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. From a tender age, she had often heard her mother speak of the soul bones suitable for the fire shadow spirit, claiming they were exceedingly rare. Yet at this moment, the leg bone emanated a gentle aura that enveloped her ankle, causing her spirit to stir within, as if playfully urging her to accept it swiftly. The Princess Saint, the mother of Hua Wu Shuang, a soul master with silver strands at her temples, now leaned forward slightly in her chair, her usually meticulously styled hair disheveled with a few stray strands falling. Her fingertips rested on the armrest, knuckles whitening from the pressure. As she pondered the age of these soul bones, which must surely exceed 30,000 years. Such a lavish gift from our Blaze Academy. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Fong smiled and raised his hand. The dark golden arm bone seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, gliding across the table with a deep dragon's roar, landing precisely in Huo Wushuang's embrace. Following closely, the tangerine-hued leg bone transformed into a streak of light, gracefully resting on the coffee table before Huo Wu, its fiery surface playfully flickering. Rest assured, madam, Ling Fong spoke casually, as if offering a mere confection. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu are rare talents. This trifling matter is of no consequence. He paused, casting a glance at the astonished team members, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, adding, "This is merely an appetizer. As you follow my lead, rest assured, not only soul bones, but even rarer treasures shall be yours." Embracing the arm bone, Huo Wushuang felt a warm current spread throughout her body, as her unique fire tyrant dragon spirit let out a long, triumphant roar. Huo Wu, trembling, gently touched the leg bone, which seemed to quiver with a life of its own. A tingling sensation coursed through her ankle, as if countless tiny flames were unblocking her meridians, alleviating the stagnation accumulated during her usual training. At that moment, as if recollecting something, Ling Fong reached into his possession, retrieving a jade box intricately engraved with elaborate flame patterns. As he opened the box, a wave of heat far more formidable than that of the soul bones erupted, igniting the very air in the room. A peculiar herb, no larger than a palm, slowly ascended from the box. Its leaves appeared as though crafted from molten gold, each tip flickering with a cluster of golden flames, yet causing no harm, instead radiating an enchanting fragrance. This was the fire spirit herb, known to cleanse the marrow and open the meridians, and nurtured by the heavenly bottle. It bore a faint azure halo around its roots, infusing its once fierce fiery essence with a touch of gentle vitality. "This is..." Huo Wu's mother abruptly stood, the chair's legs screeching against the floor. The ancient texts had recorded this herb, capable of purifying the body and enhancing one's spirit. Huo Wushuang's spirit erupted uncontrollably, flames soaring half a meter high from her horn, yet when approaching the mystical herb, they subdued themselves in reverence, as if bowing to a sovereign. Several team members unleashed their spirits. Fireballs, fire serpents, fire cranes, various fire-type spirits manifested throughout the room, each vibrating with fervor, emitting a resonant hum of longing. Indeed, Ling Fong cradled the jade vial in his palm, observing the fervent gazes of those around him. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. He paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening. The strength of the Blaze Academy was beyond doubt, yet what I seek is sincerity. As long as you exhibit this attitude, such a fiery spirit will ensure that every core member of your sect shall partake in the rewards. As the final words fell, the room was filled only with heavy breaths. Huo Wu's mother inhaled deeply, her gaze towards Ling Fong transformed completely. It was no longer one of helpless compliance, but rather imbued with awe and resolution. Huo Wushuang clutched the soul bone tightly, her knuckles whitening with the strain, yet upon hearing that everyone would share in the bounty, she abruptly looked up at Ling Fong, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented flame. When Ling Feng's footsteps faded at the corridor's end, the pent-up excitement in the lounge erupted like a volcano. Huo Wushuang's mother pressed her hand to her forehead, her fingertips brushing against the few unruly strands of hair at her temples. The residual aura of Ling Feng's soul power still trembled faintly in the air. She turned her gaze to the temporarily stored blaze orchid, the jade box still emanating a warm, lustrous glow, as if one could glimpse the pulsating golden flames within through the jade. The Millennium Soul Bone was offered so readily, while the blaze orchid could be supplied in abundance. She murmured softly, her tone laced with both fear and relief. Fortunate it was that no insincere words were uttered earlier. Such a personage represents an opportunity that the Blaze Academy may never encounter again in several lifetimes. The team members gathered around Huo Wushuang, craning their necks to inspect the arm bone she held. On the dark golden surface of the bone, the fierce ridges slowly writhed, with occasional tiny sparks erupting from the patterns, extinguishing upon contact with the ground. "Captain, is this soul bone hot to the touch?" A small-statured teammate could not help but inquire, only to be elbowed by another nearby. "Fool. Can't you see the captain's martial spirit is on the verge of upheaval?" Huo Wushuang indeed struggled to suppress the turmoil within her. The martial spirit of the unicorn flame tyrant resonated frequently with the soul bone, the horn on her forehead faintly radiating heat. Even her breaths carried a wave of scorching warmth. She gazed down at the arm bone, her fingertips caressing the protrusions that resembled dragon scales. Suddenly recalling how casually Ling Fong had tossed the soul bone earlier, he had merely waved his hand, as if it were not a treasure that could incite fierce competition among soul masters, but rather an ordinary stone. "Brother, look at this." Huo Wu's voice trembled slightly. She laid the leg bone flat in her palm, the orange-red radiance flowing from her fingertips, coalescing into a small vortex of flames at her wrist. The previously sluggish soul power became remarkably fluid under the nourishing effect of the leg bone, and even her fire shadow martial spirit seemed to gain clarity, revealing more intricate patterns of flame within. Huo Wushuang turned to look, just in time to catch her sister gazing in rapture at the leg bone. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle shadow from her eyelashes onto her face. The prideful glimmer that often graced her eyes was now softened by a warm halo. He suddenly recalled how, just moments ago, when Ling Fong produced the celestial herb, Huowu instinctively leaned forward, her eyes, often narrowed, widened in astonishment, reflecting the golden flames and Ling Feng's silhouette. "What are you staring at?" Huo Wushuang deliberately nudged his sister's shoulder with his elbow, causing their bones to collide in midair and spark a cascade of crackling embers. Huo Wu stumbled slightly, nearly dropping the leg bone in her grasp. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I wasn't looking at anything," she stammered, clutching the leg bone tightly, yet the moment her fingertips brushed against its surface. She recalled Ling Feng's gaze when he had offered her the soul bone, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shining brighter than the flames upon the bone. "Really not looking at anything?" Huo Wushuang raised an eyebrow, intentionally elongating his tone. "I happened to see someone fixated on the back of the Holy Sun," nearly crushing the soul bone in her grip. "Brother!" Huo Wu, both indignant and flustered, raised her hand as if to strike him, but he seized her wrist just as it lifted. She quickly retracted her hand, her ears burning with embarrassment. The teammates nearby exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Huo Wu shot them a glare, yet her gaze lacked any real threat, betraying her youthful awkwardness. Observing his sister's flustered demeanor, Huo Wushuang's playful expression faded. He cast a glance out the window. Ling Feng's figure had long since vanished around the corner of the courtyard, leaving only the evening glow, a fierce golden red, reminiscent of the fiery apricot blossoms they had just witnessed. "Honestly, Xiao Wu," he intoned more gravely, "a person like the Holy Sun, let's be real, not just you. Anyone would be captivated." Huo Wu's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wanting to retort, but her brother's hand firmly pressed on her shoulder restrained her. "You have always been strong-willed, only ever admiring those who surpass you." Huo Wushuang chuckled softly, tapping the leg bone nestled in her arms. "The Holy Sun, so young yet a titled Dolawa, with treasures that could fill mountains, and he is generous enough to offer us such benefits." He paused, watching as his sister's eyes sparkled with growing enthusiasm, a teasing tone creeping into his voice. "Besides, you, Huo Wu, are quite beautiful and powerful in spirit. Why not take the initiative and pursue him? You may not lack opportunities." Who said I wanted to pursue him?" Huo Wu's voice trembled with a hint of panic, yet within her heart, a small flame ignited, crackling with excitement. Huo Wushuang, observing her pursed lips and flickering gaze, realized he had struck a chord. He gently patted her back, his tone turning earnest, like that of a protective brother. "Regardless of the outcome, being near someone of his caliber can only benefit us and the academy. Moreover," he shifted his tone to one of playful mischief, "if it does work out, I could boast, saying, my brother-in-law is a titled Dolawa." "Brother!" Huo Wu could no longer contain herself, seizing a teacup from the table, ready to hurl it at him. Yet, upon catching sight of her flushed cheeks in the cup's rim, her movement halted abruptly. She gazed down at the soul bone in her palm, still radiating warmth, and a faint smile graced her lips, as the flicker of excitement within her heart grew ever more fervent. Fire Dance's mother observed her children bickering, a tender smile blossoming in her eyes as she shook her head, choosing not to comment further. The earlier shock brought by Ling Feng had not yet dissipated, but the glimmer of joy in the children's eyes eased the worry that had weighed upon her heart. Enough of the antics. She gently cleared her throat, gesturing towards the meditation mat in the